against this weather here today.
It's looking good. Ian Nielsen in the Commodore there, the VZ Commodore, the blue one. Blair Dale in the red Commodore to the right of screen here, the Aeroflow Sportsman Championship for National Drag Race Championship. Qualifying session number 1. Great light there for Nielsen. 0.43 to an 0.9. He goes through for 11.58, 117 miles an hour. Blair Dale goes 13.31, 106 miles an hour.
Yeah, so we are in obviously the first qualifying run for Real Street. Real Street is street real, so that is what we're sitting at. So Jamie Nielsen and Craig Collis. Craig in the Tinus Candy Shop Jeep, of course, the Black Panther Racing Falcon of Jamie Nielsen. So a couple of local races. Well, we can't really call Bongaree a local, but up on the beautiful Bribey Island for Craig. So all these Real Street races, they're all pitted down there together, and probably a lot of mischief going on in the evening, but that's okay. Oh, Jamie gets the red. Get that out of the way early on, young man. But a nice, very, very tidy 0.49 light for Craig Collis. Craig puts that big, probably 2.5 tonne, 3 tonne Jeep through for a 12.60 at 108, and Jamie a 13.13 at 108 in the Falcon.
Yeah, this is a really important qualifying session for everyone because a lot of the racing happens early in the morning for the guys. So the data is very important for these guys. Here on track first up, we've got Cooper Lay in the Ute to take on Paul Gingell in the Calais.
Yeah, we're talking about Paul's Commodore. He's actually got louvers, like it looks like a sticker louver in the back.
Lay has actually dragged through the stage he was there when he was getting up on stall, yeah.
Oh, and even Paul's gone red, so Coop won't get a...
That happened to him a couple times when he was testing last weekend here as well.
Well, that's annoying. But anyway, Paul will go through for 12.86 with a red, and hopefully that'll be his first and last red for the weekend here in Real Street qualifier number 1.
Yeah, Cooper Lay obviously doesn't get a time recorded there. Next pairing out, we've got Nick Weeks in the Jeep to take on Paul Nielsen in the Falcon for Black Panther Racing. It's a large field this weekend in Real Street. We had...
I was just looking for, Mark.
Yeah, we've got 23 entered, pre-entered.
That is nice, isn't it? That's a good... you would have earned your tree at the end of the weekend, Mark, for sure.
It'll be 5 rounds of racing for the Real Street competitors. As we see, yeah, Nick Weeks out with an 0.29 red light there. Paul Nielsen goes green, 1.33. Nielsen will go through for 12.42, 117 miles an hour. And Nick Weeks goes 13.27, 102 mile an hour here for the Gulf Western Oil Winternationals qualifying day number 1, Real Street. Next up, we've got Liz Lancaster to take on Cody Lay. So Liz in the Caprice.
Yeah, what's that about, Liz, there in the Caprice? Is she here just doing some
Well,
luxury driving, has the opera music on in the big Caprice? It's the way it works.
She's obviously a Junior Dragster mum as well.
Yeah. So double duties, really.
Yeah. And Cody Lay in the Ford, the Mustang.
So the cutoff for Real Street is 13.99 and 9.00, is that correct?
Liz might have just dragged through the beams there.
Oh, no.
Potentially, yeah, I don't know. Yep. So she won't get a time recorded here.
Is it early morning Winternational nerves, you reckon,
mate,
Mark?
Yeah, definitely.
But a 285 there for Cody, and Cody will punch the Ford through for a 12.38 at 115. Sadly, we won't get Liz's time. But, yeah, you reckon, so it's 13.99 cut off Real Street and down to 9.00.
Yep.
So that's the box we're in with these races.
Yeah, we've got 10 cars down the track so far. Qualified, we actually had 2 no time recorded for Cooper Lay and Liz Lancaster. So we've got 12 down the track. Tony Rogers is currently the number 1 qualifier with an 11.19. As we see Stephen Warren on track to take on Alex Kidd.
Well, Alex Kidd, he's on the rise up the ranks of the Real Street cars, doing exceptionally well, Mark.
That he has. He's been to a few finals the last few months in this car. Stephen Warren, he's no slouch either.
Not at all.
He actually won the Winternationals last year.
That he did.
So it's the defending champ. And Kidd, oh no, there's some issues for Kidd there. He got out with a sharp 066 light. So he's going to pull up here just before 330 foot markers as we see Stephen Warren go through no issues, 11.71, 116 miles an hour. But yeah, that's not a good sign for Alex Kidd in the Falcon.
And you don't know what it is, Mark. I know from sitting up here in the commentary, the car's just gone dead. It might be something simple that they'll just go back to the pits and go, oh, okay.
Let's hope it is something simple. But he's lost Well, obviously he's done the right thing here because
Yeah.
obviously if there's anything leaking, he's pulled over. He's done.
Can you see anything on the track? Because I most certainly cannot.
I can't see anything from under the car. So
Oh, there he goes. Look.
yeah, so he's probably just had a look. And, see, that's really good. That's what we want the drivers to do. That's a perfect example of what you want to happen. He's pulled over. They made sure there was nothing under the car. There was no fluid leaking, and they were just driven through. So
I hope everyone's listening to that on 88 FM. See, that's what you got to do. If you if something feels wrong, then you pull up. Make sure you pull up right as far as you can to the side. Don't move the car, because if there's any fluid, we just don't want it completely down the track. That without a doubt, because that's time, and we don't have that time. So look, Shane Grattan, Dean Merchant, of course the Eye for Detail Brisbane FG of Dean, and the Brisbane Valley Printing BF Ford of Shane Grattan. These guys from Real Street have got to feel a little bit privileged that they got first stab at the track at a Winternationals, Mark. Is that the elite start?
I don't know. I like the idea of getting a little bit of rubber down on track before I get on the surface.
Well, that's what your crew do, because they've just taken it for a drive down the dirt road down the back. But anyway,
another red light here. Grattan was close through the 006 red. Dean Merchant goes clean green, 075, so that's solid.
Let's have a look what Dean can run. He's been having a few little things with that car, but there you go. That is sweet. A 1065 at 126, and Shane a 1258 at 117. I'm sure Dean will be very happy with that 075 and a 1065 because, he's not had the QDRC. He's been a little bit tricky lately.
Yeah, he goes to the number one spot in qualifying at the moment with that 1065. Brett Warren on track now in the Ford to take on David Shee, also in a Ford, but a Mustang. So he's in the right-hand lane here.
Pack and a chute out the back as well.
Oh, he's got the chute, so that tells me he's going to be...
Great. It is a quick one. I think this is one of our... I think might even be one of our only 9-second Real Street cars. We'll find out in about 9 seconds' time.
Great reaction time as well, 071.
Hooks, doesn't it? Have a look at that.
He might go to the number one spot here in qualifying, and he goes 940, 146 miles an hour. Brett Warren goes 1181, 110 mile an hour. But yeah, Dave Shee, he goes to the number one spot now by a long way.
Can we correct the fact that when it comes to racing, I do believe it might be, or will it be maybe the first 9-second Real Street car if somebody does it in racing here at Willowbank?
I'm not too sure.
No, that could very well be, yeah. We've had a couple of guys who've done it in qualifying, but not done it in racing, so...
There you go.
Let's hope so. He'll be able to sit in the big King's chair down the back in the Real Street section, so...
All right, next up, Zach Anderson in the Falcon to take on Dale Samuelson.
Another one of the... what is it with Real Street and Caprices? You know, like it's the big tank.
Yeah.
Whereas you got Zach in the Barra-powered, of course, with the Mason Purton Falcon. The Fierce Motorsport Caprice.
Zach Anderson, he's another one to watch this weekend in Real Street.
Without a doubt.
Not if he's going to go 147 red on the tree. Gets it out of the system early. 064 for Dale Samuelson in the lane beside him. And Zach Anderson goes through for an 11.06, 135 mile an hour. Good speed for Zach. And Samuelson goes through a 12.02, 112 mile an hour.
So interestingly, Mark, we'll with the Real Street guys, they'd be good to see if they have a bit of a bet on who's going to make the final, because I'm sure up for having a bet. 5868, that'd be Stefan Gowes. Would that be correct in the Camaro, or is it a Camaro? I don't know. And Peter Hoey in the Fierce Motorsport Commodore.
Yeah, Stefan was originally entered in modified this weekend, but some issues with the dragster at the warm-ups. Gets out with an 058 reaction time here. Peter Hoey goes 462 in the Commodore.
That's pretty good. He was quick to get at the lights, but he wasn't quick to help everybody set up last night at the campsite, I can tell you that. But anyway, I digress. 1250 at 112 and a 1214 at 114 for Pete.
Just throwing some shade there at the...
Oh, mate, I was talking to the family last night, and they had to set up all on their own. He wasn't seen for miles.
Well, you know, racers have got to really focus on the job at hand, you know.
Mate, you didn't even know your boys were driving your car until I told you, so stop it. So Kyle Magna and Stacey Goldie, the GDO of Goldie, and of course the Falcon, the next-gen motorsport mighty Ford of Kyle Magna. Stacey cuts a red, but a 352 for Kyle on the car. Wasn't playing the game, was it, Mark? It just went nope.
Stuff came out of the back of the ute there in the sight line.
Lucky he didn't have a dog in the back. Would have flung out the ute. So
11,
there we go.
11.95 for Stacey Goldie though, 114 miles an hour.
How pristine when you're looking at that, looking down the grassy area of the track when you see it back there, mate. Not they could have whippersnipped this bit here. No, I'm only kidding. But have a look when they scan back. It's absolutely pristine when you see back. Look at that. Look at that grass. You could have a game of lawn bowls. I mean, it'd be a lopsided game of lawn bowls on it, but pretty impressive out there. That's that's a challenge for after the for everybody who's in the bar section.
Yeah.
Which will be open this weekend, of course. How good is that, Mark?
That new bar we've got up on the side of the racetrack there, that's pretty cool.
It is awesome. Really, really cool. So here we go. We are going into Junior Dragster qualifier number 1 here at the Winternationals. Of course, Max Rowling, Cody Robertson. I've got a big field of Junior Dragsters, of course. We have 68 in the field, so I know it goes without saying. We'll be saying it all weekend. But if you make the final, you've worked extremely hard, mate. What is... Can you remember what has been the biggest field we've had of Junior Dragsters here at
We
Winternationals?
had almost 90 at 2012 or 2011 Winternationals. Yeah, it was 80 something.
Yeah, I think when we had probably even like about 5 or 6 years ago, we might have had 85 or something. I can remember when we had the 500 odd entries, something like that. So I had a couple of people saying, "Oh, no, that's a lot of juniors." I went, "Oh, we've had more."
Yeah, Max Rowling on track here for Rowling Repairs to take on Cody Robertson. So Robertson to the right of screen for our live stream viewers at home, or who's sneakily watching it in their office. Shout out to you guys.
Sneakily, is that right? They would be. Is that true?
100%, mate. I do that myself.
That. Yeah. I just sit at home and just watch it and just get excited about the whole thing. It's good. Anywhere. There's racing somewhere, I'm on it. You see Max shaking, got a fair bit of...
the track's got a lot of glue there, so he's been timed out, unfortunately, for Rowling. So Cody Robertson out with a great 0.25 reaction time. He goes through for an 8.61.75 miles an hour. It's a great lap for Robertson. Unfortunately, Rowling won't get a time recorded. So what you just saw there with Max Rowling, they want to try and stage the car on idle. They don't want to use the revs to jump the car in and unsettle the engine and all that. They want to stage with the same idle. But because the track is so sticky, obviously just couldn't get to move. He was jumping, trying to get into stage. So that's something that they'll have to think about later on, just in case that they can't get it to move.
And as you would have seen earlier, Mark, they did actually spray the track just before we went to racing. Yeah. So for the juniors, you would think that maybe some of the real street guys might have washed a little bit off the front, but obviously not enough for these guys where it's actually giving them... Well, you can't say grief because you've just got to adjust to what you get. So Chase Aarons and Cordell De Maria. New performance car of De Maria, the Young Gun Speed Shop of Aarons. And Cordell will go through an 8.08 and a 12.38 for Chase in the C. What a great morning to be a junior dragster driver for a couple of reasons. A, you're driving a fast car, and secondly, you're not at school.
Yeah, my kids had to go to school today.
Oh, see you, kids. Bye. That is just cruel, Mark. You're a cruel man. So Sophia Lode, Neil Paul, the Plexcon Mad Dog Motorsports car, the Dad's Overtime car of Lode. That's brutal, isn't it? Dad's Overtime sponsor. Poor Dad.
I like it. We got the Plexicon Junior Dragster of Neil Paul just moving forwards here. Both cars in pre-stage. You see Sophia Lode there in full stage. You know, it's all about the reaction times here for the Junior Dragster drivers. It's a good light there for Lode, 0.39. Neil Paul goes 1.28. And Paul will be the quicker of the two juniors here and goes through for a 7.80.82 mile an hour. And Sophia Lode goes 8.40 at 77 mile an hour.
That's the difference between a double A and an A. Always good to see, Mark. It's all these new little categories they're sneaking in. We've got a couple of interesting juniors coming up as well. Yeah, of course, we've got junior drag bike as well.
Getting that number one qualifying spot's always something a lot of the drivers strive to get as well. So at the moment, Cody Robertson is the number one qualifier. He's got an 8.61, which is 100th over the 8.60 index for the BJDs.
So Spencer Jones and Nixon King. Nixon won in one of the Mick King transport cars, and you'll see the stripe they have on today. It's all opposed depending on which car that they're in. And of course, the Send It pilots, South Ripley, Spencer Jones, Mighty B Junior Dragster. Some have a wing, some don't. It all depends on... Did you have a wing on yours, Mark? I think you did, didn't you?
I did on a couple of my juniors there. Good light there for Nixon King, 077 to an 098 from Jones. And Nixon King goes through for an 814, 79 miles an hour. Spencer Jones goes a 930 at 67 mile an hour. Next up, Paige King to take on Xavier Paul. We can see Xavier Paul there running for Lux Metal Works and Culprit Racing.
There's always the hope that brings on your first qualifier, Mark. You want to the whole weekend ahead.
It is. It's the everything to look forward to.
It
Just
is.
driving through the gate here in the morning, you know, day one of the Gulf Western Oil Winternationals. Paige King.
Yes, it's not bad, is it? Just driving into that front gate. And
It's a dream. You'd be dreaming about holding that trophy come Sunday night.
oh. How many times did you hold a
I went
tree up in juniors?
2. So I went to the final twice here at the Winternationals in Junior Dragster.
Was there a field of 4 or?
It's a little bit more than that.
So it's
Thanks, mate.
5.
Yeah. Oh, a couple of red lights
Oh.
here. Paige King goes 009 red. Xavier Paul goes 050 red.
A little bit of nerves there, Mark, for Paige and Xavier, but they go through. Xavier an 854 at 76 and Paige a 867 at 73 miles an hour.
So the very first Winternationals we had with the Junior Dragster bracket, we had 7 competitors.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
Wow. Well, you know what? Everything from little things, big things grow, as they say. So Isabella Hunter and Mason King. Once again, I just love the stripe on the...
Yeah, I like the
On the
artwork on
King.
there. It's a little bit, reminds me sort of like anime.
It
And
is.
then
It
for
is a bit
Isabella.
of anime, isn't
Yeah,
it? But the
Isabella
Nanny
Hunter.
and Pop sponsor it, of course. It's pretty cool.
Yeah, Mason King for Mick King Transport.
One of the other Mick King Transport cars with the cool livery on the side. You can just see Izzy just nudging that stunning pink dragster in. Mason says, give me a minute, I'm there, and good to go for the first qualifier. Oh, red light there for Isabella, but a 311 for Mason.
You can see the difference between an AJD here and a C Junior Dragster. So Isabella Hunter goes through for an 834, 76 mile an hour. And the C Junior Dragster of Mason King, he goes through for a 1385 at 47 miles an hour.
A lot of very experienced A and
Well,
double A.
Just to put in perspective, that 1385 from Mason King would have been probably #1 qualifier back in 1994 for Junior Dragster.
Oh, you had it so easy in the old days, Mark. So Tyler Jarvis and Ryden King. Once again, this is the blue Mick King Transport C Junior. The Creative Patios. Tyler Jarvis, all the way from Pinjarra in Western Australia. The attitude adjustment. Well done to Tyler. That's a travel and a half, isn't it? In WA.
Yeah, that's a big trip all the way over. So it's good to see.
I wonder whether they transported, whether they drove over or whether they chucked it on a transport to get it all over and drove, or what they did. But always interesting, because that is a haul. That is a big haul. So well done to the Jarvis crew. Cut a red light though, but a 012 red. You wouldn't be too unhappy about that, Mark.
No, not at all. Jarvis will go through for a 797, 81 mile an hour. Ryden King will go through. Yeah, and that CJD for a 1394, 46 mile an hour.
I thought you were holding your breath for a second then.
I was just waiting.
No, I know.
for it.
So Cody Sedmack and Mia Wards. The Mackay's Furniture Transport, C Junior of Mia, the JDS Racing A Junior of Cody Sedmack.
Tell you what, Mia Ward's done really well in this Junior
Oh.
Dragster since debuting. And Cody Sedmack there for JDS Racing moving forward, running on empty. Junior Dragster.
It's interesting how some of the junior dragsters hit the ground running, Mark. It's almost like it's not. Some of them you'll see them build up to get success, and others just almost just bang on there.
Yeah.
Always impressive, isn't it? So just a different attack, I suppose, or what they're comfortable in. If they're comfortable behind the seat of a car like this. So, but what a stunning looking day. The vision from overtaking lane here for on the Willowbank Raceway YouTube site. Go and have a look. It's, if you're sitting at home, I hope you're enjoying your early morning coffee or tea. There you go. Sedmak gets out with a 0.64, Mia a 120, and Cody goes through for an 8.14 at 81 mile an hour, and Ward a 12.15 at 53 miles an hour.
Yeah, let's have a quick look at the qualifying chart so far. So Cody Robinson's still got that number one spot with an 8.61. Number 2 is Paige King, who's gone 8.67, and running at the top 3 is Cordell de Maria with an 8.08. So we'll see that tighten up, because we know that these cars will start hitting the 770, start hitting that 800.
Have a look at the side of that
I like it.
Michael Ly's car and Tilly Hicks's.
Junior Drag Racing, old school.
Look at that.
See, it tugs at my heart a little bit, because I loved the Ninja Turtles growing up.
Yeah, of course you did. So what was your favourite one, Mark?
Probably Michelangelo Raphael.
Well, he didn't even pick one, he picked 2. Yeah. So Tilly goes through there for a 9.31 at 69, and Michael a 9.37 at 69.4 miles an hour in the old school metal fabrication C Junior.
All right, next up, Noah Webber to take on Heidi Allgood. Sponsored by Mum and Dad. You
Yes,
see the for sale sign on the side of Allgood's Junior Dragsters there as well.
Oh, there's an opportunity. There's an opportunity for someone who's watching at home thinking there's an in.
I need to buy one for my son. He
Oh,
wants
do you
to go
really?
racing. He wants to go racing bad.
Oh.
So.
You know what? That takes time out of your racing. You know that? And that means it takes time out of your commentary.
Noah Webber already in full stage here. The Edition Wraps Junior Dragster, also supported by Haig Plumbing. Great light there from Allgood, 0.63 to a 2.08 from Webber. And across the finish line, Webber goes 8.06 at 81 mile an hour, and Allgood goes 8.08 at 76 mile an hour. I wonder if Heidi actually just rolled off the throttle a little bit there. Speed was down a little bit.
Yeah, it was down.
Hey, now this is cool. This is really cool. Xavier Light in the little junior hot rod. So I think it's still classed as a junior dragster, but they've just got a shorter wheelbase and almost looks like a little hot rod.
So Michaela Reid, of course, in the Belgravia apparel, all the way from Victoria, from Strathfield.
Fourth
Look at that
generation
little thing. Look at that.
as well.
Your feet would be sticking out the end. Your and Wade, our Wade here, your feet would be sticking out the front of that little dragster.
Oh, you'd see my
Xavier's.
knees up around my head there if I was trying to sit in that junior dragster.
It's a cool bit of kit, isn't it?
It
Oh,
is.
it actually says on the back, it's cool.
It is. Yeah, so Michaela Reid, fourth generation racer here this weekend for the Reid family. Gets out with a great 0.25 reaction time. The Belgravia Apparel Junior Dragster. Xavier Lai gets out with a 1.04 reaction time in that little hot rod. And Reid goes through for an 8.28, 79 miles an hour. Xavier Lai will go through for a 12.31 at 50 mile an hour.
That's some good going there for C. Good to see that little, something unique.
We like unique.
We like unique.
Brody Fry, the DS Fab. And he'll be taking on Jacob Schultz. So Brody Fry, just checking the idle, make sure they're happy with it. And they're about to move into the stage area.
All this building up to this 4 days, Mark, isn't it? It really is a big lot of preparation.
Yep.
A lot of organisation. It's like,
And you don't want to waste any of your qualifiers either. You want as much data as possible going into that first round of racing, which I believe for Junior Drakes is tomorrow. Their first round of racing.
And you always talk about it, Mark. Treat every qualifier as a race.
It is.
You've always said that, and it's something for a lot of people to think about that. Just waiting for Jacob to nudge the AN, and he has. Got out both a little bit eager. Brody with a 0.45 rev, Jacob with a 1.16 rev, but that's okay. And an 8.13 at 78 mile an hour there for Jacob, and an 8.16 at 80 mile an hour for Brody Fry.
Next up, Zane Condello to take on Abigail Reid this time.
So a couple of our interstate travellers with Abigail Reid from Victoria, and of course the Condellos from New South Wales. The Bussoletti Auto Repairs and the Let's Go Industries sponsored car of Reid. How good is it to have our interstaters in? It's always a test, isn't it?
It really is. It's good. As we see Zane Cordello, the number 1 on the side of that Junior Dragster. He is the national champion in Junior Dragster.
And it's always interesting to have a look around the pits, and for the first time we've had actual spectators allowed to camp here as well, which has been really cool.
Yep, yeah, they've got their own little area down the back. Just really want to get a part amongst the atmosphere of the Winter Nationals.
Yeah.
Big shout out to Gulf Western Oil as well, supporting the event.
And it is a big event, as I said.
Yeah, when you drive through the pits, it's just
You feel it.
It's astounding. You can feel it. There's a feeling
Mark,
there, the
feel
atmosphere. All right, Zane Cordello, just waiting on him to just edge this Junior Dragster into full stage. See the flicker of the bottom bulb, nice and shallow.
Yeah.
Great reaction time. 0-1-4 or 1-1-2 from Abigail Reid.
That aggressive bump in worked for Zane, didn't it, Mark? Just went bang, bang, hit a light. 8.04 at 80 miles an hour for Zane, and a 12.60 at 50 miles an hour for Abigail. But I tell you what Zane did, didn't he? Doesn't have that number 1 on the side for no reason, does he? Aggressive in that bump in, but knew exactly where he needed to hit that. Where he needed to hit that throttle, and that was impressive there from Condello.
Yes, this Junior Dragster of the Hunt Motorsport Junior for Cody Hunt, he looks great on track. He's about to move forward. He's going to be taking on Savannah Cordello in the lane beside.
I'm trying to think where that design, what we've seen that on, because that looks Trek. The big hashtag 9241 on the side there. Looks good. No wing, wingless. Just, you see Cody there just shimmying and shaking it to get that into stage. Trying to get that into pre-stage. There it is, pre-stage light on. Now you'll see probably Savannah just will nudge hers in. Yep. Just that little tilt of the wheels there for Condello. Nice work.
005 for Condello. I think it's the best light we've seen so far today. Cody Hunt goes red, 052. And Condello goes through for a 782, 81 mile an hour. Cody Hunt goes 818 at 79 mile an hour.
Well, it'll be interesting back in the Condello pits after Savannah just rattling off the 005 going, there you go.
There you go, bragging
there
right
you go, Zane. I love that.
You're washing my car later on.
Yeah. It'll be some bet going on there, you know that. So Kenna Glasson and Leela Watts, the fast as couriers out of East Maitland, New South Wales. And of course, the Lay Custom Imports AA Junior of Glasson. The mighty Superbad down the side. How good are those two juniors on the front there? Look, got the Superbad and the beautiful... oh, no, don't. Leela, I hope not. Yep, too deep.
There we go. No, pre-stage. That's deep
stage.
Don't move. That's the thing with the clutches, because they really grab if you hit the accelerator, so you've got to be really careful with it. And the thing with Watson is so deep, you can go red so easy, but gets a great light, 042. Even with all the dramas getting it into stage, it still goes green. That's good. Glasson goes red with a 196. Glasson with an 814, 79 miles an hour, and Watts goes 841 at 77 mile an hour. And so that was a really good example of how the clutches really grab and why they try to avoid hitting the throttle in stage, because they can jump. But if you do get to that instance where the car's not moving and you've got to use the throttle, have your foot hard on the brake, because then it's only a little jump then.
And we could see here with her being deep stage, you could watch Leela leaving light later, but still cutting that beautiful 042 light. Now, as someone, like, we've watched it a million times, you could see her leaving later, and you think, but did it perfectly. Well done.
Yeah, Nevaeh McDougall now to take on Alex Ruffalo. Ruffalo in the blue Junior Dragster here for Sydney Waterscapes. And Nevaeh McDougall with support from Oz Wheels. And yeah, it's still number 1, Cody Robertson with that 861. So that was like the first lap of the day. Yeah. And we've had 29 Junior Dragsters qualify so far. But we have a huge field of 68 entered. We see McDougall in pre-stage now. Rafalo's also in pre-stage. They're both bumping in. Day one for the Gulf Western Oil Winternationals qualifying here for Junior Dragster. .027 live for Rafalo, .051 for McDougall. Great solid reaction times there, both sides of the racetrack, and Rafalo goes through for a 7.95 at 80 miles an hour, but McDougall will go to the top of the qualifying chart at the moment with an 8.00 with a 3 at 81 mile an hour.
There you go. There's
goes to number one now, so there's only the way to get number one. If you want that number one spot in qualifying, you need to be within 2,000 of your class index.
So it makes it fair for each category, Mark. It's not top qualifier. You can top qualifier in a double A, an A, a B, or a C.
Yep.
So we don't discriminate here. Just you can all have a crack at it fair. So Liam O'Neill and Carl Schultz, the mighty Ginger Ninja, the MJ Clothing, Singleton, New South Wales, Singleton Heights. Liam O'Neill has done the trip. Good-looking car too, that little red beast. Let's see how Carl. Now, Carl, if anybody doesn't know, Carl is does some commentary with us now, which he has been for quite some time, and he's a good caller. And hopefully, at some point in time over the next couple of days, we might be able to get him up on the microphone with one of us as well, because both you and Carl are racing, which is good, Mark. We're very excited to have a couple of commentators in the mix. Very excited.
Oh, he's out with an 0.44 red there, Carl Schultz. He probably won't be happy with that. Liam Neal goes 1.13. On the reaction time side of things, and Schultz goes to 7.74, 84 mile an hour. Liam O'Neill goes 8.75 at 72 mile an hour.
I wonder if Carl had a little earphone in and was listening to 88 FM and said, I just heard Terry and Mark talk me up, and he got a little bit gung-ho. I'd like to say we have that much control, but we don't.
Yeah.
Alessio Spinozzi, of course, in the Terra Civil. Double A Junior Dragster. Jasmine Kidd in the A's. We've got a double A, an A. Once again, a local here. Well, not really local. They're up from beautiful Toowoomba Way in Highfields. And the Luddenham, New South Wales Terra Civil car, of course, of Spinozzi. How good does it look? Obviously. Everything's got a match, mate. Beautiful.
Yeah, Jasmine, a third-generation racer from her family.
Mum behind.
Yeah, Kelly.
With,
Mum Kelly will be racing in Outlaws, I believe, this weekend.
So twin turbo V8 rear-engine dragster. Just throws that out like a flex. You could use that at a pub and get free drinks.
Can you?
I reckon you could. What do you drive? I drive a V8 with twin turbos in a rear-engine car. Okay.
All right, on track though, we've got the single-cylinder Junior Dragsters with carburetors. Justin Kidd out with an 0.96 red. Spinozzi goes 0.91 green.
That's good.
And across the finish line, it's an 8.20 for Spinozzi at 77 miles an hour. And Jasmine Kidd goes 8.26 at 76 mile an hour.
Those little red demon lights coming up a few times, Mark, for a few of them, but that's the way it goes. Charlize Gravel and Flynn Nazensky all the way down from beautiful air.
And Nazensky with support from JB Automotive, and Charlize Gravel with support from MB Automatics.
That, I'll tell you what, that pink just is.
Well, it's sort of coming up almost like fluoro orange on the live stream
look at
here,
that,
but
the
it's
reflection
a fluoro
in the
pink.
We know that car does look exceptional at night. So under the lights, it's not never late, you know, because it's not allowed to run the juniors too late, but it's does pop even more. But look at that reflection, Mark, even from the back angle from the overtaking lane. That's pretty cool. I wonder what it'll look like from the deep end camera. Anyway, 0.96 from Gravel, 0.35 from Nazensky, an 8.16 for Flynn, and an 8.02 for Charlize. Nice work, nice and clean. And we can safely say that this is our largest category. The other category that's probably closest to it would be Super Street with 72 entrants, but 68 in Junior Dragsters. So, Mark, you're going to have to work very, 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 very hard to get there at the end of the weekend.
That you will. Ryan Chevelle now to take on Lucia Pirano.
Yeah, one of the Pirano Junior Dragsters. Of course, when you think you just got to think about how good you are in Queensland as a racer. Then we throw all these other interstate competitors in, and you get to test yourself against the best. But Lucia, a 0.87 and a 0.56 there for Ryan, all the way from the land of the long white cloud, Mount Roskill in New Zealand. 8.84 at 77 for Ryan, and an 8.77 at 73 for Lucia.
Well, I'll tell you what, there's still a lot of junior dragsters in the lanes, and we've already had 39 qualifiers so far. Next up, Tyler Bellett for the TBRE Performance Junior Dragster to take on Tamika Carslake. So, more second and third generation racers here on the start line. Obviously, Tamika's dad, Ash, will be racing in modified later on.
He might be the thorn in your side, Mark.
Maybe.
And the TBRE performance car of Bellett, of course. You see Tony at the back there. Tony, one of the drivers, one of the fastest barrers in the world. Look at that, at 0.86 for Bellett. There's 1.41 there for Carslake. Tyler will go through for a 7.87 at 83 miles an hour. And Tamika, an 8.71 at 71 miles an hour. All those clean greens are good, Mark. And if you've got a 0 in front of it for a junior, first run off the thing.
I think that's a good goal to have. Would be just anything 0 on the tree in your qualifiers. Like, that's always just a good goal. If you can tighten it up, even better. But yeah.
Do we have all the guys who are running double O's, do we find out what they had for breakfast and everybody will copy it the next day? So, but Chase Carslake, go park yourself. Carlos Harvey, the Yuasa battery car. Another one of our fabulous, well, New Zealand competitors, but kind of local. And Chase, of course, from beautiful Yamato in the mighty double A. So Carlos, very successful here in Australia, very successful back in New Zealand, as is his sister. So well done to them. And if they're in the mix, you know you've worked very hard.
Oh, there we go. That's the best light we've seen today so far. Chase Carslake, 0.02. Harvey goes 0.42 red. And Carslake will go through 7.84, 80 mile an hour. And Carlos Harvey, he'll go to number 2 in qualifying with an 8.00 with a 5. So he was 2 thou off that number 1 spot, currently held by Nevaeh McDougall.
Yep. So Piper Bennett, Nash Pirano, the Ballistic Performance Parts, Double A Junior of Pirano, the Stratusform Consulting, New South Wales car of Piper Bennett, all the way from Alfords Point. So welcome to Queensland,
That looks
Piper.
good. It's like an old school paint job. That
It's
one.
like it's a funny car, like it should be, you know, on the money or... Yeah, well, Misbehavin' too is cool. Seriously, Piper, that is cool. It's got it all happening, hasn't it? Got the wing, it's got the little cover. It just looks the goods. Cuts a 104 red though for Piper. That's okay. Get it out of the way. A 0.94 for Nash. So the Double A Junior will go through for a 7.91 at 80 miles an hour neat, and an 8.20 at 79 miles an hour for Piper Bennett in Piper's first hit at the track today. As of course we are in qualifier number 1 here at the Winternationals for Junior Dragster.
Yeah, next up, Ryder Marsden to take on Charlie Niezensky. Let's see, Ryder getting guided into stage by his dad, Luke Marsden. There, he'll be campaigning in Prayakol this weekend. Ryder running in a C Junior Dragster. Charlie will in the Double A Junior Dragster. So the opposite ends of the spectrum here in their classes.
Good indication, Mark. Like if you're sitting at home and you're wondering what the distance between the two are and the speed. Both of them cut a red light. That's, you know, a neat kind of red. Zeros in it, so we'll accept that. But Charlie, a 7.97 at 82 mile an hour in the Double A, and a 12.76 at 51 for Ryder in the C Junior Dragster. But we're going to even them all up once we go into racing. We'll give them a dial in, and we'll send them racing, and someone's going to be going home Well, maybe not going home, but maybe putting it on the trailer and...
Well, that's it. Then that's why these qualifying passes are critical, because you want to record all the data, record the weather, what the weather is, track conditions are.
Well, like you said, too, they'll be racing again this afternoon at about 2 o'clock.
Yep.
And then tomorrow they will be there again at about 9 o'clock.
So
very similar.
Tomorrow morning, Q3. So round one is that's the important one. So that one's at 12 o'clock. So their most critical qualifier will be the second qualifier out of the 3 laps.
Because it'll be the closest they have to those conditions.
To the weather conditions that they'll have tomorrow in round one.
So Christian Canuli and Siobhan Harvey, the AA battle. The PC racing up against the Yuasa Battery Speedflow. AA Junior Heaven here. Oh, 012 for Siobhan red, but a 050 for Christian. Nice light there from Canuli. 785 at 81 for Christian, and a 771 at 85 for Siobhan. So our New South Wales and our New Zealand competitors there. Really is. This is what the Winternationals is all about, Mark. It really is, isn't it?
Yeah, and just having a look at the flags here at the moment. So we do have a little bit of a headwind going by the flags. So that'll definitely come into play as well, because that'll affect the performance of the race cars.
I like the way Mark's sitting up here as a racer, just studying everything and watching the conditions, because you get a lot even from the different styles of vehicles out here. You're taking a lot in, going. Hang on,
if you look at the overtaken lane shots here, you can see the flags and the way they're blowing.
I thought they just organised a wind machine, so it looked impressive. But anyway, Charlie Usher and Amelia Wright, the Plunkett Villa Tambourine, A Junior of Amelia, the MRE Electrical Charlie Usher, all the way from Cawdor. Gets out with a 063, Amelia with a 153. Little A Junior of Amelia will go through for an 839 at 75 miles an hour, and Charlie Usher a 1009 at 67 miles an hour. Are you sure we haven't had another 30 Junior Dragsters added in? That's a big field.
It is a massive field. Taylor Canuli now for PC Cranes to take on Lexi Lancaster on screen here. Yeah, 51 have qualified so far. So you can see Lexi there, Taylor Canuli for PC Cranes, PC Racing there.
And it wasn't, my eyes didn't deceive me. Liz was racing in Real Street.
Yeah, so I believe so. And had KPN.
You go, hop out of the car and you have to help the daughter. Like, is a mother's work never finished?
And probably have to make some lunch as well, I guess, back in
I want it known that Mark Allen said that, not Terry Dale. Anyway, Lexi cuts a 050, a 098 for Talon. Lexi goes through for an 812 at 80 miles an hour and an 863 at 73 for Talon Canuli.
I don't know if you've got kids at home, but they tend to not want to make their own lunches.
I have a 22-year-old at home still.
Yeah.
I don't make their lunch, Mark. I can tell you that right now.
I wish my kids would. Benjamin Attard here on track to take on Bailey Hawke. The robust works at Junior Dragster here for Bailey Hawke.
The big mighty ITF hire down the side there of Attard. Looks good, doesn't it? That's the statement. ITF hire. Look at that school. I love it when you get an opportunity to get a good sponsor and they just go, look, let's just bang that sponsor as big as we can on the side, because, you know, you're rewarding the people who are looking after you, who are putting their money in their pocket.
You want to know how competitive Junior Dragster is? I've got the results here that Wade has put together for us. Over the last 4 years, we haven't had a single driver make 2 finals. So every finalist, it's been their first lot.
Wow,
no one's doubled up. No one's got 2 runner-ups or anything like that. So
it's a lottery choosing. It's a lottery choosing the top 2, then, isn't it?
It really is.
I'll stick to choosing the 2 who are going to be in the final for Real Street, then. Thanks. What's the smallest category we've got? Top fuel motorcycle. The top fuel. Yeah, that's going to be easy to pick the final. No, it won't. Because that makes it so much easier when it's a smaller field. So Ben Haddard cuts a 033 red. That's okay. And a 043 clean for Bailey in the Robust Works A Junior with an 806 at 79 and Attard an 826 at 76 miles an hour.
But it just goes to show how hard it is just to make a final and be competitive in a class like Junior Dragster then. We've had 8 different names in the finals. In the
And
last
Mark,
4
if you
years.
look around all the other categories that we've got racing this weekend, look at the scattering of previous junior dragsters that are in this entire field. If you could add up every single person, you know, male and female, who have raced in another, there would be, you could have another entire field of junior dragster races if you went and grabbed every ex-junior dragster racer out here. It's pretty impressive. So they've learnt the trade.
Well, I was just having a look. Look, in Nitro Funny Car alone, Morris and Josh Lay both race junior dragster. Pro Out got Benny Bray race junior dragster. Chris Hargrave race junior dragster. You know, so that just looking at the pro feels like it's such a good.
It's cool, isn't it? It's actually really impressive.
Yeah, really cool. As we see, Riley Ito here goes through for a 796 at 80 miles an hour. Emma Lifting goes through for an 873 at 74 miles an hour. Great light from Riley though, 017, and Lifting went through with an 034 red. Next up, it'll be Georgia Lifting here for the Speedflow Junior Dragster.
Yeah, I don't think Emma will be too worried about it, mate. She's a good racer. She'll just move on. So Georgia Lifting in the Speedflow Products Tari A Junior, and Alexis Attard, of course, in the next of the ITF Hire A Juniors. Yeah, I don't think. Look, you want to cut a clean green, but I think some of them are probably testing it this morning, just a little bit, just giving it a crack.
Well, you do. You get pumped up as well. So I know that for a fact, because I use a delay box. But the Winter Nationals, for some reason, I just seem to react about 10 thou quicker than what I do all year round.
You're like me, mate. You're a stats man more than me. But do you check your Fitbit? What does it say?
Yeah, I've actually got the watch. It does record.
Oh, look!
I'll talk about this in a second. We see great lights here from Adard, 081 to an 089 from Lifting. And Lifting goes an 812 at 79 miles an hour, and Adard goes an 817 at 78 miles an hour. Yes, so yeah, I do. It does record my heart rate and that. So when I go into stage, it's usually around 100 to 110. It does. So it does go up. So my resting heart rate's around 60, 55 to 60.
Yep.
So yeah. So you
that
do,
is.
So
yeah.
There are some. Obviously, there's some nerves there, and whatever.
You'd think after all this time it'd be a bit lower, but no, that's
I'll
shows
I'll check it today, and we'll see how it goes.
Okay, cool. We'll hear that, Mark. We'll discuss that. But here we go. Dakota Bray, of course, in the Smith Transport A Junior. Jake McNamara and the Bank of Nan and Pop, of course. But Dakota Bray, if you get a chance to have a look on the Willowbank commentary site, on the Facebook site, have a look at Dakota's last run at the QDRC meet. We've got the
It'd been a while since we had a perfect pass, which Dakota Bray done. So I reckon it'd been probably about 10 years since we had one here at Willowbank.
Absolutely phenomenal. So we won't spoil the surprise, but go and have a look. At a 0.29 red for Dakota, a 0.66 clean for Jake. And Dakota runs through for an 8.22 at 78, and Jake an 8.49 at 74 miles an hour. So yeah, just jump on the Willowbank commentary site and have a look at that beautiful looking clean run. That is just impressive. That's a time slip you'd want to have framed.
Oh, 100%. Cade Fowler now. I like the look of the junior. He's got the same artwork as the
it has too. How
top
cool is
sportsman
that?
car in the family.
Yep.
And he'll be taking on Xavier Holtz for Mad Dog Motorsports.
I'm not going to be mean here, but Cade's AU is nowhere near as fast as the other car.
The other car does go into the 60s.
It's
200 mile an hour.
200 mile an hour.
Yeah.
It's pretty. Well, it's always fun and always cool to call. So the Fowler Freight A Junior of Cade, and of course the Mad Dog Motorsports Xavier Holtz with the flames, the silver flames.
.125 light there for Fowler to a 260 for Holtz. And Cade Fowler will get there first with an 8.39 at 77 mile an hour, and Holtz goes through for a 10.07 at 63 mile an hour. Hey, this field is huge.
Oh, it is.
It is now up to 63, and there are still a few more to go. So we had 68 entered. We've had one that had no time recorded, so we've actually had 64 juniors go down the track. So we might have all 68 here front in round one of qualifying. Mia Grace Hopkins now to take on Nixon Canuli. Now, Nixon is one of those junior dragster drivers that has featured in the final for the Winternationals. He won in 2023.
Will we see someone break the hoodoo mark?
Yeah, no one's
That's
gone
the
back to
thing,
back
but-
in a long time.
But once the commentators start to mention it, now have a look at
Yeah.
the Mia Grace Hopkins crew member there, the Bad Hip Racing, has the awesome looking on the back of their jumper, the Bad Hip in the gold to match the juniors livery. How good does that look? Nice work.
Oh,
Oh,
003
Mia.
red, so close to Mia Grace. 070 on the green side for Nixon Canuli. And Canuli goes through for a 771, 84 miles an hour. And Mia Grace Hopkins goes 803 at 81 mile an hour. Next up here, and this will be the last pairing, I believe, here in Junior Drags to finish off this huge qualifying session. It'll be Luca Lamatina to take on Jet Pirano.
Oh, that's a tough pairing too,
Angry
with
Carrot.
Lamatina and Pirano.
Yeah.
Pirano very successful. Jet has been very successful in the Beck's Hair Lounge AA. The Brother Bank account, all the way from Victoria, of course, for Luca. The Angry Carrot. Both of them. Both cars have teeth.
Here we go. Currently, number one qualifier is still Nevaeh McDougall with that 8.003, so 3,000 over the AJD index there of 800. Luca want to get into stage. We've already had one junior timed out today. Great reaction time. 0.23 for Lamatina, 0.99 for Pirano. The final pairing here in qualifying session number 1. Lamatina goes 8.14, 79 miles an hour. Pirano goes 8.15, 78 miles an hour. And that brings a close to Junior Dragster qualifying session number 1. And we are now moving into modified bike.
That was wild, Mark. Absolutely wild. Are you jumping off the microphone, I do believe? So we're having the fabulous Mr. Mark Allen is going to exit the commentary box because he's got some qualifying to do in his modified dragster, which will be really good. So we're looking forward to seeing how one of our commentators goes behind the wheel instead of behind the microphone. Always exciting. As I said, we earlier had in Junior Dragster, of course, one of our commentators, of course, young Carl Schultz. And good to see them both having a go at the mic and the wheel and doing everything they can. But what a stunning looking day it is out here, ladies and gentlemen. I hope you are all settled and enjoying it. Big shout to everybody who's up on the grandstand, starting to build up. I hope you're all well. Big shout out to our crew over there on the grassy area. I hope you are all well. Give us a wave. They don't want to give us a wave. No, they're all too tired maybe over there. So here we go. We are moving into modified bike qualifier number 1. Tony Wilson, Johnny Lewis, the motorcycle towing 24/7 Hayabusa of Wilson, and of course the Falcon Diesel Kawasaki of Lewis. Johnny, both. You can just see Johnny crouching down over that bike. Mike's got some tow. Always a pleasure to watch. Mike's a little bit of a, can be a little bit mischievous at times for Johnny, but not today. Double reds there for Wilson and Lewis. 081 for Lewis, 019 red for Wilson, but Johnny will go through for an 820 at 162 and Tony a 999 at 147 miles an hour. So Donald Hagan, Mark Lucky Gordon on the Lucky Moto Suzuki. Of course, the Outback Flooring Hayabusa of Don Hagan. As I said, Mark, he's a little bit off colour this week, but let's hope that he'll be feeling good for after this first run, because you get that adrenaline pumping, and if he cuts a good light, he'll be happy. And he most certainly does. A 006 there for Mark, a 088 for Don Hagan. Nice work there from Mark. Well done, my man. A 9.42 at 138. Donald Hagan, a 9.62 at 143 mile an hour in the top end. Well done, gents. Shane Wenzel, Brett McEnroe, the Gold Coast Carpentry Suzuki of McEnroe, the Hayabusa of Wenzel. We are in modified bike. All manner of bikes here this weekend. Well, 130 light there for Shane, a 206 for Brett. Let's have a little look through what Shane can run it through at. A 9.48 at 142, and Brett McEnroe a 9.67 at 146 miles an hour. So we have competitor 5449 here, and Mitchell Woodford. So Mitchell in the custom motorcycle addiction Suzuki. Mitchell gets out with a 129. The Speedfo lane is 618. And Woodford will go through for 955 with a 6 at 148. And the Speedfo lane, oh, that was quick. They give me a chance. It went through. Okay. So Jamie White, Christopher Shepard, the Pro Cycle Dyno BMW of Chris, and the Fleet Path Tech of Jamie White. Oh, the bike digs down there for Jamie. A 0.34, nice light. A red light there for Chris. We'll get that out of the road early. All eyes on White. We'll go 9.45 at 142, and Shepard a 9.57 at 153 for young Chris on the bike. On two wheels again today instead of four, so well done. Is there anything that young man can't do? So Dale Marshall, Bow Strike, the Final Strike Contracting Harley, and the on-site mobile panel and paint Suzuki of Marshall. So the AA mod bike. Well, gets out nicely, does Dale Marshall, a 0.88 and a 111 there for Bo. Goes through for an 8.71 at 152 for Dale Marshall, a 9.64 at 144 for Bow Strike. So Phil White and Sean Ricketts. Sean Ricketts on the Heavy Duty Magazine Kawasaki, the Marty Moto Whip Switch Kawasaki of Phil White. So let's have a little look at this. White and Ricketts. Good fielder modified bike. It'll be a tough category as it always is. Oh, 0.73 for Ricketts, a 0.65 for Phil White. Goes through sharp. Phil White will go through for 9.57 at 150, and Sean a 9.43 at 141 miles an hour. Matthew Jones and Jesse James Barnes, the Pro Tune motorcycle Suzuki of Barnes, and of course the Nehemiah Fishing Charters Harley out of Cooey-Rupp in Victoria. Oh, imagine having a Fishing Charters as your sponsor. Wade, are you online yet?
Yes, morning, Terry. How are you?
Good morning, Mr. Wade Benson.
I must have missed my cue, but look, we did joke about you commentating in several different voices this morning.
Mate,
on your own, but look, I decided I'll put you out of your misery.
I was just thinking whether I have to go into two voices this early in a meeting.
How's the tough bit of kit down there for Matt on the Harley? Let's see how he goes.
Those V-rods, have a look at it. It goes all right though. Run it through for 9.55 at 140, and Jesse a 9.26. Those guys are quick on the 9.26, quick on the screen, aren't they?
You're not blinking, you'll miss it.
We're aiming for a 3 o'clock finish.
Yeah. Here for a good time, not a long time, Terry.
So Rebecca Marsden and Scott Mutch, the Pro Cycle Dyno Suzuki of Scotty, the Honda of Rebecca Marsden.
There it is. There is the first 000 for the weekend, thanks to Scott Much over in the Rocket Lane on the Pro Cycle Dyno. So we didn't have to wait long to get that out of the way,
Scotty. Well done, my man. The Logan Village lifestyle's good. Down there and probably on acreage down there. Well done. So Rachel Wilkins and Rochelle Strike, the Gasoline Alley Harley of Rochelle, the Penrite Oils Hayabusa of Rachel Wilkins. How good does a little H2 racing bike look weighed out there?
It's the two different sort of riding styles that you see it modified, isn't it? You got the Harley over there, which is the cruiser style. You're quite upright, and then you see Rachel right over the tank there. Got the big swing arm out the back. It means business.
It is all business. Oh, the bike absolutely spun off the line. But Rochelle doesn't mind. She's gone 132, a 202 for Rachel. She'll straighten the bike up and get it through for a 10.13 at 152 for Rachel. And Rochelle, a 10.25 at 134 on the mighty Harley.
So Johnny Lewis still the number one qualifier in our first session of Mod Bike with that 8.20. We'll see how Adam and Mark Harris and Adam Hill can go here. Pair of Harleys on the line. Something you'd probably see down at your local shopping centre coming out of the car park or down the highway. But here they are at Willowbank on a crisp Thursday morning. So 016 red for Adam, 147 for Mark. Nice big flame out the pipe there for Mark as well. Picks the wheel up, cuts the flame. He's got it all happening. Goes through for 9.14 at 141. Does Harris, and a 10.17 at 129 for Adam Hill on the Wildcar Customs bike. Oh, here's the man of the moment, Mr. Brian Alvizio in the BMA Gas and Water Kawasaki, the on-site panel repairs bike of Jeffrey Marshall. Both some big motored bikes. Yeah, both have made plenty of finals too here at Willowbank, so we'll see come the end of the weekend if either of them make the final. But a 0.99 light there for Jeff. Brian, not something you'd see often, a red light, 0.46, but if you're going to have one, first session, get it out of the road. That's it. And just don't even talk about it for the rest of the weekend. Yeah. So an 8.91 for Alvizio and a 8.72 there for Jeff. So Jason Hamelswang, the Hammer. Tammy Goldthorpe, the Powerhouse Dyno Tuning Suzuki, of course the Bexo Motors Yamaha of Hamelswang. Jason, it never feels like a winter's unless I'm calling Jason out at some point in time for a lot of years. Yeah. And you recognise the leathers, don't you? The yellow and brown Yamaha leathers. Mate, tough customer. I mean, he's the sort of guy who can come back from not racing a lot and then come to a winters and just take it. Yeah. He's that good. But there you go. Look, a couple of red lights there for Goldthorpe and Hamelswang. A 0.28 for Jason, a 0.48 red for Tam. That's okay. 8.62 for Goldthorpe and a 9.91 there for Hamelswang. Yeah, that's a rare thing. I suppose they're testing it. These guys are used to testing that tree to the point they would have just seen that 000 and gone, oh, well, there's 000s available. Yeah. Can I please put an order for one? But not at qualifying. Our local QDRC events, Terry, they've been handing them out for fun this year. Yep, I think we've had about 7 at each event. Everybody gets one. Everybody gets a trip zip. Look, you can all have one. I think even the commentators got one. Everybody gets one. So what a fantastic looking day here it is for us, Wade, to be up in the commentary box looking over this beautifully prepared track. And the grounds look absolutely stunning. I mean, serious. Just pristine. So Marcus McDonald and Jataya Chalk, the Nikki V Artistry Ninja, up against the 1320 Motorsport Yamaha. Yeah, so moving in from modified bike into our junior bike ranks over the 8th mile, just like the Junior Dragsters we saw earlier today. And we do have 17 in junior drag bike. How long ago was it we only had just a handful? How long is it before we had just a handful? But now they get into it. Look, double reds there for Jataya and Marcus, but that's okay. Chalk will go through for 9.70 at 74, and McDonald a 9.35 at 75 miles an hour.
Coming in hot from the burnout. Lawrence Rochella over there on the Harley just comes up to do some testing at the last QDRC and goes, you know what, I'll do better than testing. I'll just win the event. Thank you very much.
Yeah. On a Harley, mind you. I'm sure all the Japanese bike owners would have something to say about that. They think, what? But no, well done. Is it the only Harley in the field for today's, for the winters?
Yeah, for the junior bike ranks. It's
It
the
is?
only Harley
Nice work.
currently running around, so something a little bit different. And then you got Kobe Ashelford in the Yamaha for Denani Hole Shots, all the way from Western Australia.
Oh! Big wheel stand there for Laurie. Just straight up. And look, on a junior drag bike, seriously. Kobe's cut a red, but that's okay. And the Denani Hole Shots Yamaha will go through for an 881 at 75. But the big call was Rochella with a 1502 on a junior drag bike with a wild wheel stand. I don't know if we're going to get a replay on that. You're allowed to have replays or not?
That was spectacular, wasn't it?
It was, if you, here it is. Oh, hang on.
Ask you to
Here it
show
is.
the
Everybody have a look on the screen. Look at that.
Oh.
Whoa. That was wild. Hey, my bum hurt after that, that's for sure. Ouch.
If you get clearance from Amberley next time you try and do that, right, Lawrence?
Yeah.
The Air Force Base is nearby.
Bike's just... Well, if we wanted to know how sticky the track was, Rochelle has just said... Lawrence has just said, there it is, Terry. There is the stick on the track. So there you go.
And the Harleys aren't the lightest bike either.
No. So Cooper Plummer up against Eliza Harris. The Art with Attitude Quacker up against the David Collis Yamaha. Nice work from both those riders. Cooper a 018, Eliza a 032. So a couple of good lights there. An 883 for Harris and an 879 for Plummer at 75 miles an hour for both competitors.
So Bailey Paul and Jonathan Fulton, our next pairing coming through. The Ninja of Jonathan Fulton, Kawasaki for Bailey Paul over in the Rocket Lane. You can see both tucked down as aerodynamically as they can behind the windshields. Pretty even lights, a 127 for Bailey, a 132 green for Jonathan. And Bailey gets to the 8th mile first with an 857 at 78 miles per hour. And Jonathan will round out his first qualifying session at 958 at 70 miles per hour on the Ninja.
So Nevaeh McDougall and Jaden Badcock. The Oswheels, a junior drag bike of McDougall, the Pro Cycle Dyno Industries motorcycle, of course, of Badcock, the AA junior drag bike.
Yeah, well, we've seen that Nevaeh already this morning in the Junior Dragster, goes #1 qualifier. So see what you can do on the bike. These two would
Whoa, both wheels up. Everyone watching at home are going, well, these junior drag bikes are a little bit off tap this morning, going a little bit crazy. Look, a 100 light for McDougall, a 084 for Badcock, and an 878 for Jaden, and a 934 for Nevaeh.
I'd like to see him do that in a Junior Dragster.
Well, they're probably enjoying the fact that they can do that on the drag on the drag bike. I mean, it doesn't necessarily negate to a better time or a better light, but it definitely negates to being on the highlights package or being on the dragphotos.com.au site. That's the way it works.
They would have got it. But Reece Mason with a 076 light in the Rocket Lane. Speed flow lane of Kai Badcock a 018. So he was pretty sharp on the tree. Junior Drag Bike Oz sponsoring Reece this weekend and also sponsoring the Junior Drag Bike category for the Winternationals. So big shout out to Junior Drag Bike Oz for jumping on board. And I'll finish off a 912 at 73 miles an hour for Reece and Kai an 864 at 78 miles per hour.
So all the wheel stands have been in junior drag bike. I know we've got super sedans still to come, and we know what those mischievous bunch are like. There'll be some wheels up action. So get on dragphotos.com.au and have a look at Dave's site, and Dave will have a lot up for Willowbank as well anyway.
Yeah, even some of the modifieds last weekend, the dragsters, they were picking the
really?
wheels up. Yeah, it was pretty spectacular.
That's a long haul. So here we go. Look at this. So Reece so Vans cuts a 129, a 276 there for Cooper. And Piranha will go through for 918 at 72, and Ashelford a 891 at 76 in the Denani Hot Shots junior drag bike.
There we go. So we got Blake and Lillian Hagan You reckon there'll be something on the line here for who gets the quicker reaction time? This time it'll go to Blake because Lillian's got 016 red.
Lillian was a little bit keen. Thinking, I've got to beat Blake. I don't want to hear the end of it. But Lillian will have to put up with hearing the end of it for at least until next round. So 881 at 76 for Lillian and 913 at 77 for Blake. All the way from beautiful Monto on the Outback flooring pair of junior drag bikes. So well done to the Hagans, and congratulations for making it here to beautiful, sunny Willowbank Raceway. How good does it look out there, Wade? You can see our great vision from our overtaking lane. If you jump on the Willowbank site, I'm sure you will see the link there. And you can watch the live stream, and I do hope you're all seeing at home. As I said earlier, what's the time now? 10 odd. You could probably still be having a Scotch finger biscuit and a cup of tea sitting there in your lounge room with the big screen, hearing us, probably with the sound down, hopefully, listening to you and I, but that's okay.
Put the AirPods in at work and have it just behind 7 or 8 Excel spreadsheets. It's playing in the background.
7 or 8 Excel spreadsheets. Mate, how much work have you got going on at once?
Just need that report done by 10 o'clock.
Mate, I can only concentrate on one spreadsheet at a time. So here we go. We are moving into Super Street. So it's going to start to get a little bit hectic. What I might do is I might actually jump off for this category because it's got 72 entrants, and I might give our co-commentator, Mr. Carl Schultz, a run at the Super Street.
I was wondering what you
would you be up for that, Carl? Excellent, mate. I'd love to have you on.
I think Carl absolutely nailed it last weekend at the warm-ups. So let's see how he goes in our Super Street bracket here today at the Winternationals. Hayley Scott and Nicole Goldie will get us underway with qualifying session number 1 of Super Street. So 0.34 for Nicole, 1.54 for the Nissan GTR of Hayley Scott. Scott Speed on board, the Total Cover Earthworks XE of Nicole will finish off with 11.58 at 117 miles per hour. And for Hayley, a 10.17 at 131 miles per hour. And Carl, a big good morning to you, mate. You've already been very busy this morning.
Yeah, sure have, Wade. How have you been?
I'm good, mate. Getting the helmet off and straight on with the headset.
Yep, still got the race pants and race boots on.
Nice and warm, mate. Nice and warm.
Yep, getting ready for our afternoon session still. As you see, Barry Lode and Seth Jarvis.
Yeah, Barry in the Cortina. He's been out here doing some testing over the last couple of months. Hasn't been all smooth sailing, but let's hope this first qualifying session for Barry is exactly that. Seth Jarvis there, nice light 007 in the Utes. Finished off at 10.85 at 125 miles per hour. And for Barry Lode, a 12.10 at 119 miles per hour. So, Carl, you've done a lot of calling in our street series over the past 12 months, so you'd recognise some of these races that are coming through?
Yep, sure would, Wade. It's good to see some of our locals coming up for the Winternationals as well. We get a lot of entries up here, make some nice big brackets. So
none bigger than one of your brackets, mate, in Junior Drags. How was that this morning, having to wait back there in the staging lanes? You're out in the middle?
Yeah, I was towards the end there. It wasn't too bad. The track is really well prepped, so had a little bit of trouble staging, but got there eventually, and so unfortunately did a mark, went a bit red. So
no reds to be seen. That pairing Samantha Yulton a 0.23 green, 167 for Troy Hutton in the HKU to 10.86 at 121 miles per hour for Samantha Yulton at 11.38 at 120 miles per hour.
Now this next car, I think we've seen that out here a few times. It's going to be Sean Taskus.
Just a fair few times, and it's previously had the big number 1 on the side of the door as well as a previous Australian champion, current track champion in Super Street here at Willowbank.
Tell you what, 008 from Kevin Toy. It gets 0.58 to Sean Taskus. And looks like Kevin Toy will go through for a 10.96, 11.00 for Sean Taskus. So if he's looking for an 11.0, I think he'd be spot on there.
Yeah, well, I suppose it's about setting a bit of a benchmark, isn't it, in your first qualifier to see where the track is and what you're running.
Definitely.
And as Mark and Terry said earlier, for you guys in Junior Dragsters, probably the second qualifying session is the most important because that's going to be the most similar weather conditions for your first round tomorrow.
have had that conversation this morning with Dad. I said that second qualifier is where we need to gauge it for tomorrow. So
don't stuff it up.
Nope. Josh McMurray, our 060, 088 red for Benjamin Cox in the Commodore wagon. If you can ever stab the tree round, Q1 is the time to do it. Get that red light out of the way. 11:49 for Josh McMurray. 12:06 for the Commodore. So we have Liam Mumford and Ace Edwards.
I absolutely love the commitment for some of our travelling teams this weekend, coming all the way again from WA with Liam Mumford down there in the Commodore Utes. So a big shout out to all of our travelling racers that the times aren't easy if you're hitting the road and travelling. So a big shout out to everyone that's come from near or far. 480 races in the house this weekend. And Super Street, our biggest bracket, with 72 competitors. Ace Edwards, he's made a few Winternationals finals before, so he knows how to get it done at big meetings over in the Pontiac.
Pontiac is certainly aggressive looking. 0.49 on the tree, 0.32 for Liam Mumford. And Edwards will go through for a 10.09 at 135 mile an hour. Liam Mumford, 11.57 at 117. Next up, Stephen Hodge and Terry Grieve. Terry Grieve from Queensland. So another one of our locals. So you believe much in a home field advantage?
Oh, look, I always do, whether it's motorsport or drag racing. It would tend to give you. I mean, drag racing's a pretty even sport, isn't it?
Yes.
When it comes down to a lot of the details, but a home ground advantage always helps when you're familiar with your surroundings.
Yep. Sure does. As we see Matty McKnight up next and John McKnight.
How did these two get paired up together?
I think this would have been done on purpose.
You reckon they would have done that on purpose? Is there any bragging rights on the line we need to be aware of?
Definitely. Father and son, we've seen these two, I think it's almost a tradition, Q1 versus each other.
Yeah, just be careful because they might have 88 FM tuned in and they might be listening to what you say, Carl. So don't give too much of your secrets away.
It's been a while since they've raced each other. I'll tell you what, 0.54 for John McKnight, 0.75 for Matty.
Matty's just got to do better.
Teaching his son how to do it,
He's
John
just
did.
got to do better.
Going to sledge him a bit, and John goes through for a nice 11.70. That's a great pass there. 12.42 for Matty McKnight in the HG.
Nice work. I'm sure you can go back and give Granddad a pat on the back later on.
Yep. He said he'd be happy if it wasn't a red, so.
John Riley and Mark Rosso now coming forward. Both plenty of experience in the Super Street ranks. Bit of slight wheels up on both sides of the track for Mark and John. But, oh, look at John. Straight on the tree. Whatever he had for breakfast works. 009. You take that in your first qualifier. And a 0.82 for Mark. He'd be happy with that as well. 11.45 for the Camaro at 116 miles per hour. And John Riley in the Ute goes at 11.89.
The way it's going so far, similar warm-ups. Like I said, if I had $1 for every 00 light, I think I'd be rich by the end of the weekend.
You'll be able to afford your next race vehicle.
Yeah. I'm paying for entries. 0.53 for Darren Piddington. 0.220 for Jay Allen in the Tirana. And Piddington gets their first 10.999 and 11.14 for Jay Allen.
So number one qualifier, Ace Edwards at the moment, currently with a 10.09. So that's the number they're looking to beat to be number one qualifier. Leonie Somerville in the HJ. Couple of red lights. Brady Newcomb for Village Motors over in the Commodore. Getting the biz done in Q1. A 10.58 for Bodie and a 10.35 at 132 miles an hour for Leonie Somerville.
This will be one of the quickest cars we've seen in the Super Street class. We do see a variation. We can see mid to high 12s, and then you get 10-second street cars like that. So it's good to see a variation in the speeds. As we see Christine Thompson and John Borg.
I think we saw both out testing last weekend at the winter warm-up, so we'll see if they can put that into practice.
I think you're right. John Borg gets out with a 0.21. 113 red for Christine Thompson. Like you say, getting out of the way for the weekend. 10.50 with a 1 for Christine. A 10.777 for John Borg.
And if you've cut a red light in your first qualifier and then you cut a red in your second qualifier, are you nervous before your third?
Definitely.
Well, let's hope that doesn't happen, mate.
Yep. Hopefully, I see Wayne Niparis and Tom Ryan. Australian Muscle versus American Muscle. 100 for Tom. 019 red for Wayne in the 71 Camaro. And Tom will go through for an 1150, 1188 for Wayne. You recognise this car, Wade?
Yes, Tim Barron and Tim Payne. Pair of Tims on the line. Tim versus Tim. Battle of the Tims.
Tim Barron having some success recently in the Street Series. We've seen this car here. He's done plenty of laps here before.
Yeah, Tim Payne has made some adjustments to the car, so hoping to see what it can do this morning.
I think Tim's going to win.
Yeah, Tim's going to...
068 for Tim Barron, 0.157 for Tim Payne. And Barron will go through for an 1156, a 1265 for Tim Payne. So we have Warren Sander, Henry Spisak. I think I'm saying that right.
In I can tell you that's not a Volkswagen.
Nope.
So that looks like a...
Could be a VF.
Yeah, like an R8 or something. Commodore. Anyway, it's up against Warren Sander. Bit old school versus new school.
Nice. 016 to a 0.174. And Henry will get there first with a 1204, 1259 for Warren Sander. Looks like our next pair will be Lachlan McCaskill and Tex Griffiths.
Yeah, well, you come to expect a big smoky burnout from Tex Griffiths when he's down on the line down there. It's a lot of car to get off the line. You want to make sure there's some heat in the tyres.
Big long Plymouth.
Yeah, that's it.
Now we do see the 1 on the side of the car there. So Tex looking to make his mark at Winternationals. Prove a point showing that the number does mean something up against Lachlan McCaskill.
That's it. You generally expect a pretty sharp light, don't you, from those that are sporting the number 1 on the side of the car?
Definitely Wade. It's a 098 for Tex. 116 for Lachlan. And the Plymouth will go through for a 1041 at 128 mile an hour. 1413 for Lachlan. Tell you what, nice big burnout there for the Mustang. We don't see too many 60-foot burnouts in Super Street.
Dust off the tyres. They're ready to rock and roll. But Ray Ross as well, he's no stranger to giving us a big smoky burnout. Got a little bit sideways as well. It's always pretty wild.
Doesn't mind giving us a bit of wheels up either.
Oh, give us a show. And Ray Ross will deliver the plant the good years in the Willowbank surface and he'll hang on. Mustang though, it looks pretty quick, doesn't it?
Yep, for Adrian Morton.
Adrian. So he's got no excuses. The Hoosies are ready to rock and roll. There's the wheels up from Ray Ross.
No, nice 032 reaction time, 0.4 for Adrian.
Boy! Bit of a movement there for Ray.
Car not happy. 1017 for Adrian, 1337 for Ray Ross. Definitely not numbers we're used to seeing from him. If we have a look at the screen.
No, certainly not. You got to ask nicely like Terry does. You see,
I want the replay now.
Yeah, that's the Terry asked for a deep end camera. He gets a deep end camera.
There we go.
Oh, here's Ray Ross. You'll see about, well, it got out of the groove, didn't it? And then about half track, it's looking okay. And then it just had a bit of a moment about there.
Yep.
About half track, it had a bit of a wobble. And Ray did the right thing. An experienced racer, backed out of it. He can always come back in the next round.
definitely. Obviously, Glenn Wardle and Craig Warren. Craig Warren all the way from New South Wales. I think Glenn might have gone through, might have had an issue with the building the RPM there.
He must have been pretty lucky that the tree was in sequence or something, because he went pretty early, but
Yes.
it was late enough that he still registered a time. So we'll get a bit of data out of that run, but probably not the data he was looking for. There you go. Get the Cordy sideways. Oh, yeah. Bang hands together, folks, for Trevor Davis. Put on a show in the Cortina. How good's that? What do you reckon, Carl? Do you reckon the Junior Dragster could rip a skid like that in the next qualifying session?
I'd hope not.
I not.
No, if I had front brakes, I'd be holding it in the water box. But
Don't think your dad would be too impressed either.
no, definitely not. But if I step into Super Street, no doubt you'll see a bit of smoke.
100%, mate.
It looks like the Cortina is getting pushed back. So issues there, unfortunate for Trevor Davis. John Widrill, however, 165 on the tree. We'll go through for a 12:32 at 119.
So, unfortunately for Trevor in the Cortina, it was a big, strong, smoky burn at the start, but that's all we got to see of it. Still in our first session here of Super Street for qualifying session 1, day 1 of the Gulf Western Oil Winternationals here at Willowbank Raceway. So quick clean up down there in the speedflow lane. Big shout out to our Green Army down there, our officials and volunteers. Plenty of them kicking around the venue and helping make sure that the meeting runs nice and smoothly, keeping our races nice and safe. So were you happy with your first qualifying session this morning, Carl? Is there anything that you would have liked to have seen different? Or
The car ran well, 774, so we would have preferred a 770, so only 400th off, but Dad's not too disappointed with the bit of headwind there is out there, if you have a look at the flags. So when are you going to come out for a winter Nats, Wade?
yeah, nah.
Is your car quick enough for a real street?
Definitely not. Naturally aspirated, never. Too heavy.
Too heavy?
And then I sit in and it's even heavier. So we've had 37 qualifiers in this first session, 72 car field.
Have a look at the burnout for the HQ there.
Nice and smoky. And when we get the smoke, it'll show us the wind conditions out there, which, as you said, a bit of a headwind this morning.
So we see Keith Draper and Gary Dobson. .699 for Keith and a 1.3 for Gary. Not something we would normally see.
Probably not a light that you'd be happy with, is it?
Do my eyes deceive me?
Yeah.
On the start line right now? Is that a
Tirana Ute? That is pretty cool, isn't it?
That is.
76 job. Get it done customs. I reckon that's an in-house job. So you know what? Sign me up. Sign me up for one of them.
definitely good promotional material there?
Imagine how many they would have sold out of the factory if they come out like that.
A 1-ton Tirana.
So nice work for Terry. We will enjoy seeing that car out each time it hits the track here this weekend. 174 light to a 159. Bob Conley and Anthony Spataro in the Dodge, but Bob Conley with the Big Bobby's Chicken. There's a 1-tonner.
There we go.
Traditional 1-tonner.
Tell you what, for Bob, 004. Putting on a good impression. Start day one of the Winternationals, .228 for Anthony. And a 10.51 for Bob. 12.24 for Anthony.
And if Big Bobby's chicken do deliveries, it's going to get there pretty quickly with Bob behind the wheel, isn't it? So Andrew McClellan and Mark Elburn. So the wagon and the utes coming forward. Power Plus Race Fuels on board for the HQ ute there with Mark. Making the trek up from down south. Drop Air Motorsports on board for the Commodore wagon of Andrew. So their first opportunity to lay down a pass here at the Winternationals.
Just up by 6 red for Mark.
Yeah, just the wrong side of the tree there, but I'm sure he'll sharpen that up for the next pass. And Andrew McClellan, 213 light, finished off at 11.87 at 115 miles per hour, and for Mark, an 11.62 at 115 miles per hour.
The battle of the Daves. Dave Morton and David Richards.
I don't see many of the Euro cars in Super Street, so good to see the BMW out there representing Team Euro if you're a Euro fan.
Yeah, right, Wade. We will only see a handful, if that, in our Super Street categories. .050 red for Dave Morton, .045 for Dave Richards in the wagon. And Morton will go through for an 11.52 and a 12.12 for Richards.
So we got Barry Ashen and Christy Bauer, two of our local racers coming forward. So I see them do plenty of laps here at Willowbank Raceway.
.058 for Christy, .095 for Barry. And Barry will go through it for 11.09, 11.28 with an 8 for Christy. Look at the rims on the car for Gary Smith.
It's like when you've got drag racing at 10 and then you've got the show and shine at 12:30, you know? You want to be the best of both worlds.
Tell you what, I hate to be Gary if I was pitted in the grass to go up on the dirt road. To see Craig Williams in the Mustang and Travis Greaves in the XD.
The older school Mustangs just look good down on track, don't they, in whatever bracket they're entered in. Wheel spin on both sides of the track, though, so that'll hurt both of their ETs. 0.71 on the tree for Travis and a red light there for Craig. But Travis will go at 10.80 at 125 miles an hour. Craig Williams with 11.92. So I mentioned that the ET probably slightly down for both based on the wheel spin on the start line.
See Peter Thomas. I think he might have had the most passes last weekend.
Yeah.
Saw him do quite a few laps up against Trent Caldwell in the VL wagon. .250 for Peter. .573 for Trent. And Thomas will go through for an 11.11 at 120. Trent goes through with an 11.78. See Brett Kelly in the very aggressive looking Falcon up against Carl Grading. And the fam on bit of nitrous purge at the back of the bonnet.
Yeah, Brett had a win here at the Winternationals in 2022, so he'll be looking to get back into the finals. Nice little wheel stand there from him as well in the Falcon. It's more of a tease of a wheel stand, wasn't it? Just give you a little bit of it. I'll try and give you some more later. Carl finishes off an 11.82, and for Brett it was a 10.26 at 128 miles per hour in that last pairing we saw down the track.
So next pair will be Dylan Bennett and Jeff Pacey. Jeff Pacey in the Bel Air. Dylan in the Mazda.
Man, it almost sounds like it could come in for a yeah. He's going to tip it in for the burnout. Here he comes. No, he's not. Well, problems there for both of them. So for Dylan and Jeff had a 0.34 light. So for a lot of car to get off the line, it did so pretty quickly. And then Dylan, he stopped down there about 2/3 of the way down the track. Now, both races, and we've seen this already this morning, both obviously were listening in the driver's briefing because they've had something go wrong. They've both pulled over to do the right thing. If there is anything coming out from under the car, any oil or fluids, they've pulled over, and it just lessens the time for a clean-up if they were to roll down the whole track. Now, we're in qualifying, but if this was a race, you'd probably end up seeing a running race to determine a winner. Because neither of them got to the finish line.
Imagine that in a Winternats final.
So how quickly have you done any practice? Have you done any practice, Carl, in having to jump out of a junior dragster quickly if you've ever got to run to the finish line?
Definitely not.
No. You're a fit young man, mate. You play plenty of soccer on your weekends.
Do it
when you're not racing.
Winternationals final Talladega style.
Yeah.
As soon as it's green, both drivers jump out.
Would have been 7 or 8 years ago in Perth. We had the pro stock bike final where they were, or there was a race where they had to run to the finish, push their bikes to the finish line. I always think you juniors are practicing when you're running out in the paddock after racing finishes.
That might come in handy.
Yeah.
How fun would that be? Junior Dragster final, Winternationals. For some reason, there's a 50-second dial on the side of the car. What's going on here? Oh, he's out of the car.
It's a Le Mans start and a Le Mans finish. Are you saying that if you make the final this weekend, that you're not going to stage with your dragster, you're just going to run the 8th mile?
I think that give the crowd something to cheer about.
Just imagine if you ran a 000 light and then ran right on your dial in. Anyway, that's we've got plenty of racing to come, Carl, before we start talking about finals. And here we've got Aidan Stutchbury and Ben Ramsey from Yarrabilba, not too far here from Willowbank Raceway. And Aidan from the Dialed In Racing crew, making the trek up from Jordan Springs in New South Wales. The Commodore and Ben over in the tidy little ute over there.
Nice big fuel cell in the back for Ben. Ben supporting ironclad fencing. Aiden in the Darting Racing Commodore. 052 for Aiden, 060 for Ben. Pair of very good lights. And we will see Ben go through for a 10.43, a 10.51 for Aiden.
Yeah, both were pretty evenly matched there, weren't they, over the quarter mile? So nice spec, puts them in 7th and 9th qualifier.
We'll see Corey Stutchberry and Brett Nee.
Neither wasting any time coming into full stage. A 153 green for Brett, red light 080 red for Corey. And the second of the Dialed Racing Commodores. See what they are quarter mile time wise. A 10.67 and 126 miles an hour. And for Brett, he will go at 10.68. So even evenly matched. 128 miles per hour there in that pairing.
To our next pair, Josh Heinrich. Definitely seen this car out here a few times. And Sammy Joe Johnson.
There's a bit of a flex in Super Street, Carl, when you can show off your nitrous out of the front bonnet there, the purge. Now she might be able to give the number 1 qualifying spot a bit of a nudge here.
0.69 reaction time for Sammy, 0.35 for Josh. I'll tell you what, 10.17 for Sammy. That is a very quick pass. 10.32 for Josh. Looks like we have another Josh. Josh Fletcher in the Tirana. Another car we've seen out here quite a few times.
Yeah, just a few, in quite a few finals as well.
Definitely.
And quite a few championships to add on top of that. For Josh, we'll see Josh doing double duties, and that's not usually how the Tirana will get out of the blocks.
Definitely not. So Josh down at the Nitro Champs in Sydney, bring the Tirana down. Have checked him, had a few issues. So looking to get them sorted. Obviously, one in the dragster, so
Yeah.
I don't think he could complain about that trip too much.
Definitely not. Tony Arrington there as well. He's had success. The winners having been runner-up back in 2023. So it looks like our Super Street bracket, their first qualifying session is run and done, and it's in the books. The next time we will see them will be a little bit later this afternoon at around 3 o'clock for their second qualifying session. So, Carl, big well done, mate. You've ticked that box and been able to commentate at your first Winter Nationals. So well done. And I'm sure we'll hear from you over the next couple of days, and we'll see you out on track as well in the Ginger Ninja Junior Dragster. But here we are moving into Super Sedan, and would it be a Super Sedan Session 1, pairing number 1, without Damien Morris in one of the lanes, Terry?
It would be the saddest thing ever if you didn't have Damien Morris front of lanes, the painter extraordinaire, the man who's been the first down this track officially when it was redone. He just knows no goodness, isn't he? He's a good man. Paul Dilly in the SMW Group Falcon for Morris Painting Solutions. Monaro goes through 0.32 light for Damo, 0.19 for Paul. Good light there from Paul. 9.63 for Dilly at 136 and a 10.08 for Morris at 130 miles an hour. How did how was Carl on the mic? Was he a little bit nervous, or was he more nervous commentating than he was racing?
He didn't show any nerves if he was.
Yeah.
He did really well last weekend at the warm-ups. As we know, it can be quite difficult with the lack of information
Yes.
you get. So we were shuffling through papers, but he knew his stuff. He kept me honest. So
Good work. Look, Steve Peach and Barry Moore, big wheel stand there from the Cortina. And the 429 Cuba just got up there and boogied. And we have a look and go through for Barry. Will go through for 993 at 134. And Steve in the Jet Trucking HJ, an 854 at 155. That has got some mojo.
Jack Marie and Gary Brett to the GM Electrical Capri over there. Doesn't that look? Doesn't that just pop with the purple under the sunshine?
That Capri is a typical drag racing low-slung Capri with a V8. And as I said, back in the day, we had a mate who had a V6 Capri. Nothing like these things.
They weren't cool enough as they were. Let's just chop it.
Got out with a red, but a 0.29 for Gary. That Capri is on a mission. And will go through for an 8.93 at 148. And a 9.23 at 146 for Gary
in the Drop Bear Motorsports Prem.
We probably would have sold more if they went that quick out of the factory.
I can guarantee it. Well, they were English, so they were prone to all these things are garage since 1970 odd, so they've probably got no rust in them. Whereas if they're on the road, they were kind of prone to a little bit of that. So here we go, Mick Shepper in the Mixed Towing Service Chev Ute, and of course Dennis Plessis out of Milperra in the Big H Racing Falcon. What a cool looking Ford that is, mate. Look, that's a really good example of a good looking Chev and a good looking Ford on the start line. We've already seen Chris in the bikes. Let's see what Dad can do behind the wheel of the Chev. 007 red, but it's 011 for Dennis. That is a good light, my man. Mick will go through for an 863 at 153, a 964 at 136 for Dennis. He'll be happy with that. That was a good hit at the track straight away for the New South Welshman.
Yeah, 100%. When you come up to a track that you're not as familiar with as
Yeah.
say, a local track, and you can do that.
Just go bang.
Jeez.
There you go, 011 and just
How easy is this drag racing
carve it
stuff?
up. Yeah. How good is this drag racing? How easy is it? Rob Price and Rudy Wyatt, the Pine Mountain Performance pairing, the Commodore, the Tirana, the tough-looking Tirana hatchback, and the Commodore. Who would have thought that they could make a Commodore go this fast? Oh, 001 for Wyatt, a 053 for Price. Rudy Wyatt's on the money as usual, Wade.
Yeah, 100%. We know how tough the Super Sedan bracket is here locally, and you can see that pairing finishing off a 920 with a 4 at 146 miles an hour for Rudy Wyatt, a 944 at 144 miles an hour for Rob Price, as their next pairing of Rob Carden and Phil Yulton coming forward in the Tirana in the Ford. Yeah, we know how tough locally Super Sedan is, Terry, with that. A lot of the championships come down to the final race of the season and the final. Then you add in all these interstate competitors and you go, well, where's the winner going to come from in Super Sedan?
Mate, here we go. Might see a couple of wheel stands out of these two menaces with Yulton and Cardham. Well, let's hope so. The Victorian, the Queenslander. Let's see a wheels up affair a little bit, eh? There you go. A little bit of a tiny little wheel stand out of the boys. 003 for Robert. That's a good light. A 039 for Phil is not too bad or too shabby either. Cardham will go through for 965 at 137 and a 982 at 132 for our local Phil Yulton. Nice work. All these guys seem to be on the money.
Yeah, that's
They're
it.
loving the traction out there, Wade. It does seem to be pretty good out there.
Yeah, well, we saw Carl talk about how good the track. He thought the track was for the
Oh, he did,
junior,
he-
but, he did say that the track prep's been really well done.
Mate,
and I think we saw the junior bikes picking the front wheel up. But yeah, now that we're moving into some of the quicker sedans.
And I did hear Carl cheekily ask for a replay. Geez, I'll tell you what, he's game. I'm not game. I've got to pay him $50 to get a repay, but you know that's the way it works. So Tony Aegis, Nathan Watt. We have seen this Tirana of Tony's absolutely launch beautifully. So that is a couple of very, very tough Commodores on the line. The Burson Auto Parts Watt and the Aegis Performance Aegis car, of course. 355 cube up against the 423 of Watt. Oh, there it is. Aegis just carries the wheel. 054, but Nathan gets the better of the tree with a 015. Side by side as they go through the stripe. 897 for Nathan, 875 for Tony at 151, and a little bit back off there for Nathan with a top end speed of 147 mile an hour. Nice work there from both those Commodores. If you're a Commodore fan, you'd be happy with that run.
Smooth operator when you can just casually bring the front wheels up to 60 foot, isn't it?
Oh, look, we talk about, look, Noel Green. Now, I know Noel keeps this thing calm, but back in the day, I've seen this thing on the rear bumper. It has been pretty well, but he's up against the tough customer in young Sean Doblin in the Total Cover Earthworks Ford, up against the Lockyer Automotive Tirana of Noel Green. That is a great pair of Holdens and Fords on the line. How good is that? 002 red for Noel, the 029 for Sean. He's hit the track nice. Sean will be happy with that. Noel won't be too sad with the 002 red, and a 925 at 144 and a 1035 at 124 for Sean Doblin, of course, in that very, very nice looking Ford.
So Steve Soma coming forward now in the Pontiac.
And we've got competitor 6065 over there in the black XP Ford. Looks pretty cool. The ex-brother-in-law used to own an XM and an XP two-door. Great car. But I can guarantee it wouldn't have been anywhere near as quick as what that thing is out there. So I'm not too sure, Wade. Got to scramble to get through our 6065 in Super Sedan.
Ron Howarth.
There you go. There you go, Ron. Oh, someone just, the car bagged it up a bit, didn't it? Let's have a look. A 085 for Steve and a 403 for Howarth. Let's see, an 875 for Summer and a 958 for Howarth. 152 mile an hour out of that black coupe.
Gets up a boogie.
That's some nice top end for a 9.5 second run. I think it might have a little bit more in the back end, maybe.
Mitch Bauer and Michael Osborne coming forward to complete their first qualifying session. The Fernwood Landscaping, fair lane in the far lane. Over the rocket lane.
Wade's got in early with the fair lane and the far lane. Unless you're on the grass area, or it's the fair lane and the close lane.
You never know when
in the
you
near
might
lane.
not get an opportunity to do that. But the Hilux over here in the speed flow lane as well. Sounded like it's got a bit of juice to deliver down the quarter mile. So let's see what it can get up and do. 0.75 right there for Michael. That's all right. Can sort that out as the driver. A 0.41 for Mitch Bauer. See what the top end is for the Hilux. Goes to an 8.94 at 151 miles per hour. And for Mitch, a 9.38 at 143 miles per hour.
How good was that? That little ute got up and did its deed, didn't it? So we move on. Wayne Hyatt in the Boss Hoses Toyota Celica. Chris Lewis in the Jason Bray Plastering Commodore. Are we pushing that beautiful Commodore back? I hope not. Oh, thank goodness for that. All the way from Parkhurst, the Jason Bray Plastering Commodore. Look at that. Look at those centre lines on that Commodore. That dead set looks like an old like a super stock from the old days, or even a pro stock. Look, that's a pretty cool looking sedan over there. The mighty Celica. Who would have thought? Wayne Hyatt says, you know what, I'm going to make a Celica go fast. Going to bang a 427 V8 in it, and I'm going to go racing. Well done. We're pleased that he does, because we love seeing that car. Gets out all right. 008 and a 011 for Chris Lewis. So both competitors tied on the tree. A 913 at 145 for Wayne and a 918 at 144 for Chris Lewis.
Yeah, certainly they're the reaction times you're going to expect come racing, isn't it, in Super Sedan? So it's always tight, tough racing, and they're showing us how it's done from the first qualifying session. Gary Clark for Downs Automotive Service down there in the Tirana, and Tim Ablett over here in the HG. Can't miss that car with the bright yellow.
Nothing else to... everything's on the window. No stickers, no anything.
Yeah.
That car... Oh!
Gary, they're just...
Jeez, Gary.
Yeah.
Well, there you go, Tim. He'll just launch that beautiful-looking HG into the air. Are we allowed to ask for a replay, or is it not enough time? I'm not going to...
Here we go. We do have the
have a look.
replay
Yes,
for
we
you,
do have the
Terry.
replay.
And you'll see first Gary will actually go through the tree, so didn't want to hold on the trans brake. But then all eyes in the left lane, we have liftoff.
Nice work. Thank you, Mr. Ablett. We enjoyed that extremely up in the control, up in the tower. So Dean Zammit and Brendan Shaw, the Downs Automotive Tirana of Shaw, the Slade Point Mechanical HJ Ute, of course, of Zammit from Mackay. All business. 014 is Dean, a 031 for Brendan. Both drivers once again cutting good lights early on too, especially for Q1. 10.03 for Dean and a 9.40 at 140 for Brendan Shaw. Here we go. We've got another for David McKirby in the XP two-door. So the Burson's Ipswich Tirana of Dave Duncombe. Well, that little sedan over there, is it the Tirana's got a big 420 cubes in it.
Looks like
just see whether it's an LC or an LJ. I just can't see the lights from where I am.
Looks like it sits quite high, doesn't it, compared to when you've seen the chopped Tiranas from the Downs Automotive crew.
got those wheelie bars sitting down. Look, he's used them nicely. Both of those races. He's got out front left wheel up. Beautiful looking cars. Look, a 233 and a 057 for Duncombe, but a 920 for Dave and a 969 for Duncombe at 135 miles an hour, and McKirby 41 mile an hour.
Yeah, number 1 qualifier Steve Page currently with an 854 in Super Sedan.
So Hamish Strachan and, of course, Brian Hammond, the Hammond Automotive Cortina, the complete property and home maintenance Commodore. That thing, look at that, it's all matte. It's here to do the business. Gets out with a 014 and a 128 for Hammond. Hammond is out there. Have a look what this thing will run. An 878 at 153 for Brian, and a 974 at 138 for Hamish.
Here's a little bit of mischief, Terry.
I think you've misspelt menace, because this will be Paolo Boni, of course, Mr. Talk Time himself. He's even got someone lining him back to. How did he afford crew?
Mate, he's big time now.
He's
got
don't
the
you know
Oz
who he
wheels
is?
on the side.
He has. I was at one of our local shops that has all little miniatures, and there was one of his in the window. So I sent it to him and said, "Mate, that's a flex. Yeah. You're at the shop.
So you didn't buy
Seriously,
it,
his little car."
You just got a photo of it.
Yeah. Sean Marr.
Can I get a photo of? Can I get a signature on my photo?
I should have bought it and got him to sign it next time I see him. So St Mary's Engines HB, of course, 414 cubic inches in that little HB Tirana. Paolo, of course, running the Fat 6. Oh, a ton of wheel spin. The Tirana's out of there with the 014. But you can hear that barra. See, listen to that thing wind up. Nice work. A 930 at 142 for Marr, and a 916 at 157 for Paolo. Mr. Talk Time, well done, my man.
Yeah, nice.
And a nice 046 light too.
Yeah, that's it. That's what we'd be happy with that.
Be interesting calling him this weekend, mate. He'll give you and I every opportunity to throw some serious shade on him. So,
and I bet you he'll be going back to listen to it too.
Of course
he'll know we'll say something.
He'll say, you two won't get away with anything. So Mike Palella, of course, the KDMR Racing Monaro. How good is that Monaro? You can't beat the later model Monaros when they're yellow. They just look like they're... I think it was a bold move, because they don't always do that, do they?
This is a sticker on the back, the Bonaro.
The Bonaro, oh.
That's brilliant.
You know what? You and I are always up for a good pun. And the Bonaro is there. So Adam White, now we know what this little Commodore's like. It's a tough looking thing. Look at it, low slung, big set of slicks. Yes. That scoop is like, if that doesn't say aggression, I don't know what does. That scoop of Adam's. Yeah. It's just like, he didn't even paint it white.
Yeah, that's it.
So I'm going to paint it black, because it's like, got to be angry. Got the big fin on the back. Oh, look at that. Adam gets out nicely. 041. Palella a 083. But all eyes are on that Commodore. Let's see what it runs. A 946 at 109, so he's got off the pedal. But Palella a 999 at 138 in the bright yellow Bonaro. Here's Mr. Carl Chevy Taylor and Graham Cooper. What a classic pairing this is, with the Tilley Motorsport Spares 1962 bubble top, the Frawley Signs E.H. Holden, all the way from Victoria. So two of our interstaters who we love to see here at Willowbank. Absolutely always a pleasure. Feel a little bit privileged calling these two.
Yeah, 100%, and two of probably the best looking cars. We're not allowed to be biased in the commentary box, but sometimes you have to be. And they always look great down on track. And gee, if we could talk about the bricklayer, we'd probably need a lot longer than we do here right now.
Carl, as usual, picks that front left up, cuts a 0.35, a 0.48 for Graham. So both are on the tree nicely for first qualifier. Sadly, the wagon's just gone off the boil, but Carl, he'll run a 10.18 at 120. Graham, just the wagon just not playing the game towards after half track.
Yeah, that's it.
But I'm sure it'll be something minor, because we want to see those two. We want to see that back. Now here's another guy who's a bit of a menace, which is of course Mr. Plant, who's in the who's in the rocket lane. So Jaden in the EFI Logic Dakota. So Anthony Mangano all the way from Edmonton in the Commodore, the bright yellow Commodore. Got the Bathurst Globes on, looks good. But Jaden's car, all business-like. He'll 383 cubes, so I think he'll be hoping to run into that high nines. He's been having some good success with this, Wade.
Yeah, 100% ever since he stepped in the car, hasn't he? It did not take him long to become accustomed to the Dakota.
I don't want to say too much because I know Jaden, and his head will be unbearably...
Won't fit in the helmet for the next qualifying session.
Well, look, and there you go. You think, I've got a 010 light. That's pretty good. But Mangano, 003.
The last time I tried to say something nice about Jaden, it was the commentator's curse. So I try and say as very little as possible at the moment.
So there you go. A 981 for Jaden and a 974 for Mangano in that with a great 003 light there from Anthony. Well done, mate.
So Les Waite and Luke Doherty coming forward in the Camaro. So the Brisbane Civil Camaro used to be yellow, now sporting the black livery. And Les Waite over there in the old school Camaro.
He's a Canadian Victorian. I like that. Cuts a nice 019, does Les. So the Brisbane Civil Camaro goes through for an 861 at 155. And Les Wright in the other Camaro goes through for 958 with 140 mile an hour in the top end. Oh, once again, you and I, how many times do we call when we get the mighty Greg Horton from Air down here? Always good to see them here. The GJ and JA Horton Transport XE.
Yeah, equally as good to see the escort of Alan Hutchin come forward.
Mate, is it a Winter Nationals? It feels like a Winter Nationals. Once you see these guys all rock up.
Love the stance though of the escort, and just the way that it sits down at the back and the front just sitting there, ready to attack the quarter mile, and attack it does. Red light there is 021, but pretty aggressive off the start.
Just a tad bit of a wheel spin like a pro stocker out of that little escort.
278 light for Greg Horton there in the XE. Finishes off at 902 at 148 miles an hour. And for Alan Hutchin, a 946 at 134 miles per hour. So our super sedan field continued to come through. 50 have entered. So far we have had 41 in this first qualifying session. Adam Somerville and Rowan Ward are going to add their name to the list. Look at the big blower hanging out of the Adam Somerville ute there.
Just a bit angry, isn't it? Yeah. Like just a little bit of a show of force.
The XY of Rowan Ward finished off at 1046, 128 miles per hour, and Adam a 912 at 148 miles per hour.
So Gavin List and Matt Forbes. Forbes in the Paul Rogers Performance Camaro, the Gavin List Concreting Nova. I am never, ever, ever disappointed with seeing that beautiful colour on Listy's Nova. Look at it. How good are those two cars? Look at the silver, the silver white on Forbes' car. And that is I'm sure Dave Reed is from Drag Photos is just getting that in all its beautiful glory, because it's hard to catch that on the video on the live stream. Here live, that is just stunning, those two cars on the line.
And you wonder why you don't get replays when you make comments like that. 0.35 for light for Matt Forbes, a 0.52 for Gavin List, who is out of there, goes a 9.14 at 146 miles per hour. Matt Forbes finished off at 10.16 at 132 miles per hour.
Well, it's like when you're going for when you're playing league and you ask for a captain's call. You're only allowed so many over the next 4 days. So I've asked for one replay, so I'm not allowed to ask for another one till tomorrow.
And it depends the quality of your replay as well. It depends on if you get another one or not. So
and Dave will go, you wanted me to replay that? Really? Come on.
2 unsuccessful replays is all you're allowed in the commentary team.
Set the bar high, mate. Set the bar high. It's only got to be a big wheel stand. Come on. No, what a fantastic looking day out there it is, Wade. Big shout out to everybody who's dropped in here early on this Thursday over in the grassy area. You are looking absolutely resplendent over there on the grass, just chilling, kicking out. Not too sure what the temperature is out there. It's 11 o'clock. Whether it's still a little bit brisk. You can see a little bit of a breeze there, bit of a headwind there. See the beautiful flags flying through.
There's a mix of jumpers and T-shirts kicking around.
Yes, it is actually, yeah. A lot of...
Don't forget as well, the Winternationals merch is available down there at the Lifestyle tent, so you can go down and grab plenty of merch for your weekend. Make sure you get in early before the busyness that is the weekend, in case your sizes do sell out quickly.
Here's the go. Lee, who's here with us and, of course, doing all the sound. 20 degrees, but it feels like 12.
Yeah, okay, yep.
So there you go.
So it is 12 degrees.
No,
Yeah.
only if you're a sook. But no, big shout out to everybody over in the grandstand. Hope you are all excited for today because it is so good to see the crowd, as it always is, starts to hustle in for our fabulous Winternationals. Always good. We've got a little bit of a quiet patch here. You can see our top sportsman races getting ready. Top sportsman. Then, now, how big's the field for top sportsman? I do believe we have probably 33, so 15, 16 pairings. And that at top sportsman. Now, most of the time when we have our QDRCs, you might have like maybe 10 or so, 12 maybe competitors. Well, top sportsman, 33. It's a tough category.
Yeah, 100%. So we're the quickest of our sedan brackets here. We've just seen Super Sedan, which can run as quick as an 850 for top sportsmen. It's for sedans or door cars that are under 8.5 seconds. So you can see some of the quickest cars.
Yeah.
Terry, I'd probably expect you maybe with a bit of a headwind, you'd probably 7.0 or maybe a 6.
Maybe a high 6 at 200 mile an hour.
Yeah, yep.
So Tony Wyatt, the Pine Mountain Performance Calibra. If you don't know Tony, you just go and ask him how good he is. He will tell you. We love Tony. But here in the toughest little Tirana, of course, Kayleen Gooley with the mighty Repco West Ipswich LC Tirana. It is never disappointing to see that Tirana, which has been around they've campaigned it for quite a few years now.
And his resume speaks for itself, though, because he does come in as...
Are you talking about Tony?
Yes, because he does come in as a defending Winternationals champion, so...
Oh, yeah, he's actually got a tattoo on his arm now that says number 1, I think. Oh, there's the red light. He's listening in with the headphones going, I don't care what Terry and Wade say. But there we go. Kayleen Gooley, 124. Let's have a look. The 817 at 157 for Kayleen. 784 at 174 for Tony White. Tony, just ignore that red. He's just trying to have a red-hot crack at that tree because we know what he's like. But nice work there for Tony and Kayleen. Good run for our locals.
So next pairing will be Dale Sonigan and Carl Davies. So Dale, one of the competitors, did a bit of testing here last weekend at the winter warm-ups. Carl Davies, he's a local racer. He knows the track pretty well. So look at him. He's ready to go. He's coming into stage.
So, Wade, does the local track advantage in sportsmen carry much clout?
Well,
Well, Dale Sonigan doesn't care. He's always here running hard when it's the Winternationals. So a 0.60 and an 8.18 at 168 for Dale and an 8.23 at 165 there for Carl in the Monza. Carl had a sleep on the tree, but that's okay.
That's what I asked Carl before when he was on the mic. I said, he's a local racer, and he asked me the same question. I thought, well, I'm not a racer. Don't ask me.
Racing a streetcar is not quite the same as...
Well, I've done Jamboree down in Sydney, so I suppose I have done some travelling. But
you didn't even say it correctly.
Jamboree.
You've done Jamboree. Oh, here we go.
You feel more confident with your local surroundings, though, don't you?
Of course you do, because everything is very recognisable.
Yep.
You know the routine better than anything because you know when you should be there, where to go, what to do. Whereas if you're at a new track, it might take you a few times to sort of, okay. But once you get out there, it's all about that track time, isn't it really?
Yeah, 100%.
So Michael Obst, out all the way from Bowen, in the DMK Industries Cobalt, 643 cubic inches of V8 on board that beautiful looking Cobalt. But Andrew Lang, we know what Langy's like. That thing is tough. The KPM Performance Tirana, 408 cubes. That thing still cooks.
Yeah, had some issues with testing on Sunday,
Ah.
did Andrew. So the car actually didn't get much further past 60 foot and it was facing 90 degrees in the centre line. So it was, he had his hands full, did Andrew.
Well, it's here now.
It is here now, and that's all that matters. It doesn't matter what happened last weekend. It's all about right here, right now, in qualifying session number 1.
We might have to check if it's a 408. It might be something else in it. Maybe said I've gone home and I put the barra in it. I don't know, or put the LS in it. I don't know. Whatever he might have just. But I'm sure it's still. Let's have a little look. Oh, Ops gets out with a 003. That is on the money. Look at that. Goes through for a 7:39 at 185 mile an hour. Andrew Lang. Car wasn't happy.
No, it wasn't. It gave its best shimmy and shake that you'd probably see at the beat on a Friday night. But anyway.
We're not even going to mention the time. So Harry Summer. Darren Whitford. The Power of Property Pontiac of Whitford. The Berryman Harvesting Commodore of Harry Summer. Look at this thing. That's got more stickers on it than my son's arm. That's a fair call.
Yeah, that is a fair call. Plenty of sponsors that jump on board.
Looks cool, doesn't
it? Support a lot of our Aeroflow Sportsman National Championship.
I love the way those big tyres sit underneath that.
It's cool, isn't
underneath
it?
the back of that just sits there like it's just totally fat. But then we've got the mighty Pontiac. That thing is business, business, business. What do you reckon? I'm not too. That's 540 Cuba.
It's very pro stock-esque until you look at what's hanging out of the bottom.
I reckon we might. That's probably. Oh look, I haven't seen Darren run this thing before. I reckon it might be a low 7 second car. It looks. What would we say in the business? It looks slippery, and look at that vision from overtaking lane. That's Brad. He is the. He's the man behind the video lens. Quiet, subtle guy. Very calm.
We almost, here's my request from overtaking, mate. We almost need a Brad cam.
Yeah, we do.
We need a Brad cam, the one that just follows Brad around from behind the
like,
scenes.
look, when you're playing the footy. And now we had a look, we followed Brad around for 4 days, and he just videoed stuff. That's all he did.
Look at his GPS data. He hasn't moved much, but boy, oh boy, has he done some upper body work.
You got to be careful, because your Fitbit will tell you, reminder to move.
Yeah.
Brad has no problem with that. Really keen to see how Darren goes in this thing. We know what Harry's like. This thing's pretty towy. Goes well. It is a double A in the Whitford car. Oh, look at that. Oh, it's out with the red, but oh, have a look at it. Watch this. Watch for Whitford. There it is. 6.5 at 208. I was talking low 7s. I was off by half a second.
What a way to Terry know. I'll show them. Here we go.
All I know is it looks slippery and fast. I'm thinking that thing's going to go. Oh, but Summer, he got out with a red, but the car looked good, though, for Harry, so well done. So Craig Chapman in the Lee Anderson-owned Ford. This car has been campaigning here quite a number of years with a Jamboree, etc. as well. So the BK Race Engines Mustang of Paul Partridge, all the way from Arcadia Vale in New South Wales. So Craig, of course, from up north. Used to run the turbocharged Ute, Ford Ute. Now in this, these guys in there.
Yeah, we'll still be a little bit of, should still expect to see a little bit of bump in action from Craig when he brings it up, to bring it up into stage. So there he goes, bumps it in. Oh, 003 red for Paul Partridge, a 101 green for Craig Chapman. Let's see what the ETs are across the finish line. An 807 at 168 miles per hour, and an 820 for 165 for Craig Chapman. He's the Ford.
I missed that. I had a public service announcement. What did he run?
An 8.
Nice work, Craig.
It was an 8.
Good work.
8-2.
Now, just a quick one to everybody who is in the precinct. I don't like to do public service announcements, but we have had a request from our manager. We need tow car 500, tow car number 500. You need to move it immediately, otherwise you will be towed. A tow car that will be towed. That's 2 toads. That's more than a Brisbane pond. Anyway. Continue. So tow car 500, you need to move your vehicle immediately, please. Otherwise, they are going to tow it. So Troy Daniel and David Foster. Look at Dave, the spry civil, number 1 on the side. Got that number 1 on there for a big reason. You can see on the side a 732 on his dial-in card. Tirana gets out with a 132. Dave gets out with a 208. Let's see how close that 732. 760 at 181 for Dave Foster. And a 787 at 171 miles an hour for one very, very quick Bundaberg Tirana. Oh, Neil Maxwell just does the deed. Yeah. All businesslike, as he always is.
I love his sponsor of retirement.
How do you get paid from retirement? That means technically that's a pension or a self-funded retiree.
Spend the kids' inheritance.
Yeah.
Sorry, grandkids.
What are you going to do? I'm going to buy a Pontiac and I'm going to go fast. That's what I'm going to do. Whereas Rob Baker, all the way from Grasstree Beach in the mighty HQ with, get this, 632 cubes on board that tough ute.
I don't know how he fits it all in, Terry.
I think, look, see Brad's on the camera. They're trying to get all 632 cubes on screen. Doesn't work like that, Brad, but it does look good. Look at that. I wonder how Rob's looking at that going, why is this guy videoing me?
If we had a tech hub, we'd have the chalk pen out and we could draw diagrams.
Yeah. Mate, we
could show you how they all fit. But
we're not supercars.
No, we're not.
Yourself, mate. Now, if you have a look down the bottom, when he launches, and that's it. You've just got to go into that sort of...
What we lack for in tech, we make up for in terrible jokes.
Yes, the comedy is poor, but at least we read the increments. Anyway, look at Brad. He's even crouched down. Look, what front end is... I just can't... That's because it's a little bit dark on our screen. That is a cool looking. And they're just having a look, so I'm not too sure. Someone mightn't have cleared the deep end. Oh yeah, you can see one of our lads down there picking up a couple of pieces. I'm not too sure what that is.
That's always disappointing. Oh, we can see there on...
Yeah, so just
see Wayne.
Wayne's doing the job. He's just checking. Look, he's been doing it for. He's been doing that for a long time. I don't mean just now. I mean like for a lot of years. Wayne's been doing it. But he's down there. Look, he's just must be a few little bits and pieces. Just must have come off something down there. I mean, when you think about some of the speeds that some of these, even these super sedan cars here, we just had a 200 mile an hour one go through, and you're thinking about a lot of the top ends. A lot of things happened at between 170 and up mile an hour.
Mate, the number of, after a test and tune a couple of weeks ago, the number of window dressings that I had on the back of the buggy.
Oh, yeah.
Could have started my own wreckers.
And you'd be sitting here going, look, I've got a 1972 whatever, please, can you find that?
Someone goes, oh, have you got one of these? And I said, well, I've got chrome ones. No, we're looking for a black one. Well,
yep.
Unfortunately, we haven't found it.
Well, you and I quite often call a lot of track days at different tracks, and that'll be the thing people will come up and they'll go, look, I lost my GoPro on turn 5. Mate, you're not getting that back. Because it's probably been run over 20 times and you were told not to have a GoPro on there. Or there'll be trim, like you said, trim. When you call a lot of the nostalgia meets, it would be panicky. I've got a Nova and I now can't find that.
Well, it's not cheap, is it? Because they'd be hard to come by. So there's nothing a little bit of panel work won't be.
Now have a look at that. That was a couple of big skids from Robert and Neil. That hole, that ute, the way that smoke just turreted up the back of that, out the back there, that was pretty cool.
Pretty keen to see.
That's
what
a whole lot
run, isn't it?
Whole lot of cubes. I'm very keen to see what Mr. Baker can run.
Not as slippery as as aerodynamic as the Pontiac.
No.
But,
well, both cars are A, so there are no power adders.
Yep.
So they're just doing it raw with an aspirated engine. But that doesn't mean it's slow by any stretch of the imagination. We'll talk about that when we get to pro stock later on.
Yeah.
Oh, big lot of wheel spin there for Rob, but Neil Maxwell, as is always, a 159. Maxwell is goodbye, sayonara, 7-1-99 at 189. Robert Baker, there you go. That is a quick machine, 881 at 154 for that big 632 cubed hold.
Yeah, definitely more in it too there, I reckon.
I'm liking that.
For Rob, yeah, with the wheel spin that we saw, there'll definitely be, would have lost a little bit of ET, so it'll be good to see what it could run.
I'm looking forward to that, Wade. Let's hope you and I are calling so we can go, well, there it is. So, Vlado Turek in the BK Race Engines Mustang up against Sean Doblin in the Total Cover Earthworks Cobra. The mighty Cobra Ute. This car has had some phenomenal success, that Cobra Ute.
Was it double duties for Sean?
Yeah, Sean racing in Super Sedan as well. How did he get to wear two helmets? What happened to Paul? Where is Paul at the back there? I just can't see him from where we are in the up in the tower here. Looking, the crew aren't coming forward. They don't want us to let us know they're here. So, but Vlado, how cool is that Mustang? Don't tell me. Look, it's even delaminating the camera down there that Brad's got. It popped so hard. The battle of the Fords. The Cobra, the Mustang. What are you thinking? We're going to go for another 6-second car?
Oh, tell you what, let's see what it can do. It looks quick. Can it deliver? It's got the power on board to do that. Flag's still blowing fairly strongly, so still a headwind here. 0.34 from Vlado, or 0.10 for Sean. You know, he's always quick on the tree, but let's have a look at the top end for Vlado. What does he run? There it is, 687 at 199 miles per hour for Sean. To match the 0.10 light goes an 851 on 159 miles per hour, which is about where you'd expect to see.
Yeah, that's where Sean will be,
yeah. So our second 6-second car in the field for top sportsman, Darren Whitford, a 650, your number one qualifier. Vlado will slip into number 2.
With a 687. So Greg Fowler, Max Carpenter, the Lockyer Car Wash Mustang of Carpenter, of course, the Fowler Freight Management Beretta. Once again, another 632 cubes in the Tomcat. Just checking underneath that mighty Beretta. Looks all good to go. The Carpenter Mustang is ready in full stage. Just about to bang him down there. Oh, red light there from Greg, but a 0.34 for Max. But don't worry about it, Fowler. It was a 002 red. We can't, that's no problem. 774 at 178 miles an hour. And for Maxi, 833 at 163 for the Mustang. Nice work. So Brett Varga up against Simon Isherwood. Evolution Water Cutlass, of course, of Simon. The Scott Speed Probe of Brett. So Simon Isherwood. So I'm not going to say it, but Simon will be saying, I listened back, Terry, and I did hear you rabbit on about when I used to race an RX2 when I was cool. Well, now he's racing the big block, 714 cube. Car has the capability of running into the 6s and to the 200s for Simon. Has had some good success in it. But Brett in the Top Sportsman AA, so a whole lot of power out of going on in the North Mackay car. Let's see what the probe can run. Simon cuts a red, but a 239 for Brett. A little bit lazy, even has a little look at the wall. But Simon will go through for a 696 at 197, and Brett a 780 at 175. Nice work there from that pairing. Pity about the red, but that's okay. Simon has the car dialed in, and it was running very, very quick. So Matthew Barron, Steve Horvat.
Couple of local races, Terry, in Matty and Steve. so they know the track as well as anyone here.
Well, Steve from up at Beachmere, when they're looking at putting in that new racetrack up there. But so let's hope he doesn't change the Monaro for a mud chucker.
Mate, he's not afraid of a bit of a noise, that's for sure.
No.
They should be used to it if he's lighting the shed up.
He will do. Oh, nice light there from Matthew. A 0.16, a 0.20 from Steve. Both side by side as they come through. An 8.43 for Matthew Barron at 164. An 8.47 at 157 for Steve Horvat, with a couple of really good lights from those competitors. And they'd be happy with that.
Yeah, 100%. And I tell you who will be happy, and that's everyone that's currently looking at Dave Knightley on track, because the EH sedan definitely has a bit of attitude, and there's always a bit of wild, bit of kit down there.
Mate, I thought it was my tinnitus coming back when he come through, because I thought, am I hearing another car over the other cars that are still racing? Yes, but thank you, Dave. The Redbank Plains EH is just one wild bit of gear. Don't you love it?
Yeah, Adam McNichol over there as well, the Light Vehicle Solutions.
Adam doesn't care. He says, don't worry about it, commentators. I'm just going to get out and do... You ready? Because I've got 846 cubic inches of V8 just to give that EH a bit of a hurry on.
It's rookie numbers for the rest of the field. I'm talking 846 cubes.
I just love it that the Top Sportsman AA, which means it's got a power adder, of course, but Dave, we know it's got a power adder.
Does it, Terry?
Because it's out there for everyone to see. Whereas Adam says, no, I'm just going to replace it with cubic inches. So the Light Vehicle Solutions Pontiac, let's see what it'll run. The EH will be wild and woolly. The Pontiac will be smooth and slippery. And it is. Look at that. The Pontiac of McNichols is out there. Cut a red light, both competitors, but that's okay. There it is, a 699 at 196 and a 905 at a really tidy 163 mile an hour out of the one Angry EH.
Yeah, that's it. So that is our fourth 6-second car on the field. Of course, there's Simon Mitchell joining the club.
Puts Adam up there in number 4.
Yeah, nice work. Dare say we may have another contender as Steve Fowler comes forward.
Yes, if we can get 5 into the 6-second zone, that'd be nice for Top Sportsman. Kind of gives everyone a little bit of a hurry on. But you know what? You still need to cut those lights, and you need to be consistent. And that's one thing the Top Sportsman races are generally pretty good at.
Yeah, and it probably tells us a bit about the weather conditions as well, and track conditions, given that they can run those numbers so early in the weekend, given that it's the first qualifying session. We've only seen a couple of hours of on-track action, so the track will start and continue to rubber in.
Simon Isherwood did run a high 6
at
198 or 99, whatever it was. But yeah, just have a look, click back on that. Have a look. It's pretty impressive. 696 at 197. We have, look, Darren Whitford, that 208 mile an hour. That's stamping a bit of authority there, I reckon. That's nice. I like that.
You mentioned the weather as well. It was quite warm with 20 degrees.
Feels like...
Warm as far as there's a bit of sun that'll be baking the track, but it feels like temperature, air nice and cold, which will be good for
Well, that'll be interesting because we do have Factory Extreme coming up at around 12:30. So that'll be good to see the Turbo 6s and rotors and see what they can do.
Every time you say Factory Extreme, all I look forward to is seeing Colin and the Mitsubishi out there. Cylinder. I just
6.0, whatever it was. We want to see if we can see a first 5 in a 4-cylinder here in Australia. That'd be something special for the Winternationals that we could all go home with, going, well, I saw a 5 in a 4-cylinder. Are you kidding me? So don't want to, preempt things, but because we have the fabulous, absolutely fabulous Steve Howler. What's this? Colour light? Oh no, 003 red. Steve's had a stab at it, but watch for this thing. There it is, 702 at 199 miles an hour. We know it's capability, but that is good. Steve will be happy with that. You'll go, yep.
Well, the
speed, I can only get better.
Well, the speeds there is at 199 miles an hour, which is quicker than the 2 of the guys ahead of him that are running 9.
Yeah, no, nice work there from Steve. Well, we know how good he is. So, here we go. Just when you thought it might get, I don't know, a little bit more sedate, we're bringing out the modified races.
So as we move into modified, we'll continue to roll through the commentary, and it's a pleasure to have a special guest commentator here this weekend at Willowbank, all the way from America, and he's been doing a tour of Australia with our NDRC events here, but it's great to have Mr. Alan Reinhardt here at Willowbank Raceway.
Hey, it's great to be here. It's my first trip here. Beautiful facility you guys have. Absolutely love the place.
So first pairing in modified, we've got Dave Porter, who goes a 0.29 on the tree, a 0.49 for Dave Hutchin, finishes off at 9.19 and a 7.49 in the rear engine dragster for Dave Porter at 177 miles per hour.
I saw that little roadster down in the staging lanes when I was walking around earlier. That thing is wild.
Yeah, they do. There's definitely a few in the modified ranks. You've probably seen a few at the NDRC events here at the Bend and Sydney Dragway as well that look familiar.
Yeah, that was the first for me, though, that big block Ford-powered wild little T-bucket. I'm going to have to go down and get a little closer look at it later on as we continue on with the next pair.
So Tony Mank in the Altered over in the Rocket Lane, and Caitlin Galea, the rear-engine dragster with Queensland Heavy Mechanical on board, was doing a lot of testing here last weekend for Caitlin, still getting accustomed to the modified dragster, and was getting a lot of wheel spin off the line. So see if they've sorted that out here for the first qualifying session this weekend.
Now, the screen says 421, but is that like an SB2? If that's a big small block, that's a massive small block. We'll see if she's got it calmed down a little bit. Usually they do that with ignition time. You could cripple the thing off the starting line for the first 0.7 to 1.2 and then fire the power at it a little bit later on.
So still a good take off the line, but looks a lot better than it was last weekend. The 0.74 on the trig. Red light for Tony Mank, but throw that out in the first qualifier and you can adjust that the next two. 7.55 at 172 miles an hour for Caitlin Galea, and Tony is off an 8.79 at 147 miles per hour.
That's almost exactly what she had on the dial-in board, so at least she's got the car in the consistency mode right now as the next pair are backing up. This time we do it with a couple of long wheelbase machines.
It's always good with, as a commentator, you look for those things, don't you, Alan, to see what they've got on the dial-in board to give you a bit of an idea as to what they may be running. Or sometimes they get a little bit cheeky and they throw other things on the dial-in board to throw you off. So Ty Glasson, the Knife earth-moving dragster.
Now that is definitely a conventional small block-headed Chevrolet. Sitting behind him, the Pro Street towing machine over on the other side with 600 cubic inches, the A-modified dragster.
Yeah, Adriana Cartledge, she's got a quick bit of kit underneath her right foot. So expect to see her up the pointy end of the qualifying field come the third qualifying session.
Now, I'm terrible with geography, but we're in Queensland, right?
We are in Queensland.
Okay.
The Sunshine State.
See, I think that's Florida. Where I come from, it's definitely Florida. I will tell you, though, this Winter Nationals feels like Winter Nationals at my place. I live in Tucson, Arizona in the States, and, you know, around my place, if it falls below 65 or so, which is, what, 18 or 19 here, something like that?
Yep.
Yeah, that's too cold for us.
So that's why you'd be kicking around in a singlet later on tonight?
Yes, definitely.
So quick, but also good on the tree, a 005 for Adriana Cartledge. Red light there for Ty Glasson, finishing off an 8.20 at 155, and for Adriana Cartledge, there it is, a 7.10 in the dragster at 187 miles per hour.
Yeah, 710, that's pretty stout for a single carburetor big block, no power adders. Definitely a nice looking run out there, and right now that shows number one on the qualified sheet.
Yeah, 100%. So we've got a field of, I think, 27 in modified, 35 in modified.
Now, is it going to be an all-run field, or is it a 32-car field?
So I think with modified, they'll generally run an all-in field.
Okay.
So Andy Driver, he's had success here, previous track champion at Willowbank, and Ian Phillip over in the Rocket Lane. So Andy from Kingaroy, which is peanut country here in Queensland. Do you like your peanuts, Alan?
I do, actually, yes.
I was hoping you weren't going to say you're allergic to them.
No. No, the honey roasted, like they give you on the airplane, or they used to give you on the airplane. How come they don't do that anymore?
Good taste.
Whoever decided to take peanuts off the airplane ought to be fired and then taken out back and kicked in the head. And then set on fire.
Yeah.
No, I'm sorry, Adam. I'm not advocating violence for taking away my honey roasted peanuts. Well, at least not that much fun.
All the three and triple green 112 for Andy Driver. You see the AK Site Services dragster finish off a 7.30, 183 miles an hour, and for Ian an 8.15 at 162 miles per hour.
Definitely going to need to tighten up that reaction time a little bit before we get into eliminations. as you mentioned, doesn't make that much difference here in qualifying, but boy, come Saturday and Sunday.
Yeah, definitely. We've got Mark Allen, who's in the modified field. Haven't seen him yet, but he's one of our commentators, and he always tells us he treats every pass like a race.
He had a pretty good run down in Sydney, didn't he?
He didn't travel down to Sydney.
Oh,
Mark.
who was it? Somebody was down there.
One of our locals would have had a good run though.
Tony Brown rolling up next in the altered, a little short wheelbase deal. I don't know how many people know this, but that wing you see on the back of it, that was actually a dealer-installed option back in 1932. The factory didn't put them on, but the dealer do it for you.
They would have sold a lot more if they did come out of the factory with those wings.
They would have, I think, yeah. Of course, let's see, that Bantam altered in, what would that have for horsepower, like 28? They didn't break a lot of axles back then.
We have our all-Ford day coming up here in July at Willowbank, and we generally get probably 1,000 to 1,200 cars all Ford. So
really?
T-buckets all the way through to our late model Falcons here in Australia.
How difficult would it be to get mine down here? I've got a 67 Mustang GT that I bought when I was 17 years old.
You'd fit straight in.
Yeah. Now, I didn't buy it new. I'm not that old, but I've had it a while. Corey Dyson a little quick on the lead. Just missed it by 2 thousandths of a second. 716, 186 miles an hour. Down the rocket side of the racetrack. Tony Brown goes 896 at 141, and he missed the tree badly. If you're going to have a reaction time start to the 3, that's what you're praying for. Let my opponent be red.
So John Steen, below Field Services Dragster. So John Steen used to campaign a Dragster in Pro Alcohol, now campaigning in Modified. Tough bit of kid he's got there too. And Anthony Rochella, who's done a lot of the NDRC events. Alan, you probably recognise the hot rod down there.
Oh yeah, thing's cool. You get extra points for having a cool car. 1937 Chevy, stretched out, plus the rear wing you can use for a picnic table if you run out of seating space.
100%. We do like different.
You know, you just put the high chairs back there. That could be the kids' table at Thanksgiving.
Yeah, that's it. And you fit the turkey on the back as well.
Yeah, exactly.
For Rochella's, for Anthony and his son Lawrence, who campaigns in Junior Bike, they come up here testing at our most recent local truck events, and it was a good testing day because they both made the final and they both won. So that's where the after party was. If we had a Panini Brothers in Queensland, that's probably what we would have had at the after party. So he's become accustomed to Willowbank quite quickly, has Anthony. Always loves seeing the hot rod up here.
Appreciate you not knocking over that 330-foot block. Anthony's car was definitely pushing over towards the center line. He made the wise choice and took his foot off the gas. 785, 167 miles an hour. Comes up for John Sting on a nice clean run.
That's it. The run's not going to plan, always best in a qualifying session. You can back off it, you can come back another day. So Steve Fetchett and Kerry Muller. I don't know what it is in modified, but it's almost like the bigger your rear wing is, the what is it? Are you just a cooler person, or? Because they love sporting the big wing factor.
I don't know. I know what we would say down where, up where I'm from. I don't know if you guys have the same comparison scale down here or not. Sometimes the big wing is making up for other things.
Yeah, there's nothing we can say that on air, is it?
Gary Miller in that 27. Is that thing really a Pontiac? Is that like a Pontiac-headed Pro Stock motor or something like that?
The Roadster.
It certainly is red. I'm so annoyed. I have these bionic eyes that I've left in the hotel this morning. I'll bring them tomorrow. Where do you see them?
They might have a spare seat upstairs.
Not like mine.
No, not like yours.
No. You can use mine. You can use mine to see the spark plug gap. They're that good.
Red on the tree there for Kerry Muller. 206 green for Steve. Let's see when they finish off their first qualifying session here is an 842 at 148 for Kerry, and for Steve an 831 at 155 miles per hour.
Now this is first qualifying, right?
First qualifying session for everyone.
And how many did they get today? Wait, I've got the schedule right here.
Yeah, so we've got...
Instead of asking stupid questions, Mr. Answer Dude, why don't you just read?
We've got 2 qualifying sessions for all of our sportsman brackets today, and then we'll have a third session tomorrow morning.
Okay.
But as far as eliminations go, some of these brackets not modified. Their first round is Saturday morning, but some of our brackets eliminations start lunchtime tomorrow.
Right on. And then the Group 1 cars will hit the racetrack tomorrow for the first time,
Yeah,
right?
that's it tomorrow afternoon from around 2 or 3 o'clock. We'll have all of our pro categories on track.
See, I'm learning.
So looking forward to what is a full 4-day schedule here at the Gulf Western Oil Winternationals. And partaking in that is one of 480 competitors this weekend, Ash Castlake. Just 2 minutes down the road at Yamanto, so it doesn't have far to come in the morning.
I absolutely love the name of the business. Don't bother me.
Go park yourself.
Go park yourself.
And Courtney Allen as well down there for Elec Auto Sec. So last event did the Bend, the Riverbend Nationals down at the Bend. I haven't seen the car on track since, so good to see it here for the Winter Nationals.
Don't believe it was in Sydney. Definitely remember seeing it in at the Bend.
So you can see from Ash, usually a big red there on the tree, and Courtney, she goes the other way, goes at a 9.55 on the tree.
Now, I'm asking because I don't know. Do you guys allow delay boxes in this class?
Yes.
Okay, it looks like the delay box didn't work. She left off the top bulb.
Yeah, yep. So an 8.76 at 155 for Courtney and for Ash, and 8.06.
If you don't allow delay boxes in this class, somebody from tech would be over there going, you want to explain that to me?
Yeah. You'll have your crew chief over there pretty quickly as well, I reckon. Now, the modified races, they're usually, as far as our sportsman brackets go, pretty sharp on the tree. They're usually one of our quickest on the tree, especially here locally. So 2 of those are Phil Bell and Neil Grayson. So Phil from Toowoomba, up at the range, coming down in the Dragster. And Neil Grayson, who used to campaign a Toyota Hilux, now campaigning a Altered, which definitely you couldn't get off the Toyota production line.
So 600 plus cubic inches, organ pipe injected, short wheelbase. I think the wheelie bar is longer than the wheelbase, right?
Yeah, no, it almost
Wait.
is, isn't it?
No, 2 inches, maybe 3. Cool car. One of the great things about coming down here and getting able to wander through the pits, you guys have got a lot of hot rods that I don't see over on my side of the world. So it's nice to come down and see, different types of hot rods and guys that build different things and things that simply just aren't available over in the States.
It's always interesting as well because, I mean, we talk about cars that look, sort of very American in the Cutlasses and the Oldsmobiles, and then it's always refreshing to hear someone come over here and sort of say the same about our vehicles.
Phil Bellard over there in the dragster, he's actually going to get there behind the Roadster, 751 for Neil at 182 miles an hour. Phil puts up trips 777 at 167. That'll bring up the only guy that's got his own theme song.
Batman. He's Batman racing.
Yeah.
Daniel Carrera. And he's done a bit of racing over in America as well. I don't know if he did it with his livery.
I did. I actually met him when he was over there in Las Vegas. He went through one of the drag race schools that we have over there, the Tom Bear School of Drag Racing, and then rented a car from Tom and ran a couple of events over there. I met him over there originally, and then bumped into him down at Queensland. He is a very driven, very talented young man over there. And obviously his name is Dan, and you can guess that. Let's just put it this way. Superman's not his favorite. Jessica Turner lining up on this side. I say this side because the tower's on the left. The ETS Ray. Wait. Yeah, this is the left. I'm sorry, I've been driving on the wrong side of the car, so I have still trying to figure that whole thing out. Every time I get to a stop line, I go, okay, which way do I turn?
Haven't quite adjusted to it yet.
You can always tell when I'm changing lanes because the windshield wipers come on.
You notice we don't use indicators in this part of the world.
Some people do. Some people do. I can tell you I have a clean windshield. I promise you I have a clean windshield.
Zero 1-7 both sides of the racetrack. 1 red, which is Dan Carranza, and green for Jess Turner. Finishing off a 7.58, 173 miles an hour. And Dan Carranza, number 2 qualified with a 7.15 at 185 miles an hour.
Just think if the Batmobile was that fast, the Joker would have never got away.
Yeah, you're not wrong. Maybe the next movie, that's what they've got to do, is a rear-engine Dragster Batmobile.
There you go. Holy red lights, Batman. Wow, front-mounted car. First one of those I've seen since I sat down. You guys probably saw 100 of them before I got here. That a 6-cylinder car? That's a 6-cylinder car.
Yeah, it will be for Bob over there.
I like it.
Liesl Gowers in the Speedflow lane for SUG Racing Parts. Brother playing backup duties. Liesl, our youngest ever Junior Dragster national champion. when she was campaigning in juniors.
Boy, the juniors turned into something, didn't it?
Yeah, that's it.
You know how that whole thing started?
Not with the juniors, no.
I'm not making this up. The whole reason that junior dragsters exist, at least in the States, and I think that's where it all started, because a kid in New Jersey couldn't catch a football.
There you go.
Really. I'm not making that up. The kid had no athletic ability whatsoever. Terrible at football, terrible at soccer, or what you guys call football. Couldn't play Little League, was just no athletic ability. But his dad owned a drag strip. He said, Dad, I don't want to play all that stupid. He said, I just want to race. So he built a race car with literally a gas engine off a lawnmower. Continue the story in a moment.
So 007 light for Liesel, 149 for Bob. Finishes off an 882 and an 860 with an 150 miles an hour for Liesel Gowers in the lane.
So his dad got some old thick wall conduit that had been laying around at the racetrack. Took a couple of old signs, metal signs, bent up a body for it. Got a 5-horse motor off of a lawnmower. Built the first junior dragster for his kid. Well, you can't have one, right? What are you going to do with one?
That's right.
So built a second one. And it's interesting, I noticed down here, much like the States, the young girls like juniors as much as the young boys. Well, the second ever junior driver in the States was a young woman.
Wow.
And so those two brought the cars out on Saturday, and of course every kid that saw one had to have one. And pretty soon it was an industry, but it all started, if that kid was any good at football, junior dragsters might not still exist.
And do they have the junior bikes over in America, Alan?
The junior what?
Junior drag bikes? They have the junior
No, that's one thing they don't have in America. They actually just recently started doing a junior funny car program, but they don't have the junior bikes yet. There are a couple of guys over there that are pushing for it pretty hard, because it's a pretty cool category.
Yeah, something certainly different and something that we've enjoyed having over here recently. 019 for Harrison. Hit the roadster. Dan list over there at 010 red. Finishes off a 760 at 173 miles an hour and a 9111 and all the ones, 143 miles an hour for Harrison Fletcher in that bright orange roadster.
All right, how do you like your alters? Do you like them with ground clearance, or you like them way down in the weeds?
Oh, as long as the breeze is flowing through my hair, I don't mind either way. It's like, do you want the step ladder to get in one, or do you want to just step into it? Terry needs the step ladder for both.
Yeah. Brandon Hughes in the blue machine out of Carnes Air Solutions. That's like the much more modern, load down, swoopy, not quite as much wind in the hair on that one.
No, definitely not. He's got the injector hats to look over there, the big manifold.
Jeff Graham sitting way up in the back of that one, the old high, wide, and Hanson machine out of MRE Electrical.
It's like either way with your Alta, all the parties in the front.
Yeah.
You get to see what's propelling you down the racetrack.
Well, at least Jeff can see. I mean, Braden's looking at this side and then this side. I mean, if there was a kangaroo on the racetrack, he'd be the last one to see it. That thing's fast, 773, 169 for Braden. Jeff goes 1102 at 118 miles an hour. 009 reaction time is solid. If he can keep that up, that'll be good. But I think he's going to be, looking for a little bit more performance out of that thing. By the way, you guys do have kangaroos around here, right?
We do. We actually, it's hopefully we don't see any this weekend, but this time of year, generally down in the braking area, they seem to find a way through the fence, and then we have a family of 4 or 5 that park up on the hill. We try and charge them entry, but somehow they hop away. But it's always something that we do have to be mindful of.
Didn't have a wristband?
No. Access all areas. They can't get in the tower, but they generally get into the pit area.
You just think they can't get in the tower.
Yeah.
You don't know what happens when you're not here. Mark Allen on the left side, the KPM Performance Dragster, a concealed weapon. Well, that's not concealed. I mean, come on, everybody can see it.
Yeah, Mark is one of our fellow commentators this weekend, so we always give him a bit of a hard time. If he doesn't throw a 020 lighter or better, he should throw it on the trailer.
There you go.
003.
Boy, are you going to hear about that the rest of the weekend.
You can keep racing, Mark. Well done. Goes an 818 at 157 miles an hour. So he'll be happy with the light, won't be happy with the performance of the car. We usually see that in the 790s.
Well, he definitely shut it off early, only 157 miles an hour down there.
Yeah, so they've been chasing a few gremlins, so hopefully they're not sticking around.
Lucas Holtz goes 927 at 138 miles an hour, and that thing's interesting.
Yeah, but Joe, this is the one that pulled the wheel stand a couple of years ago, wasn't it, Terry? Pulled the big wheel stand. Didn't like or neither would like to wait for the green light. They'll go in their own time. For Joe and Joe.
Joe looked like he left off the top again, no delay box, and I think Jai saw him go and then just took off automatically. You know, when you see out of the corner of your eye, your opponent takes off, pretty hard to hold back. But that was a couple of unique automobiles. We end up with a 910, 145 for Joe. Jai goes 1066, said the professional announcer clearly, at 127 miles per hour.
So we've had 30 qualify in modified so far. That number one qualifier still Adriana Cartledge of 710 at 187 miles per hour. 715 for Dan Carenza and Corey Dyson, number 3 with a 716.
You know, it's funny. Every time, this is my 4th trip now that I've been to Australia, I have yet to see a kangaroo except we went to a preserve one time, and so you know you could go feed them and see a bunch of them.
Yeah, well.
Other than that, I have not seen one. I do not believe they exist. I think they're like zebras in the United States. They might be one in the zoo, but that's it. I think it's just an urban legend that the whole world has believed for years, and there are no such thing.
I was going to say, should we ask if you've heard about a drop bear? Have you seen a drop bear?
I haven't seen one of those yet.
You'd much rather come across a kangaroo than a drop bear.
Okay, good to know. A supercharged 6-cylinder. I can't tell you the last time I saw one of those. That thing's cool. Dave Hawley's car over there on the right side. Front engine, inline 6 with a 6-cylinder hanging off the side. At least you don't have to look around it. You can look next to it.
That's it. Why hide under a bonnet or an engine cover when you can just show the world what you've got?
Yeah. Paul Annette in the 23T bucket over here on the left side of the racetrack. Classic big block Chevrolet combination. I'm sorry, classic small block Chevrolet combination.
Well, Paul looked to get out towards the centre line, but keeps into it. Had a bit of a shake and shimmy at half track. Goes for a 767 at 167 miles an hour. And for Dave, an 835 at 156 miles per hour.
Yeah, Dave's going to need to snug up that reaction time a little bit too before we get into eliminations. I don't know if he had the wrong numbers in the box or just flinched when it was time to go. Okay, here comes a classic case of a guy who just couldn't make up his mind. I'm sorry, Stephanie, a lady who couldn't make up her mind. So she's got the hood scoop, and then the injector stack sticking through the top of the hood scoop. Like, what do you want to do? Well, this is what I want. Now what do you want? I want to do this. You can't do both. Watch me. I can do whatever I want. And then, I don't know, I assume it's the same over here as it is in the States. The man always gets the last 2 words in an argument.
I was almost going to say, is if your husband and you...
Yes, dear.
If you're the husband and you're the crew chief and you want to do one thing, it's always happy wife, happy life. Always good to see, though, when they come up with the sponsorship, if it's mum or dad or the grandparents, if it's the juniors, it's always good to see the family helping out, get the car on track.
Stephanie off for the 198 reaction time, and down the speed flow side of the racetrack, 969 at 132 miles an hour. Hey, it's spray buggy time. We need to get 2 of those, then you can race them.
Yeah, get them to stage in.
Yeah. Speed the process up a little bit. I do want to say while it's quiet, though, you guys have an absolutely beautiful facility. The 3 that I've been invited to down here have all been very first class, very nicely kept. It's pretty obvious that the staff and management here at Queensland Queensland, I think so. Yeah, Willowbank takes a lot of pride in their facility. It very nice, nicely built, well kept, looks good. Trying to get used to the Winternationals in June, but other than that,
Yeah. We kick around in your board shorts at this time of year.
well, usually like where I'm from, the Winternationals comes a few weeks after Santa Claus was here, and now I feel like I missed something.
2 Winternationals in 6 months, that's pretty special.
It is
That's
actually.
exciting.
It is. You can never have too many Winternationals.
So just got a quick public service announcement for a car parked in the A2 camping spot. So if you are the owner of I didn't get a good photo of it, a Mazda 3 hatchback, white, with a New South Wales number plate. There wouldn't be many of them kicking around this weekend, would there?
You can't just blow it up.
Yeah, the photo I took was just blurry. Mazda 3, number plate DL16XC. So if you're the owner of a Mazda 3 DL16XC, we need that car moved immediately, please. Otherwise, you will be playing hide and seek with your own vehicle, and that's not a fun game on a Thursday.
Well, I have to tell you, I'm glad that was a public service announcement, because once it was quiet, when you said you had a public service announcement, I was afraid it was going to be, get that American commentator out of there and send him back to the States.
We'd never do that to Alan. As I said, when we got you on the mic at the start, it's a pleasure to have you here anyway. So,
believe me, it's my pleasure to be here. I'm very grateful that I've been invited, and for everybody that made it happen, the folks at the racetrack, and I think Santo had a hand in it as well, because when Santo wants something, he usually gets it.
you're not wrong.
But no, it's a genuine pleasure to be here, all except for the 4 hours sitting on the tarmac in L.A. while they couldn't decide whether or not we were going to take off. If you're going to be on an airplane for 14 hours, you shouldn't have to sit 4 hours before you leave.
Definitely not. Especially when you're stressed for leg room as it is. And when you're over as tall as we are.
Exactly. And they didn't even have peanuts. Now we're back to that again.
Well, if you have time, Kingaroy is only a short 3.5 hour drive. So
Okay.
that's the peanut capital of Australia. Yeah, shorter time than he waited on the airplane. Thanks, Terry.
Yeah, I feel so much better now.
Yeah, so you said, Alan, you've been to the Bend and you've been to Sydney as well, and we're lucky that we do have the 7+ coverage that we get to tune into and watch the stream and get to watch all of our races do their thing at these events. But you would find that between the three tracks, they've all got different characteristics, haven't they?
Definitely, yeah. But I mean, it's exactly the same way in the States. Some of the tracks have been around for a little bit longer, have got a little bit more personality, and obviously a lot more history. And some of the places are just the newer, shinier, neat versions. And I make an argument for both of them. I've been to a number of tracks in the States, like for a grand opening, and it's like, okay, it's beautiful, but you need 10 years of history someplace before you get a feel for the place. Is this going to be a record-setting track? Is this going to be a unique track? Is this going to be? And you can kind of make up and fantasize all you want, but you just don't know what the personality of a place is going to be until it's got some history. And so that's why I always really enjoyed going to the places that have been around a while, where you can look back at where they've come from and the improvements that have been made over the years.
Yeah, 100%.
All right, you got a little traction farming going on out there after they put down the sticky stuff. And if I'm reading the schedule correct, the bikes are out next. Performance bike, and then factory extreme.
Yeah, so moving into performance bike, which is one of our Group 2 categories, so racing against national records. And looking at the field for performance bike as well, we're definitely going to have some potential in the category that a number of those competitors will be under the national records that we see in those designated classes. So, and we do have a bit of track prep, so I've just keyed up that we'll be able to cut to a few ads. It'll give us a chance to have a quick breather, and then we'll be back with performance bike very shortly.
You can spot them from a mile away. The ones who run Mickeys. They don't blend in. They don't back down. They build bigger. They drive harder. They win. Mickey Thompson isn't for everyone. It's for those who refuse to follow and choose to lead. Running Mickey's means something. It means you're part of a movement. Builders, racers, rebels. People who defy limits. Who set trends, not follow them. Who don't ask for permission. You want grip? You want guts? You want glory? Then you want Mickey's. Because if you're not running Mickey's, you're missing out on the most iconic name in tires and wheels. Born from American ingenuity, still American owned. Built for those who blaze their own trail. Mickey Thompson, for the bold, for the winners, for the ones who forge their own legacy.
Queensland's loudest horsepower parties unite for Northern Nats 10, July 23 to 26, 2026 at Springmount Raceway. Northern Nats and Tropical Meltdown join forces for 4 days of burnouts, drag racing, power skids, show and shine, live music, camping and more. There's almost $60,000 in prize money up for grabs. For tickets and event info, visit northernnats.com.au.
We can do better. Needs more boost. Whether you're running a business, working on the job, or prepping for your next pass down the strip, a Super Cheap Auto trade account gives you trade pricing on essential automotive parts and consumables.
Street Machine is Australia's favourite car magazine, documenting the achievements of the hot car community with a fiery passion. And that includes drag racing, with the crew on deck this weekend at the Winternationals, covering everything from top fuel to sportsman racing. You can get a Street Machine subscription for yourself or a loved one from as little as $89, which includes free delivery to your door before it hits the shops. Get on it at streetmachine.com.au. VU4U is an iconic Street Machine project car, and it's just copped a massive restoration. It's flamed, it's slammed, and it sounds awesome. Valued at $75,000, it could be yours. Enter now at win.streetmachine.com.au. T's and C's apply.
Bangshift Automatic Shifters by Aeroflow Performance. A premium range of performance automatic shifters engineered for positive engagement, smooth operation, and precise gear selection when it counts. From tough street builds to dedicated race cars, Bangshift delivers clean, confident shifts and total control, pass after pass. When precision matters, make every shift count. Upgrade to Bangshift from Aeroflow Performance. See the full range now at aeroflowperformance.com.
This is an exciting time for Top Fuel Racing as we literally blast off on the Blast Australian Top Fuel Championship. What is Blast? Well, this guy's a good guy to ask. Lee Bartlett, the co-founder of Blast. What is Blast?
Well, Blast is what you think it is, what you expect it would be. It's the ultimate car cleaning ecosystem. So it's all wall mounted.
Yes.
And it's mounted in your garage, no setup time. Just pull up in your rig, your four-wheel drive, your car, your caravan, and start cleaning.
Marine too, right? You can do
Yeah,
boats?
boating. Yeah, absolutely. Boating too.
If it's dirty, blast it.
Absolutely.
So vacuuming as well. You've got
Yep.
the chemicals as
Yep.
well for cleaning.
Yep. So it's about, the 3 stages of keeping your car clean. So vac, wall mounted, wet dry vac with a 10-metre retractable hose. Then obviously the wash, we've got a 30-metre hose in this machine, 2,300 PSI. This thing is the perfect tool for not just washing your car, cleaning your driveway, cleaning the solar panels on your roof, cleaning your gutter, your caravan, your boat. This thing is a game changer. And then this is what car dealers use. These are the detailers. This is how they get that really good pristine finish on the car. It's dry your car with heat and air. So this is an Air Max car dryer blower. This is the ultimate car care setup.
So basically with Top Fuel, we're all about high performance, right? Nothing's more high performance than a Top Fuel car.
Yep.
This makes perfect sense.
Absolutely. For us, it's all about saving our customers time so they can get back to doing what they love, and every second counts. That's the same in car racing, right? And the same in motorsport. Every second counts. So for us, it's the perfect match. It's the perfect reason why we would be supporting the Top Fuelers.
And we're back. Did you miss me? Yeah, I know. With every shot so far.
Yeah.
Motorcycles getting ready to come out. The performance bike category lined up at the ready line. Getting ready to have at it. Now, I'm curious on motorcycles. Do you have to get on from the other side over here?
Look, I mean, I think it's rider preference.
Okay. Well, I didn't know. I mean, like in cars.
Yeah,
You can always tell the American he walks the wrong side of the car before he gets in.
the water spins the other way.
Yeah,
Yeah.
exactly.
Yep. Is the throttle still on the right?
Funny you should mention that. The first time that I ever drove a right-hand drive car, I was going to Grand Cayman a bunch of years ago, going down there just for a vacation. And so I had rented a car, and I know that it's a right-hand drive car, and I know that you drive left-hand side of the street. And the whole way down there, I'm thinking to myself, I wonder if the pedals are backwards. And my thought was, if the pedals are backwards, I'm taking a taxi. Because I'm absolutely certain that at some point, somebody will pull out in front of me something, and I will instinctively just smash the gas instead of smashing the brake. But when I got in the car, the pedals were in the right place, and I thought, okay, I can go ahead and do this. And since the island-wide speed limit in Grand Cayman is 25 miles an hour, I figured, well, how bad can I screw this up? I mean, even if, I get into a head-on collision at 25 miles an hour, everybody's probably going to walk away. So that was the first time I ever drove on the left side of the road, and then now I'm an old pro at it, except for the fact that I turn my windshield wipers on every time I want to change lanes.
Yeah, I can understand that would be a pain.
Motorcycles coming at you. Dylan Lacey on the left side, Robbie Schulter in the right. Hayabusa on one side, Kawasaki on the other, stretched out swing arm. Who was the first guy to stretch out a swing arm? Do you ever think about things like that?
All the time, and it always staggers me. I mean, where's the sweet spot for how long do you take the swing arm?
I've had that discussion with a couple of guys, and there really is one. I mean, obviously too short, and you can't keep the front end on the ground. But if it's too long, the back tire gets so far away from it that it doesn't have any traction, and it just sits out there. And when one of those things starts fishtailing, they're pretty wild.
Yeah, 100%. So these performance bike running against national records. So an 8:69, the national record for the altered bike of Bobby Schluter. Dylan Lacey, a 7:50. Bobby, she's been having issues with the shift last weekend at the warm-ups, but she was back in the 8.9s not too long ago. So we'll see how she goes on this pass.
Looks like I had a little bit of problem on the gear change out there. 844 at 158 miles an hour. More than a second behind the index. 934 comes up for Bobby on the Kawasaki. 146 mphs. Well, you got to start someplace.
Yeah, that's it. And it's interesting that even though she was the slower of the two cars based on the national record, she'd actually be the #1 qualifier out of that pairing.
Nathan Nelson now on the left side. Riding his Hayabusa. Curtis Collin in the right side. A little bit bigger bore bike. So we got a bike and a AA bike. Now, what is AA? Is that Power Adder or is that just the biggest power? That's Power Adder?
Yeah, it will be a Power Adder.
Okay.
Yep.
Are you allowed your choice? Oh, easy.
Yeah, they can take turbo so look at that, identical reaction times both sides of the racetrack.
Uh-oh, that doesn't look good. He let the smoke out. 191 miles an hour. If I'm a betting man, and as a general rule I don't bet, I think he just blew up a turbo. 191 miles an hour, if it'll shove a seal out of the turbo, it'll shove oil in there, and that'll create a lot of smoke, but it obviously didn't slow the bike down very much, still going 191 miles an hour.
Yeah, still that, under that 7 seconds of 696. And for Chris Collin, he's under the national record, just a 776 on that 777 index.
Well, Wade Unger just walked in, so I think I have to leave because he'll be the guy who knows that I'm a complete imposter. He'll be the guy that, get that phony idiot out of here. He don't know nothing about race commentary. No, you haven't lived till you heard him make fun of me, pronouncing names and mixing up the left lane and right lane. And
then you travel to Queensland and we got more accents.
Yeah. Well, see, everybody down here's got an accent. I just,
So go have a quick quick look at the track up there after Nathan went through. Make sure there's nothing on the racing surface. Of course, there's nothing worse than sending a bike or a competitor down the track, and oil and quick race cars don't mix.
Yeah, well, I don't know. I mean, I assume you guys are familiar with this, but race machines are a lot like high-end electronics. The most important thing in the primary operation is to keep the smoke contained. If you let the smoke escape, that's a bad thing.
Yes.
If you're firing up your new supercomputer or your brand new stereo and the smoke starts escaping, that's going to be bad.
You can ask questions.
You must keep the smoke inside. Do not let the smoke out.
And then you get to something like completely different, but like stunt airplanes where they turn the smoke on.
Yeah, but that's different. They have auxiliary smoke.
Yeah.
They have auxiliary smoke. Let me tell you something. If you're flying one of those things straight up and the smoke starts coming out of the engine, that's not good either. You need to keep the smoke in. I've actually had the opportunity to be in both a pits and a steerman. Those things are cool if you ever get a chance to do it.
Yeah, okay. Yep.
Yeah. I mean, right, everybody when they were a kid, you pretended you were the Red Baron at some point, right?
Yeah, you're not wrong.
I'll keep waiting for word down at the other end of the racetrack. I haven't heard all clear, but I also haven't heard them call for equipment, so I still got my fingers crossed. Tell me how a guy could go wrong with that.
Isn't that beautiful?
Yeah, I think so too.
I was lucky to grow up with a father that was an aircraft engineer. So spent a lot of time in hangars in the 90s.
Spend any time in the air? It's way more fun in the air than in the hangar.
No, you know what? As far as commercial airplanes, yep, I'm happy to hang on and let someone else fly. But other than that, happy to keep my feet in terra firma.
Well, they're firing up the next pair, so good news. Top end, they say, is clear, and hopefully whatever that escaping smoke was something minor that they'll be able to get squared away.
Yeah, we want to see that bike back with that's for sure. So big shout out to our, we know them as the Green Army here at Willowbank Raceway, all of our volunteers that are helping keep the racetrack and races in tip-top shape for this weekend. Ken Collin has the big #1 on the back of the bike. He is your current national champion in performance bike, and Loretta Riz in the Speedflow lane. And it reminds me of the Minions, the blue and yellow leathers.
You just said the Green Army. It reminded me of everybody that ever ate my ex-girlfriend's cooking. You invite people over, the next day there was a Green Army. Well, Loretta just blew the tire off of that thing. Ken Collin on a good-looking run, 778 against the 762 at national record, 163 miles an hour. That's something you can work with. Loretta goes 1107, but She was about a second and a half slow getting to the 60 foot simply from spinning the tire out there.
Craig Edwards and John Mangle, so both competitors running on the 769 national record in double C comp bike.
By the way, my super whoopty weather app says that 103 is the correction factor right now, 353 meters of density altitude. That's pretty darn good conditions out there.
Yeah, that makes me excited when you say that, Alan, especially when we've got Factory Extreme, Supercomp, Supercharged Outlaws coming up. Those guys will enjoy those conditions, as will our bikes here as well, running the turbos or Caradas.
Definitely turbo bikes. You're hearing popping, banging, building up boost. Way up on the center line over there is Craig Edwards. He ends up off the throttle, and John Mengel looked like he was out of the throttle for a while and then got back after it.
Yeah, definitely ugly both sides of the racetrack, so both have improvement to be had in their second qualifier. But I mean, it's all about data for these guys, so they'll get that data from the run, they'll go back to the pits, they'll, we talk about comp bike and super competition. They're sort of, it's the engineers class, isn't it? It's the lab coats and they're back there crunching numbers. And
I think the data you got from both those last bikes was don't do that again.
What have you did in that run? Racing.
Carl Pacey rolling up in the left side now. That's got the pro stock motorcycle look from the world that I live in. And Jason Roberts, that's got the driven on the street look from the world that I live in.
Yeah, well, you nailed it there. Alan Carl was hoping to license last weekend to participate in pro stock bike this weekend. Unfortunately, couldn't complete that licensing process, but here he is in performance bike.
Go! I'm just trying to be helpful. Carl getting way up on the center line and having to try to lean that thing back over into the middle of the groove. 836, 160 miles an hour. He gave up a little time by taking the scenic route. 10:08 comes up for Jason Roberts at 149 on the B street bike. Speaking of street bikes, we got two more of them.
We do Aveen Ottar and Jason Clarkin. So Aveen was our track champion a couple of seasons ago, and his rookie season come through and got to the top of the tree.
Is that really a BMW? Wow.
It is, yeah, and it's a quick BMW as well.
I owned one of those things for about 3 hours.
So it's like when you...
Oh, easy. There you go. That's what mine did.
That's showboating. It just hangs the right leg off, just carries the front wheel. I think that's 60 foot on the back wheel.
Oh, no doubt about it. That was cool. Can we see that again? Aveen goes 946 at 145 miles an hour. 917 at 155 for Jason Clark. Where'd the front end come down? About 150 feet. Watch this again on the replay. Yeah, no problem.
Yeah.
Still got it completely under control.
Yep.
That was awesome. Thank you for the replay. Appreciate that on our Willowbank screen.
Yeah, the overtaking lane crew, they don't miss it, Alan. They do a lot of our events here. We enjoy working with them and then bringing us the action. But and how would you feel if Aveen was your captain on the way home?
What's that?
How would you feel if Aveen was your captain on the way home?
Oh, yeah, no problem. No problem. Because I guarantee you, like, we think there might have been a funny noise. Wouldn't stop. No, we're going. Throttle up. Here we go.
Pete Farnell, now watch this bike get up and boogie. It definitely runs in the 6 seconds, but we haven't seen Pete out here for about 6 months.
Neville with a problem over here on the left side. Did the burnout, came up and the bike lost fire. They came out and wanted to restart it, and the officials told him no go.
Can run well into the 6 seconds and under that 7:06. So we'll see what Pete's got. You can see him already leaning to the right. Sits back up on it. What's the number? There we go. 698, 209 miles per hour for Pete Farnell on the Blaze Craft Suzuki. That'll give him something to work with.
209 miles an hour. I was getting after it once that thing started building boost down the other end of the racetrack. That's cool. I got to get me one of them. I wonder if I'd own that longer than I own the BMW.
I don't know if is it one of those things when a bike's running in 6 seconds like that without a wheelie bar that you're just hanging on and it's taking you for a ride?
Didn't look like it. Definitely looked like he was in charge down there.
So Samuel Fry and Phil Webster. So the Harley and the Hayabusa, 2 different riding styles.
Princess Charters? Is that like the Love Boat or is that something else? No, wasn't the Love Boat based on the Princess Cruises? I guess Charter's probably different. Either way, Phil sits up on the bike before he got down there. 972, 137 comes up for Samuel Fry. Webster goes 1207, but you saw him sit up out there about 400 feet from that point on. Just kind of cruising on down. A pink Destroyer. Been a while since I've seen one of those.
Yeah, still got the orange chassis as well.
Yeah, they haven't powder coated the frame yet, but just give them time.
Yeah, and Edge malice. Well, you know, Edge is in the house. It's got a distinctive note. Does the Quacker over there, making the trek up from Victoria this weekend. Definitely can run under that 792.
That Kawasaki does not look like a friendly ride. As you said, under the index, 769, or under the record, excuse me, 769 at 174, 951 for Cheryl, 136. Now, what point does the record change?
So is it during the event or is it after the event, Terry, with Group 2, the national records? Do they change?
At what point does the record change?
It's normally after the event.
After the event?
Yeah.
Okay.
And that will put him at number 1 qualifier as well. 3 riders under their national record so far. So that was Edge in number 1. Pete Farnell, a 698 is just under a 10th, and a 003 under the national record for Chris Colin.
Looks like we've got one left. I'm sorry, I didn't mean to step on you there.
That's good.
Joe Corey going to be the final car, our final bike in category on the Harley Destroyer. 869 the record, he goes 871, so didn't get below it, but got pretty darn close at 148 miles an hour. It looks like that is going to wrap up that.
Yeah, 100%. So we can see the replay there of that last pass for Joe Curry in performance bike, rounding out our qualifying session number 1, day 1 of the Gulf Western Oil Winternationals. Looked nice and straight for the first half of the racetrack. But Alan, I'm going to jump out of the hot seat as we've got Factory Extreme coming forward and let Terry jump back on. Terry calls our jamboree here at Willowbank Raceway.
Oh, you're not throwing me out? I thought you were throwing me out. Yeah. Okay. I might set a new record. It takes me 3 classes to get thrown out.
Good afternoon, Alan. How are you, my man?
Terry, I am well. Thank you for letting me share your office a little bit today.
Mate, it's a great pleasure, and I just had a message from one of our from Janie, and she said, make sure you're calling these guys with Alan, because Colin Wilshire, Alan Dodd, we've got the mighty Boostworks Rotary, we've got the mighty Rhyme Signs Mitsubishi, which has run a 6.0. So theoretically, if Colin, now maybe not today,
okay,
but if he runs into the 5 second zones in this 4-cylinder, this would be the first 5 second ever in Australia in a 4.
Really?
So you might be the good luck that we need, Alan. I'm hoping you are.
Okay, now wait a minute. Just to be clear, if he goes out there and runs 598, does that mean you guys are going to lock me in the damn basement and I never get to go home? Because I got a cat to feed.
We're going to leave you in there with a kangaroo we might wrangle from down the bottom end, because you haven't seen one yet.
Yeah.
But the mighty Boostworks 13B Rotary.
They're having problems with Colin's car back there. He has not done a burnout yet, and they are crawling under it. Never a good thing when you're sitting in the burnout area and people are crawling under the fenders. I mean, that's been my experience anyway. Maybe it's different down there.
I agree with you.
Okay.
It's one of those things where if everybody's looking underneath it, it's not a good thing. So
if he runs in the 5s, I'm a good luck charm. If they push him off the start line, what does that make me?
We did see Blaze just put the finger up saying it'll only be a solo. So we get to see...
So does that mean I'm the jinx?
No, not at all. Do not think that. We never call that here in Australia. You never jinx. They make their own luck.
Yeah, okay, let's do that.
They make their own. Let's see what this little mighty RX-7 can do.
What shade of green is that?
That is a Kermit green.
Kermit?
I'm just throwing that out there.
No, I like it. I like it, actually. You certainly couldn't lose that in the airport car park, could you? Where'd you leave the car? I don't remember. Oh, there it is.
You wouldn't even have to hit the remote. No. Gets out nice, has a little bit squirrely at half track, straightens it up, pulls the chute to pull it in straight, and goes 754 at 120, but 170 mile an hour at half track there. So
yeah, but he let the smoke out down there at the other end. I saw the little puff when it shut off, and typically speaking,
that's a rotor thing.
They'll pour a lot of fuel into the turbo when they shut it off just to cool it down, but then it was smoking considerably even down in the shutdown area, so...
We'll see if he comes back.
I mean, the little puff was one thing, but watch down here in the shutdown area. It's smoking pretty good down there.
Yeah, she was a fair bit.
Do not let the smoke out.
No, you said that before. That's something I'm going to live by. Being a bloke who owns a few rotaries, I'm going to remember that. Do not let the smoke out.
Do not let the smoke out.
Unless you're on a plane.
Right, exactly.
In a smoker's lounge. Back in the old days, you could do that. You were talking about the wait in the lounge. Back in the old days, you used to be able to have a cigarette on the plane. Imagine telling the young ones today that you used to be able to do that.
You know, I still think that, you know, I would agree with whoever it was, and I was a smoker at the time, so I was grateful to be able to smoke on the airplanes, but I agree with whoever it was that said having a smoking section in the airplane is kind of like having a peeing section in the pool.
Yeah.
It's like, you know, go over there and do that. You're not allowed to do that down in this end.
That is exactly it. So it looks like we might have Ben Slaughter coming through in the Supra. We're just waiting to make sure that that was not much of a clean-up. Hopefully there wasn't anything dropped down the end there, Alan. So you brought the weather.
No, absolutely not.
We've got to credit you for that.
No, absolutely not. I never take credit for good weather, because if that's the case, then they're going to blame me when the weather turns bad.
Oh.
And
well, you've got it here now, so
I never wanted
matter.
that.
Well, you brought the wind then.
I do remember one time, though, one of my favorite weather things. We were in Bristol, Tennessee, and the shutdown area in Bristol, once you go past the scoreboards, past the finish line, goes uphill at a pretty steep angle. And it was raining so hard that if you had a surfboard, you could have ridden it down the shutdown area. I mean, it was raining. And I was speaking with the gentleman from Racers for Christ, who weekly does the invocation and comes out before we fire off with the morning prayer. And I said, hey, Ken, just a quick question. I said, aren't you the guy that always stands down there on the starting line and thanks the Lord for this beautiful weather? And he said, you know I am. And I said, well, shouldn't you be down there right now shaking your fist at the heavens, telling them, hey, man, we're trying to race down here. What's going on?
And what was the response?
He said, it would appear that the farmers prayed harder than the racers did today. And I said, you know.
So you had an answer.
I got nothing for that.
He had a beautiful answer.
He did have an
It's
answer.
Like, well, there you go. And that's a fair thing. If the farmers are in need of it more, we're okay with that.
No, it's not. The farmers would be just as happy if it rained on Monday or Tuesday. Wouldn't bother us at all.
Actually, you're right.
Yeah.
The weekday's a day, just another day to them.
Ben Slaughter on the right side. A sunroof. I wonder if that thing is still. No, probably not.
Well,
probably not.
Probably not. So a couple of we've got the Supra, and we've got the mighty RX-7, 20B on board.
Do we have information on the car in the left lane?
That'll be Jerry, I do believe, and it is an RX-7 20B.
Yeah, I didn't know where to look. I didn't want to mess up your system up here.
Yeah, we don't have a. I don't know why we don't have his name up on there. I'm not too sure why. Mr. 1020.
I can tell you it's direct clutch services machine. As they're easing it in.
And it is a 20B turbo, so it'll be does run to the sixes, and of course the other RX-7 carrying a 2J, I do believe. Was a little bit disappointed in an RX-7.
Yeah.
Putting a piston engine in a rotary is kind of like a little bit of a no-no, but you know what? They're allowed to get away with it, I guess.
Like putting an LS in your Hemi Cuda?
That's it.
Oh, look at that.
Well, I'll have a look at the launch from Slaughter. 128 light. Don't worry about the light, but he's going to go through for a 641 at 219. And the direct clutch car goes through for a 742 at 142. Backed it out, but I tell you what, Slaughter, the newbie car, was on a march.
No doubt about it. 641, 219. I don't think that left front tire started turning until about 300 feet because it hadn't touched the ground yet.
That's when you've got to trust those wheelie bars a little bit more than normal.
Absolutely.
I reckon. It's just like, it's a bit of a guide.
And now he's going, so you don't like my 2JZ, huh?
Yeah.
How do you like me now?
He just loves it because it's an RX-7 that can now do what it's supposed to do, I guess. But anyway. But as we move into our next one, we've got Sammy Afcal. Sam. Just about to come through in the Queensland Property Group RX-8. Just can't see the other one. It might be...
Sammy's car hasn't started yet.
So Sammy's up the back in the RX-8. And we've got, of course...
They're squirting something in the air inlet down there trying to get that thing to fire up. We do have crew out there on the racetrack just checking things out. I'm not sure, maybe a pilot chute came off something down there, but you saw them run out there in a golf buggy, and you can see on the big screen, looks like they're cleared off now.
You never know what can drop off a car, do you really, Alan?
Everything.
Something small, something big. We've seen windshields, I'm sure you at different times, pop out. All sorts of stuff falls off cars. Doors fall off cars. Bonnets, windscreens.
You'd be surprised how many times, like, a wrench or a screwdriver or something that was left during the maintenance will be left. And somebody will find it out there about 300 feet. If you stand trackside and just pick up everything that falls off a race car, over time you could build your own race car. Because a little bit of everything will fall off at some point.
It's like a beautiful little lottery, isn't
Yeah,
it? It's
it
like
really
a little,
is.
little trash and treasure. It's like we've got this whole little box of fun. Maybe we can build something. The guys on the space shuttle back in the day would have, back in Apollo, would have liked that. They said, well, we've got more stuff for you to try and fix this thing with.
Yeah, the problem is when stuff falls off the space shuttle, it's like it's hard to retrieve it because it doesn't land anywhere. It just kind of drifts over there someplace.
There it is.
It's like, I can see it. I can see it. I don't know how we're going to get to it.
Yeah, so this will be Isaac and Sammy. So Isaac in the RX3. I think he ran his first 6-second in this the other day. Sammy, this car is a genuine low 6-second RX8. RX8, big burnout there from the 20B. Now let's have a little look what Isaac, coming in fresh, he's been having some good success at a couple of other different tracks and different sort of racing.
That thing just sounds mad.
So this is dad and son.
Yeah?
How good is that? Mighty RX8, you can hear that big thump as the 20B packs it in. Look at that. This is Factory Extreme here at the Willowbank Winternationals, and of course, if you love this sort of racing, 7, 8, 9 of August, of course, Jamboree. I got the pleasure of comparing with Pierre Humpert from Puerto Rico once, and he was here and said, Terry, I love Jamboree. It is beautiful. You got lots of pretty ladies, pretty cars. I'm going, hang on, got to keep him in check here, but he was good.
I like it.
So, yeah, no, it's quite good. It's always a pleasure to commentate with someone else, Alan.
They've still got a problem with Sam. I don't think Sam's car will idle. It sounds like he just keeps revving it up so it doesn't die.
Oh, that's a rotary thing. That thing at night, it will shoot out like about a 3-meter flame, like a Nitro funny car. It's pretty impressive. So if you can get it to hook up, Isaac will hopefully run a high 6. With a bit of luck, Sammy might get this thing to let's hope, to something around 6.4, maybe 6.3. We'll see what it can do.
I think if you took the engine out of Isaac's car and put it in Sam's car, it would go 10 miles an hour faster just from aerodynamics. Because that RX3 is not the swoopiest car that was ever built. I mean, I absolutely love it. I'm not throwing rocks at it. I think it looks awesome, but it...
I've had a few in the time, but now they're worth a mint. I couldn't afford the front bumper bar off one.
I just keep looking around. There's one sitting out there someplace.
In a shed somewhere. I need to have more relatives, Alan.
Remind me to tell you about my 1970 Dodge Challenger stories.
Nice, nice. Here we go. This is all for the rotor guys. Rotors in the house. Let's see what they can do. You see Dave Reed over there. He's getting excited. Sam's out, picks the front wheel up, and you see Isaac says, well, I'm going to have a crack. I'm going to wait. Build up the boost. Goes through for a 694 at 178, but nope.
Is that a door that flew off or a hood that flew off or something down there?
We just had that discussion, did we?
We did.
Were we preemptive?
Yeah. The old commentator's curse. Watch again. Here's the replay. Now, Isaac didn't move, but watch Sam at the finish line. Not sure. Yep, door. Whee!
That is what we call in the business, he truly blew the doors off it.
Yeah, but blowing your own doors off doesn't, like, that's...
It's a rotor thing. Rotor guys do that sort of thing.
They blow their own doors off?
Yeah, that's what we do. It's
Okay.
like, yeah, let's all be mischievous together.
Well, hopefully that didn't do damage that...
No, Sam's got a few probably. He lives close by.
A few extra doors.
And he has like about 60 rotaries, so
Okay.
I think he'll probably just go, okay, let's see if we've got one here that fits.
Tomorrow might have a blue door on it?
No, come on. Surely they got someone who's got a bit of spare orange paint.
Yeah, you're probably right.
But yeah, 694, and we've got Ben Slaughter with a 641. And we got Eddie Hawatch, of course, in the Enviro Waste car just about to come through.
As soon as we pick up all the, the big part and then whatever little parts might be out there, the little confetti. So you said you're looking for an RX-3.
Oh, no, I'm not looking for one. I've got a couple of RX-7s, but I can't afford an RX-3 anymore. I'm
So
too poor.
quit looking. It's no, I'm telling you, it's funny. I have a little shop in Tucson where I keep a couple of my cars and some stuff, and I had a guy call me about, it's been a couple of months ago now, and he says, I got this car. It's been sitting in my garage for a while. I'm 82 years old, and I finally realized that I'm just never going to get around to it. And he said, I don't want my wife to have to deal with it. It really just needs a good home. And he said, do you think you might be interested in buying it? Well, I need another car like I need to get hit with a brick twice. But I'm not smart enough to say no and hang up the phone. I said, well, tell me about the car. He said, it's a 1970 Dodge Challenger RT 440.
Oh.
He said, I believe I'll come take a look at that. So I went, looked at the car. It's a special edition. It's a special edition RT 440. Power steering, power brakes, air, got power windows. The guy drove the thing into the garage in 1998, shut the key off, and it hasn't moved since.
That was it.
And he kept, one of these days I'm going to get to it, one of these days I'm going to get to it. It is
I know.
stock down to the iron manifolds.
So it's purple.
And factory radio. Yep,
was that a vinyl roof on that thing?
Yeah, well, it's a special edition, so they all had, it's got a small back window, so all the special edition cars.
Beautiful. Now, we'll have to get
get
Alan's pictures at some point in time and try and post it up on the Willowbank Facebook site. Because
while I'm talking to the guy, I'm thinking to myself, just tell me you want $10 million for the car. Right, that's going to be my out. Oh, gee, sorry, I'll make a couple of calls for you. And while I'm talking to him, he says, got a parts car, too. You want to look at it? I said, well, what's your parts car? 1970 Dodge Challenger RT.
Oh,
it's a 383 car. It doesn't have air conditioning. It's not nearly as well appointed. And
well, the windows wind down, so it's got air conditioning. Old school.
It's been sitting in the Arizona sun for more than 30 years. He said, I don't remember why it quit running. I just remember when we moved to Arizona in the mid-90s, we had to tow that one and we drove the other one. And they just pushed it out in the backyard and it's been sitting there ever since. So now I own two Challengers.
I was just about to say, please tell me there was a happy ending to that and you got them both.
I've got them both.
How do you feel about that? Like, what are your plans with it? What was the other one okay? Like, was it
the other one actually is not in terrible shape, except for the sun damage that's been done. The interior is complete junk. Because, where I live, it's not at all uncommon for it to be 112, 115 in the summertime, which would be, 45 around here or something like that, right? And, sitting in the sun just destroys things. But the car's all there. When my buddy Kenny and I we went and picked up the first one, which was the 440 car, and brought it to my shop, pushed it off the trailer, pushed it in the shop. And I said, well, we got to find out, don't we? And he said, yeah. He said, you got a squirt bottle?
Oh, here we go.
I said, you got a battery? And he said, yeah, I'll grab the winch battery off the trailer. So he grabs the battery off the trailer. I grab a little squirt bottle of gasoline, go over there, open the hood, take the cover off, squirt gas in the carburetor. I said, all right, man, hit it. And he started laughing. And I said, what are you laughing about? He said, when I turned the key on, the low fuel light came on the console.
Oh, no.
I thought, car's got a low fuel light? He goes, yeah, and it works.
The fuel is heritage listed.
And so he hit the key and the thing started.
Oh, that is phenomenal.
Like, oh, man. So
that is.
So anyway, I have two Challengers.
That's meant to be, Alan.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? Sometimes things are sent to you like that, and that is really cool.
But I am like the epitome of the guy that once said, I don't have a car problem. I have a storage problem.
Yeah.
Because I simply don't have room. I have a 1970 Barracuda that I bought a couple of years ago for a project. Now I've got the two Challengers, and my Mustang lives at the shop, so I'm running out of space.
How far off for the Challenger to be on the road permanently?
Well, I mean, as of now, if you put tires on it, you can put it on the road. The typical thing for a car that's been sitting a long time, had to put a gas tank in it. It had rotted from the inside out. Replaced all the rubber fuel lines, obviously. Replaced the rubber brake lines, put a master cylinder on it. What else did I do to it? I mean, I put plugs and wires on it and stuff just because.
So you didn't open it up at all?
No, didn't open it up at all. Rebuilt the carburetor, and it now is a running, driving car. The tires are all square because they've been sitting for so long.
Yeah.
But I'm really trying to decide what I'm going to do with it. If I'm going to keep the thing, then that's one thing. If I'm going to sell it, then I don't want to put tires on it because whoever I sell it to was going to have their own idea. And it's like, okay, well, you go spend $300 on tires. Yeah. And then he goes, no, I want to change the wheels and change the stuff. So I don't know.
You could be throwing good money at dead money. Yeah, so, and you don't know what the next person might want to do with it. Their plan might be keep it.
So if I decide to keep it, well, that's one thing. But if I sell it, then that'll be something else. And then I started working on the yellow one, and it's basically the same thing. Put a gas tank in it, the brake lines, master cylinder, and it now runs and drives.
Are you kidding me?
Yeah, and so I don't know. I mean, I have more cars than I need and less parking than I need, so I just got to figure out what I'm going to do with everything.
But that sounds like a really good problem to have, though. Let's be serious. With the car,
it is.
Some of the cars like that, you're thinking, well, you get some good luck thrown to you. So you reckon I should stop looking, and it'll come to me?
Right, it'll fall out of the sky. There'll be one out there that'll just drop in your lap sometime as soon as you quit looking for it.
I'm going to hold you to that when you and I are commentating the next Winter Nationals next year.
Look forward to that.
And I'll go, Alan, guess what? You get, Terry, I knew that had happened. So, yeah. So, look, we might have a quick break while they're just cleaning up, probably about less than 10 minutes. We just got a tiny little bit of a clean up down the deep end after Sammy went through. So I'm just looking for Dave. Well, I'm looking over across for our crew here, and he's bailed on me. So Alan, you and I can just keep talking now.
Absolutely.
That's exactly what we can do. So when did you fly in?
I flew in Wednesday. Yesterday, got here in the morning. That's the craziest thing too. And coming from the United States, leave Los Angeles on Monday evening, land Wednesday morning.
That is just
Tuesday
weird.
just completely disappeared.
And you feel like people talk about time travel. Well, that's
and then going home, we'll wait and see how it all works out. But when I went home the first time, when I came over for the Bend last year, I left Sydney at 10 minutes after 9 a.m. on Tuesday and landed in LA at 10 minutes before 9 a.m. on Tuesday.
See, there you go.
So I got there 20 minutes before I left. Didn't feel like it, but
that is awesome. So like you said, besides your weight, the trip over, that's a long haul, isn't it? Really,
yeah.
I mean, a lot of people who
about 14 hours nonstop.
If you're doing
from LA.
it on holidays, you're all saying, "Oh, you're going to a destination," but you're over here to more or less work. But would you class it as hard work? What do you get? What is your thing that you get out of being a commentator here?
Well, I mean, a couple of things. One, I am a big believer that you never turn down an opportunity to do something new, and love the opportunity to come to a new racetrack, come to a new part of the world. Even though I have been to Australia a couple of times, saying I've been to Australia is like saying I've been to the United States. Yeah. Well, where'd you go? You went to Texas. Well, then you ain't been to New York.
Yeah.
You haven't been to Florida. You haven't been to, and so. A chance to see a different part of the country, and I love the adventures. I'm staying an extra day. I was told you need to go down to the Gold Coast and just check it out for a day.
Yeah.
And I went, okay, how far is that? I said 100 kilometers. Okay, so I'm staying an extra day. I'm going to go down and just see what kind of trouble I can get into down there.
The Gold Coast will give you every opportunity to get in trouble.
Looking
Believe
forward to
me.
that.
So probably don't stay overnight.
It's actually funny. When I started doing the commentary stuff in the United States, I'm a heavy equipment mechanic by trade, and I worked for a major construction company. I ran the fleet shop, kept all of the equipment and trucks and stuff on the road. And when I started doing the commentary in the United States, the company that I was working for was very gracious about time off. And at the time, I was doing like 7 or 8 events a year, so it wasn't a big deal. But I would be at my day job until Thursday noon, 1 o'clock. I'd leave there, I'd get on a plane, I'd end up getting into Philadelphia, just pick a city. At midnight, I'd go to the hotel, go to the racetrack Friday, Saturday, Sunday. If I could get a midnight flight out Sunday, I would, so I'd be back in the office Monday morning. I mean, I felt like they were really good to me, and I needed to try to take care of them.
But it's brutal on you, though.
But I would come back, and somebody would go, how's Philadelphia? I have no idea. Yeah. I mean, the racetrack was good. The airport's like, but I didn't see anything.
It's a work thing and that is exactly how it is with any sort of thing when you're flying somewhere to work. People go,
True.
"Oh wow, you were up at North Queensland. That must have been really nice for you, mate. I saw a motel room and I saw the local pub for a meal. That's it."
When I started doing commentating just for a living, now we're talking 37 years ago now or something like that, it changed my philosophy a little bit. It's like, okay, there's no reason not to go in Tuesday and go see something. There's no reason not to stay an extra day so I could see some of the stuff. And some of the adventures have been pretty cool. I mean, I like big, stupid equipment.
Yep.
And there are a couple of 100-ton steam locomotives in the North Maine woods that got abandoned there in 1935 or something. They're still sitting there, and they're like legendary. If go on Google and Google Ghost Trains Maine, Maine, and it'll come up. But they're in the middle of 3.5 million acres, and you can't get there. And so I decided I want to go find these things. The first year, just real quick, the first year when I went up there, it's all logging trails and shale road, and I mean, it is absolute wilderness. There's nothing paved. Your phone, your GPS doesn't work. Nothing works out there. It is absolute wilderness. But I've got the map, right? It's like, look for the broken bridge and turn left and go, 9 clicks and, see a tree and turn right. And so I'm going, okay, I'm feeling pretty good about this. And I finally got the point. It's like, oh, I must have missed a turn someplace. And I bumped into a forest ranger, just dumb luck. I flagged the guy down. I said, hey, help me out here. I said, I'm looking for the trains. He goes, the old lost locomotives? And I said, yeah. He said, there's 75 miles that way.
Oh.
I was still in the woods, but I missed by 75 miles.
So you kept walking?
No.
So 3 days later?
I went back next year. It took me 5 years to find the things, but I finally found it.
But that would have been satisfying.
It was really cool.
That is very satisfying.
So is this our last one?
No, we might have a couple more. So we've got Eddie Huarch, of course, in the Enviro Waste RX-7. Gas racing on board, of course. Piston power. Let's see what this thing will... this thing hooks up. This will be tidy. Eddie, never known for not giving it
let's just say, he doesn't like to take it easy in a lot of ways.
We don't have this class in the United States. We do have a couple of cars that would have similar power plants. Bruno Massel, the Fox Sports commentator and world champion in comp eliminator, drives something similar to this, but we don't have this as a class.
Whoa, Eddie, there it is, just launched off the line. The car dug down, picked the front wheels up, and probably had a little look at the wall and said, "Nah, I'm off this thing." Does the most sensible thing you do. But Factory Extreme is it's all about the 4-cylinder, 6-cylinder rotors, and that whole class is like that. As in the Puerto Ricans and Orlando, those guys really love that sort of thing. But we have it here, and obviously we do it for a 3-day festival like here for Alan, and it's a great day at Canberra. It's a lot of fun.
I like your Factory Extreme. I like your top door slammer category. It's awesome. That's another thing that we don't have back in my part of the world. I'd like to import those things. If we're switching classes, that means it's time for me to get out of here. I don't want to get...
we're just about to move into our fabulous guys from, I do believe we're moving into Supercomp. Would I be right?
Supercomp is what it says?
Supercomp, yes, which is... Alan, thank you, my man.
No,
Come
thank
back
you.
later this afternoon.
Genuine pleasure. I will...
we'll jump you back on.
I'll be around all weekend. Thank you so much.
Now here we go, Steve Sloan in the Mighty Gemini, Robbie Butler in the Corolla. This will be quick, watch for these guys. They'll be testing these times. Robbie's off that 900 and 905 for Steve Sloan, 851 for Sloan, 847 for Robbie Butler. Wade Benson, welcome back. And you just, once again, you just witnessed two boys just going, what record? What are we going to do?
Normally Supercomp, they don't want to give it
to
all
it.
away on a Thursday, but hey, they decide no,
warming up to it.
We
no.
are not holding back. Holding back the big time.
If anybody's trying to figure out, this is what we class as Group 2 racing. So all of these vehicles they're running off a class that they have nominated. So obviously Megan Anderson and Luke Cartledge here in their vehicles, they're running off B, Dragster Automatic, but a double FDA. So look, you can see it's a straight 6, it's got turbo. This is what you have, all different categories. It's kind of like watching a television, right? Here's my explanation for you. Ready for this?
Go on.
Kind of like watching a television, and it's like you're all going for the one award, but you've got a mini-series, you've got a romantic comedy, you've got the news, you've got an infomercial. Everything's in there because everything is working towards that one point, and that's to win.
The one award they don't have?
Yeah, so if you're saying, well, I don't know where you want to class these guys, but they could be whatever in that category, but it is the way it is. Everyone is running off a category that they've chosen to run in, which has a record, which is different in each category. They can either go above it or under it, but when it comes to the crunch, you've got to go close to it. Luke gets out with a 06 red, but that's okay. We'll see how quick he goes, though. He's off that 7158 and he goes 725 at 168 for Luke. And Megan, the car did not want to play the game very well at that time.
No, it didn't sound like it wanted to go up and boost, did it? So issues there, but that's what qualifying is about. You can work through the 3 qualifiers. Obviously, you'd like to have 3 faultless qualifiers, but everyone's story will be different come the end of Sunday afternoon.
So Patrick O'Shea and John Parisi. Parts Pro Resto's Camaro.
How good does it look down on track with the gold and the red?
That does not look like a Camaro. It looks like a Ford RXT or whatever. Calm yourself. All the way from beautiful Bow Desert.
Look, he's not mucking around. Straight into full stage. Let's get the show on the road, says Patrick.
Got the louvers in. Got the two-tone paint. Running off that 822. Oh! Gets out angry with a 313 light, but got off the line hard. Parisi goes 876 off that 913 in CMPA, and Patrick O'Shea goes a 948 off that 822 with a 1. Oh, it's a tough. This Group 2 racing, Wade, not easy, is it?
No.
And we know that the shenanigans and the calculations that'll be happening later on.
Well, you've got 29. You've got to think as well, Terry, we've got 29 cars entered this weekend. And they're all trying to race into a 16-car field. So only 16 of them will go through to race day.
That is really harsh. That's like saying, it's like getting an invite for the wedding, and you go, well, you can only bring one of you.
Yeah. and to think that probably half of that 16 car field will be under the national record.
Yeah.
Pretty stout.
So Darren Gay, he's in the Lumina. The A-Gas. Adrian Vella, the C-Gas automatic. And the Chev. As I said, folks, it'll be all off the record that these cars are running on. And they can go, they will, when it comes to the crunch, they're going to have to be very good at this. So Vella will be off that 825 and Darren Gay off the 740. Well, I suppose the other boys said, let's just throw the hammer at it and we'll just see what happens, eh? And knowing Adrian Vella and Darren Gay, they will be no different. This will be just throw your hands in the air and what can they run? Oh, big wheel stand as normal from Adrian Vella. Pulls it back in. Darren Gay pulls the chutes early with a 761. That thing would have gone well under that 740. But a 926 with a big wheel stand there for Vella. That was a big wheel stand.
Yeah, you're not wrong. Consider the replay here thanks to overtaking lane. So watch the Adrian Vella car.
And you can see that Adrian says, oh, looking a little bit close to that wall. I'm just going to bring it down.
What goes up must come down.
One of the times the guys will try and drive through it, as we know, Wade. Whether the car gives you that possibility or not. But when you start to see that wall's getting a little bit closer in your peripheral, you go, no.
Well, we know some competitors that's the way the car wants to operate, isn't it? And,
yeah.
and they've kind of they do a controlled wheel stand, as controlled as it can be with two wheels off the ground. But another one of those that will definitely pick up the front wheels is Josh Schluter over there in the Cavalier, the Rocket Lane. Not only does he pick up the front wheels, but we know he can run under the national record.
It is super consistent, this car. Really just doesn't... Schluter doesn't mince words in the LVS Light Vehicle Solution Cavalier. Little small block just absolutely screaming. Same as Rob Maddox, of course, in the 341 cube. Oh, looks like maybe we're not getting Schluter. Yes, we are. What do we call Joe? The scientist? Is he the scientist? Because he's the man.
He is a little bit. He helps out a lot of his competitors as well, though.
Oh, he most certainly does.
So not only is he a fierce competitor, he's happy to lend a hand to the rest of the field.
I think the more people you help out, the bigger the category gets, and the more competitors you get. So it's obviously a lot of good things. So watch for the Mighty Cavaliers wheel stand. Never disappoints. Cuts a red light, but a 137 for Rob Maddox. Just all eyes will be on that 863, 839. Maddox with the 940, 958.
Yeah, and I expect that's what you'd expect from Jai, isn't it? Of
Yeah.
course, tidy up the lights. Good to go. Jaden Pullen coming forward. Jaden's one of those competitors that we'd love to see more of, see the car more often, but she focuses on the Winter Nationals. It's the event that she plans all year.
And Jordana obviously working up in the mines, so she's pretty busy, and so she's always got a lot going on. So I think it's one of those things where do you sacrifice your work for your racing? And look, she used to campaign the Commodore. She raced Junior Dragster. So she's probably thinking, well, you know what, I've got a lot going on with work, but you know what, I can keep my Monaro in the garage and I can race it every year as my treat for the Winter Nationals.
Jason Simpson over in the Rocket Lane, the A1 automotive car from based down in Capalaba there. From Thornlands, 4164 represents.
And well done. And Jason, another one, generally as a rule, will pop in at the Winter Nationals and be both of these competitors. Really, let's see how they go with these times they're off. Jordana will be looking to go for the 733, either just above or under. And Jason will be looking at that 8001 C-Gas automatic and see how close or how far under he goes in that A1 automotive probe. So the Team Finance Group Monaro, let's go. Oh, 008. Colin, I said, you know what? She cracks a good time here. Oh, there you go. She's pretty well just above that 7:33 with a 7:38. Jason Simpson 8:09. So both of them pretty well right on their records respectively there, Wade.
Yeah, performance-wise, they're both pretty evenly matched, aren't they, against where they're trying to run. So both got away pretty cleanly. Looked like Jason might have had something happen just after it launched, but it got back into it. So might have lost a little bit of ET. But exciting, Terry. It's always exciting when Scotty Hoffman's in the house.
Yes. So Warren Allen in the Summit Racing Equipment Dragster. He'll be running off that 7158 in the B Dragster automatic. But then the man, the moment, the man we love, Mr. Nugget Garage, Scotty Hoffman, Cleveland Dyno in the Corolla.
Wouldn't it be a luxury of choosing which Toyota you'd take out of the shed?
Well, let's think about this 900 or this 9000 that's in CCOM.
That's pretty generous, isn't it?
Well, we know what Scott can do in this thing, so we're not going to talk about last year's campaign. We're going to talk about now. So Warren Allen is saying, I'm going to have a crack at that 715. Scotty Hoffman says 900. I might try and give that a fair dinkum nudge. Does pick the front left up. Can carry it pretty well for the whole track. I'm not saying it will now. I'm just telling you I've seen, you and I have seen. Oh, wheel stand there for Allen. Scott brings the boost on late. Pulls the chute early too. He says, there you go. 8-1.
Is that still number one qualifier with the chutes out early?
Warren Allen's gone under that 715 with a 701 at 188 effortlessly with a wheel stand out of that rear engine dragster. But Hoffman, red light, goes 815, off with a soft launch, then pulls the chute early and still runs an 815 at 120 mile an hour off a 900 record.
Yeah, well, it was 146 mile an hour at a half track, so he's washed off plenty of speed. Wasn't under full power and still nearly a second. Is it number one qualifier? Surely.
Yes.
Yeah.
He's
3/10 to
8:48.
spare.
Yeah, 3:10. We knew it was going to be hot, but we didn't know it was going to be soft hot.
That's a flex.
Because he's just...
I've got the data.
I've got the... We loved it. Here we go.
I'm not
Sarah
showing
Roderick
anything.
in the signed by Agents Dragster. And it's Mitch McDonald in the 1320 Motorsport Torino.
All hands on deck this morning to get Sarah's car onto the racetrack this morning, or for this first qualifying session. So, daughter Ashley at the front of the car.
How does she feel having to drive it back?
Yeah.
Guide mum back.
Well,
Mum, I should be behind the wheel.
Well, not only that. I mean, she flew in last night, but she had to bring some car parts down with her. So I don't know how she smuggled them through security. It's more so like if you get stopped, it's like, well, did you pack your bag yourself? What's in the bag?
You would have been packing. You would have had the bag on that little weight going. It's still over the 25 kilos.
No, but
well, it's got two heads in it. You know?
Ashley is the hero this morning for the team.
Well done, Ash. But here we go, Mitch McDonald. Another one running off that A gas automatic. The Torino, 605 cubes, running off that 6.20. So if you're sitting here in the crowd, that is what the Torino is aiming for. Sarah, she is aiming for the 746. Get close to it, go under it. You choose.
Looks good through the first half of the racetrack. Breathing a little bit heavy in the second half. It goes a 770 at 169 miles per hour. And for Mitch McDonald in that Torino, a 015 light was pretty sharp. An 873 at 156 miles an hour.
So both competitors got a little bit to work with. Need to get a little bit quicker. So Dan Case and Chris Sankey. Sankey in the Mobile 1 Racing Altered. Running in the C automatic. So this will be interesting. 768. We know that Sankey will definitely give that a big nudge. We know that.
Plenty of these races will, won't they?
A lot of them, you just see them and you go, mate, that. When you look at that, you think, hang on, why don't you own that record? Or maybe you do. Or
And it's about the potential, isn't it, of what the car can run.
Yeah.
You don't want to throw the potential at it in its first pass if you know that it can run under that.
But you want to top qualify.
You do, yeah.
It's like there's a catch-22 there, isn't there, Wade? I want to top qualify, but I don't want to make my job too hard.
Yep.
So, but Dan Case, he's running off that 909 in the Fast Lane Industries Tirana, which is a nice little, trying to just about to come through the water box. Not too sure what's going on there. Are they running a solo, are they, or what are they doing? No. So maybe they are, I'm not too sure. You can see the tough-looking purple Tirana just sitting there in the rocket lane. He's waiting for the burnout, or... Seems like a lot going on out there. I'm not too sure what's happening there, Wade.
Yeah, well, Chris has, as we know, gone through his burnout procedure. He's ready to front up for this first qualifying session, and they won't want to sit there for too long. That obviously will build additional heat that they won't have accounted for. And for Dan, he's sitting back there, hasn't gone through his burnout procedure yet.
There you go. They're giving him the thumbs
Thumbs
up.
up.
'Cause obviously there was something down the deep end that we didn't see. Maybe there was something, a hold up down there. Maybe there was something on the track that someone caught. And you know what? Best to be safe than to send our racers down there into maybe a situation you don't want them to be down in. So, you know, like Alan talked about it before, the amount of time shifters or spanners or something could be dropped on the track. And you and I know that. And sometimes they're very hard to pick up, and it might just take one of our guys down the deep end there, one of our officials will just catch it and say, hang on. And you know what? I'd rather them go get whatever they got to get, and we're all running safe.
Yeah, and for those watching at home on Overtaking Lane as well that might not be here, we'll get this pair underway. 048 green for Chris Sankey. It was a red light for Dan Case. Shoots her out early, so
Whether that was
he's still trying to drive through it. So whether he's bumped
something might have
after
been-
it or...
yeah.
But for Sankey goes an 830 on a 776. And
Look at that
Dan
at 114.
soft.
Chris.
Off it early.
Chris.
1043 for Dan Case.
We know.
Yeah, for those watching at home that may not have been at Willowbank before, the braking area from where we sit here at the control tower is downhill. So we don't get the luxury of being able to see what's happening post the finish line.
Oh, we do from the overtaking lane.
We
They are
do,
very
we do.
generous with a camera that faces down there.
Yes, I did hear that someone had been requesting a deep end camera. I don't know who that would be, but
I think they actually had a GoFundMe for it. Or quite possibly they... Oh, here we go. Then you think it can't get any faster. Mike Bailey in the altered. He's running off that 734, ladies and gents. And Rob Evans, he'll be running off that 762. All the way from South Australia in the Daytona. I didn't hear that comment, and I don't want to hear the comment from our overtaking lane, Dave in the overtaking lane.
yeah, Dave's going to send you an
Hasn't-
invoice for the naming rights.
Hasn't he got a cruise he should be on somewhere? He is the
I'm disappointed.
The cruise captain.
I'm disappointed it took you this long to get that out.
yeah. So Bailey, as I said, ladies and gentlemen, all eyes will be on Bailey in the speedway lane. He'll be running off that 734. Rob Evans will be running off that 762. So remember, they need to go as close, on, or under, depending on what they want to do with that category they are racing in. You're going to throw it at it, or just try and get it down there and see what it does. Whoa! Got it loose. Got it back in the hole, so that was nice.
Well, Bailey's got loose.
Bailey did too. The
Yeah.
wind might have shifted him around a bit at three-quarter track, but he still cracked off a 769 at only 132. He was doing 151 at half track.
It was almost like they were magnets in the
Yeah.
first 100 foot of the racetrack. They were drawn towards the centre line, both of them.
Look at that. Whoa. Well recovered, mate.
It was a little bit twitchy for Mike Bailey in the top end, but nothing like what we saw from Rob in that first half of the racetrack.
Gee, you tell you what, he got it out that he just pulled it back in and he just got off the throttle. We'll have a look at this again. Watch for Evans in the right lane. Launches. Car goes left, has a look at the centre line, pulls it back in, says, nope, I'm off the throttle. You know what? You live to fight another day.
And it's almost like we'd strategically placed a cone at 100 feet or something, and he was trying to drive around it.
It's not a slalom.
No, it's not a slalom.
Or a spear.
Someone tell him it's another 4 years until the next Winter Olympics.
Yeah. Here we go. We get Mr. Sam Kiprios the TRS Motorsports Starlet. So 3RZ powered, so a little 4-cylinder Toyota turbocharged engine. Car has done exceptionally well over the years. I'll have to correct it with Sam whether I'm pretty sure he's taken track records with this car. So Tony O'Connor, another one in the Tocker Performance Falcon. He'll be running off that 940 in this awesome looking Ford. So it does sound like we might have something. You can see our track officials on our screen. Everybody's looking back over there. You can see them just having a little look at the track. Just wandering across. So looking to see if there's any. There's 3 of them out there. So is it fluid?
Yeah,
did you see a puff of smoke? I didn't see a puff of
sure.
smoke.
No, didn't see anything from Bailey. But if there is a tiny bit of fluid, that might explain why he did move around a little bit.
Might have moved him around.
But you can see there that you might think, well, they're definitely not doing the moon dance.
No.
Or the moon walk. So we do have a bit of oil in the tower lane. Is the word from upstairs?
What was it there, Wade?
Oil in the tower lane.
Oh, that might have been what Mick might have said. I'll just got him a little bit loose there.
There we go. So we do have just got handed a brochure. We've got plenty of vendors here this weekend, Terry, that you can take advantage of their merch. But how does a fish spa bus sound?
Oh, is that the one where the fish nibble your feet?
I think so, yes. Oh, Mark knows. Mark was quick on the answer there, like he knew. He goes, that's where I went.
Yep.
He goes, that's where I went after my first qualifier. I went to the fish spa bus.
My understanding is you don't do that in the Amazon, though. It's usually full of piranhas. So,
but the fish spa bus.
You want to lose a nail. But anyway.
We've got one of them here this weekend, so you can try a fish spa or ionic spa today.
So you've got something over there from Ash Dawson. What he dropped that in this morning. You can win a Porsche 356 replica. You head on down to the Nitro Garage, which is a mental health hub. So just a note. So if you want to win a nice Porsche there, it's go and have a look. I'm not too sure where Ash is pitted, but anyone who buys a ticket at the Winter Nationals will win daily prizes valued at over $1,000, which includes a 12-volt portable car fridge, pressure washer, top fuel crankshaft, and a car care products and more. So their kind supporters will be Autobahn Bundaberg, Knife Earth Moving, Darren Morgan Racing, and Orange Plan Management. So they always, the new Nitro Garage Mental Health Hub, it's of course it's an inclusive community where people with disabilities of all ages build kit cars and engage with others to overcome the social isolation and improve their personal well-being and mental health. The participants are a crew for the drag racing team and are here today. So the Nitro Garage is giving one lucky person the opportunity to win a Porsche 356 Roadster built kit car valued at 130 grand. Imagine you, Wade, sitting in that thing. You'd like tower above that thing. You'd have to wear a beret and a scarf just in time for Father's Day. So to find out how to win and support the participants' journey, just visit us at the Winter Nationals next to the blue corporate building, or go to nitrogarage.org. So thank you, Ashley, for that, mate. That is a great cause, and I think if anybody is helping anyone out in that space, that is a beautiful thing that you do. So go and see the guys down at Nitro Garage, buy a ticket, get on it, and enjoy it. And if you win that little blue Porsche, that'd be pretty cool.
Yeah, 100%. Something pretty special, isn't it? Yeah, so.
I'd like it. I've already got a convertible, but I haven't got one that looks as cool as that. Imagine that. Everybody be saying, oh, mate, how's the other hairdresser's car you got to? So, Wade, here we are. Here we are at the Winter Nationals once again. And I think, did you say this is your fourth?
Fourth one this year.
Your fourth one this year. I do think this is my 13th, quite possibly. I'll have to check on that. When you get to that many, you start to forget. But I remember the good old days, obviously commentating with the with the main man, Mr. Kerry Digney, and of course Rob Thompson, and yeah, they were great days. And you get to commentate with a lot of people over the years, Wade, as you and I know, and it's always interesting. You get different combinations, and even today we had young Carl on, we've had Alan on, and it's always good to have different commentators, just blending it in, just mixing it up for everybody to have a little bit of listen, and rather than getting tired of the same voices all the time.
Yeah, everyone brings their own knowledge.
Oh, hang on, we forgot about Mark Allen. We had celebrity guests, Mark Allen, modified racer, touch footy champion.
Yeah, Mark's
got a better sidestep than Alan Langer, and
the coffee van at Mark's tent opens at about 7 a.m. for anyone that wants a fresh coffee.
No, he forgot the scoop. He forgot the scoop was the scoop, Mark. So you couldn't get anything from it.
You could have lined up
get
for
hot water.
Lined up for your coffee and got a signature at the same time, but all you got was a signature.
Or a cup of hot water.
Or a
cup
cup
of water.
of
It's a
water.
little bit sad, isn't it? Really? Would you like lemon in that water? That's the taste of disappointment, really. But,
the taste of disappointment.
The taste of disappointment. Well, Mark didn't even believe me when his boys were driving his car around this morning. They just did a McDonald's run down the road. So, but anyway. But how good's it been so far? We are, as I said, we are still in Super Comp. Not too sure how many more we got left, but have a look at that. When we look at the tail of the tape, Hoffman and Butler. Butler's gone half a second, over half a second under, and Hoffman's gone an 8.48 under.
Yeah, well, we said that 16 car field, probably half it would at least be under the national record, and we've already got 6, and that's only after the first qualifier.
That is just crazy. Well, I guess if you do it now, I suppose the boys and girls are thinking, look, if I run it under now, I'm set. You know what I mean? The others have to do the hard work.
Yeah, that's right. Yep.
So, but always intriguing. So as I said, we have got a little bit of a clean-up, as you can see on the big screen there. So I hope everybody who's sitting at home with their feet up are enjoying the overtaking lane coverage on the Willowbank YouTube site. Hope they are enjoying it. Well, not enjoying the guys having to do the clean-up. Well, they should do, because they're not doing it. There's a young fella.
There's always one, isn't there?
There's always. You just keep waving. Come on, mate. Lucky it's not diesel assault, because it'd be a lot more vocal than that. I can tell you that, because they're a mischievous bunch.
Well, hopefully you didn't call in sick and your boss is watching, so you just outed yourself.
Oh. And you don't want to be hugging the mistress either, because then you get in more trouble. But anyway, so 7, 8, 9 of August. Don't forget, it'll be Jamboree. So if you like the guys from Factory Extreme and you like what you saw with those 4s, 6s and rotors, come along to the 3-day carnival we call Jamboree, and you'll get to hear I'll get to see you race. You get to hear Mark and I commentate. You get to hear Diggles, maybe Rusty. I don't know who's going to be on the bike, but it's a good 3 days of fun, excitement, and all the rest of it, isn't it?
Should be exciting, the first 3-day Jamboree event that's on the calendar. So,
mate, they'll have your qualifying will be Friday, and you'll be finished by Friday afternoon.
Yeah, I'll be back on the trailer.
Yeah. Sorry, that was a bit mean, wasn't it?
That's facts.
But you know that we will be, our hearts will be with you when you're racing, though.
Yes, I look forward to doing a half-track burnout in Street Compact.
You're not allowed to go past the start line in Street Compact, I don't think.
Oh, thanks for reminding me.
Not because you're not allowed to, it's just because you can't, because your car's not got enough horsepower. Should have bought an XR6 turbo, Wade.
I should have.
But anyway, I digress. So we've only had one person, Scotty Much, 000.
That's it. Only the one so far. It's only early days too. We're only in our first qualifier for all of our brackets. So it's a 4-day event.
Mate, what are you saying?
They can't all be good in the first morning.
They should be. There was about 11 billion junior dragsters this morning. There was a ton of them, and then we had the Super Sedan was an absolute ton. So it was a lot of good racing this morning. I reckon everybody getting the feel of that track.
Yeah, that's it.
Had a lot of stick.
As we know, we're in our first qualifying session for Supercomp, and still got Supercharged Outlaws to come with their first qualifier. And then we do it all again for the rest of the afternoon with qualifying session number 2 for our sportsman categories.
And when we get Dr. Mark Allen in, he can talk about the conditions and the air quality, as Alan was as well. He can give us our take on it after just being down the track. Cutter, what was it,
003?
003.
Yep.
We're sitting up here going, oh, Mark.
I said, Mark, if it's not at a 020 or better, put it on the trailer. Because that's what you've said to me before.
So 003, he just rattles that off like, I'll show these boys how it's done up in the commentary box. I'll give them something to talk about. But we were impressed. We were really impressed for Mark. I think with Carl.
Probably not so much impressed with the 815. No.
What about Carl? What did he red light?
He red lit.
He red lit.
Yeah.
Did you give him a hard time when he was on the microphone?
Not so much.
That's fair. He's a young fella. We don't want to destroy his.
I tell you what, though, it was pretty cool for Carl. He got to commentate Matty McKnight and John McKnight at the same pair. That's pretty cool.
Awesome. Yeah, that is really good.
And he was giving his granddad a bit of stick in the grandstand last weekend in the commentary box. and he cut a good light in the first qualifying session, so I think that was a bit of a return serve.
I don't think the three of us are very good influences on the young blokes. Just saying, oh, yeah, you can give them a hard time. And usually I'll let you into a tiny little secret, ladies and gents. Generally, as a rule, if somebody's new in commentary, if there's a difficult name to call, we will usually throw to them to call it. And we did it to Carl one time, and he just completely ignored us. Went, no, I'm just ignoring you guys. I know what you're up to. These young people, they're clever, aren't they? We went to throw him under the bus, and he drove us over. Drove the bus over us.
It just sucks when they're good at everything, doesn't it?
Yeah.
They're like, he can commentate well, he can race at junior well.
And he's doing a auto electrician apprenticeship, I do believe.
Yep.
So well done to him. That's a whole lot of things going on in your life, and well done, mate. That's really good.
But I mean, Carl jumped on board as a volunteer, and that's where he's found himself volunteering. So we're always looking for volunteers at the track. So there's other positions available as well. So if you're out there wanting to get involved in motorsport as a volunteer, get in touch with the office, and they'll be happy to get you in touch with who you need to be in touch with.
And you know what? You don't have to do every single event we have. They'll find a spot for you, and if you can just show your availability and do what you can. And look, as I said, I've been doing it for 14 years, and you've been doing it for what?
5 years.
5 years.
Yep.
So it all of a sudden the time creeps away, and before you know it, you've been commentating a lot, and gives you the opportunity to meet a lot of new people and get to meet a lot of really cool races, and a very good community. We do like it very much, and Willowbank is generally, as a rule, known as the volunteers are known as the Green Army, affectionately known as the Green Army, and it's a pretty cool little moniker that has been around for a lot of years, since the 80s. So, did I hear a startup? Because I think that's not happening, because the boys are out there still with the tractor.
Yeah, it might be in the back paddock.
There's always
Might
some
be following
shenanigans.
up.
Someone's always starting something up at the Winter National. Now you stayed here last night, Wade. You were here. Was it a noisy pit area last night, or were they all well behaved?
Oh, look, there was a few that were carrying on a little bit later than others, but everyone was pretty well respectful. So
I hope you went to bed early, so your voice was fresh.
Early enough. Yeah.
Early enough.
Well, today's the latest start you get, right? So.
Actually, it is too, the 9 o'clock start. Well, what's tomorrow?
Tomorrow we're on track from 8 o'clock. So.
8 o'clock, really? That seems a bit early.
Takes you 20 minutes to get under 5 layers of blankets and.
No, but
we're not all staying in the Taj Mahals of caravans
and some of them have.
Homes
You have seen the quality of some of the accommodation out in the pits is pretty impressive. Some of it maybe not so much. I mean, a swag is a swag, isn't it?
That's
really?
right.
It's like, well, I've just got my swag. I don't mind the swag though. It's still always warm and comfortable. But no, you can see those. Have a look at the guys up on the big screen. Look, just making sure that they've got every single little bit of that cleaned up. Because look, we didn't. Did we get a good shot of Mick's car getting loose up the deep end?
I had a little bit of a
Not
wobble, but not as good as Rob's.
Yeah, Rob's was pretty wild. So just was thinking that if whether Mick's was like up that, from that top end camera, whether it was moved around a fair bit, but he definitely got it loose. For him to wash off that sort of speed too, which he did. So as we wait for the cleanup.
Don't forget as well, folks, that if you're here at the venue today or coming out over the weekend, that your entry ticket to the gate does get you access to the pit area. So you're welcome to walk around in all the pits. You can get up close with a lot of the teams and the cars. Most of them, 99% of them are happy for you to jump in the car and sit in it. And the 1% that aren't are usually because they're working on it.
Unless they're already sitting in it.
Yeah, that's right. Yep.
That's just a bit inappropriate. But anyway. So we are... Yeah, so but if you're here and I would strongly suggest if the Willowbank merch room is open, I would strongly suggest before the crowds hustle in on, later tomorrow than Saturday, Sunday. So if you want to go get yourself a good deal on some merch, just to make sure you take something home for the husband or the wife or the kids or something like that. Father's Day coming up in September. Maybe go get Dad a long sleeve or a jumper or something. And probably a good thing to do that early on rather than later, because we always talk about the fact that you could go there and say, well, have you got any 3XLs in this? And you go, no. That bloke just walked out with 2 of them. Or it's you know what I mean? Or my wife would love a small in that. Well, that lady just took 4 of them for her kids. But anyway, that's what you need to do. If you're going to get any merch, probably a good idea to get in early. And that way you're not going home with a bag of disappointment.
Yeah, there's nothing worse than taking home a bag of disappointment either, is there? Because you especially if you're here for the 4 days and you had your opportunity, you can only blame yourself on Sunday afternoon.
I would like, as a commentator, $1 for the amount of people who come up to me and go, oh, I really should have got those shirts earlier. They didn't have any of my sizes left. And I'll go, well, yeah, that's how it is.
A lot of the teams have merch too, though, around the pits.
Oh, without a doubt.
So, I mean, if you want to buy a shirt today and wear it tomorrow, or wear it on Saturday, or...
I like the fact that it's like a little group of people when you're out shopping or when you're out somewhere and someone's wearing like a Gregorini shirt or something, you know, somebody's shirt that's, you know, from the track, and you go, hey, always make a point of that. Hey, cool shirt. And they know. They go, that guy knows where I've been. And I think it's kind of cool. It's like, yeah, look, you're one of the cool kids. You've got a drag racing shirt on. My wife and I always comment, hey, look at that guy. He's got a Winternational shirt on. You know? The biggest disappointment I ever had was once, because I'm a band, I love my bands, and I went up to a guy who had a King Stingray shirt on. I said, hey, mate, King Stingray, great band. And he goes, oh, I'm not too sure. I just got it from Kmart or whatever. Oh, dude. Anyway. So a big shout out to everybody over there on the grassy area. How are we, folks? We apologise for the delay in transmission, but we'll get back to your normal program as soon as possible. Probably take a good idea to go get yourself a Dagwood dog or something. How's everyone over in the grandstand? Are we good? Good looking crowd. Look, this is Thursday, Wade. This is Thursday. And that crowd up in the grandstand is looking, yeah.
They know where to be. Yeah.
Yes.
The economy will take a little bit of a hit with all the sick days, but that's all right.
The economy.
Yeah. We're not here to talk about that.
No.
Once we walk through that gate, we can forget about the outside world for 4 days.
I was going to pivot or whatever.
Pivot.
So as we wait for the mighty tractor. Are you going to say it or me?
Tractor parts are easy to come by in country towns.
And, yep, I would agree. And to think I won't be seeing you around. Anyway, that's our quote from the Brisbane band Radium Dolls. That's what you get here at Willowbank. You don't know what you're going to get from us commentators. You're probably thinking, the people at home are saying, what are these guys going on about? Well, I can tell you now, we've got no access to any ads at the moment, so you're just going to have to put up with us gibber on for a little bit longer.
We could commentate the John Deere, but I mean, it's coming reverse track, so I don't know how often you'd see that at Willowbank. You know,
they've got the circle smaller and smaller and smaller. Have you noticed that? It's like Austin Powers in the hall. You know, once it gets down to a finite half a metre, they'll pull up stumps and he'll be back down here.
It's only a small section of track they're working on, which is good because it doesn't take as long as if they were doing a whole track cleanup, which is pretty obvious, I guess.
What if there's any speakers?
Don't really need to explain that.
Do you think there's any speakers down there? Could they hear us?
Well, I reckon they probably could.
Well, how about you guys get out a couple of mops or something and hurry this up a bit?
And that's where you go, you know what, these guys and girls volunteered, and now we're going to show their significant others that they can use a mop.
That is not a good thing.
So it's like, you know, you think as a volunteer you're safe, you're not. We're volunteers, so we
Father's
can...
Father's Day comes along and you get a broom and a mop. I saw you at the
Winternationals.
I know what you're capable of.
Terry and Wade dobbed you in.
Oh, don't say that. We'll be in big trouble. But how good, when you look at that vision, watching the little tractor go round and round and round there, but have a look at the grounds. Look at if that doesn't look like a bowling green, each side of that. So pretty sure Bretto, whether he did it, but it looks absolutely phenomenal.
He got the
It looks really good, yeah. So Brett was doing it. So
Got-
yeah, look at it.
Got the 10 mil out.
Well, look at even the edging. We're looking at the big screen there, folks. Look at the edging on that fence. It's just phenomenal. It's like he's, like someone's going to come and judge me on this, but no, we're not. We're just going to say how good it looks.
I'm just imagining the tags on YouTube, here we are trying to watch drag racing, biggest drag racing event outside of North America, and then it'll just be hashtag lawn porn.
Yeah, that's it. Everyone will be looking at. You'll be getting messages coming through.
Yeah.
Is that a Sir Walter Rally that you guys are using? 'Cause I'm thinking about putting some of that in, but Sir Walter Rally. That is exactly the type of grass it is. I'm waiting for the comments to come in from people on the phone, so I'm just ignoring it. And I'm waiting for for all the grass, like you said, the grass porn. Look at it. It does look good though. Well, it looks like they might be coming back this way. You know what that means? One of two things. They've run out of fuel.
Stop eating your
They've
corn.
run out of fuel, or they're coming back here so we can get under racing.
Stop eating your corn jack out the back and find your seat.
It's got to be because, look, we can see our main cameraman, Miss Brad, out there.
What do you get giving a nice coffee down there?
well-
Oh, he's still listening, even though he hasn't got his camera on.
He does not want to miss one joke. If anybody doesn't know, Brad is our main cameraman who's on the start line for overtaking lane, and he absolutely does a gallant effort. I think he's one of the best. I'm going to say it. I don't say this very often, mate, but I reckon he's one of the best in the biz. You'll say something to him. Brad's listening, and he'll go, "Mate, I'll get that shot." I heard what the boys said. He's phenomenal. Really is. Hang on, everybody in the crowd, can we give Brad a round of applause from overtaking lane for the camera work? How good is he? We want everyone giving him a round of applause from home.
You know what? You could see him blushing, but he put his makeup on this morning, so...
Oh. Brad will go, that was Terry. That wasn't Terry saying that. That was Wade. There we go. The tractor's gone past. Let's see what we can get into now. We are just about to see Tony O'Connor and Sam Kiprios and the mighty 3RZ Starlet. Look at him. Everybody give him a round of applause. Come on, there's the cameraman. Well done, my man. He'd be working hard for 4 days.
So another big shout out again to our Green Army for the cleanup down there on the race surface. We are moving straight back into Super Comp Group 2 racing or qualifying session number 1.
It's good to be up here, Wade. I was just having a look at the qualifying order. That is an incredible field so far here in Super Comp. Scotty Hoffman, number 1 by a bunch.
Was offered early too, Mark, so
Yeah.
still plenty more to come from the Hoff.
Well, it's a 16-car field, which I think you guys have already spoken about. But, yeah, we've already got 4 cars on the outside looking in. Obviously, yeah, we're halfway through the first session, but, yeah, pretty much you want to be running close to that national record. All right. So we can see they're fired up. Here comes Kiprios. He's about to move forward. He's running in double D gas this weekend with a record of a 769. He can run into low sevens.
Well, I think that is his national record.
Yeah.
But as you said, run well under that.
Doesn't sound great in the burnout, though, for Kiprios there. Didn't get up on boost. Here comes O'Connor. He'll be campaigning in the E-Modified Street Automatic class with a record of a 940. He was out here last weekend testing, Tony O'Connor. He did a few laps.
Yeah, definitely made the most of the testing opportunities.
So Kiprios hasn't done a burnout here. So he's going to probably, looks like he's going to move forward. The Starlet.
Well, you still want to try and get an opportunity to do the pass, don't you, Mark? Because
Yeah.
you still want to get the data for the car.
Yeah, it's critical in Super Comp. Every single lap is critical. Yeah, it looks like it's going to be a solo pass here. You've just seen the crew have shut down Kiprios. So Tony O'Connor will go on a solo. He got out strong, 0.46 on the tree. 60 foot was 1.31 seconds and then lost power just after 60 foot.
Yeah, so disappointing for Tony and disappointing that we don't get to see Sam either.
Yeah, disappointing both sides of the racetrack there. So Kyprios obviously had issues, and then he thought he might have got it sorted, but at that stage they'd already given a solo signal to Tony O'Connor, so they had to send him through. Yeah, once your crew gives that signal to the starter that it's going to be a solo pass, that's it.
Yeah, that's it.
Yeah.
Your competitor's already aware of they're getting a solo,
Yep.
and they're going into stage, so them's are the rules.
It was a massive field in Super Comp, so we had 29 entered going into a 16-car field. So what's that? 13 cars won't make race day in Super Comp. That is old school. That's 1990s Super Comp and Super Stock / competition back in the 90s.
Healthy list, isn't it, Mark?
Yeah.
Which is great for the category.
Yep.
Increases the competition, and there will be some disappointed races that don't make that field.
Oh, exactly. I think that at the end of the weekend, after qualifying's done and dusted, I think you're probably going to be wanting to be at no more than a 10th off that record, and all going under the record to qualify. Peter Pisolides here in the Corvette, one of my favourite cars in Super Comp. Runs into the low 6-second barrier, well over 200 mile an hour, around 220 mile an hour. For Peter Pisolides here. Now he's got issues in the burnout as well. He hasn't gone past the start line, so he can actually back up and try again. Which I think is what he's going to do here.
Yeah, and being on a solo, he's got the opportunity to take that time to go through the process.
Take two.
That's a bit more like it.
Now, it is a strong headwind down there. Tell you what, it pushed me around in the dragster.
Yeah, yep.
Yeah, you definitely knew about it. And we're a lot more aerodynamic than a lot of these cars, so they'll be feeling it a lot more than if I felt it, then everyone else is really going to feel it. Especially when you get past the grandstand, you can just feel that you get that real gust of air.
Does it
go past it?
Does it affect your mark in the braking area when you pull your chutes?
Because it's just a straight headwind, it's okay. It's
Yeah.
when you get those violent crosswinds that's you get a little bit nervous. Yeah. Peter Pisolides here, record of a 6:25. If he wants to get into the top half of the field, well, he has to run a 6:35 or better just to get in the top half of the field at the moment here after Q1 in Super Comp. So that's what Peter's looking for if he wants to qualify inside the top 8, 6:35 or better. Qualifying session number 1 here for Super Comp. It is the Gulf Western Oil Winternationals Day 1.
Got out with a red light, but looks strong to 1,000 foot. Looks strong through the quarter mile, then goes a 6:23 with an iron at 236 miles an hour mark.
That is under the record and over the speed record there for Peter Pisolides. That is a great lap. And it looks soft off the start line, 101 to the 60 foot. I didn't expect it to be that quick when I watched it leave the line. But yeah, 6:23, that will put him into the top half of the field. And I won't get to see the ladder because we've moved over to Supercharged Outlaws qualifying session number 1. They're about to move forward.
That was some big mile an hour though, wasn't it?
236. So the record was 221 mile an hour. So he's 15 mile an hour over the national record there for his class. So that was a great way to finish off Q1 of Super Comp. And already, as I said, the top 8, I think, is about 800 over the record or under, just to get in the top half of the field now. Now we move into Q1 Supercharged Outlaws. Kelly Kidd in the twin turbo dragster coming forward to take on the supercharged alternate of Gary Cameron. So Supercharged Outlaws, it is a dial your own bracket. So when we get to racing later on in the weekend, these guys will nominate a time. And they'll dial in. We'll talk about that more later on, but we are back into the sportsman racing here. Kelly Kidd, Gary Cameron.
We said Supercharged Outlaws, Mark, and a lot of people will be going, well, hang on, where's the Supercharger on Kelly's car?
Well, sorry, I should say it is Outlaws, yes. Yes.
But it is within the rules to run the power out of, which is the turbo, which is just dangling off the side of the car there on both sides.
That's exactly right. So you can go turbo, you can go nitrous, procharger, supercharge. So as long as you've got a power adder on the car, you can run in this class, and you've got to run quicker than 7.99 seconds.
And she has no trouble doing that.
Well, the thing with Kelly Kidd is she's been struggling with a bit of tyre shake lately in this dragster. Gary Cameron, no issue, 697, 190 mile an hour. Kelly Kidd got off the start line well, was good to the 60 foot, but then lost power down track. So I think she might be pulling up just after the finish line here. So Kelly Kidd has pulled up just after the finish line. She obviously lost power down there. It looked good off the start line. That was one of the smoothest launches we'd seen for that dragster for a while.
Yep.
And I thought, here we go, this is going to be a good 6-second pass for Kelly Kidd. Unfortunately, hopefully it's just something minor and they can get it sorted, and we'll see her back out in qualifying session number 2 for Supercharged Outlaws. But Gary Cameron, great lap. He goes to number 1 spot at the moment with that 697, 190 mile an hour. And yeah, there we go. First pairing down here in Supercharged Outlaws, and it's another big field as well this weekend. We've got 26 entered in Supercharged Outlaws, and we can see we've got a couple more. We've got a couple of funny cars just behind the burnout pad. We'll see them on track very shortly, but we will have to get Kelly Kidd off the racing surface before we can get back underway with more qualifying action here at the Gulf Western Oil Winternationals. What are you looking at there, Wade? What have we got this afternoon on the schedule?
I actually jumped ahead to Saturday. I was just looking to see if they were running a set number in the field, but they're running everyone race day.
Yeah.
In Supercharged Outlaws?
Yes.
Yep.
Yeah, they will, yep. They used to have a limit back in
I think there was a time they ran 32 car fields.
Yes, that is correct. Yeah, you had to qualify, but I think it's... correct us if we're wrong. Yeah, I think it's open.
Yeah,
or maybe because
5 rounds of racing, so they'll all make it.
There we go. So we've got an action-packed afternoon. All the sportsmen qualifying this afternoon, and then tomorrow we get to see the first lot of our professional categories. We got the ITRA Pro Mod 660 class on track at 1:55 p.m. and then tomorrow afternoon at 20 past 4 we see Pro Stock hit to the track for the first time, and then all of the pro categories after that in succession.
Yeah, always builds the excitement, doesn't it, Mark, when you know that's coming on Friday afternoon before we hit the big weekend?
See, a lot of the pro teams, they would have been looking at the weather moving ahead. And for a Winter Nationals, the weather is great out there. Sun's great. But when you're talking the atmospheric conditions, not what we normally would see for a Winter Nationals. It's not great for making horsepower. But it's meant to get better each day. So those Saturday afternoon qualifying sessions, especially for the likes of Pro Stock, Pro Bike, and those cars, it's going to be huge.
Well, those sessions are going to... Sorry, mate.
Yeah, and those sessions are going to be massive. You can't miss Q2 and Q3.
And I think we spoke about it over the warm-ups weekend too, Mark, with a lot of those categories being oversubscribed fields, running eliminations. There's going to be some guys looking in that third qualifying session that are going to want to run a number. And it could be interesting to see which way it falls.
It's going to be interesting because some teams would like to bank a pass, do a soft sort of setup, soft tune-up in Q1, try and get themselves solidly into the field, and then improve from that. But if you miss it in Q2 and Q3 and that banker doesn't hold and it's not enough, it could put a little bit of pressure on the teams.
Well, the other thing too is that the gustiness of the breeze that we've had today is supposed to increase over the next couple of days as well.
Oh, is it meant to increase?
It is.
I haven't looked at the wind.
It's supposed to increase tomorrow, and then I think Saturday sort of plateaus out a little bit.
Oh, that's going to be fun for the sportsmen guys with dial-ins.
Yeah, 100%. 100%. I mean, if you come out onto a track and there's a 5-second lull in the breeze, well, what does that do?
It's especially when it's gusty. It's a tough one.
Yeah,
it really is.
If it's constant, then I suppose it's the same for everyone.
The quicker you are, the less you feel the breeze. The less it obviously affects the cars. So, yeah. Interesting. Anyway,
so good luck.
Thanks, mate. We've got two funny cars fired up here in the burnout pad. So we're about to move back into qualifying here. We've got Kelly Kidd off the racing surface. Supercharged Outlaws Q1.
Pair of funny cars moving forward. Khan Tate and Toby Austin. So Khan Tate's Custom Air TCR Racing funny car. Toby Austin was here last weekend testing.
He did a lot of laps in this
Yeah.
funny car. Very consistent 640, 650s.
Very consistent.
Now this funny car I can't say it can definitely run into the low sixes, like between 6.0 to 620. So I'm not too sure how aggressive they're going to get on Q1 because he hasn't been on track for a little bit. Well, Toby Austin, he's done lots of laps, so he'd be just looking for a solid pass here into the window. I'm sure they'd be happy if it runs around that 650 zone again.
Yep, business, and it's business as usual, isn't it?
Yeah.
I mean, as you said, little laps, familiar with this position.
And we did have the a headwind as well at the Winternational warm-ups last weekend. There you go, Toby Austin, 651, 208 miles an hour, exactly where I expected the funny car to be. Tate went through with a 733. He was very soft off the start line. Only 127 miles an hour, so he was off of it early as well, but that's a solid first pass for those guys as well.
Yeah, that's it. And for Toby, he'll go, you know, that backs up what we were doing last weekend. That's basically as best we could have asked for in Q1.
Well, that's it. And we're on the outside looking, so we don't know what they're doing back in the pits or anything like that, but an outsider's perspective, like, I'd be ecstatic with that. So that's my first pass after testing last weekend and what they'd done, so... That's 4 cars now down here in Supercharged Outlaws. And we're going to have a Dragster versus Funny Car match up in the next pairing. We can see Fiona Reid down there in the Keating Transport Dragster. She'll be taking on the Funny Car of Stephen Swinsko. So I might be just checking the racing surface at the moment, make sure everything is A-OK before we fire up these vehicles.
So, Matt, modified Q1 this morning. Were you happy with your pass?
No.
No.
No, we're just chasing some sort of fuel issue at the moment. So, as obviously, 3 weeks ago we were running 780s and it's running 81s at the moment. So
Consistently running 81s.
Yeah. Yeah. So anyway, we're chasing some sort of issue there. But it is what it is, mate. It's a decent crowd here for a Thursday as well, so there's a few people that have skipped out on work today.
Yeah. we have mentioned that, wonder if it was planned leave or if it was a sickie.
Just stay away from the overtaking lane shots for the live stream. So I can't see anyone on the track, so we're just waiting for the fire up signal at the moment. So it must be in the braking area that we can't see from up here. So we're just doing a quick commentary swap, and I'm joined back in the box with Alan Reinhardt. It's nice to meet you, mate.
Thank you. It's great to be here. It's nice to meet you as well.
See, we are in the middle of qualifying here for Supercharged Outlaws. So you would have seen this bracket down in Sydney and Adelaide as well. So
Yeah, and I think I got the rules straight. It's got to have a blower on it, period.
Yeah, or you can have turbos or nitrous as well. We had a turbo dragster just go down just before, Kelly Kidd. But
Well,
yeah, to die your own bracket, run 7.99 seconds or quicker.
Then the name is misleading, as if I'm not lost enough over here. Getting in the wrong side of the car, driving down the wrong side of the street.
It used to only be supercharged in the class.
Trying to figure out if the price is $22, how much that really is.
Yes, so Fiona Reid here in the drags. She's one of the heavy hitters here in Supercharged Outlaws, taking on Stephen Swinsko. He's been campaigning this funny car for a long time as well. The other thing with Supercharged Outlaws, no electronics, so no delay boxes, so it's all off the bottom bulb.
Well, that puts a little interesting twist on the thing when you're sitting there with a screaming big block in front of you, or small block, or Hemi, or whatever. What's your preference, dragsters or funny cars?
Well, I'm a dragster guy, so I like the dragsters, yeah.
I got to admit, I'm kind of a funny car guy. I don't throw rocks at the dragsters, but I'm kind of a funny car guy.
Yeah, Swinsko hasn't raced for a while, so I think his last event out would have been the Winternationals last year. Fiona's been running the local series here at Willowbank Raceway, so she's got a few laps on board. She's been guided in by her husband, Daniel Reid, so we'll see him out here later on this weekend in Pro Aqua Funny Car. Good light there from Swinsko, 029, 18 red for Fiona Reid. Swinsko goes across 642, 215 miles an hour. That's a great lap for the funny car. And Fiona Reid is 730 at 185 miles an hour. So that's pretty much on the money where she normally runs as well.
Yeah, that 642, he had a 41 on the dial board, so looks like the car's doing exactly what he wants it to do. Also looked like he was a little out of sync. He pulled in, got it up on the converter before the tree started counting down, then you heard him drop the motor back down and then pick it back up when the top light came on.
Yeah, good light though, 029, with all that happening in stage as well for him. I think because he went into full stage, I think he might have went to full stage accidentally because it was bumped in and then Fiona was coming through.
Gotcha.
Yeah.
The weird thing about being in a funny car in a class like this, you better have the faster car because it's really difficult to see where the guy is or the girl is in the other lane when you get down there at 1,000 feet.
Have you driven a funny car?
I have not, no. But I have driven most other things.
Yep.
It's on my list of things to do. I got an appointment with Frank Hawley at some point to get into his school car just for fun.
That'd be good. I haven't driven a funny car either. I do want to drive a funny car. You know, I wish someone told me like 20 years ago, don't get into dragsters because they're just annoying. The garage space that you need, the turnaround.
I wish somebody had told me 40 years ago, don't get into muscle cars.
Yeah, that's true as well.
It's the same thing. It's like, you end up with, the good news is it doesn't take long to sweep the shop because there's not very much empty space. But the bad news is that, I'm always broke and don't have any empty space in the shop.
I just got a message that one of the cars has gone deep, so we just got to get it out of the braking area, and we're back underway with some racing very shortly.
That is a unique thing about this track, the way that the shutdown goes downhill and you can't see what's going on down there on the deep end.
Yeah, we commentate from up the top level at the local smaller events. Mm-hmm. We've got a camera up there so we can see the braking area up there, but we don't have it.
Well, who's up there now? Let's throw them out. Who's up there?
Well, because of the production, we have to use down here because it's a very, very small room up there for the commentary.
So what? Who's up there? Who's more important than us? I mean, you're the most important guy on the racetrack, right?
Yeah.
Well, then go up there and throw them out. I'll wait here.
Yeah, unfortunately, there's not enough room to put all these monitors and setups for us up there.
Well, maybe we should get that top-end camera monitor and just get one down here. We could trade this in for that, don't you think?
Yeah, that's true as well. We could do that.
I'll bring that up at the next meeting.
Thanks. You do that for us.
Look at me trying to get thrown out on the first day. I demand this. See you, Reinhardt. It was nice having you here for 3.5 hours.
So how are you finding Willowbank Raceway?
I love the place.
Yep.
Love the place. Every racetrack I've been so far here, and it's like going to the States. They all have their own unique personality, but they're all like very well maintained, very well kept. It's obvious that they spent a lot of time and effort in the last few weeks getting ready for the big event coming in.
Yep.
One thing that I do love about every racetrack that I've been to here that we don't have much of in the States is the grass seating. Where, you bring your lawn chairs, bring your picnic basket, whatever you want to do, and just plant yourself down on the side. There's really not a track in the United States that you can do that at, but I really like the concept.
Yeah, well, wait until Saturday when you'll see 10 or 12,000 people here, and it's just pop-up city down there. So.
No, that's awesome.
Yeah. Well, that's good. Yeah, Willowbank's my favourite track here in Australia.
Is that because it's your home track?
It is my home track. It's got the sentimental value, but Normally the conditions are, even though it's a perfect day, that the conditions are usually better. It's usually killer for us for making horsepower, especially carbureted cars and that. But
Actually, the headwind is not like anybody's favorite. A few of the guys that I've talked to. Why are you doing a burnout when I'm trying to talk? That was a real burnout, too. Holy smokes. 458 feet down track.
yep, Adam Solomon in the custom line. In the burnout. He'll be taking on Shane Atkinson in the LJ Tirana. Atkinson looks like he's just about to fire up here.
Let's see, 103.4 is the correction right now.
Oh, okay, it's not too bad. What's the pressure?
393 meters of density altitude. The the pressure's down.
Yeah, and
it says 24.25.
And that's what I was looking at. The air pressure, the barometric pressure was down, which, you know, that's how thick the oxygen actually is. And
yeah, the air density too is only 97%. So
yeah.
What app do you use? Mine's cool.
Oh, that's a good one. So we see Adam Solomon here.
Looks like we're going to see him on a solo.
Yeah, he was meant to race against Atkinson. He didn't fire up Atkinson. So Solomon on a solo pass. Haven't seen him out here for a while either. Oh, that was not happy there for Solomon. Great light, 008, but
Disconnect between the crankshaft and the pinion shaft. Something out there went up against the rev limiter and engine screaming, car not moving. I don't know if it kicked itself into neutral or broke something else in the drivetrain, but it looked like when he was able to put it in the next gear, it moved it on down. So
that was a bit of a weird one for him, but he hasn't been out for a while, Solomon, so had a little bit of shake on the hit.
you do have some really cool cars here, though. I think I've been here long enough now that when somebody gets in on the left side, I go, that's weird. The first couple of times I came here, everything was weird.
So you might have seen a lot of these cars previously because a lot of the cars get brought over from the States.
There's a few of them that I have definitely recognized that I've seen in the States before they came over here, but you know, there's not a lot of Holden Torontos in the States, if you know what I'm saying.
That's very true. So it's going to be father versus son in the next matchup. So it'll be Josh Fletcher son, Bill Fletcher father.
Side bet?
One of them has to wash the race cars or something, I guess. I don't know.
I would think, I mean, right, worst reaction time has to make dinner or something?
Well,
wash the hauler?
Dad's dragster is a little bit quicker, so it's about 0.4, 0.5 of a second quicker than Josh's.
Okay, so you can't go for low ET, but you can still go for reaction time.
Josh is probably one of the best bottom bulb racers we have in Australia. He's very, very sharp. He's won a lot of championships. So is his dad. His dad's won a few championships as well, but yeah, Josh, he's up there as one of the best in Australia, in my opinion anyway.
So if everything goes according to the Fletcher plan, this will be the final round matchup also.
They've had a few final round matchups together. So that's Bill Fletcher on track going through the burnout for the Sky Max Drags. Here comes Josh Fletcher. Josh will be doing double duties this weekend. He also has a street car that he races in the Super Street bracket.
That's quite a combination.
At least they're both off the bottom bulb.
Yeah. But a supercharged dragster and a super street car is an interesting combination of two cars. Most people I know that drive two cars drive two that are a little bit more similar anyway.
Yeah.
I assume Styromax is the family business?
No, they're a supporter of the family. So
okay.
Yep, the family behind Styromax actually crewed for the Fletchers.
That's how you keep your sponsor, keep on the hook, right? Keep bringing them out to the races and keep bringing them into the winner's circle.
Well, Dad Bill Fletcher's got the whole shot here. 0.15 to an 0.46 from Josh. And Bill goes through for 682, 191 miles an hour. Josh Fletcher, 733, 177 mile an hour.
Just about where you said they'd be, about a half a second apart. Bill having a quicker car, put him number 3 on the qualified sheet right now.
Yeah, I've often thought about racing in the Outlaws class now that they've opened up with the nitrous.
You're a nitrous guy?
Well, my dragster was a top dragster in the
Okay.
States on nitrous, yeah. So we've got all that here, but we've never run it.
I had nitrous on a streetcar in 1979 back in the States, at a time where you would pull into the burger joint on cruise night and somebody would see a nitrous bottle and they'd take their car and move to the other side of the parking lot because they thought it was going to blow up like a bomb. I was pretty fortunate. When I was young, Tucson, Arizona is where I live, and one of the big, at the time, nitrous facilities, one of the big nitrous companies was based in Tucson. And used to go down there and hang out at the shop and watch them dyno the engines and watch them do the stuff, and got a really, really nice education when I was very young and when nitrous was really a new thing in drag racing. So it was pretty cool. I've always had a little bit of soft spot for the nitrous guys too.
Yeah.
The only thing I don't like is watching them purge all the nitrous on the starting line. Because when I was like 17, 18 years old, I had a part-time job at a car wash. And I'd be like doing white wall tires and cleaning mag wheels and doing all this stuff, trying to get extra tips.
Yep.
So I could fill my nitrous bottle. And these guys are just blowing it into the universe like it's nothing. I mean, that was only, 50 years ago, but I've almost moved past it. Getting closer. Therapy helps.
Next up, it will be Peter Lay in the Nostalgia style funny car to take on Peter Wheeler in the Dragster.
Let's say Super Rad on the door.
Super Bad.
Oh, it should say Super Nova, don't you think? I mean, it's a Chevy Nova.
Yeah.
Or what do you guys call it? Is that Chevy Nova down here, or is that called something else?
Nova as well, yeah.
I like it. Good looking car. I kind of miss the days that I understand, the aerodynamics and the way things work and the way things move, but I kind of miss the days when you knew what a car was without having to read the decal on the windshield. You know what I mean? When you glance out the window, and go, that's a Mustang.
Just watching the ITRO official over there for Will, looks like he might have been shut down. No, that'll do it. There's no belt on the car anymore, so that supercharger belt is done and dusted. They can get that fixed pretty easily though. They'll be back out in Q2. But here we go, the super bad funny car of Peter Lay. He's going to be on a solo pass here. Obviously support from Peter Lay, custom imports. I love the Nostalgia style funny cars with the open windows. You can just see inside there, you can see Peter Lay.
You and me both. And again, like I said, the chance that you look at that thing, it doesn't matter. You look at it from the front, you look at it from the back, you know what it is.
Oh, 006 on the tree for Peter Lay. He takes the funny car through. It's super bad. 653, 212 mile an hour for Peter Lay. That's a great lap for the team.
I think the most impressive thing about that is leaving off an idle, like foot braking the thing. That's crazy. He didn't even bring it up against a two-step or bring it up against a trans brake or anything. And it was 006. Color me impressed.
It's one of the things about Supercharged Outlaws with the style of vehicles that they have. You've got the clutch cars still in there as well. And there's some of the tracks around Australia actually run a Pro Tree, but it's really tough for the clutch cars to cut a light on a Pro Tree, especially dye your own racing. But it's good with the full tree. You can get blokes like Peter Lay, 653. A great reaction time. It's going to be consistent. It's a very consistent funny car, so he'll run around those 650s all weekend.
He keeps cutting those 006 lights, and he's going to be difficult to beat when we get into eliminations. Waiting for the all clear at the top end of the racetrack for our next pair. So how'd you get involved in the commentary end of this thing?
Well, for me, because I race out here as well. I've been racing since Junior Dragster days. So I'm friends with a lot of the officials, and I said, they have what they call an officials day out here. And about 15 years ago, maybe more, it's like, you want me to come commentate your officials day?
There you go.
I'll come out, I'll just call, and it sort of went from there. And we used to have a Junior Dragster, big Junior Dragster event, and I commentated that for him. And then, Willowbank asked if I wanted to do it. And 15 years later, it's still doing it and still racing. And
so you got started by making fun of your friends?
Yeah. It's just having fun.
Pretty much what I did.
Yeah. What about yourself?
About the same. It was, I worked at Tucson Dragway, which, once again, I hate when people burn out over my stories. Tucson Dragway, when I was a teenager, I was racing and never really considered doing anything else, but I was out at a test and tune night one time when I didn't take my car out. Some friends of mine were going out, and I just went along for the ride. And they said, hey, if anybody wants to come up and see how the clocks work and the stuff in the tower. So I figured that's better than standing here doing nothing. I went up, talking to the guy who was the general manager of the track, who was also the commentator. Now, this is before we had scoreboards, before we had computers, before any of that stuff. And he was just looking out the window going, left lane Chevy, right lane Mopar, left lane Ford, right lane Chevy, and then he'd read the times off the clocks. And I was up there talking to him, and I knew everybody because it's, you know, test and tune night, pretty casual, and all the guys that I normally race with on Saturdays or go cruising with and all the burger joints the rest of the time. And so I'm telling him different things about the guys, and he said, well, if you know so much about these guys, you should announce. And he handed me the microphone.
Well, I'll tell you what, there's a bit of history on the start line here with these two female competitors. We've got Christine Steffens in lock injury condition dragster take on Sally Watts in her dragster. So Christine has been racing for a very long time. Her husband, Ricky Steffens, also raced as well. She raced in a Nitro funny car, Christine. And Sally Watts, she's the daughter of Stephen Reed that races in Paracle funny car.
Oh, okay.
Yeah. So they got the 4 generations of the family here this weekend, the Reed family. So Christine had a great 012 reaction time. Sally with a 139. Christine goes through for a 668, 202 mile an hour, and Sally Watts a 718, 185 mile an hour. So that's pretty much on the money where they race normally as well.
Look at Christine's car. I think that's the first time I've seen a backset blower on a big block Chevrolet. That's kind of an interesting thing. I'm going to have to go down and I'm a mechanical guy, so I'm going to have to wander down in the pits and get a closer look at that thing at some point this weekend, I hope.
Yeah, Christine campaigned a Nitro funny car for a few years here in Australia.
Wow.
Yeah, ran in the low 5s over the quarter mile. So this is probably 10 plus years ago now since she's run it, but she's always campaigned the Supercharged Outlaws dragster here at Willowbank Raceway, and it's always a very competitive racer as well, as you just seen. Great reaction time, and it'll be in the 660s all weekend. There you go. We got some bit of Holden action for you, mate. Here on the start line, we'll have the Monaro to take on the HG of Bruno down there for Bruno Matejesevic.
That's one of the great things about the category is, like, no place on my side of the world would you see a supercharged, basically alcohol dragster going up against a legitimate door car.
Yep. It's one of the brackets that started here at Willowbank Raceway in the 90s. So they used to have what they had, like a wild bunch. They called it wild bunch bracket, and it was a die your own bracket with supercharged outlaws cars, and then it sort of evolved from that. So the teams that stepped up into the top door similar bracket that didn't have the funding, well, they still wanted somewhere to race, and and then Willowbank started what they called top comp back then, and then evolved into supercharged outlaws and what we have today. It's a very popular bracket because you can just throw a supercharger on it, and it is a die your own bracket, so you don't need a huge budget. You just got to run quicker than 7.99 seconds and be consistent.
That's very cool. And the top door slammer also is something that I really wish we had in the States. Coming over here the first time when I got an opportunity to see the cars and the level of competition is just incredible.
Yeah.
And it's like, geez, I didn't know I was missing that until I saw it. It's kind of like this diesel 4-wheel drive, whatever this thing is down here. I have no idea what that is, and I just realized that I want one.
Is that the Gulf Western thing down here? I have.
Yeah, the big 4-wheel drive chassis, turbo diesel.
Yeah.
Like I say, I have no idea what that is, but I just realized I want one.
So that's Matesevic there going through the burnout in the HG. And Matty Loy, so he did a lap here about 3 or 4 weeks ago in this car. It's a brand new car for the team. It was an early shot off 680 laps time, so it should run around 670, 660s out the back door.
I actually spoke with Bruno in Sydney a couple of weeks ago. I was asking about the history of the car. He bought this car when it was a 100% stone stock street car.
Really?
And it's been through a couple of configurations. It wasn't just like one time, but it went into like a kind of a super street mode thing. And then it's like, well, let's take it a little further. Well, let's take it a little further. Well, let's take it to the extreme. But that's a car that he literally has had since it was a stone stocker that he drove on the street.
So Matty Loy was backing up, and then the car came to a stop.
Had a little bit problem getting the thing started, getting it moving originally, and once it was moving, I was thinking, okay.
Looks like they're trying to shake it into reverse, possibly there. I wonder if it's disengaged.
Well, if that's the case, shaking it ain't gonna help.
What are they doing there? It's
Meanwhile, Bruno's car
it's
is
going to gain heat. And
building heat, yeah, in a hurry.
He'll want to get into stage as quick as possible here. And even if they push him back, it's going to take a little bit to get him just back past the tree so that Bruno can do a pass. And you know how sticky these racetracks are, so it's not an easy thing to push a car, especially when it weighs 3,000 pounds.
Yeah, Bruno's using his right foot down there to tell everybody he's getting a little bit impatient. Look at the frost developing on the injector scoop down there on Bruno's car. The alcohol, when it goes in, atomizes inside the top injector, is literally so cold that it'll frost the top of that scoop, and that's why it looks dull instead of shiny right now.
So you don't really have a bracket sort of like this in the States, do you? For these,
no.
Because one of the appealing aspects is that it is a bit old school, that there's no electronics and no delay boxes. So it's off the bottom bulb, and you can do a lot of things in the class.
Hang on. Man.
6:51.
I don't believe it ran all the way to the finish line.
Nah, that was an early shut-off for him. Will hanging up there. Went towards the center line as well. Bruno Matesevic there in that HG. That is one of the coolest cars here this weekend. Let's look at the replay.
Man, that thing only had 3 wheels on the ground. It was headed right towards the 330 block, and it didn't look like he was even thinking about lifting. Might have actually run out of fuel down there at the other end as long as it sat there and idled on the starting line.
It's very possible. I didn't see his half-track speed, but I wouldn't be surprised if he probably runs 220.
It was 179 at the 8th, I believe.
Oh, yeah. So he would put on at least 40-plus mile an hour easy.
Oh, yeah.
From half-track. So that's a 220, 230 mile an hour car out the back door.
Wild ride.
A quick recap of the qualifying field so far here in Supercharged Outlaws. Steven Swinsko is number 1 at the moment with a 6:42. Toby Austin number 2 with a 6:51. Bruno Matesevic, who we just seen on track, he went 6:51 as well with an early shut-off. Peter Lay went 6:53, and rounding out the top 5 is Christine Steffens with a 6:68.
Like everything about it. 13 have taken an official time so far. At least a couple of them have come up and fired up, but not taken an official time.
And they will actually all qualify as well. So even if they don't run quicker than 7:99, as long as they just dial in 7:99 quicker on race day, and they get to race.
Yeah, but you don't have a whole lot of confidence going in dialing 7:99 if you haven't had at least one clean run down the racetrack yet.
Exactly. But it's open to all vehicles as well, so you can have front engine dragsters, altereds, funny cars, hot rods, sedans.
I'd say that's one of the great things about the category. But if you got a funny car, you better have a fast one, because you need to be able to see where your opponent is down there when you're trying to run like this and not break out.
Well, that's it. You don't see too much womping either in this class. So there's a lot of people that they dial honest. So they're going to dial in what they think the car's going to run and run it out the back door.
It's still painful to find out that your opponent broke at 300 feet and you go down there and break out by 2,000. It's like,
those ones hurt.
It's one of those things that get you talking to yourself all the way back home.
So next up, it'll be Rod Scanlon in the Altered for Performance Parts Plus. He's moving forward. And he'll be taking on Simon Madigan in the Ford. I'll be honest, I don't think I've seen Rod Scanlon run this Altered previously. That's a good thing about the Winter Nationals, because it's such a big event. It brings out all these new cars that we haven't seen before, or teams with new cars that haven't been on track yet. And Simon Madigan going through the burnout process there in the big Ford. 632 cubes on board for Madigan in that Ford.
It's interesting to have that big an engine have a supercharger on it. As a general rule, at least in the States, the blower motor guys that I talk to will tell you that 540 is about as big as you want to go because you just don't want, or you want a little extra cylinder wall material down there when you're supercharging them. If you're running them naturally aspirated, you can get away with a little bit more, but they start getting nervous when you get up above 600 cubic inches and putting boost in them. Simon, however, does not look scared at all.
That's just a cool car.
You're right about that.
I like the stance on it just there and the shots from overtaken lane. So the Altered's moving forward into pre-stage here for Rod Scanlon. We're just waiting on Madigan to move forward. They're just doing the final adjustments on the wheelie bar.
It's interesting in Madigan's car too. Looks like he's got a 4-into-1 header, and almost nobody with a supercharger does that. At least not where I live. You don't see a whole lot of the bullhorns on supercharged cars.
I just like the note that they give them, the engine. It just has a little bit of a different note to the engine. Altered doing altered things. He goes through for a 686, 197 mile an hour. And Madigan gets a good lap, 722, 196 mile an hour as well.
Yeah, not sure what was going on the starting line. I mean, he sat there almost a second after the green light came on. Sounded like the engine was up against the converter. Sounded like everything was all right, but for whatever reason, he just didn't turn loose.
He might have just been wanting to make sure everything was right and just worry about his lap and
You don't
worry
think
about
he was-
reaction times later on.
You don't think he was putting a new 8-track tape in?
Mate, might have been.
I'm just thinking the vintage of the car, right? That would have been about
Yep.
8-track time. Everybody under 50 is going, what's an 8-track tape? That's back when you used to have plastic things that would melt in your car if you parked in the summertime with the windows up. Patty's car go down the return road. That thing looks cool even being towed. I can't wait to see it at real speed. Oh, and look, there's more. Ooh, I recognize one of them. I can spot a Camaro anywhere in the world. And I'm starting to be able to pick out the Monaros, too.
You got a Tirana on the track this time, though, for Trevor Cooper.
Okay,
Short
maybe
wheelbase.
maybe I'm not able to pick them out like I thought. There for a second, I was becoming an expert.
That's all right. I struggle with all the different Camaro year models and all that. Actually, it's one thing I notice now every time I look at the qualifying charts for like an NHRA race, and that's just Camaro. You get a lot more variety here in Australia when you look at the qualifying list and all the classes.
There's no question about it. One of the things we end up with over in the States, though, and we're talking like Pro Stock and Pro Mod, and you know, there's an aerodynamic advantage of, you know, a half a hundredth, and nobody was willing to give that up.
Yeah.
So that's why they all end up being basically the same cars. It's been interesting over the years, especially like I'll call funny cars, for instance. What was it, 15, 18 years ago, Mustang came out with a new body that was aerodynamically superior by a smidge. So within 3 months, there's 15 Mustangs out there because nobody's willing to give up anything out there, and the level of competition is just crazy. But in a wide open dial your own bracket, you can just do whatever you want, and who cares, right?
Just got to hit a number, mate. You want a car that's predictable. So Trevor Cooper in the Tirana, the Camaro for Paul Anderson. Anderson a little bit too early with an 059 red, 182 green for Cooper, and Anderson goes 715, 209 mile an hour. Cooper goes 764 at 185 mile an hour.
I'd love to see the front wheel graph on Trevor's car if he's got one, because that left front wheel, I don't believe it was planted all the way down on the asphalt until about 900 feet. All through the middle of the racetrack. If you're sitting over on the left side of the racetrack, you can see that left front wheel just kind of hovering, and it would just touch and just kind of hovering. And those wheel graphs will end up looking like you're climbing the stairs if you've got a wheel counter on the left front.
Unfortunately, my Dragster doesn't even pick up the front wheels, so...
Well, then it needs more nitrous.
One day.
More.
So we've got 17 cars down the track so far here in Supercharged Outlaws. Next up is going to be David Wilson. He hasn't campaigned this dragster since last year's Winter Nationals.
Really?
Yeah.
That is a long time to leave it sitting at home.
That's what the Winter Nationals does, mate. It brings everyone out of the shed. So much history behind the event. You know, you feel the atmosphere as you roll through the gates here in the mornings. It's the one event that no one ever wants to miss. So David Wilson here in the dragster for CWT Services. Now he can run into the sixes as well. I'm not sure what David's going to do, if it's a planned full pass for the team or if they just do a half-track shut-off since they haven't run for a while, or what the go is. We'll find out shortly in about 30 seconds.
Well, if he hasn't run out since last year, if he's not prepared by now, half-track isn't going to help.
That's true.
It's like, I love the guys that are, got one guy in the trailer putting a car together while they go down the road. It's like there's such a thing as over-prepared, but that ain't them.
Yeah, the dragster's named Whiplash. Big Metallica fan.
Yeah. It makes perfect sense. Proving to them that they took the throttle stop off. That usually means at one point somewhere somebody forgot it. And the driver said, I want to see it every time. Every time. This is final car in category. Looks like juniors are lined up next. Yep. Those juniors cost me $100 in Sydney.
And over the 168 light there for Wilson. It's a full pass for the dragster, 678, 200 mile an hour for David Wilson.
Yeah, it's a nice place to start for a car that hadn't been out in a year. It looked like it was just wisping a little bit of smoke down at the top end of the racetrack, but they pushed juniors around the corner. And, well, it looks like Swinsko's going to stay number one. That's 642. Toby Austin, 2. Bruno sitting third in the door car. That's pretty cool. Pete Leahy is 4. Christine Steffens 5. David Wilson just made that run. Slots into the 6th spot. Bill Fletcher and Rod Scanlon rounding out the quick 8.
All right, well, now I might do. I'm going to leave you, mate. It's been fun calling with you. We'll probably call a little bit more later on this weekend.
Look forward to that.
And I've got to go get a dragster ready for qualifying.
Well, best of luck to you.
Thanks, mate.
We'll have to get you a wireless microphone if you make it to the final. You can call your own round. I won. That'd be cool. I hear juniors fired up. Back behind the water box, getting ready to roll up for our first qualifying session. I love junior dragsters. Juniors are like the epitome of drag racer mentality, drag race attitude. You know why they don't run Nitro in the junior dragsters? Because they made a rule against it. Otherwise, somebody would have done it by now. It's like, hey, why don't we take a 5-horse lawnmower engine and do something so the kids can have fun? Hey, why don't we make a billet block?
Imagine the flames coming out the side. Or
Hey, why don't we make a stroker crank? Hey, what if we made it 14-to-1 compression, ran it on alcohol? That's what they do now. That's why they sound like this.
Yeah, be creative. It is one extreme to the next as far as our Supercharged Outlaws goes, and back into our juniors. Nonetheless, the teams are the ultimate professionals when it comes to presenting these cars on track. Our youngest racers, I used to say up-and-coming stars, but some of them already stars. With the results they get.
You know, even on my side of the world, there are a lot of now professional racers that started off in the junior ranks, but even racers that don't necessarily have aspirations to get up and run in the professional ranks. The training that you get here is unbelievable. I mean, again, on my side of the world, but you look at guys like Luke Bagacki and Justin Lamb and multiple-time world champions in the sportsman categories that they learned their skills in these cars, and then when they got into the big cars, it took them about 2 runs to acclimate and be a real threat.
Yeah. Well, I mean, when you can start in juniors 8 years old over here, so I mean they're 10 years into their racing career before they step into something that's quarter mile. So they have a long apprenticeship for some of them. I suppose a lot of them start a little bit later as well, depending on when they can jump into a car. But it always fascinates me in a category where you can age out, the numbers continue to grow.
Yeah.
In the category, and that's a healthy sign for the sport and the direction that the sport's heading.
It's also a great motivator. I have a friend in the States who had 2 boys that ran in the juniors, and it was a terrific motivator. It's like, your report card didn't look very good. I think we're going to let that car sit there until you can figure it out. And every day when the kid had to go to school, he had to walk out past his race car that was parked until the next report card came in. And like I said, it's a great motivator. Great motivator. All his brothers coming home every weekend going, neener, neener, neener.
Yeah. We do look as well at our local events. We'll get about 25 to 30 juniors. This weekend we got 72.
72?
Or 68, sorry, 68.
Holy smokes.
So, but local events still well supported. But even in a field of 30, you can sometimes have 6, 7, 8 pairs of siblings that are in the field. So there's always that inner sibling rivalry as well. You always want to do better than your sibling.
Oh, no question. No question. And speaking as a younger brother, older sisters are a pain. Yeah. So if you have an older sister, I feel for you. Saw a little bit of smoke out of the last car down the racetrack down there, and that's why you see the drag out there just kind of going back and forth. Not going to be a big cleanup, but apparently there was just a little something that they wanted to put a scrub on before we sent anybody else down the racetrack. I hope I don't walk out of the back of the tower later and have like 15 big sisters back there throwing rocks at me.
Yeah. That's why we put security down at the bottom of the tower.
Maybe it was just my big sister. The rest of them are probably just wonderful, wonderful people. Terrific people. Now, lest you think this is one-sided, you can call my sister and ask her what she thought of me.
Everyone likes a big sister except their own. Is that something like that?
Yeah. My sister was not a fan of her little brother, believe me. Well, you have to picture I was just exactly like I am now, only a little bit smaller. So, I don't want to use the word terrorize, but I might harass my sister a little bit back in the day. To be fair, she did give me a lot of money to go to the arcade over the years.
Oh, so was that to get rid of you?
Yes. Oh, absolutely. What's it going to take to get you out of here?
Just encourage the behavior.
Yeah. Like, well, if I had enough money to play pinball, I'd go to the arcade. And just like that, looks like the tractor's headed back this way. So as soon as you get to clear the racetrack, we should dive into the juniors.
It's always what we like to see. I mean, as John Deere love a good plug and a sponsorship, but it's not what we like to see at a racetrack. The less you see of the John Deere, the better.
True. Every once in a while, it's imperative to do a little traction farming, but in between is not when you want to see it.
Traction farming, I like that.
Traction farming, absolutely. All right, the tractor's bailing out. The engines are already fired up.
Yeah, as we mentioned, big field of juniors this weekend, so let's get them out there. Let's get them shining on this 8th mile that the juniors will run over. So first pairing coming up, not mucking around and wanting to wait back in the lanes. They go, we're going to be first out there for this second qualifying session, which is the first category we will see running their second qualifying sessions, which means we've already got some past numbers on the board which we can compare this second qualifying session to. Sophia Lode and Isabella Hunter. So Sophia running in the A Junior as well as Isabella. And you can see, look at that, look at the new livery on board for Isabella. So she actually did a lot of the design work herself, and it come to life with the help of Edition Wraps. So a big shout out to Edition Wraps and the crew. Pretty special when you've got something that you help create on the side of your race car.
See, I'm just looking at the girl on the side of the car with horns, and I'm just pointing out what's on the car. That reminds me of my sister. Are those not horns? Is that like, I don't know, ponytails or something? Looks like horns.
Yeah.
Looks like my sister.
Everyone's got their own minds on what they see. And that's the joy of art, isn't it?
If Isabella designed that, though, she's got some serious talent. It's a nice graphic. It's very readable, very unique.
0.90 luck for Isabella, 2.57 for Sophia Lode. So we'll see what they run over the 8 for Sophia. An 8.36 at 77 mile an hour, slight improvement on the previous ET in the first qualifying session. For Isabella Hunter goes into 8.48, which is the other way, slightly slower than her first qualifying session.
I am not putting a bounty up, at least not on this session. I learned my lesson last time.
So what was the bounty that you put up in the last?
I put it in the last qual. Now, I'm not doing this. I want to be very clear. I am not doing this. I am recapping a story from Sydney. Final qualifying, I said, if somebody has a perfect light, I'll give you $100 American. It cost me $100 American. And they tell me at the exchange rate, that's like $4,000 Australian or something like that.
It would be something ridiculous, wouldn't it? For Mikey Lyer, 0.43 and a 0.58 for Max Rowling out there, who had issues in the first qualifying session. So this will be his first complete pass down the track. Goes a 7.82 at 82 miles an hour. And for Michael in the old school metal fabrication racing, a 9.49 at 67 miles an hour.
Now, for you casual fans, if you're not familiar with the junior categories, you can start at 8 years old, but they have speed limits. And as you get older and as you get more experience, you're allowed to go faster. So you won't see any of the C junior dragsters run like 8.0s. We're going to save those numbers for the A's and the double A's.
Yeah, absolutely. It's a good way to. You don't want someone that's inexperienced to step straight into something. They're going faster than what we go on the motorway, to put it in perspective.
No, exactly. And I mean, just like, you.
And some people struggle to do that.
Like I said, you can always tell I'm changing lanes if my wipers are on. So, Spencer Jones and Paige King coming at you now, reading left to right. The Civil D&E machine, that's Spencer. These are both running in the B junior dragster. So they're middle-aged kids, if you can say it that way, right?
Yeah, 100%. Paige has been doing it. Does a lot of laps out here at Willowbank. Takes a lot of opportunities with the test and tunes we have here, and that's been paying dividends. Has been racing really consistently, which is great to see. For Spencer, just from down the road at South Ripley. Send it pilots on board. 305 light for Spencer. Red light for Paige. Give the tree a bit of a nudge in qualifying. See where the limit is. Goes an 8.77 at 72 miles an hour. And for Spencer, a 9.29 with a 9. When you went a 9.30 this morning, that's not too shabby.
No, Spencer within 5,000ths on his two passes, and Paige actually backed up a full 1/10 of a second. So that car, I'm going to go back and try to figure out exactly why that thing slowed down like that.
So here is Chase Arians in one of those C juniors that you were talking about, Alan. That's one of the newer racers in the division, both cutting reds, along with Cody Robinson, who was recently in a C but graduated to a B junior not long ago in licensing. 8.59 at 74 miles per hour with an 8.61 earlier in qualifying session 1. And for Chase goes at 12.53, which is about a 1/10 and a half slower than his pass earlier this morning in the C junior.
It's going to be a great day, right? When you have your birthday and go, yippee, now I can go a whole second faster down the drag strip.
And it's always exciting too when you have a junior that might start in the C junior, and you're up here in the commentary box, you call their first race, and then you call them when they go to a B junior, and then you call them when they go to an A junior, and you follow them through their drag racing journey. It can be quite exciting even for us up here to watch that unfold.
Yeah, it's very interesting watching the evolution. It's the same thing over on the other side of the ocean. When they age out then of juniors completely, whether they go on to sportsman cars or whether they have aspirations of moving up into the pro ranks, and the skills you learn here are going to pay off no matter what you decide to do going forward.
So Cordell de Maria, 8.15 at 78 miles an hour, and Papa Bennett there finishing off an 8.23 at 79 miles per hour in that pair. So number 1 qualifier still Nevaeh McDougall with an 8.00 with a 3.
I love Xavier's car. How about the Junior Roadster, or the shortest wheelbase junior dragster in the history of the world?
Yeah, did get some information from the team as well. So it was built in house by Xavier's dad Rob, the hot rod style drag car. So it took 7 months to build. Actually bought some parts over from Vegas to put that car together.
Really?
So it's got some American heritage.
I like it. Jet Piriano fires off 0.03 of a second too soon and goes 8.19 down to the 8th mile stripe, 77 miles an hour, 12.41 for the C car over there for Xavier. I guess the real advantage of that is it'd be a whole lot easier to haul around. You don't need nearly as big a trailer.
Yeah, that's it. Yeah,
takes up less room in the shop.
Nearly fits straight back in the back of a ute.
Yeah,
or a conventional ute. Or what do they call it? Pickup trucks.
Pickup truck. Yep. Actually, ute makes sense. I mean, we also have the sport ute, which is basically an overgrown station wagon.
I call it an impractical ute because I've got one. Doesn't fit much in the back.
Well, see, I've always thought that cars are kind of like shoes. You need to have a different car for a different occasion, right? I mean, if your best friend's getting married this weekend, and if you're going camping next weekend, you're not going to wear the same shoes to both things.
That's true.
You're not going to drive the same car either, at least. I'm not, at least I hope. Unless I only have one that runs, and sometimes that's the case.
So Lucia Pirano and Cade Fowler their second qualifying session about to get underway. 040 green for Lucia, 151 green for Cade. Matching delivery on the top sportsman for the team. Finishes off an 8:48 at 76 miles per hour. And Lucia goes an 8:71 at 73 miles per hour. Go through around a 10th from their first qualifying session earlier today.
Cody Hunt rolling in now. The Hunt Motorsport machine. That's a great use of logo. Like the graphics as well. It just kind of pops, but it's clear and simple enough that everybody can read it. Carl Schultz over on the right side. Another Queenslander.
It was young Carl we had up here in the commentary box earlier.
Oh, that was him?
He's been learning the ropes.
Okay.
Now we'll see how he goes down on track. Cut a red light in the first qualifying session, so...
Well, he better not screw this up or we're going to make fun of him.
Pressure's on. Current championship leader as well in the NDRC for Junior Dragster, the national championship.
Cody trying to get his car to move down there. Using the old body English. You got to be careful blipping the throttle that don't go through. You'll see the drivers in there oftentimes rocking them back and forth, trying to get it to move just a little bit. Just like that. Well, Carl with another red light.
Well, that's on him as the driver. We can't call that a commentator's curse.
Nah. 774, 83 miles an hour for the AA car. That's the fastest class. Back-to-back runs within 9,000ths of a second. That part's impressive. He needs to turn a light green. Cody goes an 822, so he slows down about 400ths of a second. And just like that, here comes the next two.
Much easier to tune the driver than it must be the car, that's for sure. Pull the practice tree out tonight over dinner. Sharpen it up before Q3 tomorrow. Alex Ruffalo and Jasmine Kidd out there at the moment.
You said practice tree, just like triggered a painful memory for me, so thanks for bringing that up.
Have you had plenty of time to pull it out on the aeroplane?
No, it was there's a guy by the name of Peter Biondo, who's one of the greatest sportsman racers to ever live over in the United States, and he and I did a little practice tree shootout one time, and it came down to one run. We both had 001 lights, and his win light came on.
Oh.
And he said, well, it's a Biondo tree. He said, my family makes them. I always win the tie.
I'll be putting in a protest there.
Yeah. Problem was he was also the race director, so that was pretty much the end of that. 793 comes up for...
That's one person you can't beat is the Chief Stewart.
Alex Ruffalo. Yeah, you're right about that. Jasmine Kidd goes 837 at 74 miles an hour. If you want to look that up on the web, you can. Just go on YouTube and Google practice tree personalities and my name. It'll come up. And then you can watch for yourself and you decide whether or not I got cheated. I think I got cheated.
So Tyler Bellett and Charlie Mezensky. So a pair of the AA juniors, which are the oldest or the quickest juniors in the field. Run as quick as that 770.
I love the dial board that says, see ya.
They get very creative, the juniors, on what they can fit in a...
3 letters.
Yeah.
Charlie off on the red light and then goes 782 at 82 miles an hour. Tyler goes 7909 at 82 miles an hour. So Charlie picked up about a 10th and a half, and Tyler gave back a couple of hundo.
Yeah, it's interesting. Normally with the juniors you see a little bit of a pattern unfold, whether they're all a 10th quicker or all a 10th slower, but it seems to be a pretty up and down spread.
Well, it's not at all uncommon if you see red lights to see them slow down a little bit, because even the juniors, if you roll in deep on the stage, you're giving away a little bit of rollout. That'll change the ET. The deep stage will make the cars will make the ET slower, and a shallow stage will make the ET faster. Even though in theory the car performance doesn't really change that much, it just changes the number on the scoreboard.
That's it. And Heidi Allgood will be looking to run as close to the 8:08 as her first qualifying session. It doesn't really mean anything from a qualifying perspective. It just means that look, your car's consistent and you makes it easier to pick a dial in come race day.
That's exactly it. If you make 3 runs within 2 or 3 hundredths of a second, it makes it pretty easy to decide what you're going to predict on race day. If you make 3 runs and they're all separated by a 10th and a half, it gets a little more difficult.
Yeah, you're scratching your head and going, maybe we should just pick it out of a hat. That might be easier.
Charlie Usher goes 11:52, 58 miles an hour. Heidi goes down there at 8:11, 78 miles an hour. Hey, go park yourself. That's a great name for a car park. If I ever open one in the United States, that's what I'm going to call it.
They pop up with the Carslake family, a couple of them racing in the juniors and Dad racing in the modified altered.
Xavier Paul over on the right side, the Lux Metalworks machine. A couple of Queenslanders. Again, both drivers, great use of logo. Cars stand out, the graphic package stands out, easy to read the sponsors. .841, 75 miles an hour comes up for Xavier. .889, 69.5 miles an hour. Britannica Carslake.
Yeah, so again, you got one that's a tenth and a half quicker and one that's a tenth and a half slower.
Mm-hmm.
In the same race, same pairing, both A juniors.
Is that USA battery? USA battery?
Yuasa.
Yuasa?
Yuasa.
All right. See, if you're going to be sponsored by a battery company, you should have an electric car, don't you think? They actually make electric juniors, no kidding.
I think we're one of only several tracks that have actually banned electric cars.
Even
so
the juniors?
We don't allow the electric vehicles to run.
Really? Okay.
For safety.
Now, I know there are a few tracks that have banned the electric full-size cars, but
I don't think we've ever had a junior that's been electric. Is that something they've got a few of in America?
there's definitely a few of them in America,
Yeah,
yeah.
okay.
I mean, not 100, but there are a few.
.039 light there for Carlos. Didn't quite. Was just trying to find through our nomination list there for competitor 9250 over in the Rocket Lane. Finished off a 946 at 68 miles an hour, and for Carlos an 802 at 80 miles an hour with an 800 in qualifying session number 1. So what we come to expect from the Harvey family. They come across from the ditch over in New Zealand, although they're pretty much locals. They spend a lot of time here at Willowbank, but always consistent in the juniors. And Carlos has made a couple of finals here at Willowbank at national events before.
Well, there were definitely some cars out there in the line still coming in this morning, so I'm imagining there are a few of these that possibly haven't been through scrutineering yet, or just recently and have not yet entered into the database yet, so we'll hopefully have all that squared away by tomorrow. Brody Fry now on the left side. Tyler Jarvis in the right. Tyler in the attitude adjustment. Is that like he needs one, or he's going to give you one?
Depending on if the wind light comes on.
Yeah.
I've always loved that the juniors, they do get creative with the names on the side of their cars.
I love it.
There it is, second perfect light of the weekend for Tyler Jarvis, 000. Give yourself a lot of confidence as a driver. That's a good time sheet that you can pick up down the deep end. A 0.62 for Brody Fry. Finishes off an 811 with a 2 at 79 miles per hour. And Tyler on that 000 goes a 788 at 81 miles an hour.
Glad I didn't put a bounty up this round.
You would have been going back $100 lighter, Alan.
I would have.
Now, what would you put up for a perfect package?
I'll match whatever you want to put up.
So at our last QDRC, the final, Dakota Bray, 000, runs straight on her dial in with a 0.
Really? That's pretty impressive stuff.
Her opponent, straight on her dial in with a 0, ran a 0.19 light, had to settle for second.
Wow.
So it's a race that I certainly won't forget for a long time, but considering that they're the junior races, they put on one hell of a race.
Yeah, I've talked about for many, many years, drag racing is a right place at the right time kind of sport. You know, sometimes you can be 020 and dead on and get your teeth kicked in, and sometimes you can be 087 and 10th back of the dial and somehow your light comes on. It's crazy. Dakota Bray, the Smith transport machine, now over here on the left side, and Ryder Marsden in the right, squeezing the tree a little early. See the performance difference there between the A car in the left lane and the C car in the right. 833, 76 miles an hour for Dakota. Ryder goes 1263 at 51 miles per.
So next pairing, Michaela Reid and Nevaeh McDougall. Michaela, one of the several Reeds that are racing this weekend. Sister racing in Junior Dragster, dad racing in Pro Alcohol, and mum in Supercharged Outlaws. So full family affair. Nevaeh McDougall doing double duties in the junior bike and the junior dragster. And then when she's got spare time, she's always uploading to social media with over 30,000 followers.
Wow.
So if you want to jump on board and follow Nevaeh's drag racing journey, NAM Racing on Facebook and all the other social media platforms, always uploading entertaining stuff to social media. So does a good job. And she's currently #1 qualifier. A couple of red lights. Goes a 797 at 81 miles per hour. But that 800 from this morning still will keep her at #1. And Michaela goes an 811 at 79 miles per hour. So Nash, Pirano and Neela Paul coming forward will be our next pairing. Two of the local races here that we call a lot in Junior Dragster. Neela in the Double A Junior, as well as Nash.
What is PlexCon?
No idea.
Oh.
I'll have to find out. Here it is. Here it is. We call it most weekends, and we still don't know what it is.
Yeah.
Looks good on the side of the car, though.
It does look good on the side of the car. Send me an email. Tell me what PlexCon is. dragannouncer@gmail.com.
Do you have 30,000 followers on social media?
Another Trip Zip Perfect Light. Over there for Neela Paul. I don't think I've got... the only social media I'm on is X, 783, 81 miles an hour for Neela. 791, 79 miles an hour for Nash. Nash goes back-to-back within 7 thousandths of a second. Neela falls off 300. The only social media that I'm on is X. I am not a Facebooker. I'm not a TikToker. I'm not. So I'm only on X, and I think I've got 24,000 followers, something like that.
That's pretty impressive.
I am Reinhardt, REINHART LLC, Reinhardt LLC. Gloss battery coming at us one more time. Chauvin Harvey now. Is that New Zealand?
It is New Zealand.
Had to get on a boat to get here?
Flying it come across on the ferry.
How long is the ride from New Zealand here on the ferry? I'm serious.
We don't have a ferry that runs there. Probably a cruise ship.
Oh, okay.
But as far as from here to there, it's probably a 3-hour flight, 3 or 4 hour flight.
Okay, so that's I sat on the tarmac longer than that. I mean,
Yeah,
come on,
you
that's
did.
not even a flight. Zane Condello on the right side. Look at the big #1 on the side of that car. New Zealand is someplace that is on my list of places to go. So, you know, whoever's over in charge of New Zealand Dragway, send me a plane ticket.
I'd probably say that the Harveys and the Brays,
yeah,
in the Century Batteries pit just behind the tower here, they're probably the best people to talk to if you're interested. They do a bit of racing over there as well, so they'll get you in contact with the right people.
775, 83 miles an hour comes up for Chauvin. Zane goes 808 after an earlier 804. So both of them slow down about 400s.
Chase Castlake and Chili's Gravel, the MV Automatics. Always enjoy the livery on this car too. The black and the fluoro pink, it just pops.
It definitely does pop. Wade's Automotive Refinishing gets credit for that. I'm assuming if you've got an auto refinishing sponsor that that's not a wrap. I don't know that for a fact,
Yeah,
but
that'd be a fair call.
typically speaking, it's like, oh, you're sponsored by a custom paint shop. Oh, it looks good. That's a wrap. Nope. I'm going to go online tonight and find out if Go Park Yourself actually has valet service. That's the way my mind works.
Or did you get a cheaper rate if you park yourself?
It probably is, yeah, just like, you know, if you go to the airport, but still.
So 0.46 light there for Chaser, 7.98 at 77 miles an hour, and Chili's finishes off 2:30 lap, an 8:06 at 80 miles an hour with an 8:02 earlier in qualifying session number 1.
Bring up Abigail Reed at Belgravia Apparel. Every time I see that BA logo on the side of that thing, I'm telling you, that my brain goes Brad Anderson, because I've seen that Brad Anderson logo for about as long as I've been around. Savannah Candello over on the right side. A couple of mono-strutted machines. Now, to my knowledge, there's only ever been one mono-strut top fuel car ever run, and I think it's over here somewhere, right? Is it still here someplace? Have you ever seen it?
No. I don't think so.
David Powers put the thing together years ago over in the States. Hot Rod Fuller drove it in testing a couple of times and hated it. Literally told David, if I have to drive that thing, I quit. And I believe it was sold over here. Now, this has been, oh, geez, I don't know, 18 years ago probably.
Okay.
But Savannah off like a shot in the AA car, 786, 81 miles an hour. Abigail in the C car, 1271 at 49 miles per hour.
Sounds like a cranky F1 driver that, you know, no, I'm not racing it.
That's it.
Fix it.
I quit.
Start it from scratch.
Well, he said it felt like the monostrut was trying to drive the car when it got up to, 250, 260 miles an hour. Then when it started moving, it was very difficult to steer back into the groove because he felt like the monostrut was trying to steer the car. Nixon Canuli rolling up next. The Canuli Motorsport machine over here on the left side, and Cody Sedmak. JTS Racing. That's a racing family, isn't it?
Sure is, yep.
Yeah, I've seen the name Sedmak a lot of times in my visits over here.
You'll see both dads are actually racing in pro categories. So Omar Sedmak for Cody. Cody's dad will be racing in pro stock, and for Nixon, dad will be racing John Canuli in pro alcohol. Pretty even on the tree, a 0.52 to 0.65 advantage to Nixon. And finishing off a 7.76 for Nixon Canuli, and for Cody an 8.10 at 80 miles per hour.
It's funny, I just glanced at my phone earlier. My phone was ringing, I didn't even look. I just typed, I'm talking right now. I'll call you later. And then I just looked at the message that came in, and it's Santo Rapazardo who said, I'm listening, I just decided to call and bother you. Thank you, Santo. And no, I'm not hungry. I'm not hungry.
You never go hungry in Group 1 pits, will you?
Oh. Plunkett Villa Tambourine. Okay. Now I really got to find out what that is.
Yeah, really nice spot. Actually, I've been to a few weddings at that venue. So
okay.
Beautiful place at the bottom of Tambourine.
Okay, well, if it's a place for weddings, that's a place I'll never be.
Yeah.
Certainly not as a guest of honor. Kenna Glasson on the right side for Leahy Custom Imports.
And sporting similar livery to the Supercharged Outlaw funny car. Always looks good. She'll be hoping to cut a green light. Nice work, 0.73. She's been cutting a lot of red, so she'll be happy with that. A 0.14 for Amelia. Good way to get your confidence back, and on the right track, an 8.09 at 79 miles per hour, and an 8.30 at 75 for Amelia, right?
And we keep rocking along. The next pair rolling in, the DK Detailing machine over here on the left side. Mia Grace Hopkins. Does that say Bad Hip Racing?
It does say Bad Hip Racing.
What's the story behind that?
I mean, if you're a junior and you've got a bad hip,
I was thinking probably her sponsor has a
bad maybe Dad's got a bad hip.
Mick King Transport car on the other side, that's Riding King.
And if you do get an opportunity, Jacob, as well as a beautiful little bayside town on the way to the Gold Coast, out the back of the cane fields.
Yeah.
Beautiful pub down there.
Okay. I'm heading over there next week, but I am studiously avoiding pubs if I have to drive.
That's a good idea.
821, 78 miles an hour comes up for Mia Grace. And Riding King taking a nice Thursday cruise. 1425 at 44 miles an hour.
So Flynn Nozinski and Mason King. So same surname but different coloured car. With the Mick King Transport on board. JB Automotive for Flynn Nozinski. And there we go. Puts on the dial-in board upper. Kids in their teen lingo and language.
I don't think I speak teen anymore.
No. They almost need their own dictionary.
There are times when I'm trying to talk to my nephew and it's like, yeah, I need a translator. No idea what you're talking about, kid.
So an 822 at 77 miles an hour for Flynn, and for Mason, a 1428 at 45 miles per hour in the C Junior.
Comes Mia Ward, the McKay's furniture transport car. That's a nice use of company logo. Over here on the left side on her C Junior car. Jacob Schultz over on the right side, the A car. If you're betting first to finish line, I like the yellow car's chances. Typically speaking, the guy with the 8-second number on his dial board, even in practice, will outrun the girl with the 14 or the 12-second number on the dial board. An A car typically will outrun a C car. Both drivers off early. Mia off really early. Jacob off not quite as early, 8:17. For Jacob at 76 miles an hour. Mia goes 12:32 at 52 miles per hour. And just like that, we've got two more.
So how big are the fields over in America, Alan? I mean, we're talking 68 juniors here this weekend.
Actually, it would depend on the event.
Yep.
You know, over in America, we run an Eastern and Western Junior, what they call the finals, where the cars from all over the country will come to those two events, and having 600 of them is not unusual. At a typical event, depending on the racetrack, some racetracks will average 25 or 30. Some racetracks will average close to 100. But it's really just kind of a regional thing. And the only two huge meets we have are the Eastern and Western Conference finals. And those, like I said, we'll have like 500-600 cars, because that's basically the one big event a year, or the two big events a year that the juniors can go be a part of.
So for Lexi Lancaster, red light, but an 811 at 79 miles per hour, did an 812 earlier this morning. So cars in the zone. Taylor Cannulli, a 058 light, an 881. So just under 2/10 slower than the time this morning. So they'll probably be trying to work out exactly where that's come from.
Now, what's the floor on the AA cars? What's the quickest you can go on a AA?
770 for the AA.
770. Okay. Yeah, in the States, 790 is the quickest you can go. So.
And that only come in probably about 2 years ago, the AA. So before that, it was the 8 juniors and the 800.
Bailey Hawk rolling in now. Here on the left side, and Ryan Shawball on the right. And that car has a for sale logo on the side of it. So if you're thinking to yourself, hey, my kid would love to get involved with this, I wonder where I can get one. Well, right there. You go down and make a deal, and you can be back for the next qualifying session.
Yeah, should probably come with an asterisk and go, this sport's not cheap.
Yeah.
It's not going to be as cheap as your soccer fees for 12 months or football.
Ryan a little bit early. Bailey right on time with an 0:17 reaction time. 8:06 earlier, 8:23 this time. 76 miles an hour. 8:15 for Ryan, who earlier went 8:84. So obviously did not get a clean run earlier and came back and stepped it up this time.
Yeah, so next pairing, Nixon King and Christian Cannulli.
It's a good thing the King family's in the transport business.
Makes it easier to get from A to B and get you to the racetrack.
They're transporting a whole lot of cars. Yeah. They said, you throw one in the back of a ute. Well, you can't do that if you got 18 of them.
Yeah. Get the B double down here. So Christian making the trek from Ludenham down to New South Wales, only about 10 minutes from Eastern Creek and Sydney Dragway.
Now, Sydney from here is like 700 clicks, right? Or 800 clicks?
Yeah, be about 850 or 900.
Is that far? Okay.
Yeah, so about 9 or 10 hour drive down south. So 0.94 there for Nixon on the light. 117 green for Christian Canuli. Finished off a 7.91 at 80 miles an hour. And for Nixon goes an 8.15 with a 2. Backing up an 8.14 with a 5 earlier this morning. So nice work there for Nixon King.
And here comes the Angry Carrot. Every time I see this car, I wonder, what does a carrot have to be mad about?
And is there any more? Is there another vegetable that might be more dangerous if it's angry? Like an angry onion?
That's an interesting thought. I really hadn't thought about it like that.
Maybe you do want to come across the angry carrot.
You might be right. You might be right. His dad's having a pretty good run.
Yeah, for sure. Coming in with that good form in the top fuel.
At least at the races I've been to, he's unbeaten, untied, and unscored upon. Liam O'Neill on the right side, the MJ Clothing car out of New South Wales. How do you make a carrot angry?
I don't want to find out, Alan.
Chop it up and put it in a salad? That would annoy me. I think I can take most carrots. Most. .815, 78 miles an hour for Luca. He ran 8:14 earlier, 8:15 this time. That's numbers you can work with. 886, 71 miles an hour for Liam. And he is actually back at 10th from the number that you put up on the board earlier. As the speed flow machine rolls in now. Here on the left side, Emma Leffing. And over to the right is Benjamin Attard. For ITF Hire.
Yeah, both sponsors on those juniors definitely standing out, the ITF and the Speed Flow. And there are a couple of sponsors we'll see across a number of the juniors, which is still to come. So from the first qualifier, Benjamin Attard went an 8.26. And for Emma in the Speed Flow Products Junior, an 8.73. So the aim in this second qualifying session there, wanting to run as close to those numbers as possible.
You can see Benjamin over there really rocking the car back and forth, trying to get it just where he wants it. Still ends up a little on the red side, a couple of hundredths. Early on the leave. Take it to stripe at 8.2 seconds, 77 miles an hour, 885 comes up for Emma. 73 MPHs, more data for the old database. And here comes yet another speed flow car. And this is going to be Georgia Life Team. Also out of New South Wales. And they're still coming. It feels like they've got an assembly line for them back there in the staging lane.
They're multiplying.
Xavier Holmes, the Mad Dog Motorsport car over in the right lane. Love the flames. Love the flames.
So Xavier's only recently licensed in the junior a couple of months ago. So great to have him here at the Winternationals, his first winners. Dad racing in modified. Even off the tree, a 124 to a 109 in favour of Georgia. And the 8th mile, given that they're in the different categories, we'll see different ETs. An 822 at 76 for Georgia and a 1033 for Xavier at 60 miles an hour in the rocket lane. And to put it in perspective, 60 miles an hour, 100 clicks, which is what we do down the highway. So for those playing at home, it's probably the easiest way to convert it.
I got to tell you, it's still pretty cool for me to see a sign that says 100 on the highway. Yeehaw! And then you go, okay, wait a minute. That's not the same 100 I'm used to, but it still looks cool. Riley Ito now. Looks at Murphy Finance Solutions. ITF Hire. See, there you go. You need a financial institution to sponsor your car. Leela Watts for the really fast couriers. That's not exactly what it says, but really fast couriers.
Got the Eaton Hotel on board as well, new sponsors. Always good to have new sponsors into the world of drag racing. .072 light there for Leela, and Riley with a 0.50, finishing off an 8.07 at 77 miles an hour for Riley, and for Leela goes an 8.27, so improvement by about a tenth and a half there on her first qualifying session earlier today.
Well, the ITF Hire guys are really involved in this. This time with Team Attard, Alexis Attard. Jake McNamara on the right side. The Bank of Nan and Pop. There you go. That's a great place to finance your racing for as long as you can get away with it. As long as you can get away with it. My dad would not have gone for that.
That's the ultimate. If Nan or Pop ask you to do the dishes or mow the lawn or wash the car, you do it.
You bet.
Yeah.
.820, 77 miles an hour comes up for Alexis. 817 earlier. And an 860, 73 miles an hour for Jake after an earlier 849. So Jake slows down a full tenth and change. Alexis just about 3 hundo. Have we reached the end already? The addition wraps. BST car on the left side. That's Noah Weber. Hague Plumbing also helping out. And Alesso Spinoli for Terra Civil. Noah might have the tallest windshield in the category. That thing is up there.
Yeah, that's basically how you turn the air conditioning off in an open cockpit car. 0.29 light there for Noah, and Alicio with a 160 green, 8.54 at 74 miles an hour for Alicio Spinozzi. And Noah Webb, an 8.11 at 80 miles per hour with an 8.06 earlier in qualifying session number 1. And as you said, Alan, I think that brings a close to our second qualifying session for Junior Dragster.
Looks like Real Street rolling around the corner and pulling into the water box. Is it somebody else's turn? I'll sit here as long as you want me to, but I don't want to throw somebody else out of their own office.
Having a good time. They're having a good time back there.
You tell me. I feel like I'm intruding in your office, so if you want to jump back in, I'll get out of the way. If you want me to stay here, I'll stay here. All right.
Real Street, Alan gets to see some of Australia's finest engineered vehicles.
I like fast street cars.
Are you familiar with our Falcons and our Commodores?
A little bit, yes. Yep. I'm learning.
Yep.
I'm learning.
The beautiful barrow-powered Falcon.
I see a Mustang first, so I figure as long as the Mustang's the first one out, I'll be all right.
I say that, then it's an American car.
Well, I'm a Mustang guy. I wanted a Mustang ever since I was about 3 feet tall, and that was a long time ago.
Do you like the later model Mustangs, though, like we're seeing down there? Or I mean, we all prefer the old school style, don't we? But
I actually like both. I think, my Mustang, I have a 67 GT that I bought when I was in high school. And as I mentioned earlier, I didn't buy it new. I'm not that old. But I've had it ever since. I knew the day that I bought it I was never going to sell it. And I do love the look and the style of the car. But when Ford went into the retro in 2005, they used a 67 as a pattern, and you can definitely see that, and they're kind of going back through the evolution of the late 60s and early 70s. The thing about the new cars is the technology is ridiculous.
Yep.
I mean, in 1967, if you bought a Mustang, the highest horsepower option there was 330 horsepower. and that was the 390 R-Code hot rod motor. But now the V6 car has that much and gets 30 miles a gallon and has air conditioning and power windows. So the new technology is really awesome. Cooper Leahy on the left side. Cody Leahy on the right.
Battle of the Brothers. And that's basically where Real Street came about. It was to cater for the later model cars that can go quicker in a safe environment with the updated safety features as well that modern cars have. And that's where we have Real Street today. So you can basically drive to and from the shopping centre, take the kids to sport, and then come and race on a Saturday night or race for a gold Christmas tree here at the Winternationals.
Cooper goes 1095, 135 miles an hour. Cody goes 1241 at 113 miles an hour. Yeah, it's kind of mind-blowing that, back in the first days of the muscle cars, 500 horsepower was kind of the magic number. They claimed the 426 Hemi in 1968 was 500 horsepower. Now they were fudging a little bit on the low side. They did it with a wink and a smirk, and yeah, it's 500 horsepower, but 600 probably was the max. And we're talking about the 427 cars. We're talking about whether it's Chevy or the 427 Fords. The Cameras made good power, but they were nowhere near what you can get today. I mean, when you can walk into the dealership and say, I want one of those that makes 900 horsepower, it's just crazy.
So Alex Kidd, Ian Nelson, 074 and a 039 light. The Real Street crew have sharpened their reaction times from qualifying session number 1 this morning. Alex had issues on the first qualifying pass. No such issues here. And finishes off a 13.64, which is about where that car would be. And for Ian goes an 11.72 at 116 mile an hour across the finish line.
I will tell you that if it's Saturday cruise night and we're all going to the burger joint or the ice cream stand or whatever, I'm taking my 67 Mustang.
Yep.
If I need to make a 300-mile road trip, I am not taking my 67 Mustang. It is loud and rough riding and obnoxious and stupidly overpowered, which is kind of what I was going for when I built it. But it is not a comfortable car to sit in for long periods of time. Stacy Galdi rolling in now in the GTO. That's a car that was originally built and sold here and then reworked and imported to the United States. Jamie Nelson on the other side. The Ford Falcon. The Black Panther Racing Team. Jamie a little bit eager smashing the gas and leaves that bottom bulb. That's the red one burning on the Christmas tree. 1138, 117 miles an hour. Solid run for the GTO. 1309, 106. Comes up for Jamie. Tick quicker than where Jamie was earlier.
So Paul Nelson and Nick Weeks. Nick in the big Jeep, the Grand Cherokee down there.
Now, is that a Hellcat?
The Jeep, I don't think it is.
I mean, it says a Real Street. That would be the fast one. I'm asking. I don't know.
It would be, yeah. The quicker about the Real Street cars.
Should find out pretty quick. But you can actually order the Hellcat motors in a Jeep Cherokee these days.
He ran a 13.70 earlier today. So we'll see if he can improve on that. Look, it left the Ford for dead at the 60 foot. So 11.32 there for Paul and Nick, a 13.35 on 13.27. So there's a bit of consistency there for the big aerodynamic or unaerodynamic Jeep. So Peter Hoey and Kyle Magna, the next pair coming forward. So the Commodore and the Falcon Utes.
See, like that Falcon Ute, we don't have anything even close to that in the United States.
Yep.
That's kind of cool.
That's basically my daily.
Is it really?
Yeah.
Man, that thing's really hustling through the middle.
Not that quick, though.
Pretty lazy off the start line, but 1127, 137 miles an hour for a Ute. Wow.
That's got some top end boogie. Bit of smoke up the top end there too for Kyle. So hopefully, as far as nothing too major up there, as far as
don't let the smoke out.
Yeah.
You must keep the smoke contained.
So I can see one of our crew just going to run out and check the racing surface.
Good plan, because even though it's down in the shutdown area.
But those Utes were generally bought out as a tradie Ute. So your painter or your chippy or something would go to work, and that's what they'd use. Then as teenagers, when we got our license at 17 and 18, we realised, hey, we can hot these up, and it wasn't about the Skylines or the imports. It became about the Utes and what you do with them. And now it's all four-wheel drives and patrols and Land Cruisers, and they spice them up and make them run 14, 15-second quarter miles.
I think it's true, though, every generation. I mean, when I was young, the first generation muscle cars were literally affordable cars. You talk about the Camaros from the 60s and the Barracudas, the Challengers, the Mustangs, the Chargers and Challengers, or all of that kind of stuff. They were affordable cars because nobody knew when those things were 10, 12 years old that someday they're going to be worth a fortune.
Yeah.
You just sold it off and went and bought whatever you're going to buy next. And then you move into later generations, you get in the mid-'80s, at least in my part of the world, performance was almost a four-letter word. Everything was about fuel economy and emissions, and power wasn't even a consideration. And at that time, some of the imported cars were literally capable of outrunning the American cars, and they were affordable. So that's what the kids bought. They bought the Hondas, the Toyotas, and they changed turbos and did tunes and made them faster. And there were a number of people in my generation who were kind of throwing rocks at those, oh, that's not a real car, that's not it. But it was the cars that the kids could afford.
Yeah.
And they tried to make them faster, which is exactly what I did. I saw some smoke down there, saw some mopping down here, so apparently there was a little bit of a deposit being left down the lane down there on the last machine, so it'll take a minute before we get ready to go.
Yeah, just got a quick word from upstairs that the braking area is clean. They're just doing a couple of runs with the tractor.
Okay.
But you're right, it does come down to affordability, doesn't it, for when you're in your early days in purchasing a car?
I mean, there are certainly some whose parents are very willing to help and spend and do whatever. Mine weren't. So I was, the paper out and car wash kid that was saving every nickel they could to try to put together enough money to buy my first car, and then kind of went from there. But
and that type of ute as well that we just saw go down when we stopped manufacturing in Australia in about 2016 or 2017, that's when they stopped producing that type of vehicle.
Okay.
So that's when it all became more about the pickup and your Hiluxes, and now we get the Silverados and the Rams and the Tundras about to come out in Australia, which is exciting. So we don't get the utility style tray back, low slung ute. It's all about the more so the pickup and four-wheel drive style.
Well, see, that's one of the things like evolution, right? I mean, in the States, they're really discontinuing the muscle car, which I just want to cry. And they're building more and more of, the sport utilities, the SUVs. And they're like, well, that's what people are buying. It's like, well, if you don't build a Camaro, then don't tell me, well, nobody buys them. Put a couple on the showroom and see what happens. But, hopefully that they'll never go away completely, because
good light there for Steve Warren, 011, and David Shee. The Mustang looks quick, and you're wondering how quick it is. It goes a 950 with a 4 at 144 miles an hour.
Wow.
And yes, that is a street-registered vehicle running 9.5s here at the Gulf Western Oil Winternationals.
Wow. That is a supercharged 5-liter Coyote. Wow. Very impressive.
Doing what it was made to do.
Yeah, you're exactly right. That's a Hellcat. There ain't no way a Jeep Cherokee goes in the 12s without about 700 horsepower. There's no doubt about it. Craig Call is here on the left side. In the Jeep, Paul Grinnell over on the right side. 1268, 107 miles an hour for a big old bad old Jeep Cherokee. Wow.
That'll back it up. How good is it when you can have a 12-second Jeep and it's consistent?
Yeah. And 1267 comes up on the other side for Paul. 1286 earlier, 1267 this time, so he's picking up a little performance as well.
Could have raced them heads up and just had a flag drop.
I like the way you think.
Jay Raines, Shane Grattan. Shane, our current track champion in Real, and our inaugural track champion in Real Street. She ran a 12:58 this morning in the Brisbane Valley Printing Falcon, and the Commodore on the other side of Jay Raines.
Jay's car started rolling beam a little bit. Looked like he eased back, and that cost him a late reaction time, which won't bother him too much in qualifying, but just don't do that. Once we get into eliminations, 12:45, 114 miles an hour comes up for Shane. That's a tenth better. And a 13:12, that's 3/10 better for Jay, even though he darn near rolled the beam up here.
Yeah, big improvement. Nice work for Jay. But two of the seasoned campaigners in Real Street. Dale Samuelson, the big number 1 on the side of the Caprice. But if you got a taxi out here, you probably could have got a ride in a Caprice.
Yeah.
And it might have been Dale's, I don't know.
Might have been.
At least you know you get there in a hurry.
We've actually got a guy in the United States that has a 4-door 87 V6 Caprice that he runs in stock eliminator that has a taxi sign on the roof of it. Because everybody made fun of him for so long that he just decided to go with the joke. 11:19, 117 miles an hour for Tony Rutgers. That is back-to-back 11:19s. As a matter of fact, to the thou, 12:06 at 113 miles an hour.
Yeah, that's nice work for Tony. But we do have a little Toyota Echo that comes out here, and it's got a Domino's.
Oh, I like
sign
that.
on top, and it runs quick too.
You guys have Domino's around here?
We do, yeah.
Oh, yeah. That's good to know.
Dean Merchant and Zach Anderson, they'll get you delivery there in a hurry if they're out doing Uber Eats. So Zach at 11:06 this morning. Car can run well into the 10, so we'll see what he can do this pass.
Dean Merchant already did run into the 10s this morning at 10:65, which puts him in the number 2 qualifying spot. When you're number 2 qualifier and you only got to pick up a second to be number 1, right?
Yeah.
10:72, 125 comes up for Dean. It's going to be 11:16. Well, if Zach was trying to pick up a 10th, he lost a 10th. So whatever you did, do the opposite and do twice as much of it. Taking a real good look down there underneath the Camaro of Stefan Goes.
Yeah, that's a car you'd probably be more familiar with, Alan.
Oh, yeah. Oh, yeah. The classic Chevy Camaro, or the late model, Gen 5 as we say, or Gen Last.
Gen Last.
Gen Last.
That's sad when you've got to say it like that, isn't it?
Isn't that sad?
So Stefan cut a 0.38 this morning. That's a 142, which I'll tell him later on that it's rubbish, and I can tell him that because I've known him for over 20 years. 181 for Brett Warren, though. That's all right. 11.56, 122 miles an hour, and about 2 tenths slower there for Stefan with a 12.73.
Is this the last one?
Last pairing for our Real Street qualifying session number 2, Liz Lancaster.
I swear I looked in front of that thing and thought it was a Cadillac. It is a Caprice.
It's a Caprice.
Nice trim model on the Caprice. Yours are slightly different than mine. I do like the tow hitch, though. It's a nice touch.
Yeah.
When your race car has a tow hitch.
Maybe it's to tow the junior home that's racing. when you can race the tow vehicle. So see what Liz can produce here on the solo to round out Real Street. 12.87 at 106 miles per hour. So nice work for Liz in the Caprice.
Well, my schedule says Super Sedan is next, but Modified Bike is what's rolling around the corner, so. They lied to me. Why would you lie to me? We're not even dating. There's no reason to lie to me until like at least the third date. Second date.
Well, that'll be our junior bikes.
Oh, junior bikes, okay.
Junior bike.
Oh, you know what? Junior bike is on the schedule. Never mind. Never mind. Some bonehead put a pen mark through junior bike.
Running ahead of schedule.
Yeah, that bonehead, by the way, would be me. This is a category we don't have in the States, which pains me because I think, one, it's a really cool category, and depending on what part of the country you're in, at least for me, motorcycles are a big part of the culture. I live in southern Arizona, which is a lot of desert, a lot of wide open spaces, not like you guys have, but quite a bit. And dirt bikes are a fact of life out there. You know, there's a lot of kids that have dirt bikes that go out and they can run motocross, they can do that kind of stuff when they're 10, 11, 12 years old, but they can't drag race. And I think that, we're missing out on some of that. It's like, before they get hooked on another sport, let's give them a chance to come out and get hooked on this one.
Yeah, 100%. And we have already seen some of the progression in junior bike where they do go onto mod bike or performance bike and they go from running 9-second eighth mile passes to running 8-second quarter mile passes. And that's the natural progression. But they learn their craft in a category like this, which is junior drag bike. A couple of differences to junior drag. So they can rip a burnout in the burnout box, which the juniors can't do. They can do a wheel stand, which we already seen a couple of spectacular wheel stands this morning.
Yeah, which the juniors better not do.
and they can change gears.
That one didn't.
No. Definitely not.
Jedediah was trying to change gears and found out the rev limiter worked. 937.42 miles an hour comes up for Bryce Mason. And we're going to have to make sure Jedediah's got enough oomph. Looks like he's got it back under power now to get clear of the top end of the racetrack.
So field of 16 here for junior bike. Currently number 1 qualifier is Kai Badcock with an 864. Actually, no, Kai went too quick. So number 1 will be Cooper Plummer with an 879.
How fast are you allowed to go? 870?
860.
860
for the A. Yep.
Didn't you just say 864 was too fast?
It's coming up here on the computer as too fast. I think Kai's a B junior.
Oh, I got you. Okay.
Yeah.
All right.
But it depends. Kai might have licensed and it wasn't updated to the system. There could be a few things there, but we'll wait and see how that plays out.
So just like with the cars, you have a speed limit based on age.
Yep.
Gotcha.
So Jaden's in a AA junior drag bike, so he can run as quick as an 810.
There's one of those wheelies you were talking about. Matter of fact, 2 of those wheelies you were talking about. Both of them picked the nose up and then dropped it back down fairly quickly. 970, 70 miles an hour. Comes up for Jonathan Fulton. Jaden Badcock goes 858. A couple of tenths quicker than he ran earlier this morning in the 017 reaction time, which ain't nothing to sneeze at.
So Cooper Plummer and Marcus McDonald, next pairing coming forward. So Cooper ran an 879 this morning with Marcus at 935. See them both tucked down, ready to make themselves as aerodynamic as possible on that bike. Tuck the elbows in, shift through the gears. Across the finish line, an 865 at 76 miles an hour for Marcus, and Cooper goes an 889 at 74 miles per hour.
Oh, nice improvement down there for Marcus, who did not get the run he was looking for earlier. They're going to be feeling a little bit better about that one.
And that is a serious lock of hair for Kobe down there over in the rocket lane. When it sticks out of their helmet like that,
yeah,
that's an impressive. That would be an impressive looking mullet flow.
It would be
in this breeze.
Eliza has hers nicely maintained in a braid, single ponytail. Off of the solid 018 light with Kobe. For Danini hole shots. Well, there you go. That was a Danini hole shot. 913, 74 miles an hour comes up for Kobe. Eliza goes 892. 74 miles an hour crossing that 8-mile stripe.
Cooper Ashelford making the trek over from Western Australia. Just a casual 4,500 kilometres across the country.
4,500 kilometres?
Kai Badcock, he's got about, put a few decimal places in that, he's got about 45 kilometres to travel from Slacks Creek.
It's almost the same. A couple more litres of petrol.
Pretty handy on the light for both of them though. 005 for Kai, 018 for Cooper. They're not hanging around. There must be a, I don't know, a happy hour on Red Cordial somewhere.
I would think. Now, I know you guys call gas petrol. Is diesel still diesel, or do you call that diesel something else too?
Still diesel.
It's still diesel?
Yeah,
okay.
Yeah.
All right.
Lawrence picked the front wheels up this morning. He'll be hoping to tame that Harley Davidson over in the rocket lane.
Well, that was tame, but it also was boring. There's got to be a medium there, Lawrence. I mean, somewhere in the middle. Somewhere in the middle. How about Lillian with a double 07 reaction time? And then 882 to back up the 881 from earlier.
Yeah, that's nice.
Yeah. 958 for Lawrence, who kept the front end down, but boring. Just kind of split the difference there. Do the little baby wheel stand.
It's a controlled wheel stand. Never how you can usually pull out a controlled wheel stand. The Oswheel sponsored junior bike. Bailey Paul over there. SA Roofworks making the trek up from South Australia.
8:53 for Bailey, 4 hun quicker than earlier. 9:44 for Nevaeh, who looked like drifting towards the left a little bit down there. Slows down a tenth of a second from the run earlier this morning.
So Blake Hagan and Vance Pirano. The Terminator on the side of the bike. And he has been the Terminator here at Willowbank Raceway on the junior bikes. The one to catch in the past 12 months.
Beck's Hair Lounge. Sounds like an interesting place. Doesn't sound like a place I'd have much use for, but it sounds like an interesting place. Well, don't you have to have hair to go to a hair lounge? I mean, they have rules about that kind of thing?
I suppose it depends if they're multi-talented and they might offer a pedicure or a manicure. I don't know if you're into those, Alan, but I won't judge. 8:58 for Vans and an 8:66 for Blake. So both found about half a second there on their passes from earlier today.
I think that's it. Because those don't look like motorcycles.
The junior bikes are run and done. They can put their feet up for the rest of the day. Their qualifier will not be until tomorrow.
Super Street rolling out here next. Are we swapping both of us? All right, I'll get out of the way.
Rightio, so here we are in Super Street, and my name is Terry Dale, and I am here with the fabulous Carl Schultz. How are you, Carl?
Good, how are you, Terry?
Good, mate. Mate, you've got your 2 junior qualifiers out of the road, waiting till tomorrow. Now we've got Mark Elborn and Dave Morton in the JDR Motorsport BMW and the Power Plus Race Fuels HQ with their second Q.
Tell you what, triple O.
Look, there it is. I think that's the
Mark Elborn.
Second one, I do believe. Oh no, it might be the third one.
And Dave Moore will go through for 11:49. And Mark Elborn, 11:66. We were just talking, me and Wade, this morning in their first qualifier that we don't see many Eurocars.
No, you don't actually. I don't know why. There's got to be some reason there. But Sam Yulton and Craig Warren. Sam, of course, in the Sydney Scrap Street LJ. Of course, Sam in the BL Race Engines Commodore. We cannot say Sam Yulton without saying that she is 2 times Powder Puff winner here in the Street Series. So you don't win a series, as you know, Carl, without being good at what you do.
Definitely not.
I mean, there's a lot of rounds you've got to go through, 7 rounds, and to make the final and to win the final, you've got to be good. Previous in 11:38 to 10:60 for Craig. That's probably where he likes to sit in the mighty Tirana, in the LJ.
Samantha leads a bit of a red, I-25 red, 0.137 for Craig Warren in the Tirana. He's going to hit that 1060. He'll go just a tenth over, 1070 with a 7. Samantha Yulton, 1141 to back that 1138.
That's not too shabby at all. You can get that red light out of the road, I guess. So Barry Loday and Tommy Ryan. Tom, sponsored by Dad, of course, and Barry Loday in the mighty Cortina. 12:10 previous for Barry, 11:50 for Tom. This will all be about how close they go to those previous. 006, sorry, for Barry Loday, red. 098 for Tom. Tom will go 11:51 to back up on 11:50. Barry Loday, 11:41. So the car's gone a lot quicker, so might be a little bit to work on there, Carl.
Yeah, just a little bit near close of the gap, which will hopefully be done in tomorrow's third and final qualifier. And then, are we into round 1 for most of our sportsman categories?
There's a few in there. You've probably got the Thursday scholarship there. So Dave Mundy and Stephen Hodge. Hodge goes 007 red, 401 for Mundy in that awesome looking Monaro. And Dave will go through for an 11.16 at 122. And Steve at 10.99 at 125.
So, Terry, our Junior Dragsters, Super Street and Super Sedan will all have
Round one early.
Round one on the Friday.
On the Friday, nice. So Troy Hutton and Keith Draper. The Draper Motors Holden all the way from Greenbank. Local car. Ormo as well. Southeast Queensland car with the TH tiling and waterproofing, of course, for Troy. Regulars to the track. Troy gets out with a nice 101, a 178 for Keith. But it'll all be about how close Troy can go to that 1086. How does a 1086? Troy Hutton, he's arrived. And a 1094 after an 1143 at 124, but Troy Hutton.
How'd you like a 3 thou difference?
That's a backup and a half.
Your Q2.
You looked excited about that, Carl. You're thinking that's good. So look, Ace Edwards and Jay Allen. Jay Allen in the mighty little Tirana, the Nitz Hydraulics Pontiac of Ace Edwards. 10:09 and an 11:14 for Allen. They'll be chasing around those times. Let's see what they can do.
Most of 2 for Ace Edwards, 91 for Jay Allen. It's impressive considering the headwind has almost doubled.
Is it all? Yes, it has, hasn't it? There you go, a 10.13 to back up a 10.09 for Ace, an 11.21 at 119 to follow up from an 11.14. So the little Tirana a little bit off its previous best.
Next up we have Benjamin Cox and Josh McMurray. Josh McMurray and Q1, 11.49.7 and 12.06 for Benjamin Cox in the wagon.
And I suppose, Carl, if you're looking to maybe try a few different things, probably second qualifies the time to try.
Yes, definitely.
So maybe in some of these sedans. So McMurray goes 189, a 012 red for Coxie. But he will go through for a 12.06 to back up a 12.06. Pity about the red, but that is cracker. And 11.61 and 11.49. That's two races who've actually gone smack on their previous run, so they've got to be happy with that. Even if your light's not that good, ton of smoke out of that car though. So I think we're going to have a little look. We've got Mark Rosso and Leone Somerville rather. Red for Mark, and 182 for Leone. As they go through, an 11.46 to back up an 11.45. That's good. 10.65 to back up at 10.35. For Leone. Puts her in 6th. Ace Edwards still top qualifier. So Darren Peddington, Tex Griffiths. So they're just waiting. I think they're just checking that. They might be just checking that little bit of a puff of smoke, maybe, Carl.
Yeah, definitely a little bit of concern down the bottom end there. Decent amount of smoke coming out of the car 2 passes ago, so...
They don't seem too concerned, Carl, because that vision from the top of the tower is absolutely stunning, don't you reckon?
Definitely.
It's
We've got
pretty cool.
Some amazing camera work going on today. So, getting every single angle, getting the best we can for all of our viewers.
There's no camera on the commentators, which is even better.
Definitely.
Because they don't need to see our ugly mugs. So, anyway. I'm waiting for Dave from Overtaking Lane to look across and go, yes, if you want to crowd fund another camera just for the commentators. That sounds like more work. Let's see what Darren Peddington can do. Tex Griffiths. Tex a 10.41. 10.999 for Darren earlier. Darren cuts a red, but that's okay. 0.50 there for Tex in the mighty Plymouth. And he'll go through for a 10.45 to back up a 10.41. Peddington a 10.97 to back up a 10.99, but with a red, but only just squeaky red.
So we have Kevin Toy and Tim Payne. I think Kevin Toy, we saw a 00 reaction time, I think, up against might have been one of our heavy hitters. I don't think it was a 000. I think it was a 00.
Not a 000, yeah.
So
some of the guys have hit the tree pretty good today, Carl.
Definitely.
Already. Well, you know he's having a crack with it, so it's a 0.83 red.
Might be listening to us.
Yeah, so Tim Payne with a 2.18. And Kevin will go through for 10.91 to back up at 10.96 and a 12.56 to back up at 12.65 for Tim Payne in the XD. So here we go. Henry Spickak and Tony Harrington. This car knows its way down the track, and it knows its way to the finish line, and it knows its way to the winning podium. So whether it will be this year or not, we will find out.
I think we've seen Tony in one of our previous finals.
I'm pretty sure we have. Tony only comes out for the Winternationals these days after racing Wild Bunch in the old days. Look, a 0.93, but a nice from Spickhack, an awesome 009 out of you. Let's see what Henry can do. Henry will rattle off a 12.04 to back up a 12.04. And Mr. Harrington, 11.12 to back up an 11.09. We'll give him that. That's pretty close.
Definitely.
That's the tidiest two that we've seen together, to be honest, Carl. That's if that was a race, we'd be saying, well, those guys have been on the money all day. So Brett Kelly and Terry Grieve. So Brett having a lot to do up there, I'm pretty sure, with Benarabi Raceway. Good to see him here. Car just absolutely hauled. I love it. Pity about the red, Brett, but that's okay, mate. We'll get that out of the road. Terry Grieve goes 0.27, which is nice and neat. So let's see what Brett can do. 10.36 to back up at 10.26 and a 12.17 to back up at 12.25 previous for Terry Grieve in the forward.
I'll tell you what, that wheel stand makes up for the red light there.
Yeah, I've seen that thing. It's always a pleasure to call Brett in that orange forward. Always tough.
Next up we have Seth Jarvis and Ben Ramsey. Ben Ramsey in the Chev Love. VZ for Seth Jarvis. Jarvis out with a 10.85 in his first qualifier and a 10.43 for Ben.
It's a tidy little ute, isn't it, Carl? Look, you wouldn't fit much on the back of it, though.
Definitely not.
You wouldn't put your dog there. They'd fall off. As soon as he launches, good on you, Ben. There goes the dog. So let's see what Ben can do in the little love. 117 light. 10.49 for a 10.43. A 10.82 and a 10.85 for Seth Jarvis. That is tidy.
Have a look at the burnout for Ray Ross.
Ray only does that just for us, Carl.
Just for us?
That is exactly what
Will
he
he give
does.
us a little wheel stand for us?
I reckon he might pop the front wheels up just for us.
We saw-
Dylan Bennett in the Mazda 929 with a 347 V8 instead of putting a rotary in it. But if it's consistent...
Does that hurt your feelings?
No, I have no feelings. I'm a male.
Oh.
So let's have a look. You ready for the wheels up? Ray Ross, will you deliver? Just enough. There you go, Mr. Ross. 162, 171 for Dylan.
That's better for Ross last pass. He got a little bit loose
It'll be
after
10.
the front wheels settled up. He'll go 10.18. 10.18
that-
with a 1 and 128. Improves massively on the 13, and Dylan will go through with 11.97.
Generally, as a rule, Ray will run around that low 10. So always good to see. So look, Haley Scott and John McKnight. The Tirana versus the Skyline.
So we said we don't see too many Euros, and here we go. We have a bit of JDM.
Bit of JDM. It looks good too, doesn't it?
Yep.
The Scott Speed Skyline.
See how it goes up against the LX of John McKnight.
Well, it's already run a 10.1.
John in the first qualifier showed his son how to cut a light. And he's gone a little bit too much this time. A 0.154 red for John, 0.130 for Haley in the Skyline. But the Skyline looks quick. And goes 10.20.
It's consistent.
Consistent, backs up the 10.17 there with a 10.20. John 11.80 on that 11.70. So he's gone almost exactly a tenth off. And now we have Matty McKnight. Would have just watched his dad go down, and he'll say, nope, I will not let him cut a better light.
Well, John Borg doesn't worry about that because he's previously run a 10.777 in the performance parts forward. But yeah, Matty McKnight, part-time commentator, all-time good guy. There you go. Did you like that?
Definitely. I think he'd like to hear that. He's got racing his sister's car, so he's taken Mum's car out for the weekend. And oh, look at that triple O.
Matty
Triple O.
McKnight, he was listening in.
He's got the radio on because he's gone triple O, but it's a 007 for John Borg.
That is. How would you feel to be John Borg? 007. Yeah, but the other guy rattled off a 000. 12.53. Good work there from Matty and good work there from John. Both. That was exciting.
Yep, talked up John, his father in the previous round, and he's been listening.
So Dave Andrews and Anthony Spataro. So all the way from there in the Dodge. 350 cubes up against the DA Industries Tirana with a 355 in that little HB Tirana. They never came with a 355, I can tell you that right now.
Reckon they would have sold a bit more?
They came with 1300, I think, from memory.
13.
And if you bought the Brabham edition, they come with a twin carb. Yeah, exactly. So 11.41 for Dave Andrews, and for Anthony, a 12.09 to back up at 12.24.
We have a very, very familiar face down the start line, Sean Taskus in the Capri, previously done.
So, Carl, if you look at the little green sticker, these guys have all got a $50 buy-in.
Ah,
So when you think about the size of this field, if they get everyone buying in, it's going to be a tidy sum if you win.
I think I was talking to my Poppy about that before. So $50, and whoever makes it furthest in rounds gets the pool. How does that sound?
You know what? It would be nice, wouldn't it? You get, oh, look, a big little pile of cash coming my way as well. You'd be happy. So Sean Taskus in the 477 Garage Capri, 363 cubes up against David Rickards and the Energy Smart Mackay Falcon.
Tell you what, if you saw the Falcon on the street, I don't think
Oh,
you'd reckon it'd run a 12.
might even go a little bit quicker than that, I think, from memory.
I think we had might have had a bit of wheel spin off
Mm.
the start line in his first qualifier. So
We got a few down from Benarabi. Really good to see.
there we go. That's a better launch for David Richards. 021 for Sean Taskus. 086 for David.
Look at that thing of Rickards. That's cooking. 10, there you go. 10.29 at 128 for Dave. And Sean Taskus, 11.06 at 119 to back up. He's 11.00. So Sean's on the money. But Dave Rickards, he has arrived in one qualifier. Number 2. There it is. Beautiful. Well done, mate.
Just having a look at our qualifying order. It's been pretty tight there. We've got a few 10.17s and 10.18. So
It's
definitely
they're all a bit close together for the dance, aren't they? So Trevor Davis and Aidan Stutchbury, the Dialed-In Racing Commodore of Stutchbury, the Hague Plumbing Cortina, all the way from Deebing Heights.
Unfortunately, in the first qualifier, we didn't see Trevor go down the track. He did this big smoking burnout and then had to get pushed back, unfortunately. So this will be the first time we get to see this car go down the track today.
So whatever it was, Carl, hopefully it wasn't anything too bad. Look, big wheel stand from the Cortina though. Whoa, got it a little bit loose. Had a look at the cone or the time. Oh, it's still moving around a little bit. Aiden goes 10.65 on a 10.51. The Cortina of Trevor's just went all over the show at a 12.34. I tell you what, that would have been good to see that shot from the back end.
Definitely.
Just to see that Cortina move around after that wheel stand. No, I was hoping for a replay. Oh, there it is. Oh, look, the wheel's up. Have a look. He just got it loose right there. Look at it wobble around.
I think about three times he'd have a stab at the throttle and it's
done
just
the
gone
right thing. Done
Yes,
the right
definitely.
thing too there, Carl. He's just got off it and said, you know what? I'm here for tomorrow as well. I'm not here for whatever. Here's a good shot of it, folks. Have a look at this wheels up on the Cortina. And watch it. It gets a little bit loose. Nice wheel stand. Then it gets sideways there, and then it sort of doesn't want to recover from that return back into the groove, does it, Carl?
No, definitely not.
And then he does the right thing, and it just... but great launch. Be good when they sort that car out then, because that's tough. Tough
Yes.
little beast.
So when he picked the wheels up, looked like he was already heading over to the right a bit.
Yeah.
So he was in a bit of trouble from then. And some days the car just says no, I will
Yep.
not behave.
And a good racer will always back out of it.
Yes.
Because you're there for a good long time. So yes. So
It's a long
Widgery-
weekend.
Yes, it is. John Widgery, the Aussie Diffs Dodge, up against Bodie Newcomb in the Village Motors VH. That's a lot of car, isn't it, from Widgery? Look at that Dodge. That is massive.
I don't think we...
You can
don't
put
think
that
we see-
Chevy Love in the Ute in the back.
I reckon so. 003 for John and 010 for Bodie.
Bodie's run a 10.58. Let's see what Newcomb can do. There you 10.58 to follow up at 10.58. Carl?
1,000.
Maybe you shouldn't
difference.
take on this class when you give up juniors. They look a little bit tough, don't they? But at 12...
Sounds like a challenge.
at 12.38 for the other lane, so well done for John.
So we have Josh Fletcher up next. So I think from memory, he ran a little bit slower on the first pass. Had a few issues down in Sydney at the Nitro Champs.
That he did. I think he lunched
Yes.
something, but this time we'll see what happens. We do know the car should be running around in the high 10s, maybe even 1100s. But Corey Stutchbury in the dialed-in racing Commodore, he's gone. Yeah, the car is not happy.
He's got it going now, but a 1-2-0 for Josh Fletcher, 0.38 for Corey. And Corey run a 10.65 to back up a 10.67.
Good work.
Fletcher goes through for a 12.69, which is, I think, from memory, he's down in the 11s normally. So
Yeah, the car is capable of usually running about a 10.8, Carl. So
yep.
depending on what, you know.
Another Toronto that we're no stranger to seeing here at our local track during the Street Series. Got Tim Barron and Sammy Joe Johnson.
So big special thank out to Team Barron because they're here and they've gave us a container full of lollies for the commentary crew. I haven't told you about that yet, Carl, because I just thought we'll leave it till after our commentary set. But big thank you to Team Barron. So Sammy Joe Johnson in the Dave's Custom Designs Commodore. The SWC Automotive Tirana.
So 0.15 for Tim Barron's good, but 0.27 for Sammy.
It'll all be about how close do they get to that thing of Sammy Joe's is quick. 10.19 to back up at 10.17. But Tim Barron, 11.61 on 11.56. He's in the game.
So next we have Josh Heinrich and Christy Bauer.
Did I hear was it Christy Bauer's birthday today? Is that correct? I'm going to find out if that's true. Josh Heinrich in the Holden. Need to find out if it was it Christy Bauer's birthday today.
Not sure, Terry.
I thought I had something come up on my. Mitchell's birthday today. Is it? There you go. It's Mitch's. Not Chrissy's. I'm giving her credit where's credit's not due. That's right. I should know that. Mitch is the day before mine.
Are you hinting at something, Terry?
No, not at all.
0.46 for Josh Heinrich. 0.36 for Christy Bauer.
Have a look.
This should be pretty close to the finish line.
That thing of Heinrich Cooks. Look at that.
Oh, look at that.
10.30 on a 10.32 and 11.32 and 11.28. All of these races, they're all within the scope of what you'd be happy with, Carl. I mean, I'm sure you would be.
I think the Gary Dobson's staging the car with the rear wheel might have just rolled past the beams a bit.
Mate, the car might be a little bit hard, maybe the reflection off the... Maybe a little bit tricky off that reflection off the sun off the track.
This isn't Street Outlaws. No hits.
There's no hit.
No rear tyres.
I've called quite a few of them. It's quite funny. I'll give you the hit. Really? I still haven't got a chance. Nicole Goldie, the Total Cover Earthworks XE, the Lines Line Coatings EH. This thing is quick. Have a look at this thing. Mid 10-second EH. Back in the day, they would have come out with either a 138, a 161, or maybe even a 186. But now, 330 cubes of 10-second EH utility. But that XE Fairmont of Goldie's is a beautiful looking car. Looks angry, looks aggressive. Good Holden forward battle, even in qualifier number 2.
Yes, definitely. 0.81 for Nicole, 0.442 for Gary. See how close you can get to that 10.59. And you'll get fairly close, 10.64 to back up 10.59. And 11.64 and 11.58 for Nicole. So
she'll be happy.
She'll be happy with that.
If she's not, she should be. So Warren Sander and Adrian Morton. The Mustang, 451 cubes. Warren in the HK Premier, all 350 cubic inches of Chevrolet.
Very aggressive looking Mustang we have here in the speed flow lane for Adrian.
We don't know we haven't really thought of what it's run before, so let's have a look. It might be a 10-second car.
A bit of wheel spin off the start, but
it looks like it should be a 10-second car.
I reckon a 10.9, 11.0. A 10.1, 10.19. I think that might be number 2.
Yeah, it could cost. So a 12.62 at a 12.59 for Warren. So he's got consistency as he always does. Morton moves into 5th position.
So 10.09 for
Ace Edwards with a 10.09.
Yes.
That's gonna take some beating from Ace.
Have a look at this, Terry. You seeing what I'm seeing?
I am seeing
For
a
Terry
Tirana utility, if that's not what my eyes deceive me. Is that correct? Get It Done Customs. So Terry Kello. It's Kello. I'm going to find over cereal. Terry Kelly. There it is. John Riley, of course, gets out with a 001 red. John, almost. 165 for Terry in the mighty 383 cubic inch Tirana utility. Say that quickly without getting all the Holden purists upset. An 1121 on 1102 is nice. And for John, 1191 on 1189 with a red, but we'll forget about the red.
When it's 001,
because he's a good guy.
You can't get mad at a 001.
No, not for Q2 either. You said, that could have been a triple O, and would have been a hero. So Carl Grady and Brett Ney, the Briggsy Garage Tirana from Kipper Ring, the Brassel Divine Massage Fairmont.
There's a purge.
The Shotanos.
.93 red for Brett. Just on the wrong side of the tree there. 222 for Carl. And a 1063 to back up a 1068. So goes a little bit quicker, and an 1139 to back up an 1128.
So Peter Thomas and Liam Mumford, the light vehicle solution Commodore of Liam, all the way from Uli in Western Australia. And Pete, all the way from Widgie in Queensland in the Commodore.
I was talking to Wade about this before earlier. I reckon Peter Thomas did almost double-figure passes last weekend at the warm-up.
So really?
He's done quite a few laps here in the past week. In the Super Street, he's gone 11:11 in his previous run, 11:57 for Liam Mumford, 004 for Liam Mumford. How do you like that? 111 for Peter Thomas.
004. Let's see what Thomas, all that practice worth it? It most certainly is. An 11:13 to back up an 11:11. Mumford, 11:63 to back up an 11:57 is still pretty tidy as well. 004 light from the Western Australian. That is good work.
That is.
Where do you want your low, where do you want your best light before you go into racing?
Best
First,
light?
second or third qualifier? When do you want it? Closer to racing in 3?
First. And then I want a reasonable reaction time, because during racing, not every round I'm going to try and cut a trip zip, so you want to be a bit conservative. You see Glenn Water go out with 379 on 139 for Jenny Loy. And Glenn will go through for a 1097 and back up a 1240, so that's a massive improvement there for Glenn. 1187 and then on an 1181. So
he's found his groove, found it where it should be. So Andrew McClellan and Barry Ashen. Barry rattling off the mighty Commodore with an 1109. Car, I know he's capable of 10, but maybe not to say he doesn't want it. Oh, 008 for Barry. He said he had a bit of a sniffle and a little bit of a cough today. There's no notice of that on the tree, I can tell you. Let's see how close he goes to the 1109. 1151, a little bit off of it, but Andrew McClellan, 259 and 1193 on 1187 is pretty safe. So Andrew's got some good things to work with in the Drop Bear Motorsports car.
Yeah, definitely. I think we had another nice round of qualifying for our Super Street. Like I said earlier, $1 for every 00 light.
Yeah.
I'm rich by the end of the weekend. How many triple O's have we had?
We've had, by the look of it, Scotty Match, Neil Paul, we had Mark Elburn, Matty McKnight, and it might be Tyler Jarvis.
Yes, I remember Tyler's
So
down the bottom end. He was very happy about that. So
they're all going all right.
On the first day.
How hungry do you feel, Carl? Because we've got Bob Conley and the Big Bobby's Chicken up against Travis Greaves and the Tuna Racing XD Fords. We've got chicken and tuna.
If you're ordering
chicken and tuna, it's like a smorgasbord at the start line.
This is a battle. Who could get to get the delivery done quicker? And it's gonna be the Bobby's Chicken for Bob Conley. 1064 to back up a 1051, and for Travis a 1085 to back up a 1080.
So the tuna was the winner on the day. So that's a whole lot of sushi you could make there, isn't it?
Definitely.
So Gary Smith and Christine Thompson in the Impact Office Supplies XR6, and the Nitro Tiling Valiant of Gary Smith.
Have a look at the rims on the Valiant, would you,
How
Terry?
cool is it, isn't it? There's plenty of air getting into those calipers, isn't there?
Definitely a .443 for Gary, 130 for Christine.
What's the top end of Christine's car? It's pretty quick up the top end, 130 I think from memory. Yeah, there you go. 10.5 at 132 mile an hour.
I'd do like a 1051 to back up a 1050 with the one.
Christine is very good. So Gary Smith, with 13.59, gets the runs on the board.
We've got a bit of purge in the VL wagon.
It looks a bit angry, doesn't it? Look, it's got the scoop, and it's got the air cleaner sticking out the bonnet, and it's got a louver, a front louver.
Wow.
Look at that. You don't see too many of them on a Commodore wagon.
No, and the exhaust in between the driver and the passenger
know,
door with the teardrop on it.
It's a bit angry out the side, just to, you know. But Trent Caldwell and Wayne Nipperis, custom built kitchens, gets out with a 103, a 0.31 for Caldwell. Yeah, big top end charge, I think, from that thing. So Caldwell goes 11.76 to back up an 11.78, and Wayne goes 10.63 to back up 11.88. So Wayne has found it again. So he'll be happy for tomorrow. He can go in with knowing the car is on song going into tomorrow. So well done, Wayne.
Yes, definitely. We see Craig Williams and Lachlan McCaskill. McCaskill in the Commodore and Craig Williams in the Mustang. And with a 399, 050 for Lachlan. That's a good light. We'll see how close Craig can get to his previous 1192. Tell you what, he improves the low, goes 1127 with a 6, 118. So his mile an hour actually dropped off there, but he's gone.
Maybe he might have got off the pedal a little bit, maybe. Not too sure.
Maybe so. Have a look at the supercharger sticking out.
That's a couple of angry-looking cars with Barry Moore and Gary Britt, isn't it?
Definitely.
The Drop Bear Motorsport, the Performance Parts plus Cortina. Look, we've got the Tunnel Ram, and we've got the twin carbs with the supercharger. Ran a 9.23, because we are in Super Sedan, and a 9.93 early for Barry. Well, look at that. It's a wheels-up affair for these Super Sedan cars.
045 for Gary as well, 0.315 for Barry. Gary versus Barry, and it's a 927 with a 7. Back up at 923, and a 990 to back up at 993. So both drivers should be happy there. That was
Carl, I think the Kangaroos were woken up with that run. A couple of big fat wheel stands. They were, wait, hang on. So Phil Yulton and Damien Morris. The Morris Painting Solution Monaro, of course. The BL Race Engine Tirana of Phil Yulton. 982 before for Phil. 1008 for Damien, which is where he likes to be. So both of these might get a little wheel stand from Phil, not like the old days when he was reckless.
Yeah, the wheelie bars are fairly light, and we do, but it's a 009 red for Phil.
You'd be happy with that still.
Yes, definitely.
You wouldn't be upset.
If it was your third and last qualifier, you might be a little bit more nervous, but in a second you'll be fine. And have a look at that, 1185 with a 2, back up 1182, and a 1012 back up
on a 10. Yeah, so nice.
1008.
Both of them would be happy with that. So Paul Dilly and Les Wright. So the Camaro, the Canadian Victorian. That's what it says. I've got that on my screen. Gracemere, of course, the SMW Group Falcon of Paul Dilly. Paul rattling off a 963 earlier, and Les a 958. So it's a pretty good drag race, actually, Carl. Both around in the same sphere. Let's see how they go. Almost feels a little bit of tension there.
Yeah, definitely. A little bit of staging jaws. So 012 red for Les White, 020 for Paul Dilly. So this should be almost side by side over the finish line, and we see, and it almost is, we've got a 959 to back up a 958. That is a very good, consistent car, and a 965 to back up a 963.
So both of them very good, very
both,
impressive.
Both cars on the money. We see Matt Forbes and Sean Doblin.
Yeah, Sean Doblin in the total cover Earthworks Ford with a 1035 previous. Paul Rogers Performance Camaro with a 1016. So once again, there's not much in these difference in these pairings. Well, if we were running heads-up style racing, it'd be anybody's money. You know, it's like if you even with your 3/10 or something in between, Carl, on a heads-up race, somebody's just got to get something slightly wrong, and the other person's got them.
Yep. Very, very tight racing. We see a 011 for Sean Doblin. A very common sign. We see an 067 from Matt Hall. Let's see, and a 10.17 to back up a 10.16. 10.26 to back up a 10.35. So Matt Forbes, very consistent as well.
So Sean Marr and Chevy Taylor. Carl and the mighty Tilly Motorsport Spares 62 bubble top. And the St Mary's Engine HB Tirana. Look at that little Tirana. As I said, back in the day, they had a tiny little 4-cylinder. Now it's running 9 seconds, low 9s. Carl will pick the front wheel up on that big bubble top. 10.18, 120 mile. Watch the left front. Watch for a little, quite possibly a little wheel stand there from Sean Marr. You watch, you'll send it skyward. I love how nice and low it is. The big shed puts it up there for Carl. A 0.20 for Sean, a 0.26 for Chevy. Marr goes through for a 9.30 to back. Oh, 9.30 to back up a 9.30, and a 10.20 to back up a 10.18. Still, I'll be happy with both of those.
I think we're going to have a pretty good first round tomorrow.
I think so, mate. And look, the battle of the Commodores. Choose your Commodore. What would you like? Would you like Tony Aegis or Nathan Watt? Both run well and truly into the mid to high 8s. So the Aegis Performance Commodore and the Burson Auto Parts Commodore. 355 score block for 43. Oh!
How'd you like the wheels up for Tony Aegis? And an 012 on the tree to an 016. Now we'll see an 898 for Nathan Watt, back up an 897. How'd you like that?
That was a race and a half. I know David was trying to put a replay on that, but it was a wheels up affair for Aegis and Watt and the Commodores. That was impressive.
Definitely.
Very impressive.
Tony ran a bit off, so I think he might have got off the throttle a bit there. Got the wheel stand
when it
done.
starts to climb up in the air, you got to behave a little bit.
Yep, definitely, as we've seen.
So Dennis Plessis and Dean Zammit, the Slade Point Mechanical HJ Ute, the Big H Racing Falcon, 10.03 to a 9.64. Once again, both
001 for Dean, 017 for Dennis. See a 9.74 to back up a 9.64 and a 10.02 to back up a 10.03.
What's going on, Carl?
I don't know, but
they're
everyone's...
giving out good lights. If you want to go down and get in the queue, just go down and ask, can I have one of those for tomorrow morning, please? So Greg Horton and Luke Doherty, the Brisbane Civil Camaro, the GJ and JA Horton Transport XE. The 902 for Greg previous and an 861. So you'd think, I'm one of the quicker cars in the house. Nope. What's Doherty on? Out goes the Brisbane Civil car with a red. 0.25 for Greg. That's a good light.
Yeah, skating around a little bit there, Greg, down the bottom end. He'll go through for a 909 to back up a 902.
Yep.
859 with a 6, back up at 861.
Greg Horton, very consistent. Luke Doty, pity about the red, but he's still consistent. Happy with that. Here comes Mr. Paul O'Bunning. Of course, all the way from beautiful Burpengary, Mr. Talk Time. Up against Stephen Sommer in the Summer Automotive Pontiac.
Yeah, well, Steve's car looks very aggressive there. Love the blue on it. Very streamlined shape. And you got the XD Falcon in the other lane. Sounds like has a Barramundi.
You are exactly correct. It seems to be the flavour of choice for a lot of these blokes.
I don't mind it. I don't mind the old Fords getting a more modern Ford motor in them.
Rather than putting a 2J in it.
Yes.
Or a Barra, or an RB in it.
Bit of
or just something
sacrilege.
else, but no, but have a look, Mr. Talk Time, Mr. XT Ford. So running a turbo 6-cylinder. Loaded up.
Get a bit of a bump in there. And it's a 019 red. Stephen Summer, 017 on the tree. See how close he can get to that 875 from previous, and he goes through for an 881. So
Nice work.
a little bit slower, but and a 919 for Paulo at
Hello, yeah.
152.
Yeah, he's got some good top band. He really brought that barra home hard and strong there. Nice work there, mate. Really good. So Noel Green and Rob Price. The battle of the Holdens. Noel Green in the Lockyer Automotive Tirana. As I said, I've seen this car. You won't see it today. I've seen it on a 45-degree angle on the rear bumper. Noel's going to be behaving today because we know it's about consistency, not about the show. So, but
I think you
Rob,
can find a bit of a balance.
Stop it. Stop trying to encourage mischievousness. So, but Rob Price in the Pine Mountain Performance Tirana, just having a little look. It's not going to front. I'm not too sure what's wrong, but can you see anything under there? Is a little, can you see a dribble there or anything there, Carl?
I'm not too sure. But already won for Noel Green.
I'll get out there. I'm going to run a 925 and a 925. Watch this. Oh, 932. No.
You hopped him up, Terry, for nothing.
Noel's going, shut up, Terry.
Yeah, Rob Price. I did see him down the bottom end, though, after my run down at the junior gate. He was doing a few laps up and back. I think I saw
So
that
maybe
twice,
he might have a couple of tech issues with it, and so maybe it's not playing the game like it should, but hopefully we will get to see Pricey back because here's a regular to our track. Strong. So there we go. David McKirby in the mighty XP Ford up against Stephen Peach in the Jet Trucking HJ.
Away from South Australia as
Yeah.
well. We did see this car last weekend here at the warm-ups.
It's quick, Cal. 8
Yes,
fives.
definitely.
And we've got the XP Ford. Used to come out with a 170.
Yeah, 197 for David Kirby, Steve Page. 108 red. Bit of puff out the back for Page, but he goes through for an 870. Back up an 854, so a little bit slower. And have a look, a 922, back up a 920.
Nice work.
Have a look at the burnout for Rob Carter.
Rob Cardham is always just, comes all the way from Victoria and says, you know what, I should always be able to do a big fat skid at Willowbank at the Winternationals, and he always does. And I'm not going to argue with him for doing that because it's always impressive. That Ford is tough. Look at it. 965 previous for Rob, but Jack Moreau, 893 in that Capri. As I said, remember, they came out with a 1600.
Hey, like a 019 for Robert and a 058 for Jack.
Capri's gone. Have a look at that, Carl. See ya.
Yeah, definitely on a mission, and we go through for 893 to back up at 893, tooth there off.
You'd feel hard done by if you're Robert, 965 and a 961, but hang on, old mate's right on the button. Well done. Gavin List. Listy's concentrating, of course, in the Nova. Tim Ablett in the HG, 960 previous and a 914 for Listy in the Nova. How tough are those cars on the line, Carl?
Yeah, definitely. I think
don't get an open body car. Go buy a body car, mate.
Yeah, look at the car Gavin List there. The purple is definitely appealing as we see him get out with a 002 red. Oh, so close. An 085 for Tim Ablett and a 920 to back up a 914 for Gavin. And a 948 to back up at 960.
So Anthony Mangano up against David Duncombe. Duncombe in the Bursons, Ipswich Tirana, of course, and the Holden Commodore of Anthony Mangano all the way from Edmonton. Some of these crews have done some travelling, Carl. I know you've done some travelling in your junior driving. You've done a little bit.
Yep, I've been up to Cairns Mackay, been as far south as Sydney, so
Nice.
done a little bit of travel.
Always good to, as you commentate or race, it's always good to go have a look at that Commodore. 042 light just gets out like a little bullet. David Duncan comes over with a big strong Capri. And goes 966 on a 969. And Mangano a 977 to back up a 974 previous in qualifier 1. Adam White, the JR Stephen & Co. Commodore, the Jason Bray plastering Commodore of Chris Lewis. A 918 previous for Chris. and a 9:46 previous for Adam. A lot of Commodores in the field.
Definitely.
And there's another two-door XP just about to come through here. Carl, you don't see too many of them, but we've got two in the field. To the mighty XP Ford two-door.
It's a very, very well represented car, and I think that one might be a
You've got to admit, it's a cool-looking car.
Definitely. You
They're
don't have to be a Ford man to appreciate it. Opening out for Adam White. 0.149 red for Chris, but Chris is out of there. And he will go through for a very nice 9.29. Back up a 9.18. It's a little bit off, and a 9.56 to back up a 9.46 for Adam White.
Chris goes, I red lit, but I don't care. I am not lifting.
Definitely.
So Ron Howarth and Gary Clark, the Downs Automotive Service Tirana, of course, of Gary Clark. Ron Howarth, he run in that mighty XP, a 9.58 at 151 mile an hour. So some good top end out of that thing.
This is the car that I saw last weekend.
Think Wade and I were talking about with a 1 to 51. You'd think it might go a bit quicker, depending on how he's got that thing sorted.
I think this might be the Falcon, another one with the 6-cylinder. Wait, I'm not too sure. But if he's waiting for the Tirana stage, we might see a bit of bump.
It's double S double B. So
There we go.
6. Oh! It's a double S double B, so it's a 6-cylinder. Well, that mapping is gone, so it's got to be a Barra probably.
He'll go through for an 892.
There it is. Yeah, we discussed it earlier. That speed to that top end, 892 at 153, was not indicative of how quick that XP Ford was going to go. Mr. Wade Benson, you're behind me. That XP just ran an 8.9. So we knew it was going to be quicker, and there it was.
Looks like we got Michael Osborne and Rudy White. Now I reckon Michael, 894. So looks like he was quick off the work site this afternoon. Back at the racetrack, yeah. If that put up to the job, I think I think that'd be you could fit a bit of timber in the back of that.
Well, I'm just trying to remember whether Rudy White might have cut a 001. I think it was something early, but a 00 something. Oh, 01 red, a 033 from Michael Osborne out of Ormo. The Tuner Racing Duke goes through. That'll be quick. An 890 to back up an 894 at 151. And Rudy will go 914 to back up a 920. So he's gone quicker. Probably right in that sweet spot now, except for that red light. Throw that out the window. That's your last one for the weekend, Rudy.
Yes, definitely. And we see Mick Schaefer, definitely not an unfamiliar face.
Had some good success. I think he won the last QDRC, if I can remember correctly.
I think you're right there, Terry. And we see Rowan Ward in the very well presented Falcon. Look at the colour on it.
Both of those guys. Have they put the two red cars together on purpose, Carl? Is that what they do down at the lanes?
I think they have.
Look. Who's got the prettiest red cars here? We'll give it to Rowan and Michael.
See if the red does indeed make them quicker.
The Lubies will make them quicker.
There we go. We see an 047 from Mick Schaefer, 153 for Rowan. And Schaefer will go through for an 857. So he improves on the 863 from previous, and an 841 for Rowan to improve.
Yeah, and
on
almost
on the 846.
And another couple of miles an hour on the top end as well. So well done there to Mick. Wayne Hyatt and Brian Hammond. Hammond in the Hammond Automotive Cortina, and the Boss Hoses Toyota.
So there's another one of our 6-cylinders. It's good to see a few of them in the field. Obviously the V8 is the common engine style we tend to see. A lot of people believe there's more consistency with it, but no. Brian's gonna prove us wrong.
I think a lot of the guys seem to we see it a lot with the 2Js and the 1Js and even the 3RZs, and a lot of the guys are experimenting with different sort of motors that you normally wouldn't have. You'd have it in a drag car, but you wouldn't necessarily have it in a supercar car.
Yeah,
so
definitely.
a consistent engine, and that's what these guys are probably searching for with the Barras, with the 2Js, the 1Js, the 3RZs, the all manners, the RBs, of course, as well. All manner of engines. You can just say, oh, well, normally we could go for an LS or or just a regular V8, but no, let's try something unique. A couple of tough-looking cars on the line, though, a Celica and a Cortina. Feels like it's...
See what Brian has to be careful. Oh, he was deep stage. He's now... Oh, he's flickering the top bulb there, Brian. And he will go 36 red, so...
But he'll still get a respective time, so let's see what he does. And Hammond goes 8.63 to back up an 8.78. And a 9.16 on a 9.13 is good for Wayne in the Boss Hoses Toyota Celica. So Jaden Plant and Mike Palella. Palella in the Mighty Monaro, in the KTMR Racing, and of course the EFI Logic Dakota. You know he's got the Kachow number plates. Have you seen that on Jaden's car? Kachow? Because,
I haven't.
Because they all reckon it looks like Lightning McQueen.
Needs a big old 95 down the side of the car, but
we've got to call him Lightning, or we've got to do... But he's got Kachow number plates on it.
Yeah,
cool.
Very nice addition to the car. We saw him last weekend here as well, getting down some test passes. Obviously, one of our locals. Seen him a few times at our Kitty RCs. Go for the Monaro. Looks like he just bumps in there a little bit. An 018 for James Clan has a good reaction time, and an 085 for Mike.
Whoa, big puff of smoke. Had a gear change there. He's on the brake.
I think we might have seen a flame as well out the bottom there. So not a good sign for Mike. Palella.
But a 983 to back up a 981 to back up a 983 for Jaden. So well done to him. And Palella will have to, I'm sure someone will have to bolt out and have a look at that. There was a big puff of smoke, wasn't it?
We saw there, we have a look at the replay here. Yeah, Q2 Super Sedan, have a look on the right side of the screen. For the Monaro, I think about 3/4 down the track, just a bit of smoke. Which is obviously unfortunate to see.
They're not holding them up, so it must be clear. So Brendan Shaw and Alan Hutchin. Out with a 0.39 does Shaw, a 2.14 for Allen. So their score coming on strong. 9.42 to back up a 9.46 and a 9.37 to back up a 9.40 for Brendan Shaw. Both looking pretty sharp. Impressive. But no, obviously nothing. There it is. Here's the replay of the Monaro. See Jaden heading out there. Let's see, right about there, the puff of smoke. And yeah, no, all seems good. All good.
Yep. That is.
Carl will move on.
That is good to see.
Carl will move on. So there you go. Mitchell Bauer. Hamish Strachan. No, Mitch's birthday. Is that correct? Happy birthday, young Mitch.
Let's see. He's on a 938. So we'll see if he can get close to that.
I wonder if he'll get a free plant from Fernwood Landscape and Garden Supplies for his birthday.
Would you appreciate a...
I would.
Fernwood plant?
Any gift given with love. There we go, a 0.78 for Mitch, a 6.36 for Hamish. Has a little bit of a snooze on the tree, which is unusual for Hamish. But Mitchell, he will go through for a 9.39 to back up a 9.38. And Hamish, a 9.85 to back up a 9.74. But Mitch, that thing is in the zone. Keep it there, my man. Might be our final...
Have a look at this. Adam Somerville. I can almost feel this car up here in the commentary box.
Isn't it?
Yeah, I've seen this car up at Warwick run a few times. I don't know.
Double S, double A, you know what that means? It doesn't have it on ours, it's got double SA, but we know it's double S, double A because you know why? Because we can see the power out. There it is. So has run a 9.12. Let's see how close he goes to that.
A lot of smoke out the bottom.
Oh,
down the bottom
it
there.
Is too,
so
fair bit of smoke. Look at that. That looks like a fog rolling in, and it's not even night time.
Got a bit of winter's morning fog.
Look
but
at that.
No,
That is a whole tough. I'm not too sure what's
a lot
going
of
on there.
smoke
Let's
down.
hope it's all right. We'll have the guys out there very quickly.
There was a lot of smoke.
Yeah, not too sure, because we were just about to move into a modified bike.
So we'll just have a quick look down the bottom end. Have a check on Somerville. That's a lot of smoke, Terry, in a very short span of time.
We lost the car.
We lost sight of the car.
Like it just, all of a sudden it was engulfed. So whether he's just, with a supercharged car, you don't know whether it's just popped it. We don't know.
Hard to tell from up here, but
I'll tell you what, when it popped, it blew the camera off of Brad at the front here. He's not got the camera anymore. He's not holding it. Must have. There we can see our officials out there. Look, doing the walk of disdain, like hoping that there's nothing there. The track walkers out there, so took a walk out, had a look. I'm not too sure whether he's got anything to catch all that. You can see the flashing lights down the bottom, so hopefully it's nothing too bad there, Carl. Hopefully it's okay.
Well, it is good to see that they are down there in a very short manner of time anyways, just
yeah, they don't muck around, do they?
No mucking around here. Straight to the point, straight down there, so good to see. And yeah, hopefully there's not too much damage.
So as we said earlier there then, Carl, we've had quite a few have rattled off the 000. First one was Scotty Much on the bike.
Yep.
And of course Tyler Jarvis, Neil Paul, Mark Elburn and Matty McKnight.
Yes, definitely.
That'll be a claim to fame for Matty McKnight. I know he's rattled them off before, but
yeah, he would have seen that time slip and go, oh, okay. But no,
so
I think that's
he's
good.
hoping he's in the game. That's what he's hoping.
Yes, definitely.
So we've got Super Sedan.
There's been a bit of talk, obviously taking my mother's car out. So he's borrowed his sister's car and he's shown her how to cut a light with it. So that'll be good to see. Yeah, nice triple O. And how do you like that? 2 of our juniors already. Triple O on the tree.
Yeah, well, it depends on what age the juniors are. Are they working on the car, or is someone else, is their parents working on the car, Carl? That's what I want to know.
That doesn't affect the reaction time, Terry. Give the kids some credit.
Look at you standing up for Junior Dragsters until you get behind the wheel of something else.
Yep.
And you'll be sitting up here going, I don't want to call Junior
juniors.
Dragsters. I don't want to call
not juniors again.
Terry, I don't want to call Junior Dragsters. Carl, you need to. Nah, it's good to see. It's our breeding ground for a lot of races, and we were chatting about it before, Carl, and we were saying that with Junior Dragsters, depending on where everyone goes after becoming a Junior Dragster, and what category they kind of like to move in, they'll either move into something else, or they'll just leave leave this the sport altogether.
Yep.
But Mark and I were chatting, and we're saying how many junior drag races are in our field this weekend who have come from Junior Dragsters. How many? If you could make up a field of probably 80 ex-Junior Dragster racers that are in the field this weekend, easily.
Definitely.
So it's impressive that a lot of the races have come from learning the trade, and then they've gone on to bigger things, and it's quite cool.
Well, obviously we've had Kelly Betts as the top fuel. She came up from juniors. Ben Bray, yes.
Mark Allen?
Yes, Mark Allen, but he's
got to throw that in.
He's only a modified though, so. I did see the 000, but he's not in here right now, so.
Mark's in the lanes crying. You are he's just
0 or nothing.
off. And we go back into it.
Yep, straight into some bikes.
Carl, I'm just
you know what the thing is? What you've just said is on the overtaking lane forever.
Yep.
You giving Mark a hard time. So
No
when
shame.
You,
No
when
shame,
you move
Terry.
into modified, he's just going to be giving you a hard time the whole time. You know that.
Yep. That's if he's still racing by then.
Oh. So while we're just waiting for this final bit of a clean-up, we might go pay a few bills, Carl, and maybe you get ready to reset your attitude. Off we go.
VU4U is an iconic street machine project car, and it's just copped a massive restoration. It's flamed, it's slammed, and it sounds awesome. Valued at $75,000, it could be yours. Enter now at win.streetmachine.com.au. T's and
So we are back into racing. That was the quickest break I've ever had. So Cole Britchin and Johnny Lewis. Johnny, 820, 1060 for Cole. We are in modified bike. How are you, my good man?
I'd be doing better without that great big orange ball right in my face.
That's why I'm standing up, because, well, at least I can still see
Is
what's
that-
going on. Yes.
Is that why they said, hey, Alan, your turn? It's like, here, you go sit in there and be blind.
So Mark Gordon and Scott Much. Now, Scott Much earlier cut a 000 on this bike in the first qualifier, so an 896 previous on that Suzuki. Mark Lucky Gordon on the Lucky Moto Suzuki GSXR 1000. Had a bit of a sniffle and a cough this week. Wasn't feeling 100%.
How about the LED signboard on the wheelie bar down there?
It's pretty trick, isn't it? Oh, lucky.
No, see, it's not him, it's the lane. That lane's done that twice now.
Let's have a little look. Scott Much will go 897 and Mark Gordon will go 982 for their second qualifier.
Yeah, Gordon's
believe it is.
bike, though, you saw it, it just lurched very badly there.
It did, didn't it?
Right
Just-
on the starting line. The last two down there in the left lane have, so.
Just kind of bit, didn't it?
Mm-hmm.
So Jesse James Barnes up against Rochelle Strike, the Gasoline Ali Harley up against the Pro Tune Motorcycles Suzuki.
Now, Jesse with a Y? So, female?
It is, yeah. You don't see that very often, do you, with Jesse with a Y? Do you back home, a lot Jessies with a Y? We don't see too many here in Australia.
Not very many, no, definitely not.
All the way from New South Wales, let's see what it can run. Oh, a red light there for Rochelle, but a 0.65 for Jesse. You just see Rochelle dangling that leg out as a counterweight on that Harley. But a 9.29 for Jesse and a 10.10 for Rochelle.
Well, at least Jesse proved there wasn't a lane jinx on that one. Was able to get it clear and off the starting line. Post strike rolling now on the left side. The final strike contracting team. Tony Wilson over on the right side. For motorcycle towing 24/7. That's a guy you never want to call.
No, but he does do a lot of deliveries for them, so people buying them and puts them all around the southeast, which is pretty cool. So 146 for Bo Strike, a 254 for Tony. Bo was out of there on that Harley. Let's see, a 962 to back up a 964 and a 1003 to back up a 999 for Tony. So he's getting a handle on it. That wasn't the bike he was hoping to ride this weekend, but you know how it is. If you have to put a different helmet on and get behind the seat of a different couple of handlebars, it's all good.
As long as you get something to race, you just don't want to miss out on the Winternationals. It only comes around once a year.
So Shane Wenzel and Mitchell Woodford. Mitchell in the Custom Motorcycle Addiction Suzuki.
That's a great name for a business. Oh, look at him just hovering the front tire out there. Even after the gear change, it picked it back up.
And Shane will go through for 952 at 142.
And Mitchell, a 968 at 147 mile an hour.
Yeah, it looked like he had to chicken wing that one a couple of times in the first 100 feet or so to keep the nose down.
So Chris Schapper and Brett McEnroe, the Gold Coast Carpentry Suzuki, and the Pro Cycle Dyno BMW of Chris. 957 to a 967 to Brett. All about trying to get this qualifier close to those. So pop a little mono up there. A red light there for Chris, but a 273 for Brett. Always going to lose a little bit on the tree with a wheel stand. But a 976 at 151 for Chris, and a 989 at 146 for Brett.
It's like one of the major problems, especially the short wheelbase, no wheelie bar bark. Just keeping the nose of that thing under control, being able to keep the power down without having the front wheel climb the ladder out there.
It's kind of affects your consistency a fair bit, doesn't it? It's like if it's the track is a little bit inconsistent. And look, Rachel Wilkins. What have we got here? We've got competitor 4657. Not too sure what's going on there. We've got no name. That's unusual. Well, they're just checking because something might have gone here. Might get a name in a second here. Nope. Oh, hold on.
Boy, that was about the last second you could possibly decide not to go.
So Jamie White and Rachel Wilkins. Alan, you'd have to think that puts you off your start a little bit mentally, you know, being stopped.
Yeah.
I mean, like, lucky you wouldn't do it in racing, but you can do it in qualifying. But look, a 927 for Jamie and a 907 there for Rachel.
Rachel's bike's still spinning the wheel. It did that the first time, too. The first time it really knocked the tire off of it. That time it spun it again. Not quite as severely, but
So
she has not got the 60-foot time that she wanted yet.
It's a solid 8-second bike, isn't it? Just not getting down there. But Jeff Marshall and Dale Marshall. It's the battle of the Marshalls.
Well, at least you don't have to worry about wheelies this time.
Well,
If one of them does, they got a big problem.
do we say there's a new Marshall in town? Oh.
Not yet.
Oh, look at that 099 for Jeff, 037 for Dale. Dale out in front. And he will, an 885 for Dale and an 881 for Jeff.
Fun little family feud. Now, is that father and son, or is that brothers? Or
Actually, I'm not too sure, but I know they're probably down there giving each other, you know, someone's getting a thumbs up and someone's doing something else with their fingers. You know, it'll be down there. So Don Hagen and Mark Harris.
Yes, always wave to your opponent.
Yeah.
You can decide how many fingers to use in your wave, but always wave.
Hand signals are preferred. So there you go. Don Hagen, Mark Harris. That big Alpha Performance Harley, look at it, 271. 001 red for Don. You'd have to feel hard done by Alpha.
It's not so bad in qualifying, but that is excruciating if you do it in eliminations.
So a 950 for Donald and an 859 for Mark Harris.
I think if I was going to be red, I'd rather be red by half an hour than 1,000.
Actually,
I really would.
Because then you go, oh, well, it doesn't matter. But yeah, you're right. It's kind of would be a little bit painful because you'd always be thinking what could have been.
Sean Rickards down here's got the same problem I got. Just him with his hand up there going, where's the thing again? It's there. It's there. Just ease forward.
Like Sean saying he cannot see.
Yep. I think he's going to try to move over a couple of feet. He was lined up well over to the left of the groove, so.
I thought Sean was going to move his bike over into the other lane.
Now, do you guys ever have to shut down for the sun?
Yeah. We
Okay,
do.
yeah.
We quite often, depending on the meeting, we will have a sun break.
There are definitely a couple of racetracks in the States that have the same problem.
Well, the track was actually supposed to be running the other way when it was originally built. But
Well, that's a pretty big screw up.
well, I was,
That would just mean you have a sun break in the morning, though, wouldn't it?
pretty well.
957 comes up for Rickards, 140 the speed. Earlier 943, 1009 comes up for Adam Hill. So Adam actually picked up a little bit on that one.
So Brian Alvizio up against Phil White. Brian with an 891, the one of the fastest plumbers in Ipswich. Very successful is our Brian. Cuts a red though, 008 red. You know he's having a red hot stab at it.
Yeah.
Because he's that sort of guy. Does very well. Phil White, all the way from beautiful Macleay Island out in the bay. 929 to back up a 957. And of course, Brian, an 896 to back up an 891, but with a red light, which is a rarity for Mr. Alvizio. But here's one of the couple of the cool ladies in the field, Rebecca Marsden and Tammy Goldthorpe. Tammy, extremely successful motorbike rider. And
out of Powerhouse Dyno Tuning, there you go.
You see Dennis, partner behind her, just lining her back. And Dennis has been track champion in our street meets and races an 8-second Tirana as well. Not racing this weekend though, sadly.
Rebecca on a Honda? Is that the only Honda in the field?
Actually, I reckon you might be right.
Saw a couple of BMWs, saw a bunch of Harleys, but I don't remember seeing another Honda.
Yeah, you can see that light. I think they were very happy. I know that you did see Tammy hop up. She didn't crouch down and said, nah. So whether both those races weren't real happy with that, but we'll see what happens in a moment.
Rebecca put up 5 aces, 11.111.
So Jason Hamelswang and Matthew Jones.
Reminds me of the definition of a split second. It's the amount of time between when the 5th ace hits the table and the first gun comes out at my Wednesday night poker game. It does not take long. I got a pair of aces. I got 3 of them. Oh, duck.
Yep.
We got a problem.
You got another bloke sitting there very quietly going, hang on. So Jones aiming for a 955. The Hammer aiming for a 991. B-Rod gets out there. I'm saying the Nehemia Fishing Charters. Gets out with a 9. Oh, look at that. 955 to back up the 955 there. So nice work. And a 983 to back up a 991. But nice work there. That is, you'd be happy with.
Yeah, Matt Jones with 2 runs back-to-back within 2,000. There ain't a whole lot wrong with that. Johnny Lewis can end up number 1. Tammy Goldthorpe sitting 2. Dale Marshall is 3rd. Jeff Marshall sitting number 4 after they just went side by side.
They surely did. And Brian Alvizio, Scott Much. Good field. I think it looks like they might be going to do a little bit of a drag, and maybe we might even get a little bit of a breather, maybe, I think. Alan made 5
So
minutes.
you just brought me into work for 10 minutes and now I'm on break?
If you don't mind, we can offer you some refreshments or some lollies out the back, Alan, if you want some.
Sure. Sure. I drink lots of water. I prefer it with hops and barley.
We do have a bar out the back.
Ooh.
I did see it open earlier at 10 o'clock. It's still out there. I think a lot of people are very quiet out there.
Well, you know, you can't be drunk all day if you don't start first thing in the morning.
So we're going to go for, we might just go pay a few bills and let these guys do their thing.
Good
Then
plan.
We'll come back in about 5.
Literally blast off on the Blast Australian Top Fuel Championship. What is Blast? Well, this guy's a good guy to ask. Lee Bartlett, the co-founder of Blast. What is Blast?
Well, Blast is what you think it is, what you expect it would be. It's the ultimate car cleaning ecosystem. So it's all wall mounted.
Yes.
And it's mounted in your garage, no setup time. Just pull up in your rig, you four-wheel drive your car, your caravan, and start cleaning.
Marine too, right? You can do
Yeah,
boats.
boating. Yeah, absolutely, boating too.
If it's dirty, blast it.
Absolutely.
So vacuuming as well. You've got the chemicals as well for cleaning.
Yep. So it's about, you know, the 3 stages of keeping your car clean. So vac, wall mounted, wet dry vac, with a 10-metre retractable hose. And obviously the wash, we've got a 30-metre hose in this machine, 2,300 PSI. This thing is the perfect tool for not just washing your car, cleaning your driveway, cleaning the solar panels on your roof, cleaning your gutter, your caravan, your boat. This thing is a game changer. And then this is what car dealers use. These are the detailers. This is how they get that really good pristine finish on the car. It's dry your car with heat and air. So this is an Air Max car dryer blower. This is the ultimate car care setup.
So basically with Top Fuel, we're all about high performance, right? Nothing's more high performance than a Top Fuel car.
Yep.
This makes perfect sense.
Absolutely. For us, it's all about saving our customers time so they can get back to doing what they love, and every second counts. That's the same in car racing, right? And the same in motorsport. Every second counts. So for us, it's the perfect match. It's the perfect reason why we would be supporting the Top Fuelers.
Bang Shift Automatic Shifters by Aeroflow Performance. A premium range of performance automatic shifters engineered for positive engagement, smooth operation, and precise gear selection when it counts. From tough street builds to dedicated race cars, Bang Shift delivers clean, confident shifts and total control, pass after pass. When precision matters, make every shift count. Upgrade to Bang Shift from Aeroflow Performance. See the full range now at aeroflowperformance.com. X-Pro Ignition by Aeroflow Performance. A complete range of high-performance spark plug leads, ignition coils, control boxes, distributors, and supporting components. Engineered for stronger spark, sharper throttle response, and total ignition control. From street builds to serious race applications, X-Pro delivers the spark your engine demands, with reliability you can trust. Don't leave power on the table. Upgrade to X-Pro Ignition from Aeroflow Performance. See the full range now at aeroflowperformance.com.
Street Machine Drag Challenge, presented by VPW, is the playground of Australia's toughest, genuine street cars. 300 plus competitors will drive over 1,300 kilometres across Victoria and South Australia, racing 5 days in a row. Drag Challenge is the ultimate test for any tough street car. Running from October 27th to 31st, visit dragchallenge.com.au for more information.
You can spot them from a mile away. The ones who run Mickeys. They don't blend in. They don't back down. They build bigger. They drive harder. They win. Mickey Thompson isn't for everyone. It's for those who refuse to follow and choose to lead. Running Mickeys means something. It means you're part of a movement. Builders, racers, rebels. People who defy limits. Who set trends, not follow them. Who don't ask for permission. You want grip? You want guts? You want glory? Then you want Mickeys. Because if you're not running Mickeys, you're missing out on the most iconic name in tires and wheels. Born from American ingenuity, still American owned. Built for those who blaze their own trail. Mickey Thompson, for the bold, for the winners, for the ones who forge their own legacy.
Hey, look, that big orange ball that was blinding me moved.
It's now hidden behind the trees.
Yes. Actually, I guess technically it didn't move. We did, right?
Yeah, we moved.
Yeah.
But looks like we will move into modified. As we see Neil Grayson and David Hudson.
I have a new favorite tee bucket in the whole world.
Is it this one?
Yes. That thing's wild.
It is. It's definitely very unique. It's pretty cool looking. And the cage. Have you ever seen a cage that wide?
The cage is wide enough, it looks like you'd almost put a passenger in there.
I reckon you could.
I think that there's a handbook. It's like, okay, here's how you build a tee bucket. And he went, okay, we're not doing that. We're not doing that. I can just hear the pages being crumpled up and thrown away. And it's actually got a big block Ford in front of him. That thing's cool.
It's very unique. You see he did a 919 in his first qualifier. And we saw a 751 for Neil Grayson. And Neil was out here last weekend doing some testing. I believe he had a ute in the same color with and I think me and Wade last week, and we're having an argument over it if it was the same motor, because it's got the unique intake on it. So,
You mean the organ stack injectors?
yes,
I like it.
very, very cool looking. Have a look at the length of the wheelie bars on both the cars, actually.
Neil's wheelie bar is almost as long as the wheelbase.
We see David get out with a 073.652 for Neil Grayson, but I think he's off the throttle early, and we'll see Dave go through for a 918 to back up a 919. How'd you like that?
That's something you could put a dial on pretty easily. 2 runs within a hundredth of a second. 967 is, you said, obviously off the throttle down there for Neil, who was already qualified number 6, and will stand on that. And we go from 2 altereds to 2 dragsters. Biggest difference in this pair, the wing strut configuration.
Yeah, so we have a dual and a single. I think that'd be one of the only differences you can really tell. We have a 615 cube and a 430.
Well, small block Chevy on the left side, big block on the right side, the Mobile 1 machine. With the big block.
So for Stephen, we have seen a 831 on his previous pass at 155, and for Corey, a 716 at 186. Corey just creeping into stage there. We see an 011, that's a good light, to a 115 for Stephen. Corey Dyson looks to be on a good pass, and he goes, yeah, 719 to back up a 716, and an 832 to back up an 831, so modified. Definitely bringing out some really good racing this afternoon. And one thing we may notice to see, we might see some more difference in their first qualifier to second qualifier compared to some of our other brackets, because the sun is now behind that hill. It will start to cool down a bit. Weather changes and cars change.
Yeah, the weather's just a tick better. When these cars run the first time, the correction factor was 103.6, if I remember correctly. It's 102.8 now. So, everybody's got an extra 8 horsepower. It's not going to make a big difference, but every little bit helps, right? I'd rather have 8 more than 8 less.
Yes, definitely. And we see Phil Bellett and Ty Glasson.
TBRE Performance machine here on the left side. Big small block, providing the motivation. A small block also over there on the right side for Tay Galson.
Now, Phil Bellett has been racing for quite a while in this dragster. Ty, one of our newer racers.
Hey, if Ty's in the earth-moving business, can we get him to build a mountain over there so the sun doesn't bother me anymore? All I need is a big pile of dirt over there. A really big one.
Oh, 001 red for Ty. That's very close. And a 002 for Phil Bellett. We see an 808 to back up a 777, so a little bit slower for Phil, and a 824 to back up at 820 for Ty Glasson.
Interesting that Phil slowed down like 10th and a half, but didn't lose any mile an hour. The car definitely performing at the finish line, was a little bit lazy in the middle. I love the 6-cylinder car down here, Bob Sinclair.
I was actually about to ask that, and have a look at the intake. Looks like a really long mailbox.
It does, actually.
So it's a very unique car. I think we have a few of our 6-cylinders in this class. It's good to see. We see Jess Turner in the rear engine dragster, the far lane, 758 on a previous run, 882 for Bob Sinclair.
Is that 3 two-barrel carburetors? I'm so annoyed with myself. I left my Bionic eyes at the hotel this morning.
I see triple, yes.
I guess you have 1 barrel per cylinder. That makes sense.
And have a look at the exhaust on it. That's some very unique
It's a split header.
engineering on it.
Makes perfect sense. Makes perfect sense. Well, sort of. Kind of.
So a slingshot style versus rear engine. We see another 002. So Bob Sinclair and an 033 on the wrong side for Jess Turner. And she goes through for 759 to back up 758. 844 to back up the 882. So Bob goes a little bit quicker there.
Yeah, Sinclair picked up a lot. He actually ran it out the back door. His first run was only 110 miles an hour. That one was 150, so that's where the performance came from, as they took it all the way to the stripe this time. The sun dips down and you see the bulbs better. It makes it easier to go red or easier to get down on that 00. Ash Carslake now, the Walker's Turf Supply machine. Hey, go park yourself. Excuse me? What did I do?
It's a very, very good advertisement on the side of the car there for Ash Carslake. And we see Anthony Rochella all the way from South Australia. Now, we didn't see a representative run in the first qualifier, 1172. So, from memory, the car went a bit to the left. I've got a bit close to the center line, and he got off the throttle as a safety. So
I'm guessing that's a good place to stop by if you're hungry, right? The Panini Bakers.
Panini Brothers, Bakers, yes.
Bakers.
On the side
Bakers.
on the side of the car. So
I like cupcakes. I'm not like putting in an order or anything, but I like cupcakes.
This could be the delivery car in a 005. He's got a lot better than the last pass. Ash Car's like 020 red. And he'll run an 803 to back up the 806 and an 802. Massive improvement on that 1172 from before.
Yeah, Rochella now's got something to work with. He's got that first full pass under his belt, and we have got a whole lot of liquid coming out of Ian Phillips' car out there. Look at the big puddle out in front. Please be gasoline. Please be gasoline. Please be gasoline.
See something spraying. We can see it spraying in between the rear slicks there for Ian, which is unfortunate to see.
There's definitely a little smoke out on the back of that thing, but
so maybe a line's come off.
I'm trying to figure out what's back there that would be letting smoke out. It's spitting more than that out. So don't be a differential seal, please. Don't be a differential seal.
Yeah, not a very good sight to see for Ian, but we see Mark Allen, one of our commentators. So we did see a pretty good reaction time from the last pass. So we'll see how he does here, an 818. So a little bit off where he should be before, and a 0.3. I gotta say something about that. 0.3 for Mark. 0.3 reaction time for Mark. He goes a 796. So that's back where the car should be running. So I think he'll be a bit more happy with the time. Obviously not the reaction time there. So, and I think we are going to need a bit of a cleanup there.
Clean up in aisle 1, please. Clean up in aisle 1. Well, the good news is they're getting after it with mops and not any of the heavy artillery, so
hopefully that's a good sign that it is some lighter fluids. Hopefully we won't have too much of an issue getting it off the surface so we can get back into some modified action. Enjoying the winter nat so far?
So far, so good. But remember, that's what Cinderella said at 11:59, and then it all turned terrible 1 minute later. How long have you run juniors?
How long? I think 7 years now.
Yeah?
So I think I started in 2019.
And when are you going to age out?
Either this will be my last year or next year, depending on how I go throughout the season, depending on if I've had enough of the car and I just want to go quick, or if the car's treating me well and it's don't go. So
you have plans to step up?
Yes, definitely. So
what's the next step?
My mum has a Super Street car she's been running.
So after all your mom's done for you, you're going to throw her out of her Super Street car? You ungrateful little...
She actually isn't racing it this weekend. My uncle is.
Okay.
And he's gone triple O on the tree in my mum's car, so he's showing her how it's done, and hopefully maybe next year I will be in that same seat. and then a few years down the track, we'll have a rail car getting built. So that's all fun in the future. We hopefully versing our fellow commentary, Mark Allen. So how long have you been commentating for then?
Longer than you've been alive by almost twice. I actually started commentating in the early 1980s.
1980s.
Yes. And I started working for NHRA in 1991 was the first time NHRA bought me a plane ticket. I was with them for 34 years.
That is very cool.
It has its moments, but you really, really, really got to love hotels and airports.
Yes. So lots of travel.
Well, I tell you, in my busiest with NHRA, there were a number of years when I averaged about 275 nights in hotels a year. Yeah.
So that's a lot of time away.
Like when you come home and the cat looks at you and goes, "What's your name again?"
So if I go over to the States and I'm looking for a place to stay, I'll call Alan and ask,
Sure.
What's the best motel around here?
Yeah, come on over. No, I've really enjoyed the ride for all of these years, and being able to make a living doing something that I enjoy doing so much. And then as of late, like I have been talking about coming to Australia for the better part of 2 decades.
Wow.
But just could never do it. When I was working with NHRA and I was committed contractually to do their events, I simply had to do theirs. There was never enough time, or there was a conflict, or there was an issue. And when I left NHRA at the end of 2004, I was at the PRI show and bumped into Vlad over there, and he said, "So this year you're coming, right?" And I said, "Sure, let's talk." And he said, "No, let's commit. Let's do it." He said, your conflict is no more. Let's make it happen. So I went to the Bend for the fall race last year. It was the first time I came over. Really enjoyed being there, and they invited me back this year. And then Santo, when I was at the Bend, Santo Rapazarda came up and he said, "You're coming to Sydney?" And I said, "I am." He said, "Yes." I said, "Okay, when is that?" He said, "May 1st or 3rd. And I looked at my calendar. I said, "I'm available." He said, "Like I said, you're coming to Sydney." And I said, "Okay." And then I got home from there and they invited me here. So really enjoying it. I still do some stuff in the States, but I don't have quite the crazy schedule I used to have. So I do still enjoy doing it, but it gives me more time to spend in my shop with my cars. I've got a little fabrication machine shop and a couple of car projects, because everybody's got to have a car project.
Everyone's got to have a few toys in the shed, something to work on, keep you busy.
Yeah, I have, right now I have, and I was talking about it a little bit earlier, I have more of a storage problem than I have a car problem.
Yep.
Because I had a couple of cars that fell out of the sky and landed in my lap that I just couldn't say no to. And so now I'm trying to figure out, what am I going to keep, what am I going to sell, what am I going to work on, what am I going to do, because I simply just don't have room for them. So. But it's not a bad problem to have. I am not complaining.
Yeah, definitely not a bad problem to have. What would you say is the main difference from here to America?
Well, you guys sit on the wrong side of the car most of the time.
Wrong side of the car?
No.
What about drag racing wise?
Well, same thing. You guys sit on the wrong side of the car a lot of the time. Actually, your top door slammer class is really cool. We don't have that. The junior bikes, I think, is really cool. We don't have that. Your modified class is very different from what we do. But the one thing that is the same is the passion. I mean, walking through the pits and talking to people about their cars and how they came about, how they got built, where they started, where they're going. All of that is exactly the same. A lot of the hardware is different. And your racetracks are spectacular. I mean, the Bend was the first one that I went to visit, and I walked into the Bend and looked around and I thought to myself, if this track was in the U.S., it would be one of the top 5 nicest facilities we go to. It really, and this place is also, it's spectacular. I love the layout. Obviously, this place has been around a little bit longer, but some of the amenities that you guys have that we don't have over there, that I think that would be nice to transfer over to my side of it.
So that's good to hear. Obviously, some things that these trucks could learn from each other, as we see Paul in it and Adriana Cartledge. So Adriana is our current number
I
one.
don't see Paul, do you? If you see Paul, you got way better eyes than I do.
No, I don't think. I think you're right. I don't see Paul on the star line, so it looks like it will be.
He was back there at the fire up line. It wouldn't fire up. They're still trying to get it to start back there, but.
So we'll have a solo for Adriana Cartledge. So she did do a 7-1-0. So number 1 qualifier. Let's see what she can do. 042 on the tree. Look at the wheels up. How about that for Adriana Cartledge? And she goes, 7105 to back up a 7103. Have a look at that.
2 runs within 2 thou. That is pretty stout. It's going to be pretty easy to pick a number to put on the side of that thing when we get into eliminations later on in the weekend.
Yes, definitely. Now we have 2 very different style of car.
Altered on the left side, roadster on the right. Remember, in an altered, you sit in the middle. In a roadster, you sit in the standard position, whether it's left or right. That one's left, but
so see Harrison Fletcher, Tony Menk. So we did see Tony out here last weekend as well. And a few passes getting some data for the weekend. And this is it at the big stage here for Q2 and modified. And double red, 016 to 032 red. So Tony will be looking to back up that 879. And he goes through for an 850, so he improves on that. And so does Harrison Fletcher, goes 950 on that 911.
interesting. Tony picked up 0.3 of a second, actually slowed down about 4 miles an hour, which tells me that he must have had an issue in the last round. Probably pedaled the car early or had a problem to give up a lot of ET on the early part of the run as Courtney Allen rolls in now.
Yes, definitely, and we do see some changes to the vehicle in between rounds as well. Something we also take into account, so stuff going on behind the scenes. Drivers maybe want to improve, get a bit quicker, or maybe even slow it down, get in that happy spot. So we have seen Courtney go 876 and a 760 for Daniel List.
Little List, I got to know what that's all about. Like a nickname?
Must be.
That's now on my hit list of things to find out before the weekend is over.
Well, luckily for you, we've got a very long weekend ahead, so you've got plenty of time to figure that out. Yeah, 040 red for Courtney Allen. Daniel List 019 on the tree. See how close you can get to that 760 from previous. And he goes a little bit under 758 with a 6. So that is still very good. And for Courtney, she improves. 852 on it, 876. Now we see Braden Hughes and Jeff Graham. Jeff Graham, one of the slower cars in the field, 1102 in the first pass. A very unique looking car. Braden Hughes, 773.
That is an old school altered. Advertised as a 427-inch big block. What they used to call the mystery motor back in the 1960s when it originally came out from Chevrolet. Got plenty of ground clearance over there. That's the good news. That's like the old school T on one side and the new on the other.
Definitely. We have a old school versus new school, and there's quite a difference in wheelbase, I'd imagine there.
A little bit. Would the blue car be what, 125 and the purple car be 117, 118, something like that?
Yeah, I think so. So I think Altereds normally run 100 to 125. So, surprise me, something comes off the car there for Braden Hughes. It's double red. Jeff Graham, 032 red, and he will go through for 1073. So he improves a lot. Braden goes through for an unrepresentative 1004. So
yeah, that was wild. That car was really violent on the leave. Got out there and rattled and knocked something off of it. And then, as you pointed out, he took his foot off the throttle down there about 8 miles from there. Almost looked like the timing retard didn't work.
Yeah, so maybe had a bit of aggressive. Did it shake the tires? I'm not too sure.
Definitely violent on the leave.
Yep. And we see Stephanie Mole and Dave Porter. So another roadster versus rear engine. For Dave, we saw him do a 749 previously and a 969 for Stephanie.
Talked about Stephanie's Roadster earlier, and I love the fact that it's got a hood scoop and then it's got the organ stack injector sticking out of the top of the hood scoop.
Yes, that is pretty cool. So I don't know if the hood scoop would be doing much purpose.
Well, it looks like it was designed by committee, you know? Like, okay, I'm going to put a hood scoop. I'm going to run Oregon pipe injectors. Should we compromise? No. Something's running out of that thing. I hope they shut it off.
Yeah, so we have a lot of liquid out the bottom. And it looks to be almost a similar issue to we had in the dragster previously.
You're exactly right. And in the dragster was water, so hopefully it is water again.
As we get, yeah, unfortunate to see Stephanie get pushed back. But Dave Porter, he'll still do a run. 018 on the tree. 749 the previous run. And a 772, so he's gone a little bit slower. But he's also down mile now, 172 to his 177 earlier. So yeah, we do have some liquid down there, and we are getting some rags. So hopefully it is just water.
And there's the supercharged six-cylinder that you were talking about a little bit earlier.
Yes, so that is very cool. So were these one of the original dragsters in racing? I'm not too sure. I don't know much about the history, but the slingshot, they're a very older style of car. Still very cool these days. And have a listen to the hunt on it.
The old lope of a gasoline burning supercharged machine.
Yep.
Your modified is a little bit like our competition eliminator, only you guys have got a whole lot wider variety of cars. And the supercharged six-cylinder is just crazy. That's one of those deals like, you know, why did you do this? Because nobody else has one. Unique thinking. Kind of like why I bought my rickshaw, because nobody else had one. One of the stupidest car purchases I ever made. And that's saying something with me.
But you have one.
I did.
And other people don't, so. Yeah, and David Hawley, he goes through for raced out 8:31 to back up the 8:35 from previous.
I didn't actually just have one, I had the one.
The one.
The one. It was featured in the 1970, I think, October edition of Hot Rod Magazine. They called it a rubber-tired rickshaw. And somehow it drifted around here and there for the years, and it was in a guy's private collection. He had an open house one year when we were in Pomona at our Winternationals, and went over, and I'm walking around looking at it, and I thought, that's the dumbest looking car I ever saw. And he said, oh, my wife hates that thing. He said, she just tells me I never should have bought it. It shouldn't be here. She hates it. And
What did you do?
I said, you want to sell it? He said, go talk to my wife and see if she'll sell it to you. So I went and talked to her. And I said, hey, tell me about that little red roadster. She said, that Corvair-powered piece of junk. I said, yeah, that one. I said, your husband said if you'll sell it to me, I can have it. She said, get it out of here. So I bought it. Stupidest car I ever purchased. But I had to replace the second stupidest car that I ever purchased, what I just sold. So I'll show you a picture of it later. Stupid car.
Well, we learn from mistakes.
Oh, not me.
So do we see John Sting 008 red? So just on the wrong side there. Now we'll get the tractor out. We'll see a 782 to back up a 785. So that is pretty close to the number for John Sting. Now we see Andy Driver. Now I don't think we've seen this tractor out there for around 12 months. I don't think he's been running any of our track, any of our local DRCs. Had a quick chat with him before. So, yep, it's good to see him back out here. Previous champion, obviously at the track and national as well. So, no stranger to success. Andy Driver from Ingeroy did a 7.300. Pass.
DBRE Performance, AMK Site Services, helping make it all possible for the 600 cubic inch big block. Tucked way down behind the cage.
See a 0.22 reaction time for Andy Driver. That is pretty sharp. We'll see him go over the traps, and he will go through for a 7.30 with a 2. How'd you like that? 2 thou off his previous run.
2 runs within 2 thou. That's definitely something you can work with. Same thing that Adriana did earlier on. Put the 2 back-to-back runs together, and just like that, here comes the next pair. We're going to try the Roadster on the left side.
Yep, so we have Kerry Muller and Caitlin Galea. So Caitlin, new to this rear engine dragster from New South Wales, and we have Kerry up in Maruka in the Roadster. So we have seen Caitlin go 7:55, 8:42 for Kerry. We've seen a few Roadsters, but I don't think we've ever seen any with that large of a wing yet. So
No, that's definitely got a big one hanging off the back there. I'm also really curious. It says a 452-inch Pontiac. If that is the like the DRCE style, classic Pontiac Pro Stock head, or D-stroke big block is what I would guess. But being an engine guy, I always want to know the combination.
the 023 red for Kerry and a 009 for Galea.
Kerry's car really wagging the tail out there about 200, 250 feet.
Yeah, 754 to back up 755. And 830 to back up 842. So a pretty big improvement there.
There's still more there, though. Kerry's car is really driving around out there in the middle of the racetrack. And if they get that thing to go straight, there's going to be some more performance there, I promise you.
I think the headwind might be affecting some of the cars a little bit.
Yeah, it picked up a 10th, but it's still dancing around. And the headwind shouldn't make it dance around like that.
Yep.
That'll bring up the only guy that's got his own theme song.
Here we go. Daniel Carranza. Bat dance.
Working with the folks at Peen, right?
Yep, we have seen this, or a similar car in Junior Dragster. So came up from juniors and had a car almost with identical livery. So has been in the bat dance since juniors.
When he wins, does he say, bat dance?
Do you reckon he'd get tired of it?
Did you not see the movie? I'm Batman.
I'm Batman.
I think that's what he had to say in the winter circuit. Brett Farnell on the left side, Team Bray, small block, front engine machine. Got the zoomies pointed at the space station.
We get a bit of downforce, what do you reckon?
Every little bit helps.
So we see a 004 for Carranza. That's a great light. 053 for Brett Farnell. And Carranza will go through for a 7153 to back up a 7157.
Back to back within 4 thou. That'll play. Farnell goes 831, 155 miles an hour. And Carranza is number 2 behind Adriana. I'm not sure if there's another 500s in there or not, but I'm not sure he needs it. You know, both he and Adriana within just a few thou back-to-back runs, so that's way more important than being number 1 qualifier.
Yes, definitely. As we see Liesl Gauss and Lucas Holtz. So Lucas, previous track champion as well. And I believe Liesl is the current track champion. So lots of local knowledge, 2 very competitive races. Obviously Liesl came up through juniors as well. So I think Terry was saying before, he reckons about 80 of our cars here at least would have come up from juniors. So it's good to see some of our junior drivers coming up through the ranks in some quicker, faster cars. Lucas Holtz 927 previously. These are Gauss 860.
A 6.2 liter LS with coil pack. Wow. Wow. I'm really curious now. Is that thing injectors or have carburetors on it? I mean, late model LS power.
I have had to talk to him about it before. So it's a crate motor. So it's, I don't think he's done much to it. 031.
Is it a direct injected 6.2 liter? That would be cool. I mean, it's cool either way, but yeah, that'd be really cool.
We see Liesl Gauss 002 on the tree, so a very nice reaction time, and sounds like another, I think this might be a V6.
Might be a rotary.
Don't get Terry excited.
No, that thing's wild. I saw it earlier. I didn't know what it was then either.
I think it's a 3.8, so I think it is a V6.
All right.
Buick V6. Yep. So for Jai Holes, and we have Tony Brown.
They got a supercharger on it?
Yes.
Even better.
038 for Jai, and Tony So he's had an issue with it holding on the start line. He's rolled through, unfortunately, but I think he will still get a time.
Not what he wants.
Not what he wants, but a 10.08 to back up a 10.66. So that's a big improvement there for Jai. Tony goes through for an 11.8. So that is also well off his previous run.
Yeah, Tony's car lurched when he set the trans brake, and then the clock started before the car took off. So when you end up with 3 second 60 foot time, you're not going to get the number you want on the scoreboard either. But they need to get that. Don't do a burnout when I'm talking. They definitely need to get that trans brake situation straightened up before they get into round number 1.
Yes, definitely.
Or it will be a short weekend.
We have Dave Knightley and Greg Fowler.
Dave Knightley over here on the left side, the EH sedan, whatever that is. Cool car. Anytime you get a blower and injector sticking out almost the size of the roof, I'm all about it. Greg Fowler over on the other side.
How'd you like the plate on it? Unhinged.
Even better. Even better.
Very aggressive car. We do see a little bit of wheels up. We don't see it get too high, obviously. It shows a bit of inconsistency when your car's straight upright, but we see Greg Fowler 774 previously, 905 for Dave Knightley.
Well, you got to admit, what fun is it to be hinged?
Exactly.
Have you ever heard anybody say, wow, that thing's really hinged?
Not anyone talking about a cool car, at least.
Yeah, definitely.
Tomcat for Greg Fowler. This is a very well-known car, definitely seen out here. Plenty of time. 003 red to Greg. 0.271 for Dave. So okay, we'll get there. First, he will go a 766 so cruise on at 774, and a 819 cruise on at 905. So that's a really big improvement. It's almost the same mile an hour as well. So
It didn't get off the starting line the first time, and
Yep.
then he drove it out the back door. So this time he's able to get it to make the initial move clean.
Looking at that wheel stand, my pop raced the 2-door Monaro HQ in Super Sedan in the 2000s. Yellow, and he had the Tweety bird on the headlights. It's pretty cool, and almost every shot of it, you can see the big chrome headers from underneath the car. So it
awesome.
it was a very fun car to drive, and had a bit of success in that. So misses that, so you can still run relatively consistent with the wheel stand. So it doesn't always throw everything out.
As long as it does the same thing every time, that's the only thing that really matters.
Yes, definitely. As we see the other Fowler, Stephen Fowler in the GXP, and Max Carpenter in the Mustang.
Now, is Steve related to the other Fowler that just went down a minute ago, the Tomcat?
Yes, definitely.
Okay.
And we have the other Fowler in the Junior Dragster, of course. So 3 vehicles under the Fowler flag this weekend. We did see Max Carpenter go 833, and for Steve Fowler 702. So
I love Max's car.
yes, it is.
Stock
very
wheelbase
cool.
Mustang, big tire car.
It's a very cool looking car with the 009 for Steve Fowler, 044 for Carpenter. Steve Fowler will get away. He goes for a 694, so that's a pretty big improvement on that 702. And 830 with a cruise, like an 832 for Max Carpenter, so that's a pretty consistent car. And Fowler, 6, he goes 690.
We have, by the way, changed categories in case you missed that. Top Sportsman out here rolling right now. Steve Fowler's car's faster, but I like Max's better.
You like Max's better?
Yeah. I mean, if Steve said, hey, do you want my car, I would tell him no, but the car that started life on the assembly line and was turned into a race car is really cool.
Yes. I don't think that Pontiac would have come anywhere out of near factory.
No, it is a carbon copy, as in carbon fiber.
Yep. And up now we see Adam McNichol and Roy Daniels.
The Light Vehicle Solutions. Car too heavy? We can help. The easiest way to lighten your vehicle is to put helium in the tires.
Helium in the tires.
Yeah. You know, helium balloon goes up, the helium in the tire would make it lighter. Problem is the molecules of the aluminum are so small that they won't stay inside the tire.
Oh.
Troy Daniel over on the right side in the Tirana, and that's another one that started life as a street car and then morphed.
Yeah, from Bundaberg. 787 previously, a 699 zero for Adam. And look at that, 000 for Adam McNichol. That might be the 5th or the 6th triple O we've seen today, and he goes 696 with a 6.
Wow, that thing made a move towards the wall down here, and he fought it back into the center of the groove and still kept it in the 6-second zone. 810 for Troy Daniel, 152 miles an hour, and he shut that thing off early. Down there at the other end of the racetrack. And look, we've got more.
We see Kaylee Gawley and Craig Chapman. Now, if we have a look at our screen here for the engine size, it says 4 for Craig Chapman. So I'd have to assume that's a 4-litre Barra Ford motor.
Nah, I'm thinking that they just cut a couple of numbers off down there.
Cut a couple of numbers off down there.
408 or a 440 or some stroke or small block, I would guess.
It sounds like a 6-cylinder, so I'm not.
You think it's a 6-cylinder?
It is a Barra. So.
Oh, okay.
There we go. And again, I think that, like you said before, with the modified, I don't think that hood scoop will be doing too much there for the Barra. And we see Kaylee, this Tirana, if you ever down the finish line for you here, a nice supercharger line. Craig bumps it in. 012 to an 032. Okay, we'll get that first one. 811 to back up an 817. Craig, an 820 with a 7 to back up an 820 with an 8. 1 thou.
There you go. If you're going for consistency, that's like click bang. And just like that, we got 2 more.
Yes, we do. We have Harry Summer and Andrew Lang. Andrew Lang in the Tirana. We have seen this car plenty of times before. Obviously representing KPM Performance and Berryman Harvesting in the Commonwealth War. So Summer been an 814, and for Andrew Lang a 1407. So that would, I think you could almost, I reckon he'd half that. $127 for Harry Summer, $250 for Andrew Lane. Just looks like a lot better par. He goes, yep, 786. A huge improvement from the 14, and an 815 with a 6.
Well, 786 after not getting down the first run, that'll definitely put your confidence back in the right direction.
Yes, definitely.
A Ford Probe? Holy smokes, how many of those are in this country? A flat hood Ford Probe, that's even better.
I don't think you would see too many of those, but this one runs 7s. I don't think you'd find many that do that either. 7-second probes.
What is that on the hood? It looks like it's scared to death. So what's the power plant in that thing? It's a turbocharger, obviously, right? 6-cylinder?
Barra. So another 4-litre Barra. So I think we've seen this car before.
Is that an inline 6-cylinder?
Yes, inline 6. So
okay.
They came in our Falcons. A few people in the States. So definitely bring them over. 135 for Brett, 142 for Neil.
Hang on.
Oh, very, very loose for Brett. Gets off the stroll early, goes through 832 and a 729 to back up a 719 for Neil. So also ran a bit off, but yeah, Brett there in the probe, that was a little bit sketchy towards the bottom end there.
I'm just glad he still got the car. It pushed over out of the groove towards the center line. When we got out of the groove, it really started dancing around.
No, I don't think we see too many Monzas either here. So we have Carl Davies, 823, and Steve Horvath in the Monaro. 847 was his previous run.
The Monaro 2-door.
Yes.
That's a cool looking car.
So that's similar to the one I was talking about before. That my Poppy race.
It actually looks like a GTO to me.
016 for Steve. 080 for Carl. Carl gets a first for 8.27 with an 8 to back up an 8.23. 8.53 to back up an 8.47 for Steve.
Both of them backed up just a little bit from what they ran earlier. And we're going to have a solo here. Looks like we're going to have a solo. I think they're pushing one out of the staging lanes. It wouldn't fire up when it was time to fire up. Looks like nobody wanted to play with Simon. He can go all by himself.
Yep, so Simon Isherwood from Kalunga. I do have an appreciation for these style cars. I'm not too sure. I think it might be their Cutlass. So we have the Cutlasses.
Oh yeah, absolutely.
All the Oldsmobiles, so the older style Pro Stock cars.
Yep.
So they were definitely very, very popular back in the day, and yeah, we see them move out of the Pro Stocks and towards our top sportsmen.
Yep. That is a Jerry Haas built car.
Yep.
That somewhere, some way was campaigned with a 500-inch engine and a 5-speed. Now it's got a bigger motor and an automatic in it. At least I think it's an automatic. I know it's a bigger motor.
So no, a very, very cool car. The Evolution Water Cutlass.
Go! Trying to help. Go now! That's all I got.
I don't think there'd be a radio in the car, but not sure. Might have lost fire. He's got it fired back up.
He should still get in lapse time if he just revs it up, makes a run. The problem is he can't see that the green light's already on because he can't see over the scoop.
Yes, a very, very high mounted scoop, and yeah, I'm not too sure what's going on down here, but if it was a race, I doubt that would be a reaction time that would be well appreciated. So Simon Isherwood, he still goes through for a 697 to back up a 696.
His reaction time looked like a top fuel, top speed. Wasn't it 319.9?
See Vlado Turek. What are our other 6-second cars in the bracket? 687 his previous pass. And Paul Partridge. Would that be a Fox body?
That would be a Fox body.
Fox body. So I don't think we have too many of these in Australia as well. We do see some in our Kenda series, so our radial classes. 807, his previous run.
Little Mustang separated by a couple of generations.
Yes, so very, very cool to see a lot of different style of cars. So,
well, again, the car in the left lane was a street car at one point in its life, and the car in the right lane is a tube chassis. Pro stock style, or
it seems to be a pro stock style car. The Vlado. Very nice pair of cars. The BK race engines, Mustang. They're both BK race engine cars.
605 cubic inches in the Fox body with no wheelie bar. Wow.
780. The Vlado. 026 red for Paul. 022 for Vlado. Yeah, Turek will go through for a 687. Oh, have a look at that. 687.7 to back up a 687.7. And he's cracked the 200 mile an hour. 200 on the dot.
I like it. 809 for Paul, slowed down a couple of hundo from what he did earlier. He'll stay in the number 14 spot. Here comes the champ.
Yep, David Foster. Yeah, Matty Barron. So we have seen Matty Barron have success in the Beretta and the 57 for Dave Foster. Yeah, 843 previously for Matty Barron, and a 760 for Dave Foster.
What do you think of the 57 Chevy?
I love them.
Really?
So, especially our door slammer ones. So you'll see later this weekend we have a few in the Pro Mod style. So I think Matty Abel, one of them, all black. I think they're a very, very cool looking car. Love the fins. Do you not like them? You sounded a bit.
No, I'm just
taken back.
surprised most people your generation go, what's that? They don't have appreciation for the old Tri-5 Chevrolets.
No, I definitely do.
55, 6, and 7 were awesome. After that, they were terrible.
Well, that 003 for Matty Barron, 061 for Dave Foster. Yeah, I think the 55s or 57, I really do appreciate those. We see a 767 to back up a 760 for Foster, 845 to back up an 843 for Matty Barron, the 003.
That'll bring up your number one qualifier. At least so far.
We have Darren Whitford. I think Darren might be. Yep, Darren, a number one qualifier with a 650 with a 2.
Do you think he might be? See where it says right there at the bottom of the screen? It says number 1. I'm just trying to help.
I'm still new to this. There's too many numbers on the screen.
When it says number 1, that's the only number you really need. The rest of the numbers don't mean much.
So Tony White in 11th.
Where's Pine Mountain? Okay. Pine Mountain Performance Machine.
Darren from South Australia. The Pro Charge Pontiac. We don't see too many Pro Charge style Pro Mods in Australia. I know that they are very popular over in the States.
Oh yeah.
So we don't see too many of those here. We see a few, and Darren being one of them.
I think in the right lane is going to be really loud and really fast.
Oh, 38 for Tony. Have a look at that. 644 with an 8. Improves on the 650. Tony White, 780 to back up the 784. So he improves a little bit as well.
Well, Darren was already number 1, and as Larry Dixon once so popularly said, you can't be oneer, but you can stretch yourself out from the field a little bit, and that's exactly what he did.
Yeah, Sean Doblin from Brassel in the Falcon.
The Falcon Ute.
Yes.
The Falcon Ute Cobra.
Do you like our Ford Ute here?
I'd actually love to have one of those in the States, because everywhere you went, people would look at it and go, what the heck is that? And I'd have the only one, which is, like I said, I have often bought cars because nobody else had one.
A very cool car to own in the States. 059 on the tree for Sean. And he'll go through and run an 848 with a 7 to back up an 851.7. So not too far.
And just like
off.
that?
Yep, just like that, it is off.
All right, Modified Motorcycles coming out next, and I'm going to slide out of here and let somebody else take over the yapping duties. It was fun hanging out with you. Appreciate it.
Thank you for having me on.
So as we go through a quick commentary change, big thanks to Alan and, of course, Carl. Did you want this one? So it'll be Terry and Wade back, Loretta Lindris and Bobby Schluter. The LVS Light Vehicle Solutions Kawasaki, the Tyre Power South Perth, all the way from Wellard in WA. Wade, how are you, my man?
Well, very well. Looking forward to rounding out Thursday qualifying day number 1 of the Gulf Western Oil Winternationals with our Group 2 categories as they build the ropes here on the line. Bobby and Loretta.
Oh, a ton of wheel spin there for Loretta, but Bobby, no such thing. She's cut an average light, but it doesn't matter. Have a look at the time. A 9:06 on that 8:69. It's a tough gig.
That's improvement though on her first pass, a 9:34, so she's getting closer.
And you've got to work up to it. Like, if it's, you know, she's not. It's not as if she's not long off the junior drag bike, to be honest. So Nathan Nielsen and Jason Roberts. Now, we did see Nathan rattle off a 6:96. So, but the AACB record is 6:866. And Jason on the B Street bike is a 9:145 record, and he has run a 10:08. As I said, this is all of these riders racing in a specific category that they have chosen to race under. Different size motors, different types of weight they have, all sorts of things. So Nielsen, all eyes will be on Nathan. Oh, cuts a 001 red, cuts a big flame at the 330. Nice work. 734 at 135, 175, and a 1039 at 153 for Jason.
Yeah, just lost a bit of BT there, but both sides of the racetrack. But Nathan, he just wanted to have all the fun at the 330.
He most certainly did.
Market, didn't he?
So Edge Malice and John Mengel on the Pro Cycle Dyno Suzuki, of course, and Double C CB, which is a 769, has run an 859. Whereas Edge Malice on the Double D CB will be a 792, and he's run a 769 already in Q1.
Yeah, number 1 qualifier from the first session, Terry, and it's just got that distinctive sound, doesn't it? That you know when Edge is in the house.
You want to hold on to that number 1 qualifier, but that's going to be tough, I think.
That's it. We'll see how he goes this time by. 106 light for Edge, 145 for John on the tree, but all eyes on the finish line boards. 740 with a 4 at 190 miles per hour for
Carbon
John
copy.
Mengel. Yeah, that's
Carbon
it.
copy for Edge Malice.
He's got a bracket bike.
He has too.
Big improvement though for John. I think that will put him from number 12 definitely to the top 4.
When you watch that, John Mengel was working hard, but Edge Malice was working way harder on that Harley, wasn't he? He was really having to just wrestle that thing. So Cheryl Beddoes and Joe Curry. So the Harley-Davidson Destroyer of Curry, Cheryl Beddoes on the other Harley. So a pair of Harleys. Curry going 871, getting close to that 869. Cheryl cuts the red, but that's all superfluous. Curry cuts a 272, but it'll all be what Joe can run. And there it is, an 845 off that 869. How does that sit him? And Cheryl running a 919, so she's getting down there as well. There we go, the man, the moment, the wheel standing legend that is Aveen Ottar.
And he just looks comfortable doing it, doesn't he? He just hangs the right foot off the edge of the bike. That's his riding style.
And not to be outdone, he's up against the one of the young masters, Chris Collin, on the Rascal Race Engines Hayabusa. Big thanks to May from Wade and I personally for your little gift earlier.
Yeah, 100%.
Absolutely love it to the Collin family. We absolutely love it. So, but Arvine and Chris, that's a good pairing. How good is that? The BMW against the Hayabusa. So just waiting to see what's clearing down the deep end there. So it looks like they are all good to go. So Chris on that 777 has run 003 under it. So he's run a 767. And Aveen has gone close to that 914 with a 946, but with a big power pack wheel center. So he might keep the front wheel down this time and see what he can get it to run.
I mean, less friction, which means less drag, which means it should go quicker, but probably not with the front wheel. It's a bit more controlled for Aveen.
Yeah, it is too. Still picks the front wheel up at... Yeah, but Chris Collin is like 047 out of there, 776
to back up the previous 776. But there it is, an 896 on that 914 for Ottar. You know what? We knew it was coming. The wheel stand was a bit of problematic. Not this time, Wade.
Welcome to Comp Bike Event. Although you've been racing it for a few years, you're now under that national record, so nice work.
That was sweet.
How many have we got under the national record, Terry?
Look at that.
Six?
Got,
6 already?
6 already under. That is wild. Sam Fry, Ken Collin. Kenny with the number 1 on the side. He'll be chasing that 762. Rattled off a 778. Sam, 972. That looks quick for Ken. And it was a 775. It was quicker than the previous. Chasing that 762. Sam Fry, a 973, chasing that 963. So he's getting ever so much closer to it.
Couldn't separate him off the tree either, Terry, so it was good racing all round. Jason Clark and Craig Edwards now coming forward. So Craig, unrepresentative time in the first qualifying session at 10:54, has him currently placed 16th in the field for Jason Clark, and he ran a 917 on a national record of an 880 for the A Street bike.
That bike can run into the, it can nudge that and get close to that, but wow, you've seen some bikes just absolutely obliterate some of the records in the class. Have a look at this, Edwards and Clark. Red light, but don't worry about that. It's all about the time. Edwards chasing 7.6, Clarkin chasing 8.8. Ooh, 8.5 off, a little bit off there with Craig. And a 9.17. Jason edging closer.
Yeah, improvement there for Craig. So they'll get the data. It's gone from A to B, so they can decipher that overnight before the third qualifier tomorrow, which for performance bike will be about 2:15.
Nice work. So Dylan Lacey, the Rosenberg Motorcycles Hayabusa, chasing that 7.50. Neville Langley chasing that 8.80. Now, we've seen the South Australian run earlier. Did we see the Trevor Burrell Racing Suzuki earlier?
I think he got pushed back from memory.
Okay. Well, let's hope that Neville can have a good stab at this on this 8.35. Dylan Lacey, no problem at all. He is Gone 806, chasing that 7.5. And Neville, the bike, is still not happy. Was it? Not happy at all, but never mind. Yep, they're going to shut him down because... Did you see anything?
We didn't get any ET.
No, we didn't. There it is at 36. So not too sure. Just waiting to clear. Watching the vision from overtaking lane. Look at that beautiful picture of all the people just milling around, getting ready for our final category, which of course will be Super Comp, before we wind up for the night of our first day of the Gulf Western Oil Winternationals. A little bit of a crowd around there. Look at them all just milling around. You can see Pete Farnell. There's the bar. Look at that. The what is it called? The
burnout bar. Balcony.
Burnout bar.
Yeah.
Look at it. Big shout out to everybody who's up there in that burnout bar. Look at you.
If those blokes there could just save us a spot, we'll be there in probably about 45 minutes.
You're live on YouTube. Try look respectable, you mob. I drive down through Milton quite often. I haven't seen that many 4X signs in a row for a long time. There you go. Look, it's got some waving, got some going-ons.
Give Australia a wave.
Yeah, come on. You got like hundreds and hundreds and hundreds of people at home tuning in, sitting there probably now with a beer or a wine, no longer a cup of tea and a Scotch finger biscuit.
Yeah, they've changed over.
It'll be beer nuts and beers and wine and cheese. I don't know, whatever us Australians do.
1,400 people watching. There
1,400 people
from as far as Swaziland to Switzerland.
Where was the what's the most you had today? 18,000. There you go. That's a lot of cup of tea.
Oh,
look at Pete. Look, Pete. It's a wonder Pete's there, actually, because he's been off in his booth signing autographs all day.
If we can just get Mark Allen down there with a roaming mic for an interview.
Yeah.
With Christy, not with Pete.
Yeah, no, because Peter go, no, I'm not talking. I'm trying to get in the zone. Stop pestering me, you commentators. Hi, Christy. Look at that. Look at that. Look, Pete, casual as you like. 200 mile an hour. Yeah, Pete. Look, yeah.
No, that's not a blushing filter. She is blushing.
Yes, she is blushing a little bit there. She's saying, why? Why is Brad doing that? Brad has been a gun on the camera all day today, though, hasn't he? We've had a couple of guys. We've had, when you get on line, of course, don't forget later on if you jump on the Willowbank site. I don't know if it'll be tonight, but Dave Reed, of course, from dragphotos.com.au, he'll be taking all the snaps. So when you see that big, beautiful block of photos,
there's a wonderful looking Dan Morris in front of us.
Yeah.
That's who they really wanted to show.
Mr. Small Block Mafia.
Yeah.
Mr. Small Block Mafia just representing after all those big blocks. I'll tell you what, there's one thing I've never seen. I've seen Dan race a lot, but I've never seen him leave half a minute on the tree like that big block of issuance. Is that a fair call? Is that a fair call? Yeah.
Make sure he doesn't throw that time slip out. We want to see that.
I snapshotted the screen, so I'm going to send it to Simon later on. Okay, you guys need to stop it. I couldn't see it. But Carl Pacey just ready to come through, of course, and Phil Webster. So I'm not too sure what's gone on down the deep end there. We're just waiting to find out whether they're doing a reboot or whether something happened. Did the bike pull up?
Gosh, it looks all pretty clear down there in the Terry's deep end camera.
I love that camera. I really should have a. I'll tell you what, there was a snake or something, you'd see it there. That vision is pretty clear, isn't it? We need to see. We need to get Alan somewhere out here to see a kangaroo because he's really keen.
And we throw up the live GoFundMe ticker, and it's just ticked over to $4.
Yeah. There we are. Look, there's a great shot of the tower. The super cheap tower.
So there's who's who up the top there. Oh, look, they're all waving.
Look at
they all
those
know.
guys.
They're working hard if they're waving.
Let's be serious. They all look happy now. Wait till Sunday afternoon and see how happy everyone is up in the tower. It'll be a whole different kettle of fish. There'll be chairs thrown.
It looks calm up there at the moment.
Dale will be jumping out the window even though the window can't open.
And that's before he looks at the Titan score.
So as we wait patiently to see if we can go to race, because we've only got, as I said, the bike class, and then we move into Supercomp, and then we'll wind up for the day. I think they've got a couple of things planned for after this event, haven't they?
Yeah, I think they've got good music in the bar after each day of racing. So make sure you, if you're coming in the next couple of days, don't rush off into the car park, hang around in the bar. A lot of the races will be there afterwards, and mingling, and the crew. And
are they doing the big group photo of all the ladies?
Oh, I think they've got that's it. They've got the IHRA ladies event over in the IHRA fan zone tonight.
Where's the IHRA fan zone? I didn't even know there was one.
Behind our wonderful IHRA corporate facility.
Did you miss an invite? Because I sure did. Must be still in the mail. Remember mail?
I thought you were the guest speaker.
Remember the mail when, Dennis Ryan and Tammy Goldthorpe and Colin Crane all deliver our mail? Sure, why is it always bike riders that end up being posties? How does that work?
Gee, I wonder.
Yeah. It's the ultimate in getting seat time, isn't it?
Sort of. Do you reckon they're on the postie bikes and they're practicing out of the yard?
Oh, you can imagine.
Out of the dispatch yard?
Or even just imagine pulling up to them next to them at the lights. And you've got Tammy Goldthorpe at a set of lights at Jindalee somewhere.
Imagine having to go into the HR office and explaining that.
Yeah, what happened? Yeah. Well, one of our commentators was beside me, so I got done for speeding because I wasn't going to let that fool beat me.
But I chopped him on the tree. Yeah. I chopped him off the light.
Off the lights. Run over a pedestrian, but that's okay. So, look, Phil Webster, we're just still waiting to see what's going on, what the clearing. Did you get any information from upstairs, Wade? Did we find out what is the hold-up? All I know is I've got a motion alert at home.
They've checked out.
Which means somebody's on the ring camera, so that means someone's turned up. That's all I know.
We've got a fire up in the water box, so that means we can stop.
We can stop
blabbering on. That's it. We can let Carl Pacey do the talking, the Suzuki. So Carl, supposed to be campaigning in Pro Bike this weekend, couldn't get the licence complete before
That's sad.
Winternationals, but
That's disappointing.
much to our delight, Terry, we still get to see him competing this
We
weekend
do.
in Performance Bike.
So Carl will be chasing that 777 on the ACB category on that Suzuki with the Marshall Mountain Motors bike. Phil Webster, of course, the Princess Charters Hayabusa, is chasing that 851 World Zero. So both, this could be a really eye-opening run for both of these riders. Don't worry about the red. It's all about the time. Pacing the car, the bike rather looks good pace. 8:32 at 165, and Phil Webster a 9:15 at 145. Pacey, that's a shot out. I'll tell you what, that's pretty good for Carl.
Yeah,
I think you're happy with that.
Yeah, that's about where it's running at the moment. So see if I can extract anything else out of it in the third qualifier.
You want a burnout from a bike? Well, there it is. The man, the moment. Mr. Pete Farnell with the big skid, just putting all that Blazecraft power down. Now, we did see Pete in Double B CB off a record of 7:06.8, run a 6:98 with a 7 at 202. So, but this thing might be packing a little bit more. I think Blaze might have said you can have a little bit more, Pete, but not all of it. It's always good to creep up on it.
I don't think Pete's raced in over 6 months, so this is the first time the bike's been on track this year.
It's usually a starter for our meetings. Bike launch well.
Got out. What's it going to be, Terry? What's the number?
Smooth. 684 at 214. Pete said 212. He said a 68 earlier to me, but there it is. 684 spot on, but a 214 with a 5. So that is, you know what? That's a man who's on a mission. I love that. That is just cool. That looked smooth. That looked effortless.
Nice work there for Pete. Was just wondering, was going to try and see where he was in the qualifying order, but it's changed over to our next category, which is Supercomp to close us out. Our final category running their second qualifying session today here. Day one of the Gulf Western Oil Winternationals. Mark, you are back, mate.
I need to kick Terry off because I really wanted to call this final session of Supercomp today. Because you know what? This field is insane. 16 cars can only qualify on race day. To get into the field, you pretty much need to be running on that record. The top 7 are already under their respective records already. Scotty Hoffman is the number 1 qualifier on track, though. We've got Megan Anderson, one of the drivers, trying on the outside, looking to get in the dragster. She ran an 8:93 in the first session, but she can run to the low 7-second zone, taking on Dan Case. And Dan Case, he's currently qualified number 19 in the Tirana. He's running in that A modified street automatic class with a record of a 9.09 second elapsed time.
So you spoke, Mark, about those that are already under the national record. There's the potential for some of the field that is still going to yet to reach that potential. But if they run there, we'll run under their national
Good point.
record.
This is husband and wife as well on track. So the whoever gets a better reaction time doesn't have to do dishes this week, I've heard.
Well, that's a bit unfair when you've got to build the boost and the dragster. Dan's got an advantage there.
Let's have a look at the ET. All that matters at the moment is are the ETs here. So Dan Case goes through 9:18. So he's a 10th over the record, a 9:18. Megan Edson does improve with an 8:91, but probably won't move up in the ladder at the moment because it's only 200 quicker than that earlier 8:93. She was off of it early. She went 5:35 to half track, so that was a low 8-second pass. So it's definitely not what we have seen from this dragster in the past. But yeah, Dan Case should get into the field with that pass. He does. He goes to 9th position. He's 900 over. 9. Okay. Next up, Robbie Butler, currently qualified number 2 in the Corolla Coaster. I'm going to call it this weekend. Robbie Butler, number 2 qualifier, taking on Mitch McDonald in the A-Gas automatic Torino.
Mate, that's rough, isn't it, Mark, when you say you're half a second under the national record and you're only number 2?
Yeah, I love this Corolla from Robbie Butler.
How much does he want the number 1 spot? Because he's got to find about 3/10.
Let me have a look. So that's pretty much where he usually runs in the mid-8s to low 8-second zone. So he needs to run around an 8.1. I don't know if he's got that, if the Corolla's capable of that, but number 2 spot. It's a good spot at the moment. Mitch McDonald, though, in the lane beside him, has run a best of an 8.73. The national record is a 7.62 for A-Gas automatic class. So he needs to pick up a second. This is qualifying for Super Comp. Nearly 30 cars entered, only 16 will face the starter on race day.
On 850 at 160 miles an hour for Robbie Butler, so slightly slower than the 847 that we saw earlier today. Mitch McDonald, he goes at 870, so slight improvement, but I don't think that'll be enough to change in the qualifying order, so stays 18th.
He stays 18th.
Yep. And the all-important number they're trying to get to is be in the top 16. If you're in the top 16, you go through the race.
Well, at the moment, to get into the top 16, it's 0.546 of a second over the respective record. So you need to be within half a second of the record to get inside the field at the moment. And that's going to lessen each and every pass that we see here. 22 cars down the track so far in qualifying for Super Cup. Next up, Steve Sloan. He's a number 3 qualifier to take on Peter Pisolides, number 7 qualifier. So I did see a post from Pisolides on Facebook after that first run, and it was soft, so they softened it for that first pass. They still went with 6.23, and it did get a little bit tire chatter as well, so it wasn't a clean, smooth pass for him.
So what would you expect here, Mark? Are they going to go after it? They're going to try and go a bit quicker?
Yeah, you definitely. Yep. You want to improve, so the name of the game is to go quicker every pass.
Given Supercomp, though, is one of those things that they want to improve the first half of the racetrack, so they might just go to half track and shut it off, or just to get that data?
Because of how tight the qualifying is, I don't think you're going to see people playing games.
You want to move up the order. You want to put yourself in the field.
Consolidate and make sure you stay in the field, yeah.
Don't want to give anyone else a sniff.
Lane choice, you want to be in the top half of the field, all that sort of stuff as well. Steve Sloan, though, he's one of the heavy hitters in Supercomp. The Gemini, supported by Penrite Oils, is always up in that top half of the field. He can run low 8s as well, so he can pick up a bit of ET. Power out for Pisolides there on the start line. Sloan in the Gemini, though. Let's see if he can improve on that early 8.58. He goes 8.39 at 153 miles an hour. So he picks up a couple tenths of a second. So I think that'll move him up to the number 2 spot once the ladder updates here. Unfortunately, some issues there for Pistol Pete there on the start line. So he's going to get pushed back in that Corvette. But yeah, Steve Sloan, he will go to the number 2 spot after that run. He does so. He was 0.651 under the record with that 8.39.
Man, that Gemini is on the song, Mark.
How cool is the top 3? Hoffman, Sloan, and Butler. 3 little cars. All short wheelbases. Cool, yeah.
Don't think they come out of the factory that quick. They sold a lot of Corollas in their time. Well, one of the most sold cars.
Sometimes you want to get to Woolies as quick as possible, mate. Yeah, quick recap there as we get Peter off the racing surface. Scott Hoffman is still our number 1 qualifier. We haven't seen him out in this session yet. Steve Sloan moved up to number 2 spot. Robbie Butler was number 2. He's bumped down to number 3 now. John Parisi is number 4 and rounding out the top 5. Jai Schluter. Next up, we've got, well, this is a car that we haven't seen on track yet today. Dave Tucker in the Camaro for heavy-duty carpets. And he'll be taking on the dragster of Luke Cartledge.
Yes, an opportunity for Dave to announce himself to the competition field this weekend.
Well, he's got a bit of history in Superstock. Dave Tucker here at Willowbank Raceway. He was one of the guys in the 90s. It's not happy. You can see some spikes there underneath the car. And the burnout there for Dave Tucker. So they're just telling him to go back at the moment. Our officials. And he's shut down, so that's unfortunate for Dave Tucker. So it looks like Cartledge will be on a solo pass, but he might have lost power as well.
Shut down.
They've both been shut down, so maybe is there something on the track that we don't know about? Or just wait and find out what's going on here. But yeah, Luke Hartledge is currently the number 11 qualifier in that dragster. He's 0.102 of a second over the national record with a 7.25. So he's got a couple cars he can choose from these days. He's got the Altered in the shed as well that can run in Super Comp and the dragster. So just waiting to find out what the go actually is. And we can just see on the overtaking lane stream here. Now we do have one of our officials just on the finish line. So you're looking at one of the...
the timing block got moved.
The timing block moved. So there we go. So that's the finish line block where you get your ET from. So you definitely don't want that playing up. He's just doing the old hand test.
He's not doing. He's not doing Pilates. Time and place, Wayne. Time and place.
So yeah, that's the finish line here at Willowbank Raceway. So 400 metres from the start line, and the foam block just in front of that's the first speed beam there. So that's how they get the speed beam.
In each one of those timing blocks down the track as well, there's obviously a laser that reflects back off that timing block when the car passes through that and breaks the beam. Basically, is when it'll send a time back to the timing system, and that's how we get all the increments for the racetrack.
And pretty much that's what our official's doing at the moment. He's simulating a pass with just putting his hand through the beams to make sure everything's A-OK. And sends a signal through to our control tower.
And Mark, the speed that he's waving his hand past there was about as quick as your reaction time in that last session.
Oh,
do you want to talk about that? Or
mate, that was an instant tree. I bumped into full stage and it was down. I didn't even have time to put my finger on the button.
There was a lot going on in the other lane though. So
it almost didn't even get on the two-step. Yeah, no, it was. It was literally instant. It was instant.
Yeah,
I got into full stage and bang was down. It was
instant
going down.
rate.
Yeah. So yeah, that's why I had a slow reaction time on that one.
But the car was happier.
Yeah, that was the main thing. Yeah, the car was happy. So yeah, Kevy at KPM Performance came through with the goods, and yeah, it was a happy car. We just need to back it up now in Q3 tomorrow morning.
Mate, he's a busy man this weekend, isn't he?
He's everywhere. Yeah.
All of the KPM Performance stickers you'll see on the cars.
Yep.
Make sure you hide the keys better in the morning so they don't take your car for a bit of a drive through the pits.
He thought, yeah, that's okay. I don't mind my crew having a go in the race car, so that's okay.
I wonder how quick you could get it through the speed camera down the road here. Just don't forget the coffee grinder in the morning either.
Yeah, you want a coffee in the morning, mate? I
Not
can
a
make you one.
I'm not a coffee drinker, but if you're making it.
Yeah, come over, mate. I'll make you a coffee. Anyone, if you want a coffee, just come through my pits in the morning tomorrow and I'll make you one.
We'll set up a drive-through on the deep end.
I'll be there at 6 a.m. and you can only be there between 6 and 10 past 6.
Ooh.
There you go. Well, we need some more race cars on the track because they don't want to hear us talking about our breakfast.
No, they don't.
All right, next up it will be... wait for the computer to reset here for us. We are in the final qualifying session of Supercomp for today, Q2. And we had fire and now we've been shut down.
You can see Dave Tucker, he's pushed back in the background there, so he's obviously not going to come out for that pass. But for Luke Cartledge, because he was shut down by the officials, they'll obviously get the opportunity to still run that car.
Yeah.
So whether they come straight back out or whether they
It just depends on the
Have a
engine
pass
temp.
between? Or
Pretty much. If they're happy with the engine temp, he might just go straight away. If they're not, he might wait a few passes and let it cool down.
What process do you go through, Mark, when you're in the car? You're strapped in, you're ready to go, you're back in the staging lanes, and then something like this happens.
Okay, awesome. I love drag racing. Being strapped in those in a dragster, and I'm not a small guy, so
They're not the most comfortable chairs.
Actually, my car is actually really comfortable.
Yeah.
I fell asleep today in it because we had a. I was like, did anyone notice that I was asleep?
You took the massage chair up to the battery.
Yep. No, I just go through the routine I have and then just take my time. But we're on track again now, mate. So Supercomp Q2. Tell you what, Dave Tucker's going to be under a bit of pressure in Q3 to get into this field. One shot left for him. Patrick O'Shea in the Camaro. It says Camaro. I don't think that's a Camaro. Yeah, that's a Camaro. So Luke Hartley's in the dragster though. That is definitely a Ford. See, lucky I was looking at the overtaking the live stream because I was about to call it as a Camaro. Actually, I think they've got the wrong number. Have they got the wrong number in? No, 9143.
No,
Patrick O'Shea, yep. So Luke Hartley's here, looking to improve. Oh, waiting for it there. Up and spinning. Got aggressive with the dragster.
Good light for both of them.
Yeah, there we go. Cartledge goes through for an 8.99, but he was up in spin on the hit there. And O'Shea, he rolled off the throttle for a 9.93. So neither driver improving on their earlier passes. So yeah, that's the thing with Cartledge's dragster. It's really aggressive off the hit, and it is susceptible to going up in spin. So I don't know if it hit the wheelie bars or not on the launch then, or if it just was instant spin. But yeah, they will be back out in Q3 tomorrow for Supercomp. Here we go. Next up. That is Darren Gay on the start line. Well, he can definitely improve. Darren, the record holder in A-Gas, taking on Jai Schluter in the Cavalier. So in Q1, tail of the tape, Darren went a 7.61. He can run 7.30s. He was out here last weekend at the warm-ups and he went under the record from memory as well. Jai Schluter here for LBS Light Vehicle Solutions. 8.39 in Q1. He's currently the number 5 qualifier. That's probably one of the lowest spots I've seen Schluter in a field in a long time. Yeah, well, qualifying wise.
Yeah, definitely. And
he's usually top 3 every time.
Yeah, has the control wheel stand, so if you've got your cameras ready, usually a good opportunity to get a shot of the underbody of the Cavalier.
That just shows you how tough the field is. Schluter's 5th. He's nearly, he's 0.238 under. Darren Kay is currently 13th with a 7.61. He's 0.218 over, but I suspect that Darren's going to improve by a bunch here. I wouldn't be surprised if he runs between like a 7.38 to a 7.42. Though the conditions aren't as good as what they were last weekend at the warm-ups. But I reckon Darren will want to try and get into the top half of the field. Oh, wheels up for Schluter. And Darren Gay will go through 7.21. That is a huge improvement. 190 miles an hour for Darren Gay. Josh Schluter rolls off for a 9.45, but Darren Gay, where'd that come from?
Nearly 2/10 under the national record, but we've got the replay up there of the wheel stand of Josh Schluter. So watch the Cavalier in the left-hand lane.
Good speed as well, Darren.
Yeah, that'll put him in the top, around that top 5.
That's under and over the records there for Darren Gay. He went over the speed record, under the ET record. Great lap. And he goes up to number 6 qualifier. So now we've got 8 cars under the records. And we see here on track, number 4 qualifier, John Parisi, to take on Tony O'Connor. O'Connor not in the field, in the Falcon there. So he ran a 21-second pass in Q1, so he needs to get a lap on the board. And to get inside the top 16, it still needs to be 0.546 over the record. I should say better than the record.
So it looks better for Tony O'Connor at a half track, but we'll keep an eye through the remainder of the quarter mile across the finish line. There's an improvement. 8.97 for 3, 150 mile an hour.
4.5 tenths under the record for Tony O'Connor, so he's going to go in the top half of the field. And Parisi, he improves by a tenth as well. That's going to make a shake-up here. So Parisi
will stay fourth.
He'll
O'Connor
stay fourth
into fifth.
And O'Connor into fifth, 0.427 under. So now we have 9 cars under the record here in Super Comp, and we're halfway through Q2. So now to get in the field, you have to 0.353 over, which is currently Mike Bailey with a 769. We haven't seen him out here at Q2 yet. One of my favourite cars in Supercomp, Jason Simpson in the Probe, running in the G-Gas automatic class. It's probably one of the toughest records that you're running under here in Australian drag racing when you're talking Supercomp, and that's the G-Gas automatic record. 800. He's running 809 today so far. Rob Evans in the A-Gas automatic Daytona. He's moving forward. He is currently qualified 22nd, so he ran a 13-second pass in the first session, so obviously didn't get down the track. Jason Simpson's at 900s over the record, and he's currently qualified 12th.
Yeah, it's tough, isn't it, Mark? Well, half the field already is under the national record. After the 16 cars that will start in round 1 of racing under the national record.
And because G-Gas was such a popular class designation for a lot of tough races, it is probably the toughest record in all of Supercomp. Here you go. Rob Evans now joins the brigade of drivers under their national records with a 758. Jason Simpson goes 802, so he improves by 700s.
He's right on it.
He's right on the record as well. But Rob Evans, he makes a massive leap. He was last qualifier. He goes from 22nd up into number 9 qualifier for that 758. And Jason Simpson, he improves by 1 spot actually. He goes up to number 11th qualifier now. And now our bump spot is Sarah Roderick with a 770, 0.242 over the national record. And here's another team that can batter a record here. It's Adrian Vella. Chef.
He's currently number 19 qualifier. He's just over 1 second over the C-Gas record.
Yep, the C-Gas automatic record's 825, so he can run better than 926. Rob Maddox in the old Holden Commodore. He ran a best of a 958 in Q1, so he's currently 15th qualified. So he's inside the field, but it's not safe at all.
No, well, I mean, it's interesting because we haven't seen Sarah Roderick in the session yet.
We haven't seen Sarah Roderick. Adrian Vella could potentially bump Rob Maddox down here to number 16 spot. This is one of the best Supercomp fields I've seen in the last 10, 15 years.
How many did we have total? Is it 27?
Yep.
29.
29.
Were entered.
So Rob Maddox running in that E-modified street automatic class.
Oh, nothing wrong with the light. 006 for Adrian Vella.
Watch Adrian Vella here. This is a good lap for Adrian Vella. He goes 811 under the record. Rob Maddox, he goes under the record as well. No, he's just over. Sorry, 944. So he's 400s over. So he improves by a tenth and a half. And Maddox will go to number 13 spot. Adrian Vella goes to number 8 spot. He's 0.136 under the record. We now have 11 drivers under records. Number 16 qualifier is now Luke Hartledge, 0.102 over his record to get in the field.
And you start looking at the straight as well from that 11th through to 15th
Yeah.
place. It's less than a 10th. Some of them will still be nervous going into tomorrow.
Absolutely, mate. Absolutely. It's incredible. Next up, Warren Allen in the Dragster, running in B Dragster automatic class, went 7:01 first session. He's currently qualified 9th. Chris Sankey in the C Altered automatic designated class. Is he coming out? Is it going to be a solo pass? Because we've got Chris Sankey on the screen. Oh, there he is. He's over there. He's done the burnout. We've missed him. So Chris Sankey ran an 8:30 in the first session. He can run in the 7s as well. So he can definitely improve on that 8:30. Warren Allen, I'm not sure how much more the Dragster has with a 7:01. Can he dip into the 6s in this Dragster tonight? So Chris Sankey, he needs to run about a 7:85 or quicker to get into the field. That's the number you want to see on the board for Chris Sankey. Warren Allen, well, he's already in the field with a 7:01. Oh, how about a 6:99 from Warren Allen? And Chris Sankey, he gets into the field and goes under the record with a 7:65. So he's, what's that, 10, just over a 10th under the record for Chris Sankey. And Warren Allen improves by a couple hundredths as well.
Yeah, well, you did say, Mark, can the Drags to get into the 6-second zone? There it is.
There you go.
And look at that qualifying list. If you want to, they're posting the qualifying lists and results up on the NDRC Facebook page. Make sure you have a look at the Supercom page, because that is incredible.
Yeah, quick recap at the moment. Dan Case is now our number 16 qualifier, 0.097 over the record. So now you have to be less than a 10th to get into the field over your respective record. And we have 12 vehicles under their records in qualifying. And we still have another session to go. Plus we have Jordana Pullen on the start line. Jordana Pullen ran in Junior Dragsters here at Willowbank Raceway. We won't say how many years ago it was.
Did you race against him, Mark?
Yeah, Jordana and I raced.
That's all I'll put out there.
Running for Team Finance Group here. She has run a best of a 7:38 today, currently qualified number 15. I think when this started, she was like 9th or 10th, and she's all the way dropped down to number 15. So Jordana Pullen, 7:38, running on a national record of a 7:33. On a solo pass here to finish off qualifying session number 2 for Super Comp. Good reaction time, 0:29. We've seen a lot of improvement so far this session. Jordana Pullen is another one of those, and she picks up 300 to 7:35 at 184 miles an hour for Jordana Pullen. And she now moves up to 13th spot, so she actually picked up a couple of spots with that 300 pickup.
Could those couple of spots be vital, though, Mark?
100%.
That could get you in the field.
Any improvement is pivotal.
You almost took it to the thousandth of a second, aren't you?
Yep.
When it comes to if you qualify in the top 16. And Sam Kiprios, we didn't even see Sam in the first session. He got pushed back.
Well, this is another guy that can go well under the record. He can run low 7s. Mike Bailey, he can go low 7. He's been 7-0 in this halted. So is Kiprios getting pushed back here? Because he had issues in the first session. So Bailey in this alter, it's one of the hardest launching alters here in the field. It's very aggressive off the start line. He made some moves in that first qualifier where he had to button it off. So it looks like it's going to be a solo pass here for Bailey. Or is Kiprios fired up?
Yeah, for Kiprios, he had issues in the burnout in the first qualifying
The thing
session.
with Kiprios is he might be down to one shot if he can't get this pass to get into the field. Yeah, Bailey's going in, so it looks like no Kyprios here. So Mike Bailey for Bailey's Brake and Clutch, running the B Altered Automatic class with a national record of a 7:34. He needs to run around a low 7:40 just to get in the field. Oh, it's made a big move towards the center line. And that's what I was talking about, how it's very aggressive. It hits the tyres hard off the start line. So Bailey is down to one shot to make it into the field tomorrow here in Super Comp.
Yeah, very difficult.
Sam Kyprios is in the same boat.
Very difficult to steer any sort of vehicle when the front wheels are off the ground. So have to abort the run there.
What a session of Super Comp it has been. Just have a quick recap then of the field. So Scotty Hoffman, did we see Scott Hoffman in that session?
We didn't know.
He didn't come out, so he's our number 1 qualifier at the moment. Steve Sloan, number 2. Robbie Butler, number 3. John Parisi, number 4. Tony O'Connor, number 5. Jai Schluter, 6th. Darren Gay, 7th. Warren Allen, 8th. Adrian Vella, 9th. Chris Sankey, 10th. Rob Evans, 11th. Peter Pisolides, 12th. Joe Denapul, 13th. Jason Simpson, 14th. Rob Maddox, 15th. And rounding out the field at the moment, Dan Case, who's 900ths of a second over his national record. So currently that is our top 16 in Super Comp. They've got one more session tomorrow to get into the field.
It's going to be a bit happening in that session, Mark. Be a bit of movers and shakers in the field.
100%.
And as you said,
there are some names on the outside. You've got Mike Bailey on the outside. You've got Sam Kyprios on the outside. Both those drivers can go into their records.
Going to be some head scratching. Sarah Roderick, we didn't see in that session. She started that qualifying session, I think, in 11th.
Yep.
And now she's outside the field.
And that drag's has got potential as well. Yeah, Supercom, incredible, absolutely incredible here. And
that's it.
That is it. That brings a close to day 1 of the Gulf Western Oil Winternationals. I hope everyone has had a fabulous time today. Thank you to all the spectators that ventured out here today, had a sick day off work. Big shout out to everyone watching on the live stream from Overtaking Lane. We'll be back here tomorrow morning, nice and early. And safe travels everyone getting home, and we'll see you all tomorrow.
Yourself? Oh, getting there. Excellent.
Visit northernats.com.au.
We can do better. Needs more boost. Whether you're running a business, working on the job, or prepping for your next pass down the strip, a Super Cheap Auto trade account gives you trade pricing on essential automotive parts and consumables.
Street Machine is Australia's favourite car magazine, documenting the achievements of the hot car community with a fiery passion. And that includes drag racing, with the crew on deck this weekend at the Winternationals, covering everything from top fuel to sportsman racing. You can get a Street Machine subscription for yourself or a loved one from as little as $89, which includes free delivery to your door before it hits the shops. Get on it at streetmachine.com.au. VU4U is an iconic Street Machine project car, and it's just copped a massive restoration. It's flamed, It's slammed and it sounds awesome. Valued at $75,000, it could be yours. Enter now at win.streetmachine.com.au. T's and C's apply.
This is an exciting time for Top Fuel Racing as we literally blast off on the Blast Australian Top Fuel Championship. What is Blast? Well, this guy's a good guy to ask. Lee Bartlett, the co-founder of Blast. What is Blast?
Well, Blast is what you think it is, what you expect it would be. It's the ultimate car cleaning ecosystem. So it's all wall mounted.
Yes.
And it's mounted in your garage, no setup time. Just pull up in your rig, you four-wheel drive your car, your caravan, and start cleaning.
Marine too, right? You can do
Yeah,
boats?
boating. Yeah, absolutely. Boating too.
If it's dirty, blast it.
Absolutely.
So vacuuming as well. You've got
Yep.
the chemicals as
Yep.
well for cleaning.
Yep. So it's about, the 3 stages of keeping your car clean. So vac, wall mounted, wet dry vac with a 10-metre retractable hose. Then obviously the wash, we've got a 30-metre hose in this machine, a 2,300 PSI. This thing is the perfect tool for not just washing your car, cleaning your driveway, cleaning the solar panels on your roof, cleaning your gutter, your caravan, your boat. This thing is a game changer. And then this is what car dealers use. These are the detailers. This is how they get that really good pristine finish on the car. It's dry your car with heat and air. So this is an Air Max car dryer blower. This is the ultimate car care setup.
So basically with Top Fuel, we're all about high performance, right? Nothing's more high performance than a Top Fuel car.
Yep.
This makes perfect sense.
Absolutely. For us, it's all about saving our customers time so they can get back to doing what they love, and every second counts. That's the same in car racing, right? And the same in motorsport. Every second counts. So for us, it's the perfect match. It's the perfect reason why we would be supporting the top fuelers.
Bang Shift Automatic Shifters by Aeroflow Performance. A premium range of performance automatic shifters engineered for positive engagement, smooth operation, and precise gear selection when it counts. From tough street builds to dedicated race cars, Bang Shift delivers clean, confident shifts and total control, pass after pass. When precision matters, make every shift count. Upgrade to Bang Shift from Aeroflow Performance. See the full range now at aeroflowperformance.com. X-Pro Ignition by Aeroflow Performance. A complete range of high-performance spark plug leads, ignition coils, control boxes, distributors, and supporting components. Engineered for stronger spark, sharper throttle response, and total ignition control. From street builds to serious race applications, X-Pro delivers the spark your engine demands, with reliability you can trust. Don't leave power on the table. Upgrade to X-Pro Ignition from Aeroflow Performance. See the full range now at aeroflowperformance.com.
Street Machine Drag Challenge, presented by VPW, is the playground of Australia's toughest, genuine street cars. 300 plus competitors will drive over 1,300 kilometres across Victoria and South Australia, racing 5 days in a row. Drag Challenge is the ultimate test for any tough street car. Running from October 27 to 31st, visit dragchallenge.com.au for more information.
You can spot them from a mile away. The ones who run Mickey's. They don't blend in. They don't back down. They build bigger. They drive harder. They win. Mickey Thompson isn't for everyone. It's for those who refuse to follow and choose to lead. Running Mickey's means something. It means you're part of a movement. Builders, racers, rebels. People who defy limits. Who set trends, not follow them. Who don't ask for permission. You want grip? You want guts? You want glory? Then you want Mickey's. Because if you're not running Mickey's, you're missing out on the most iconic name in tires and wheels. Born from American ingenuity, still American owned. Built for those who blaze their own trail. Mickey Thompson, for the bold, for the winners, for the ones who forge their own legacy.